A galaxy river that births chaos spiritual herbs? Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in amazement. If he could find such a river, wouldn't that be like hitting the jackpot? The little cow curled its lips. That's nothing. There are some rivers that give birth to chaos spiritual artifacts. Low-grade artifacts are common, and there's a chance top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts will appear. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Aren't those galaxy rivers too heaven-defying? However, galaxy rivers rarely appear in the divine world. I didn't expect one to be sealed under this great formation. It's a pity that your strength is too low to take it out. That galaxy river is a priceless treasure, equivalent to 1,000, even 10,000 world surfaces. The little cow spoke with a longing expression. Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders. Wanting to take that galaxy river was easier said than done. At his current strength, just taking out a single grain of chaos star sand was already difficult. Who knows how many grains there were inside the entire river. He estimated that, even if all the Fortune Gate's several ancestor-level characters joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to make that galaxy river budge a single inch. Watching Huang Xiaolong's crestfallen face, the little cow comforted. Don't be disheartened. Based on your current cultivation speed, you will have the strength to take out that galaxy river in 1,000 years. With the 4 unlikes sealed in the outer hall of this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation, I suspect that Archdevil's cultivation palace should be in the deepest part of the temple. 1,000 years later, when you're strong enough to take away that galaxy river, we can explore further in. Huang Xiaolong sighed helplessly. 1,000 years. Clearly, his current strength was still too low. Even when there were treasures shining right in front of him, he was unable to take possession of them. There were just too many examples. The nefarious devil tribe's ancestral burial ground, the ancestral dragon fruit on the 100 Beast summit of the Blood Phoenix Forest, the sealed item in the belly of the Soul Island's Shredding Wind Mountain, and lastly, this great abyss of ghosts, gods, and devils formation. Flying out from the valley, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow continued onward to the Bloodyong mainland. However, before leaving, he asked Xianxia to put up a formation that completely hid the valley from sight. 3 months later, the two of them arrived at the Bloodyong mainland. Faint blood-colored clouds loomed over the Bloodyong mainland, seemingly blood yet not. During the day, these clouds emitted a faint crimson glow, precisely how this place got its name. It was nighttime when Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived. The blood clouds above were glowing a deep red, and a fetid smell unrelated to blood pervaded the air. Huang Xiaolong was scowling in displeasure. I've been to this Bloodyong mainland in the past. There are some places with ancient grand formations. If we accidentally get trapped inside, it'd be troublesome. So we must be careful. The little cow reminded Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows rose in surprise. The little cow had been here before? Although he felt doubtful, Huang Xiaolong did not ask any questions. Since it was nighttime, Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia searched in the surroundings and found a naturally formed cave nearby to rest, deciding to continue tomorrow. He then sat cross-legged inside the cave, refining one of the grade 5 spiritual veins. Compared to the time he left the valley 3 months ago, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation took another step forward to peak mid-7th order heavenly god realm by devouring countless ancient god realm magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits along the way. But he was still a long way from touching the border to late 7th order. Xianxia sat comfortably on the side, crunching on an ancient god realm godhead, whereas the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts were dutifully guarding at the cave entrance. Outside, cold winds howled like ghosts weeping through the night. In the middle of the night, a loud explosion shook the air. Violent shockwaves swept out in all directions before several silhouettes arrived from afar with the sound of whistling wind. Disrupted, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow stopped cultivating and walked towards the cave entrance. Looking out. In the far distance, waves of powerful sword chi tore apart the blood-red clouds looming over the Bloodyong mainland, followed by furious booming roars. Other than the sword chi, there was an opposing blade chi that was just as alarming. Each slash was earth-shattering as they blocked the waves of sword chi. Moments later, a group of people appeared in Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's line of sight. The first person who appeared in their sight was a young man holding a big blade, clad in a crimson brocade robe and a cloak of vigorous divine flames. The young man's aura was akin to a rainbow that traversed 10,000 li. Right behind him was a group of disciples in purple robes, each of them gripping a long sword. Sword chi crisscrossed in the air, forming a great net, sharp and intimidating. Each line of sword chi burned with purple flames. Despite the distance, Huang Xiaolong could still feel the extreme yin and cold energy coming from the purple flames. I didn't expect the Bladeless Gate and Purple Flames sword sect to be fighting again. The little cow muttered, its brows scrunched together. Huang Xiaolong was quick to ask, "This Bladeless Gate and the Purple Flame sword sect, are they famous?" "Very famous," the little cow confirmed, nodding its head. "These two sects are among the divine world's super forces. Their disciples rarely appear in the outside world. Sometimes it takes as long as 1,000,000 years, but every time they appear, it's never a good thing. Each of them is the other's nemesis. Lately, when I try to observe the heavens, I have an ominous feeling that, not too far in the future, the divine world will face a calamity." The little cow's face was extremely somber saying this. "Is the devil world's great army attacking?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow shook its head. "No, the devil's great army attacking won't affect the divine world to this degree. The calamity this time is probably the biggest one ever since the divine world's birth. Before that, you must raise your strength as much as you can." Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened at the little cow's words. The biggest calamity since the divine world's birth? But Huang Xiaolong believed the little cow. If it said so, it was probably true. "How long do I have?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Not more than 3,000 years. The little cow answered. 3,000 years. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. At this time, the intense battle in the air moved away in another direction. That Bladeless Gate disciple isn't simple. He's using the Bladeless Gate's supreme technique, the Heaven's Cycle Blade Chi. His status in the sect should be quite high, perhaps he's young lord. If you run into him in the future, be wary of his Heaven's Cycle Blade Chi." The little cow commented, its gaze following the Bladeless Gate disciple's back as he disappeared from sight. Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow, stunned. He knew that it more or less guessed his talent, about him having supreme godhead for instance, and also the true divine dragon physique, yet it still advised him to be careful of that Bladeless Gate disciple. It seems that the young man's talent was quite high as well. Huang Xiaolong nodded, indicating that he had heard the little cow's words. At dawn the next day, Huang Xiaolong's group continued onward to the mountain, where the Soul Tribe's young lord Hun Dishan found the two cloud-devouring divine beast corpses. From the air, this mountain resembled a resting savage beast. It exuded a savage aura, and occasional beast roars could be heard ringing through the mountain. It was an environment of constant killing and bloodshed. Huang Xiaolong immediately raised his vigilance. Xianxua's tail pointed up as the lightning symbol on its forehead glimmered. Its eyes then glimmered with similar light as if it could see through space. A while later, joy rose up the little cow's face. "Master, in front!" Xianxua excitedly cried out. Before Huang Xiaolong understood what the little cow was talking about, it sped off on the other cloud-devouring divine beast. He then hurried after them. The little cow led Huang Xiaolong through undulating mountain peaks, stopping in front of a dense primeval forest. Towering trees with reddish foliage filled their sights. All of them were flaming fir trees, each of them as thick as 10 adult men's embrace. Their leaves glowed red, resembling dancing flames. Huang Xiaolong had yet to step inside, yet he already felt waves of scorching heat blowing at him. The flaming fir trees were the divine world's fire element holy trees. Even though they weren't rare, they weren't commonly found either. Their tree bark was extremely hard, one of the precious treasures used to forge divine armor, whereas the leaves were used by ancient god realm masters to refine fire element divine pellets. This stretch of flaming fir trees seems peaceful, but someone placed a super big pill blending furnace grand formation here. If we enter recklessly, we'll become even less than mincemeat, the little cow said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked. If the little cow didn't tell him, he really wouldn't have known that this stretch of flaming fir trees was covered by an enormous pill-blending furnace grand formation. He had previously read about this formation in the Golden Dragon Gates library. Once it was activated, it attracted heaven fire, earth fire, and heart fire. 3 types of flames would circulate inside the formation, incinerating all trespassers into ashes in an instant. Taking the Fortune Gate Grand Elders as an example, a slight mistake and they too wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being burned to death. A while later, the little cow led Huang Xiaolong into the flaming forest. After half a day of moving forward and backward, left and right, the two of them finally passed through the pill-blending furnace grand formation, safely arriving at the center region of the forest. In front of Huang Xiaolong was an enormous palace covering an area of several hundred li. The palace buildings had been constructed using various kinds of fire element trees. Divine Phoenix Wood, Yang Dragon Wood, Sky Yang Wood, Sea Fire Heart Tree, Golden Crow Mulberry Tree. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed one name after another. Needless to say, the cost of building such a place was beyond exorbitant. Each kind of divine wood could only be found in large-scale auction houses, and most of these trees Huang Xiaolong couldn't even recognize. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived at the square in front of the frontmost palace building. Erected at the center of this square was a small odd-shaped tower. This small tower was about 2 average men's height, with a slightly twisted body. It was filled with cracks and holes as if someone vented their anger on it. Pill-blending tower? The little cow looked at the small odd-shaped tower and its eyes lit up. It then sked and said, "I didn't expect a pill-blending tower to be here, but it's a pity, what a pity ah!" Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow for an explanation. Xianxia then explained, "This pill-blending tower is a bizarre and wondrous divine artifact. As long as you can collect sufficient ingredients and place them inside, the tower will turn them into divine pills." Turn ingredients into divine pills? Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in astonishment. Wouldn't this mean that the person who owned this tower would never have to worry about pill refining failure? That's right, the little cow nodded. Unfortunately, judging from its condition, it was half destroyed by a powerful master. It would be quite hard to fix it. But Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Can it also refine chaos spiritual pills?" He was searching for herbs to refine the reverse incarnation pill for Yao Qi, but this was still a chaos spiritual pill. Even if his cultivation advanced to the ancient god realm, he had no confidence he'd be able to successfully concoct it. But if this pill-blending tower could refine chaos spiritual pills, then he might have a way. The little cow answered, "It naturally can." It then stared at Huang Xiaolong unblinkingly. "You plan on using this pill-blending tower to refine that reverse incarnation pill? I have to remind you again, this tower is basically junk now. Forget about refining chaos spiritual pills. Right now it can't even compare to the pills an average heavenly god realm cultivator refines. Is there any way to restore it?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "There is a way." The little cow spoke slowly before shaking its head. In order to fix this pill-blending tower, we need a chaos-grade 5-colored heaven refining stone, but they have been missing for many years. Although it isn't as hard to find as the Grand Mist Aura, it still won't be easy. Another thing is, the grand formation inside this tower is more or less destroyed and is even harder to repair, requiring more than a dozen types of chaos spiritual liquid. Huang Xiaolong's face twitched. "Your mother, looks like my thoughts were too simple. Chaos-grade 5-colored heaven refining stone. More than a dozen types of chaos spiritual liquids. Then again, having hope was better than no hope at all." Even after hearing this, Huang Xiaolong still put the pill-blending tower into his Azura ring. Later, in the future, he would find a way to collect the 5-colored heaven refining stone and the chaos spiritual liquid. Following this, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow approached the main entrance of the palace. Immortal Phoenix God Faith. These words were written above the entrance in majestic ancient text. "Do you know anything about this Immortal Phoenix God Faith Palace?" Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow. The little cow Xianxia crisply replied, "I do not." Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the little cow in surprise. You really think I know everything, ah? The little cow snorted. Huang Xiaolong smiled sheepishly as the two of them entered the palace riding on the cloud, devouring divine beast puppets. The pill-blending tower actually fell into the hands of this immortal phoenix god Faith. It seems this wasn't some insignificant force. Once inside, the two of them arrived at a spacious hall. On the main wall was a drawing depicting the rebirth of a phoenix, rising from the fire. The lines of the phoenix's feathers glowed like embers, looking extremely lifelike and full of spirit. The other walls were also filled with drawings of phoenixes in various forms. At a glance, Huang Xiaolong counted 108 wall drawings. These drawings form a complete cultivation technique for a fire phoenix. The little cow determined after observation. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He too saw through these wall paintings moments ago. Each of the 108 wall paintings contained one attack move. The 108 moves were profound, causing one's battle prowess to rise significantly after practicing them. However, this wasn't Huang Xiaolong's main concern. He continued to walk further in. Since this immortal phoenix god Faith could lay out the pill-blending furnace grand formation and even obtain the pill-blending tower, then they should have a lot of divine pellets in their treasury, right? Huang Xiaolong was in a hurry to raise his cultivation. After walking through the front hall, he and the little cow came to another spacious room. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened the moment he stepped inside, amazed and excited as he looked at the walls. The room's walls were built from a kind of crystal that Huang Xiaolong did not recognize. Inlaid on the surface of those crystal walls were divine pellets emitting a soft golden glow, each of them resembling a radiant sun with a circle of glorious flames. Chaos spiritual pills. These shining pellets were definitely chaos spiritual pills, their grade even higher than low-grade chaos spiritual pills. Even the little cow broke out in laughter looking at the numerous round pellets on the walls. Sometime later, it shouted, "His nursemaid!" Although it sensed there was an ancient cultivation dwelling within the flaming fir tree forest, especially considering the alarming concentration of fire element energy, it never expected to find this many fire element chaos spiritual pills. However, right at this time, powerful energy fluctuations came from outside. Someone's trying to break in. Huang Xiaolong recovered from his astonishment. The little cow's eyes narrowed solemnly, for it sensed that the person entering the formation was quite powerful, at least a 7th-order ancient god realm master. "Let's go out and see," Huang Xiaolong said as he put away the two cloud-devouring divine beasts. He and the little cow then walked out of the hall, arriving at the previous square. Looking out, they saw 3 ancient god realm old men attacking desperately as they rushed forward. This time, the pill-blending grand formation was activated. Waves of terrifying flames rolled into swirling pillars of fire that swept towards the 3 old men. What astounded Huang Xiaolong and the little cow was that, when the pill-blending grand formation's swirling pillars of fire touched the 3 old men, their golden robes would release ripples of golden light that actually blocked the flames. The little cow's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Those robes are made from chaos fire metallic stone. No wonder they can block the pill-blending grand formation's fire attack." The chaos fire metallic stone was the most powerful protection against other fire attacks in the world. It now dawned on Huang Xiaolong why these 3 old men dared to rush into the pill-blending grand formation. However, he shook his head with a depreciating smile. Even though these 3 old men were indeed powerful, at least 7th-order ancient god realm, they wanted to break the pill-blending grand formation relying merely on their strength and the chaos fire metallic stone robes. These 3 old men had severely underestimated the pill-blending grand formation. In other words, these 3 old men knew nothing about this formation, thinking this was just a slightly more powerful ancient fire element formation. Indeed, it was just as Huang Xiaolong thought. One of the old men laughed loudly when he saw that the chaos fire metallic stone robe on his body blocked the formation's attack. "Ha ha! This time, with this chaos fire metallic stone battle robe, we will definitely break this ancient fire element formation. That's right, we just need to break this ancient fire halo pillar formation. The treasures inside must be amazing. Everything is ours. 4th bro and 5th bro's sacrifice will have been worth it." Another laughed. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow exchanged a glance, snickering inwardly. These three old men actually mistook the pill-blending grand formation for the fire halo pillar formation. From these people's conversation, it seems they had previously tried to enter this forest and two of their companions had died. Then again, the fire halo pillar formation had many similarities to the pill-blending grand formation, thus it wasn't strange that this group of people mistook one formation for the other. At this time, from ground of the primeval forest, a fire dragon suddenly drilled out, curling the three old men with its body. This was the pill-blending grand formation's earth fire. The earth fire's attack was more powerful than heaven fire. Although the three old men had the protection of their robes, they all retreated miserably a while later. On top of that, with each attack, both heaven fire and earth fire grew more powerful, forcing three old men further back. This is not the ancient fire halo pillar formation, one of them shouted in panic. His two other companions also realized this fact at that point. Soon, the was completely activated as the last component, heart fire, emerged. Among the three types of flame, the heart fire was the formation's most powerful attack. Moreover, it was a formless fire that emerged inside a person's body. Following this, the weakest one of the three wailed tragically as deep red flames burst out from his chest where his heart was. Not even the Chaos Fire metallic stone robe could protect him from the heart fire. The deep red flames of the heart fire spread quickly on that old man's torso in a few seconds, causing the deep red flames to burn on the upper half of his body almost instantly. "Third bro," the other two cried out, their faces tightened with tension. The two of them were having a hard time suppressing the rising fire in their heart. Right at this time, a plan flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he spoke. "I can save you all." These three old men's strength was quite high. If he could rein them in, they would definitely be good subordinates. The three old men were inside the pill-blending grand formation and unable to see Huang Xiaolong. They could only hear his voice. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong could save them, hope and joy rose to their faces. "Brother, as long as you rescue us, whatever you want, we'll give it to you. All the divine artifacts in our spatial rings, and these chaos fire metallic stone robes we're wearing, we'll give them all to you," the eldest brother, Chun Yifei, promised loudly. Exactly. All the treasures we have on us can be given to you," second brother Chun Yiguang shouted anxiously. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Did these old men think he was a 3-year-old kid? Just a few beautiful empty promises and he would be tempted? "You will give me everything you have?" In reality, once he saved them from the formation, they would turn around and bite him. Not to mention the number of chaos spiritual pills in the hall. If these three people saw them, their greed would definitely show its face. Against 3 7th-order ancient god realm masters, the one dying would definitely be him. "If you want me to save you 3, then make a blood oath right now. Submit to me," Huang Xiaolong stated. Inside the grand formation, the three old men frowned deeply. Just now, promising so easily, their intention truly was to let the other party help them out of that damn formation first. As for giving that person all the treasures they had depended on the situation. If the other side was stronger than the three of them, they had no other option but to take out everything they had. However, if that person was weaker than them, it never crossed their minds the other party would see through their intentions and have them make a blood oath first. The three of them hesitated. During the time they hesitated, the third brother, Chun Yicheng's heart fire had reached his legs, causing him to howl in great pain. "I agree," third brother Chun Yicheng shouted between shrill screams and made a blood oath. At this time, deep red flames appeared on Chen Yifei and Chun Yiguang's chest. This meant their heart fire calf no longer be suppressed and began to spread over their torso. Both quickly made a blood oath. Getting the result he wanted, Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow to help the three old men out from the grand formation. However, the heart fire spread at a rapid pace. When the little cow rescued them, Chun Yicheng barely had half a life left, whereas Chun Yiguang and Chun Yifei were heavily injured. A strong burnt smell and smoke were curling out from the three people's bodies. More importantly, the three old men's expressions were extremely ugly when they saw Huang Xiaolong after being rescued by the little cow. With their eyesight, They immediately saw through his peak mid-7th order heavenly god realm cultivation at a single glance. They, 3 7th order ancient god realm masters, had to listen to a mere 7th order heavenly god realm junior's instructions? In the next second, the 3 of them suddenly smelled the fragrance filled with spiritual energy coming from the palace building behind him. The 3 old men were excited and not in the mind to salute to Huang Xiaolong. Instead, they walked past Huang Xiaolong in a hurry, rushing into the palace. Seeing this, a cold light flickered past the little cow's eyes. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to calm the little cow down. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia walked toward the Phoenix God Palace with a calm expression. Upon reaching the second hall, the 3 Qin brothers were staring at the chaos spiritual pills inlaid on the crystal walls with undisguised greed and excitement. Chan Yifei laughed loudly, mad with joy. So many chaos spiritual pills. There are so many chaos spiritual pills. Everything belongs to us 3 brothers. Chen Huang and Chen Cheng were laughing with immense joy. All belongs to you? You have just sworn a blood oath. Aren't you afraid of the rebound? Huang Xiaolong walked in, his face calm as he questioned. Chen Yifei chuckled with a sinister gleam in his eyes looking at Huang Xiaolong. Even if we suffer a rebound from violating our blood oath, the worst that could happen is our strength dropping. But with so many chaos spiritual pills here, it's more than enough for us to recover. Kid, did you really think us 3 great 7th order ancient god realm masters would submit to a mere 7th order heavenly god realm junior? You're an idiot. Hearing Chan Yifei's words, Huang Xiaolong shook his head, looking unperturbed as he spoke. Truthfully, you 3 really let me down. Had you sincerely submitted, I would have healed your injuries, but now... The killing intent in Huang Xiaolong's eyes was piercing cold. Chen Yifei and his 2 brothers laughed even louder, thick with contempt. His mommy, did I hear right? What did this brat just say? That he's very disappointed with us. Chen Yifei laughed so hard that he was about to tear up. He then looked at Huang Xiaolong with a mocking smile on his face. Brat, you want to kill us? Relying on your measly peak mid-7th order heavenly god realm strength. Chan Iguang guffawed, saying, a peak late 7th order heavenly god realm is saying he's going to kill 3 7th order ancient god realm masters? A bunch of people will die from laughter when I tell this joke. Now I understand why some people die without rhyme or reason. They died while laughing. 3 people's laughter echoed in the hall. Big brother, second brother. This brat has a cow with him, Chen Yicheng reminded his brothers. Chen Yifei and Chan Iguang's laughter was renewed, now containing a trace of malice. Right. This brat still has a cow. Chan Yifei snickered. This brat and that cow want to kill us. Chan Iguang grinned and walked toward Huang Xiaolong. Brat, you must be thinking that our injuries are very heavy. That's why you, with your little strength, dared to take advantage of us. Yes, our injuries were indeed heavy, as we now barely have a 1,000th of our peak strength. But that's enough to kill a 7th order heavenly god realm like you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Seeing how you've saved us before, we'll give you the right to choose how you die. However, Qian Iguang already circulated his god force as he said this, a light shooting out from his index finger. Kill that brat, leave that cow for now. We still need it to bring us out. Chen Yifei reminded. I know, big brother. A sword light shot out from Chen Iguang's hand, slashing vertically at Huang Xiaolong. Just as the sword slash was about to cut Huang Xiaolong into halves, all of a sudden, a giant paw slammed down onto the incoming attack, dissipating the sword light in an instant. While Chen Yifei and Chen Iguang were dumbfounded, 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts appeared in front of them. Ancient cloud-devouring divine beasts. More importantly, there were 2 5th-order ancient god realm cloud-devouring divine beasts. Huang Xiaolong remained calm and indifferent as he looked at 3 brothers. I do not have the strength to kill you all, but these 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts do. Am I right? The 3 Chun brothers' faces turned gloomy in an instant. If the 3 of them weren't injured, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of these 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts. But in reality, their injuries were quite heavy, and it was extremely easy for these 2 beasts to kill them. Had it been other ordinary ancient god realm demonic beasts, They would still have hopes of escaping, but against two ancient divine beasts, there was no chance of surviving this time. Chan Yifei's eyes flickered, quickly saying, "We can give you all of our stuff, including the Chaos Fire metallic stone robes, and also swear loyalty to you." They would wait until they were healed before taking back twice as much. Huang Xiaolong sneered. "You think you have a second chance?" The two cloud-devouring divine beasts threw their heads back, roaring with ferocity. In the next second, their enormous paws slammed down on the three Qin brothers from above. Chan Yifei and his two brothers retreated in a panic. However, the injuries from the pill-blending grand formation caused their speed to decline significantly. The three brothers shot backward like meteors as blood spurted out from their mouths. Before they could react, the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' enormous paws once again fell on them like small mountains. The palace shook violently from the impact, and the three brothers' bodies were distorted out of shape on the palace floor. However, Huang Xiaolong was bewildered. Even after the cloud-devouring divine beasts attacked, there wasn't a single crack or dent on the palace floor, making him wonder what kind of material the floor was made of. Over a dozen minutes had passed. The three brothers were still lying on the floor, unmoving and not breathing. Under the two cloud-devouring diviner beasts' enthusiastic treatment, they had lost all human form. Huang Xiaolong walked up to three unrecognizable meat patties, picking up three Chaos Fire metallic stone robes and spatial rings, whereas the little cow picked up the three godheads, crunching one of them happily. Huang Xiaolong's supreme divine fire flared, burning the three people's remains. Even though these three old men were seventh-order ancient god realm masters, Huang Xiaolong did not feel any pity. Once he advanced to eighth-order heavenly god realm, he'd able to refine that black baboon. That chaos spiritual beast was definitely more powerful than these three brothers. After erasing the three brothers' remains, Huang Xiaolong undid the restrictions over the spatial rings and checked their contents. There was really quite a lot of good stuff inside. Medicinal herbs with ages above 3 and 4 million years, ancient god realm godheads, divine pellets refined by ancient god realm masters, more than 20 billion shinbi, and more than a dozen yellowed cultivation manuals enshrouded by halos. Huang Xiaolong flipped through several random manuals. Judging from the contents, most of them were ancient sex cultivation manuals, most likely found by the Chun brothers in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Now all of these belonged to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong took out all the ancient god realm godheads and gave them to the little cow. Now that he had the Phoenix God Palace's chaos spiritual pills, these ancient god realm godheads were more useful to the little cow. Huang Xiaolong wasn't anxious to start consuming these chaos spiritual pills. His attention fell onto the upper left Phoenix God stone pillar. This stone pillar was probably a transmission point to another space. The little cow also looked at the stone pillar, saying, "The phoenix carved on that stone pillar hides the chaos vermilion scarlet heaven formation. It needs blood from a chaos spiritual beast to activate." Chaos spiritual beast's blood? Huang Xiaolong nodded and extracted some blood from the black baboon corpse. With a wave of his hand, the blood scattered onto the Phoenix God's stone pillar and disappeared before the little cow blew out a cloud of purple lightning. Phoenix flames rose, causing fire element spiritual energy to sweep out like waves. In the glaring red flames, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were quietly transported to another space. The place was also an enormous hall many times bigger than the one outside, and right above it was a phoenix in deep slumber. Its body was 1,000 zhang long with flames dancing around it. Its feather glimmered with 9 iridescent colors. There were also 4 giant pillars in the enormous hall densely inscribed with symbols that released faint fire spiritual energy into the phoenix above. Chaos spiritual beast, the 9-colored divine phoenix. This phoenix has quite the background and is very powerful, the little cow said. But it was injured and entered deep slumber. These 4 pillars' continuous supply of fire element spiritual energy helped it heal, but it still needs another 300 to 400 years to wake up. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He did not expect a slumbering 9-colored divine phoenix to be in this separate space. Since the little cow said it was very powerful, then Huang Xiaolong believed it must be. He was curious who injured it to this extent, Then he remembered the pill blending tower that was almost completely destroyed by someone. Could it be the same person? This 9-colored divine phoenix is a treasure from head to toe, especially its blood. If you can use it for cultivation, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. The little cow's tone changed at this point, shaking its head. However, its innate divine fire is too strong. Forget about drawing blood from its body. Even a 10th-order ancient god realm master would instantly be turned to ashes upon touching the divine flames enshrouding this 9-color divine phoenix. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered with unwillingness. Is there no way about it? No, the little cow bluntly answered without hesitation. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling disappointed, shifting his attention to other corners of the hall. That is? Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up as his gaze fell onto a translucent red crystal stuck on the wall further away. It was as big as 2 fists put together and shaped like a rhombus. This red rhomboid crystal emitted a faint glow and had red lines of fire element spiritual energy roiling within. It's a phoenix fire crystal. Recognizing the crystal, Xianxia cried out in excitement, its eyes shining with delight. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. That phoenix fire crystal most likely belonged to this 9-colored divine phoenix. The little cow explained. Phoenixes like to cultivate while being perched on wudong trees. As time passes, their divine flame's heat crystallizes the tree's sap, condensing energy crystals like this phoenix fire crystal. Consuming the phoenix fire crystal tempers one's body, godhead, and soul, increasing their strength exponentially. A feverish light shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as his palms spread in the air, pulling the crystal into his hand. It felt hot for a moment, but soon warm energy flowed into his body through his palm. But I have to say that your current cultivation is still too low. If you try to eat this phoenix fire crystal right now, you'll turn into ash in less than a second. Huang Xiaolong nodded cautiously. This phoenix fire crystal was left behind by the 9-colored divine phoenix and contained terrifying fire spiritual energy. If he consumed it, even his 3 supreme godheads and true divine dragon physique would have a hard time refining the energy inside. At that time, Huang Xiaolong was sure he would need the little cow's help. He then kept the phoenix fire crystal into his azure ring and searched the hall. After a while, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow exited the 9-colored divine phoenix space, arriving in the hall outside. Back in the outer hall, Huang Xiaolong once again looked at the chaos spiritual pills inlaid on the 4 crystal walls. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement as he wondered how much his strength would rise after refining all these pills. There were 40 chaos spiritual pills inside this hall. Pacifying his excited heart, Huang Xiaolong walked toward the center of the hall. A force from his palm dislodged one of the chaos spiritual pills from a wall. On the surface of this chaos spiritual pill flickered the shadow of a fire qilin. The phoenix and qilin auras intermingled inside the pill. Just a sniff caused the fire element spiritual energy to warm up his body, feeling as if every inch of his flesh had just been tempered. It was warm and comfortable. Huang Xiaolong quickly sat down cross-legged and swallowed a chaos spiritual pill into his mouth. To any other heavenly god realm cultivator, including peak late 10th order masters, directly swallowing a chaos spiritual pill was equivalent to seeking death. But with Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads, he had no such worries. The moment the chaos spiritual pill entered his body, it immediately turned into surging hot energy that grew more intense and powerful with each second. In the beginning, the energy flow resembled a small gentle stream that grew into the roaring waves of an ocean. Huang Xiaolong promptly circulated his god force to absorb the energy within that chaos spiritual pill. The more he absorbed, the more fire element spiritual energy gathered around him, forming 2 vague shapes of a phoenix and qilin as time passed. Above Huang Xiaolong's head was a hovering blue primordial divine dragon. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, Huang Xiaolong consumed those chaos spiritual pills one after another, all of them fire attributed. With every pill he consumed, his true divine dragon physique, 3 supreme godheads, and soul were continuously tempered by the fire element spiritual energy contained within. After being tempered by over a dozen different chaos spiritual pills, Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique, 3 supreme godheads, and soul became several times stronger than before. Huang Xiaolong's already monstrous true divine dragon physique became even more monstrous. With just one punch, he could shatter a divine artifact forged by a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm master. Staying in this hall for the past 6 years, Huang Xiaolong discovered another space that kept books related to alchemy. In his free time, Huang Xiaolong would enter that space and read. Because of this, his alchemy knowledge had expanded greatly, and so did his alchemy refining skills during these 6 years. Whereas Xianxia continued to crunch godheads as always, sleeping every time it finished eating an ancient god realm godhead, only to repeat these actions after it woke up. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was practicing his moves with the devilish heavenly snake sword. Sword chi rose high in the air, splitting the white clouds above. Previously, the sword needed the giant tribe patriarch and 5 other eminent grand elders to hold it in order to bring out its full power. But now, Huang Xiaolong managed to manipulate all 6 swords alone. Moreover, the power he could exert while holding the devilish heavenly snake sword was comparable to Zhu Wufei's. A few seconds later, the sword light vanished and Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared on the square. "It's time to leave," he thought to himself. He had refined all the chaos spiritual pills in the hall in these 6 years. There was no benefit in remaining here in the Phoenix God Palace. There were a little over 3 years left. Huang Xiaolong wanted to use this time to try searching for the Grand Mist Aura despite how unlikely it was to find it. He was extremely unwilling to give up on the search. Feeling the vast energy flowing through his body, Huang Xiaolong threw his head back, letting out a resounding roar. 6 years passed, and his cultivation had risen to late 9th order heavenly god realm. 6 years from peak mid-7th order heavenly god realm to late 9th order heavenly god realm. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had never dared to think this was possible. But before leaving, he should refine the black baboon corpse into a puppet. He hadn't tried to refine the black baboon yet, but now that he was already a late 9th order heavenly god realm and had the help of 2 5th order ancient god realm cloud devouring divine beasts, there was no longer any danger in refining it. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong took out the black baboon corpse. Looking at the beast the size of a small mountain, he stared, refining it using the Grand Mist puppetry technique. The refinement this time was actually much easier than Huang Xiaolong had expected. In a short dozen days, he had succeeded. What delighted him further was the fact that the black baboon's strength was higher than he had estimated. A late 7th order ancient god realm. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the black baboon chaos spiritual beast, in a valley not far from where he was on the Bloodyang mainland, the Soul Tribe's young Lord Hun Dishan and the 4 great grand elders were attacking an ancient divine formation in order to break through. They were originally headed to the Lightning Lagoon mainland to capture the 2 Azura kings. But as they were passing by the Bloodyang mainland, they were attacked by a group of ghouls and evil spirits and ended up being trapped inside this ancient formation. They had been trapped for several years now. The more Hun Dishan thought about the matter, the more enraged he became and the harder he attacked the formation. Moments later, the ancient formation shattered, and the 5 regained their freedom at last. After breaking free from the ancient formation that had been trapping them for so long, Hun Dishan was enraged seeing a sea of evil spirits and ghouls rushing towards them. His god force surged to the peak, causing roiling black clouds to gather above him. Soul Cave Light Wave. Hun Dishan's eyes shone like 2 exploding suns, shooting out rays of light. Rumble. The evil spirits and ghouls nearest to him were knocked back, exploding into shapeless clouds of energy before being swallowed by the large black hole at the end of the lights. Kill. Hun Dishan's figure flickered in and out like a vanishing hurricane, diving into the swarm of ghouls and evil spirits as he began a frenzied slaughter. If it weren't for these annoying evil spirits and ghouls, they wouldn't have been trapped inside this ancient formation for several years. After a few years went by, who knows if the 2 Azura kings were still on the Lightning Lagoon mainland. Whenever it crossed Hun Dishan's mind that he wouldn't be able to complete the task his father gave him, his anger intensified, leaving only killing in his mind. Countless evil spirits and ghouls exploded as a result. Grand Elder Hun Xing frowned watching Hun Dishan's behavior. He then took a step forward, advising, "Young Lord, we must hurry to the Lightning Lagoon mainland right now." Only then did Hun Dishan stop, turning around as he said, "I know." Immediately, the group of 5 hastened onward to the Lightning Lagoon mainland, which wasn't far from the Bloodyong mainland. At this time, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had left the immortal Phoenix God Faith Palace. Coming out from the flaming fir primeval forest, the two of them searched the surroundings for things they might have missed. "Master, how about we try our luck on the Lightning Lagoon mainland?" Xianxia suggested. "Lightning Lagoon mainland?" Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the little cow. The little cow elaborated. "The Lightning Lagoon mainland is a short distance away from this Bloodyong mainland. We can reach it in 10 days. On that mainland is a Chaos Lightning Lagoon that has existed even before the divine world came to be. If we can find it and cultivate inside for a period, it would be a great harvest." Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened. There was actually a Chaos Lightning Lagoon on that mainland. There were treasures at every turn in this extraterritorial devil battlefield. Even though there were numerous magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits everywhere, if they could find a cultivation dwelling left behind by an ancient master or a treasure like the Chaos Lightning Lagoon, that would be Lady Luck smiling on them. But it won't be easy to find this Chaos Lightning Lagoon. I've been there a few times only to return empty-handed. The little cow shook its head, lamenting. It is a mystical place that can transform into any type of entity, undetectable even when it moves. Not even a world overlord can sense it. On top of that, it is always moving, its exact location unpredictable. A wry expression crept up Huang Xiaolong's face. It seems like this kind of treasure was never easy to find. The Chaos Lightning Lagoon and the Grand Mist Aura were alike in this aspect. Still, compared to the Grand Mist Aura, the Chaos Lightning Lagoon was slightly better. At least it was determined to be on the Lightning Lagoon mainland, whereas there were no clues at all as to where the Grand Mist Aura could be. Although he knew that the Chaos Lightning Lagoon was difficult to find, Huang Xiaolong still chose to make a trip to the Lightning Lagoon mainland with the little cow to try his luck. As Xianxia said before, he had the most heaven-defying luck it had ever seen. Maybe he had good enough luck to actually find the Chaos Lightning Lagoon. Heading to the Lightning Lagoon mainland, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow traveled on the 2 cloud-devouring divine beast puppets. As for the black baboon, Bing Jui Xietu, and Xiedu, they were inside the Shumi temple. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow arrived at the Lightning Lagoon mainland. Some distance from the mainland, Huang Xiaolong already felt the terrifying lightning force in the atmosphere. The air above the mainland was filled with dense lightning clouds, covering the entire place. Probably because of the overbearing lightning clouds, the devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi around here were thinner than other places. The moment Huang Xiaolong entered the Lightning Lagoon mainland's territory, his holy dragon supreme godhead reacted, attracting lightning spiritual energy from the lightning clouds above into his body. Not only that, there were streams of lightning spiritual energy from deep underground that were swallowed by his holy dragon supreme godhead. Huang Xiaolong was akin to a giant whale drinking water in the sea. Soon, the surrounding lightning spiritual energy formed lightning dragons, dancing around him. Watching this scene, the little cow was inwardly beating its chest and stomping the ground, hating heaven's unfairness. In a sense, it could be considered as the ancestor of lightning, but Huang Xiaolong's speed of absorbing the surroundings' lightning force was faster. In truth, he was slightly, just a little bit, faster than its speed. What the hell is happening? The entire journey, the little cow could not figure it out what kind of supreme godhead he had. It seemed to possess all kinds of elements. Huang Xiaolong's godhead could seemingly devour all energy in existence. Weird. The little cow searched through the memories in its mind, yet still couldn't pinpoint which kind of supreme godhead Huang Xiaolong has. What is it? Huang Xiaolong casually asked. Master, if the unique physique you have wasn't the true divine dragon physique, I really would think you're the son of heaven. Is the son of heaven very strong? Huang Xiaolong asked the thought that came to his mind. Of course. The little cow answered with a solemn expression. Because he's the son of heaven. That means he's the darling of the universe and heavenly Tao, born of the purest heaven and earth energy. Moreover, the moment the Son of Heaven is born, he possesses the most powerful Supreme Godhead, the Heaven Tao Supreme Godhead. At the same time, he also has the number 1 unique physique, the Heaven Tao Godly Physique, the most powerful Supreme Godhead, the Heaven Tao Supreme Godhead, the number 1 unique physique, the Heaven Tao Godly Physique. There were 100 kinds of Supreme Godheads in the universe. This was common knowledge, however, no one knew what they were. He did not expect the little cow to say that the strongest was the Heaven Tao Supreme Godhead. Heaven Tao Supreme Godhead. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed solemnly, but the desire to compete surged in Huang Xiaolong's heart. If he ever came across this Son of Heaven, he definitely wanted to see who's better. Although he did not have the most powerful Heaven Tao Supreme Godhead, Huang Xiaolong was still confident that the 3 Supreme Godheads he condensed were in no way any worse than that Son of Heaven's Godhead. Xianxia, do you know of other Supreme Godheads? Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. He really wanted to know where his 3 Supreme Godheads ranked compared to others. Among the 100 Supreme Godheads, I only know a few, not all of them. The little cow shook its head. But I assume your Supreme Godhead should be within the top 10. Strangely though, even if your Supreme Godhead is within the top 10, your cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast, not any slower than the legendary Son of Heaven. This was why the little cow was so baffled. Then again, the little cow didn't know that Huang Xiaolong had 3 Supreme Godheads instead of 1. Furthermore, it was likely that all 3 were within the top 10. It was reasonable for someone who had 3 top 10 Supreme Godheads to have a cultivation speed comparable to the Son of Heaven. Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia continued forward on the Lightning Lagoon mainland in this manner as they searched for the Lightning Lagoon. Half a month later, they still hadn't found the Lightning Lagoon, but they did find some other treasures. On this day, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow came to a hilly region. In front was a group of people flying in their direction. Huang Xiaolong was stunned when he saw the face of a person within the group. The Soul Tribe's young lord, Hun Dishan. The little cow also recognized Hun Dishan and snorted coldly, a malicious gleam in its eyes. In the distance, Hun Dishan and the 4 Soul Tribe Grand Elders were searching for the 2 Azura Kings' whereabouts when they flew toward Huang Xiaolong's direction. Hun Dishan did not pay the young man flying towards them any attention, for Huang Xiaolong disguised himself as a Soul Tribe member. Now that Huang Xiaolong appeared with a different face, Hun Dishan naturally couldn't recognize him. But when his gaze shifted to the little cow, Hun Dishan was stunned for a moment. Then, looking at the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts under Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, a cold light gleamed in his eyes. He had once found 2 cloud-devouring divine beast corpses with unique but subtle features that he was familiar with, and the 2 in front of him also had them exactly the same. Hun Dishan stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong's group, his sharp gaze locked on Huang Xiaolong. "You're that punk?" Hun Dishan sharply questioned Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled nonchalantly, replying, "Soul Tribe young lord's eyesight is quite good, recognizing me so fast. It really is you." Killing intent erupted in Hun Dishan's eyes. Fury like never before burned in his heart. If it wasn't for this damn punk, he wouldn't have been punished by his father, locked inside the dungeon for a year, where he was tortured by the burning of geocentric fire. If it wasn't for this damn punk, he might have probably already succeeded in refining the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts. The treasury key would be safe where it was, and an entire hill filled with 50-million-year-old herbs wouldn't have been stolen, including treasures like the nether spirit beads. "Young lord, this kid is?" Watching Hun Dishan's enraged expression, Grand Elder Hun Xing asked, feeling a little confused. "He's the thief that stole our tribe's treasury key," Hun Dishan roared, glaring hatefully at Huang Xiaolong. "What him?" Hun Xing, Hun Cheng, Hun Biwu, and Hun Xian. The Soul Tribe's great 4 Grand Elders were taken aback, but in the next second, killing intent surged from their bodies. In a flicker, 4 figures surrounded Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. "Punk, You've got some dog guts to sneak into our soul tribe, stealing the treasury key. You even stole an entire hill of 50-million-year-old herbs, nether spirit beads, and ancient god realm godheads. Han Xing's eyes were exceptionally cold. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was surrounded by the 4 Grand Elders, Han Dishan sneered. Looks like your illusion technique is quite good enough to fool our eminent elders guarding the treasury. His gaze fell onto the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts, adding, It seems you also know a puppetry technique, hee, and it seems to be very profound. This is really a pleasant surprise for me, Han Dishan could tell at a glance that Huang Xiaolong was the one controlling the 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts. Such technique was many times better than his. He understood very well what it meant to have a powerful controlling technique. Ah! Han Dishan suddenly exclaimed as if he had just noticed something unbelievable. His widened eyes stared at Huang Xiaolong like a stranger all of a sudden. A few years back when he hunted Huang Xiaolong, he was just a 6th order heavenly god realm, but now this punk was already a late 9th order heavenly god realm. How is this possible? Han Dishan muttered dazedly under his breath. Young lord, what is it? What is impossible? Han Cheng asked lowly. There was confusion in his eyes. Han Dishan sucked in a breath of cold air, replying, A few years back when I chased after this punk, he was still a 6th order heavenly god realm. 6th order heavenly god realm. Han Xing and the other 3 Grand Elders slightly trembled. Young lord, you're saying that this kid broke through from 6th order to late 9th order heavenly god realm in a few years. Are you sure he was only a 6th order at that time? Han Xing asked. Han Dishan nodded. I remember it clearly. The 4 Soul Tribe Grand Elders' burning gazes locked onto Huang Xiaolong like they were staring at a chaos treasure. The fact that this kid can break through from 6th order to late 9th order heavenly god realm in a short few years shows there must be a great secret on him. Han Xing's lit up with expectations. Even their soul tribe's first ancestor did not have such terrifying cultivation speed. The 5 people's eyes reflected each other's excitement and greed, akin to 5 big wolves seeing a juicy piece of meat. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly looking at their expressions. It was clear to him that these 4 Soul Tribe Grand Elder strength was about the same level as the 3 old men who attempted to pass through the pill-blending Grand Formation, early 7th Order Ancient God Realm. Although there were 4 of them, his black baboon could easily abuse them to death. As for Han Dishan, a mere peak mid-3rd Order Ancient God Realm, any one of the cloud-devouring divine beasts could smash him to death with a paw. Looks like coming to this lightning lagoon mainland was the right decision. Although we didn't find the 2 Azura Kings, the Patriarch will not blame us for not completing the task if capture this kid. Han Xian laughed happily. If we search this kid's memories and get his shocking secret, the Patriarch will reward us instead. A smile bloomed on Han Xing's face. While the 5 of them were happily laughing and discussing Huang Xiaolong's great secret, the space around them shook as a horrifying pressure came bearing down on them. Before Han Dishan, Han Xing, and the others' astounded faces, a giant black beast resembling a baboon appeared in front of them. The cheerful smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by deep horror. BL? Chaos spiritual beast? Black baboon? Furthermore, from the overwhelming pressure it exuded, this black baboon was close to advancing to 8th Order Ancient God Realm. Perhaps it already was an 8th Order Ancient God Realm Chaos spiritual beast. You! Han Xing and the other 4 paled as they looked incredulously at Huang Xiaolong. Before they could say a word, the black baboon's fist slammed down like a hammer onto the Soul Tribe Grand Elders. Terrified, the 4 of them swiftly jumped away while sending attacks toward the black baboon at the same time. Huang Xiaolong shifted his attention to Han Dishan, while the black baboon was dealing with the 4 Grand Elders, calmly asking, Soul Tribe Young Lord, just now you mentioned that your purpose in coming to this lightning lagoon mainland is to find 2 Azura Kings? Han Dishan's expression at this moment was distorted with anger but did not speak. Huang Xiaolong snorted and the cloud-devouring divine beast below him struck its paw onto Han Dishan, half burying him into the ground below. Han Xing and the other 3 Grand Elders watched as Han Dishan shot towards the ground, helpless to do anything as they were already having a hard time trying to dodge the black baboon's attack. The cloud-devouring divine beast struck once more, causing Hundishan's to be completely buried. After a few more hammering attacks, the cloud-devouring divine beast finally stopped. A force pulled Hundishan's limp body out of the pit toward Huang Xiaolong, who then began to search through his memories. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong had gone through all of Hundishan's memories. Disappointingly, he did not find the two Azura Kings' location, only that they were on the Lightning Lagoon mainland. Why these two Azura Kings appeared on the Lightning Lagoon mainland and what the secret behind their presence here was, Hundishan didn't know. A short while later, the Black Baboon had taken care of the four Grand Elders, taking their bodies and spatial rings to Huang Xiaolong. He kept away all these people's spatial rings and left their godheads to the little cow. However, just as Huang Xiaolong and the little cow prepared to leave, sounds of applause rang in the air as a young man in crimson robes emerged from the void, exuding a sharp blade chi aura. This young man was the Bladeless Gate's young lord that Huang Xiaolong and the little cow had seen battling before. Marvelous! Marvelous! The Bladeless Gate young man applauded with a smile on his face. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. It never crossed his mind that this Bladeless Gate young lord would hide and spectate, escaping everyone's detection. The Bladeless Gate's young lord continued as he pleased despite Huang Xiaolong's obvious wariness towards him. I am Du Tao of Bladeless Gate. This brother came to search for the Chaos Lightning Lagoon, right? Could you be interested in cooperating with me? Not interested. Huang Xiaolong's rejection was blunt and straightforward. Leaving those two words behind, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow turned and left. Du Tao was stupefied for a second by this response. Huang Xiaolong's group of four disappeared amidst the streaks of lightning flashing around the Lightning Lagoon mainland. Some time later, the little cow curled its lips and said, "That brat wanted to kill you just now." Huang Xiaolong sneered. But he's uncertain if he could. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling they would meet again in the future. Du Tao. Huang Xiaolong committed the name to memory. As they moved forward, a group of strange creatures made of energy, with first-order ancient god realm strength, rushed towards them in attack. Forgoing the two cloud-devouring divine beasts and the black baboon, Huang Xiaolong dealt with them easily. With a wave of his hand, those strange creatures collapsed, completely swallowed by him. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow continued onward, swallowing magic beasts, ghouls, and magic spirits' energy to increase their cultivation, as they searched for the Chaos Lightning Lagoon. Along the way, they didn't come across the two Azura Kings Hundishan mentioned. Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to give up, continuing to roam on the Lightning Lagoon mainland for half a year, but he ended up with no harvest. Forget it. Let's leave, Huang Xiaolong said, shaking his head. The All Islands Great War was around the corner. He had no time to waste on the Lightning Lagoon mainland anymore. He could only come again in the future to try his luck again after the All Islands Great War. Hence, the two of them left the Lightning Lagoon mainland, stopping at an uninhabited planet 1 month later. The planet was a dark golden color, as if it was made entirely out of metal. A very concentrated luo metal element aura. Standing in outer space, the little cow exclaimed as it looked at the planet below them. The luo metal element was one of the rarer metal element auras in the divine world, used to forge the higher grade divine armor, able to increase the divine armor's defense. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow descended on the planet. When his feet touched the ground, a zheng sound of metal rang from his feet, resembling the sound of divine artifacts clashing. Huang Xiaolong looked down, the sand below his feet like grains of metal. In the depth of this planet there is most likely a metal element spiritual vein, quite a high-grade one as well. It should be at least grade 5, the little cow deduced as it looked around. Grade 5, and that was the lowest estimation. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. In a flicker, he attempted to drill into the metal ground only to find that he couldn't. Even his eye of hell could not see through the earth below. Do you have a way to find it? Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow. Let me try, the little cow replied. This planet they were on was a little weird, the little cow wasn't sure if it could find the spiritual vein. At this time, the ancient lightning symbol on its forehead appeared and grew increasingly prominent, causing purple lightning to flicker and expand, gathering into a purple lightning aura that slowly flowed into the metal ground. Currently, the little cow's strength was still low, so its purple lightning could only expand in a 1,000-li radius. A while later, the lightning symbol on the little cow's forehead slowly dimmed, and the purple lightning aura receded back into its body. Panting, it shook its head at Huang Xiaolong. This method of investigation consumed a lot of god force. Huang Xiaolong also did not force the little cow to continue searching. Riding on the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow continued to move forward. Strangely, they did not come across any magic beasts, ghouls, or evil spirits. Not a single one. The whole planet seemed empty of living creatures. However, just as Huang Xiaolong's group came to a grassland, a swarm of insects similar to bees flew out to attack them. This swarm had several thousand insects, but Huang Xiaolong noticed that they were weak, mostly around early and mid-first order ancient god realm, so his palm struck out with an earthen Buddha palm toward the swarm of bees, not feeling much concern. Golden Buddha images spread over the sky, causing a large number of those bee-like insects to plummet to the ground. However, Huang Xiaolong was astonished when he saw that those fallen insects flapped their wings and alighted again, joining the big swarm in attacking Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. This reminded him of the time when he tried to tame a swarm of poisonous corpse insects in the lower realm. These little guys look like the golden gorb insects. The little cow cried out in amazement. Golden gorb insect? Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger toward the flying swarm, sending out an absolute soul finger, but it only left a faint fingerprint on one of the golden gorb insects instead of piercing through its body. These golden gorb insects are a variant ancient insect. Although their attack is not powerful, they are hard to kill. Most annoying of all, they eat everything and anything. Once one of them is stuck on your body. Once that happens, there's only death. The little cow added, "Don't underestimate this swarm of golden gore insect because their first-order ancient god realm strength, most second-order, and third-order ancient god realm cultivators are incapable of killing them." Huang Xiaolong looked at the little cow, shocked. Even second-order and third-order ancient god realm couldn't kill them. No doubt, these golden gorb insects' defense was terrifying. Ancient variant insect, right? They really had some similarities to the poisonous corpse insects he tamed in the lower realm. In that instant, the thought of taming this swarm of golden gorb insects came to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong immediately took action. His palm pulled several golden gorb insects to his front. Unfortunately, despite his diligent efforts in cultivating the Grand Mist parasite medium these past few years, he still couldn't master the first stage. Thus, his only choice was the soul mandate technique to control these golden gorb insects. With the little cow and the two cloud-devouring divine beasts' help, Huang Xiaolong spent almost 4 hours to tame this swarm of over 3,600 golden gorb insects. From the memories of these insects, this dark golden planet was the golden gorb insects' breeding ground. Deep underground, the number of golden gorb insects surpassed hundreds of millions. On top of that, their king's strength exceeded the ancient god realm. Cold sweat trickled down Huang Xiaolong's forehead at the thought of this. No wonder he did not notice any magic beasts, ghouls, or evil spirits on this planet. All of them were probably eaten by these golden gorb insects. Huang Xiaolong told the little cow about this, nearly causing it to jump out of its skin in shock. The two were no longer interested in lingering around this planet, leaving with the swarm of golden gorb insects. In the blink of an eye, another year went by. Huang Xiaolong had advanced to peak late 9th order heavenly god realm. Just half a step more and his strength would reach 10th order heavenly god realm. At this point, there were less than 2 years until the All Islands Great War. The most disappointing factor of this trip was he did not find the Grand Mist aura. No clues at all. Huang Xiaolong decided he would return to the Green Cloud Island if he could not find the Grand Mist aura in the next 2 months. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's decision to return 2 months later if they didn't find anything, the little cow nodded in agreement. That's a feasible plan. Return earlier to make the necessary preparations. You'll soon be able to see your Li Lu after the All Islands Great War. At the mention of Li Lu, her dainty face appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Also, the thing sealed under the 100 Beasts Summit is very likely the ancestral dragon fruit. The little cow reminded and continued, if we return earlier, we can go to the 100 Beasts Summit and take the ancestral dragon fruit. With it, you can break through to 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded. What the little cow said was precisely his plan. This was also the reason why he wished to go back earlier. At that time, he failed to break the seal on the 100 Beasts Summit. Now he had the black baboon, the seal would no longer be a hindrance. Night arrived in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and the surrounding devil chi became denser still. On this night, Huang Xiaolong was standing on flat ground on a mountain slope, staring at boundless space. From time to time, the mundane night would be broken by magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits' cries. As Huang Xiaolong was contemplating, the mountain he was on shook violently all of a sudden. In the second after, the whole mountain broke apart, shattered rocks shooting out in all directions. Huang Xiaolong saw the little cow rush out from the cave to his side. Both looked tense and wary. They immediately saw a giant insect resembling a centipede drill out from the ground. The centipede was over 100,000 meters long and had numerous long legs extending a few hundred meters, glistening with chilling coldness. Its eyes were akin to twins' lakes, its aura earth-shattering. Ancient variant thousand legs worm, the little cow shouted in astonishment, quickly adding, its entire body is toxic. On top of that, this thousand legs worm's strength was likely to be 10th Order Ancient God Realm, even late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Run! Huang Xiaolong shouted. Huang Xiaolong summoned the black baboon from the Shumi Temple, bringing him and the little cow away from the mountain in a flicker through teleportation. When the thousand legs worm saw that its attack did not injure Huang Xiaolong, a sharp shrill roar reverberated through the air, traveling thousands of miles. With a swing of its tail, it chased up to Huang Xiaolong. Its blade-sharp pointed legs slashed at him. The black baboon teleported once more with Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, barely dodging the thousand legs worm's lethal attack as the sharp edge of its leg brushed past Huang Xiaolong's right cheek. The previous mountain below ceased to exist, split and shattered by the thousand legs worm, crumbling to the ground. Huang Xiaolong reached up to touch his cheek, feeling his palm wet with blood flowing out from a long blade cut. But the cut soon disappeared, healed without any scarring. Ever since he broke through to peak late 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, his true divine dragon physique's healing ability had reached a shocking degree. Seeing that the tiny human once again dodged its attack, the thousand legs worm let out an angry roar. Its eyes turned a creepy red, glinting with malice. Its speed increased several times, catching up to Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Huang Xiaolong looked up at the thousand legs worm's leg cutting down on him, looking unexpectedly calm. In the next second, a bright light burst out from his body, causing a majestic dragon might to sweep out like a tempest as a resounding dragon roar filled the air, as if coming from the primordial times. Huang Xiaolong transformed into a primordial divine dragon. His tail flicked and the thousand legs worm's attack missed his vital organs, but made a long cut across Huang Xiaolong's dragon body. Dragon scales splintered, blood spurting out like arrows. "Master, are you all right?" The little cow shouted. "I'm fine." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. At this time, the thousand legs worm's front blades once again struck down, drawing several thousand long blades light in the dark sky. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow and the black baboon were about to be split into two, when suddenly, the blade light shattered as a giant black hole appeared where they were. An irresistible suction force came from the black hole, pulling the thousand legs worm into it in an instant, followed by Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the black baboon. Against the terrifying suction force, Huang Xiaolong and the others were powerless to resist. The world swirled upside down in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, arriving in a foggy gray space. That ferocious thousand legs worm was nowhere in sight. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Where's this exactly? He had a feeling they were no longer in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. This space should a naturally formed independent space. The little cow was also bewildered as it looked around. A naturally formed independent space was rarer than rare. Never had it imagined they would be sucked into an independent space in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. How do we get out of here? A very crucial question came to Huang Xiaolong's mind. If they couldn't leave, did that mean they would die in entrapment? The little cow replied, "A naturally formed independent space like this has no exit, but there is a way to get out of any independent space." Huang Xiaolong nodded. It seems they had no choice but to look for the exit slowly. The All Islands Great War was always on Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he didn't have much time. He had found a way to leave this space within a year. After deciding on a direction, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow flew forward with the black baboon following closely behind them. Huang Xiaolong was soon astounded at the vastness of this place, far surpassing his and the little cow's imagination. 1 month later, they still hadn't seen the edge of the independent space. At their speed, they could have circled the Green Cloud Mountain in 1 month. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong began to feel anxious. A few more days passed when Huang Xiaolong stopped abruptly, looking at the vast space in front of him where a 10,000 zhang long bright purple dragon was hovering. Purple dragon? How could there be a purple dragon in this independent space? No, not right. Not a purple dragon. Having the twin dragon's martial spirits, and having refined several pieces of ancestral dragon tree bark that contained the ancestral dragon aura, Huang Xiaolong was extremely sensitive toward the dragon clan's presence. But the dragon in front of him had no dragon aura whatsoever. That's purple grand mist aura. The little cow's sharp, excited shriek sounded in Huang Xiaolong's ears. Purple grand mist aura. Huang Xiaolong's body shook slightly. They had set out to find the grand mist aura. But what was this purple grand mist aura? The quality of grand mist aura is also divided into high and low. The highest quality is precisely this purple grand mist aura, exuding a bright purple light. The purple grand mist aura in front of us is close to evolution. The dragon you see is the form taken by the purple grand mist aura. Master, if you refine this purple grand mist aura, then the latter part needed no explanation. Huang Xiaolong was close to whooping with joy and excitement. Who would have thought purple grand mist aura would be inside this independent space? Huang Xiaolong was unable to calm down for a long time. Right at this time, the purple grand mist aura dragon flew toward Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. That purple grand mist aura dragon arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong and the little cow before either of them could react. Huang Xiaolong panicked and sent a palm strike by reflex. His strike shook the surrounding space. However, the purple grand mist aura dragon disregarded Huang Xiaolong's attack as it flew through into his body through his palm, causing him to scream in panic, feeling that his entire right arm was on the verge of exploding. The purple dragon had forcefully entered his meridian. Huang Xiaolong's meridian was akin to a water pipe 10 centimeters wide. A several hundred zhang long purple dragon swimming into his meridian all of a sudden caused him pain that was beyond unbearable. In a few short breaths' time, the purple grand mist aura dragon had drilled into Huang Xiaolong's body. His entire right arm was emitting a bright purple light. The purple grand mist aura dragon subsequently moved up to his chest through his meridian. The bright purple light inched up to the right side of his chest. Huang Xiaolong's face went white from the agonizing pain. The flesh from his right arm to his chest throbbed violently, and another scream rose from Huang Xiaolong's throat. The little cow was pacing anxiously, then quickly blew a cloud of purple lightning over Huang Xiaolong's head, raining a storm of purple lightning liquid over him. With this purple lightning liquid, the pain of Huang Xiaolong's expanding flesh reduced significantly. Yet the pain did not go away. Huang Xiaolong even circulated his god force, attempting to restrict and control the purple grand mist aura dragon to no avail. The purple dragon wasn't something he could control. The grand mist aura dragon moved further following Huang Xiaolong's god meridians. A cultivator's god meridians formed when they stepped into the heavenly god realm and were more complex than the blood vessels in one's body. If the purple grand mist aura dragon was going to make a full circle through Huang Xiaolong's god meridians, it would take a few days at its current speed. A few days. It had only been a few minutes, yet Huang Xiaolong already felt it hard to endure. As the Grand Mist Aura Dragon moved along inside Huang Xiaolong's body, the Grand Mist Aura flowing out from it burned his meridians. The Grand Mist Aura's energy was simply too overwhelming, greatly exceeding the limit of Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique many times over. Watching this, the little cow was worried and anxious, but it had no way to help. If it was any other grade of Grand Mist Aura rather than the purple one, Xianxia's purple lightning liquid would be able to suppress it to some extent, but this was the purple Grand Mist Aura. Coupled with its current level of strength, all it could do was to help Huang Xiaolong's body heal faster, speed up the recovery of Huang Xiaolong's burned god meridians, and reduce his pain. Half an hour passed and Huang Xiaolong bent over in pain. 1 hour later, he entered a semi-comatose state. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong's soul strong enough to maintain a vague consciousness. 3 days passed in this manner. As the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon continued to destroy Huang Xiaolong's god meridians, the surface of his body shone radiantly with the same purple light as the dragon. From afar, Huang Xiaolong can be described as purple human light stick. Another 2 days went by and the purple dragon had made a complete cycle through Huang Xiaolong's god meridians before swimming into his god sea, hovering above his 3 supreme godheads. In Huang Xiaolong's god sea, resplendent lights enveloped his 3 supreme godheads. At this point, Huang Xiaolong was lying on the ground in the independent space, completely unconscious. The purple light enveloping him grew stronger as time passed. While comatose, Huang Xiaolong's consciousness entered another space, a purple ocean world. The temperature here changed drastically and erratically, from scorching hot to bone-deep cold. The little cow retrieved its purple lightning cloud at this point. Although unnoticeable, its face was bloodlessly pale, slumping to the ground in exhaustion. Despite its miserable condition, there was happiness in its eyes, for it could see that Huang Xiaolong survived the purple Grand Mist Aura's overwhelming energy flowing through his god meridians. Right now, his meridians were being reconstructed by the purple Grand Mist Aura absorbed by his flesh. Even though Xianxia didn't know how long it would take, it knew that Huang Xiaolong was no longer in danger for the time being. Even so, it dared not lower its vigilance. After swallowing several divine pellets, it sat at Huang Xiaolong's side, keeping watch. As the purple Grand Mist Aura left in Huang Xiaolong's god meridians spread throughout his body, from his internal organs, flesh and blood, bones, blood vessels, skin, and hair, it began to integrate into every part of him, causing the purple light around his body to become stronger still. 2 months passed. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows and hair, like everything else, had turned into brilliant rays of purple light. Subsequently, his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears all melted into the purple light. Only a bright sphere of purple light remained. Even the little cow was unable to see through the light to check on Huang Xiaolong's condition, only being able to judge Huang Xiaolong's safety through the thumping sounds of a heartbeat. However, at one point when that strong heartbeat became slow and weak, the little cow's heart hung in the air. Half a year later, Huang Xiaolong's heartbeat was almost non-existent, only beating once an hour, seemingly on the edge of collapse. The little cow was pacing back and forth at Huang Xiaolong's side, extremely anxious. All of a sudden, on the 10th month, the heartbeats coming from the sphere of purple light grew stronger and continued to rise to the point where the entire space shook with each heartbeat. The little cow was dumbfounded, inwardly cursing your mother. If it didn't know the person inside was Huang Xiaolong, it would have thought the purple light sphere was concealing a giant ancient beast. 1 year went by. Sonorous echoes of a heartbeat continued to boom in the independent space. The little cow had retreated far away a long time ago. The black baboon stood beside the little cow, grunting as it stared at the purple light sphere. Another 2 months passed. On this day, the purple light sphere expanded without warning until it was a giant ball 100 li in radius. Bang! The giant ball exploded, revealing Huang Xiaolong's figure in the little cow's sight. Huang Xiaolong stood in the air, his perfect body glimmering with a faint purple glow, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The little cow stared at Huang Xiaolong with widened eyes. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. As his fists clenched, the entire space quaked. This? Huang Xiaolong discovered he had broken through from late 9th Order Heavenly God Realm to late 10th Order. Huang Xiaolong looked at his hands and feet. His whole body, after the purple Grand Mist Aura's remodification, was so strong that Huang Xiaolong was unable to describe it. Sensing the purple Grand Mist Aura dragon hovering above his 3 supreme godheads, his throat went dry. When this purple Grand Mist Aura dragon was circulating his god meridians, the amount of Grand Mist Aura spreading throughout his body was probably only a fraction of its energy, yet it enabled him to break through from late 9th Order to late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. If he refined the entire purple Grand Mist Aura dragon, how much would his strength rise? In the next second, Huang Xiaolong shuddered in apprehension. Just a fraction of its energy nearly killed him thrice over. At his current strength, trying to refine the entire Grand Mist Aura dragon was nothing more than diving head down into the gates of hell. Master! The little cow's cry brought Huang Xiaolong back to the present. Huang Xiaolong looked over to where the little cow and the black baboon were and flew towards them. However, when he appeared in front of the little cow, Xianxia was staring blatantly at Huang Xiaolong's lower body, screaming all of a sudden, "So big!" Huang Xiaolong was stupefied for a second. Then he shyly looked downwards. His face instantly turned red. When his body was modified by the purple Grand Mist Aura, the robe he was wearing was burned to ashes. For a moment, Huang Xiaolong had forgotten that he was completely naked. He then quickly took out a new robe from his Azura ring and put it on. Even after he put on clothes, the little cow did not remove its sight from his lower part, smacking its mouth. Huang Xiaolong helplessly smacked the little cow's head. "Have you seen enough?" The wide grin on the little cow's face made Huang Xiaolong roll his eyes. He then changed the subject by asking the little cow how long he had been in a coma. Hearing that it had been a year and 2 months, Huang Xiaolong was relieved. Luckily, he could still make it back before the All Islands Great War started. A little over a year ago, Huang Xiaolong had no grasp of getting first place in the All Islands Great War, but his chances of winning after advancing to late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm were much higher. As for how to leave this independent space, Huang Xiaolong got the answer from the purple Grand Mist Aura dragon. Thus he wasn't as anxious. At this moment, he was in no hurry to leave, for he planned to cultivate in this independent space for a while. A day later, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow finally left. Flying out from that independent space, they were still within the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow flew straight toward the Vientiane world without stopping to rest. After obtaining the purple Grand Mist Aura, he faintly sensed a few other sources of Grand Mist Aura in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, but they would have to wait until he returned. The purple Grand Mist Aura he obtained was sufficient to comprehend and refine for a few years. However, the purple Grand Mist Aura's energy was too shocking. Refining and comprehending it would pose quite a problem. Huang Xiaolong told the little cow about the purple Grand Mist Aura dragon hovering outside his godheads. The little cow contemplated the problem and said, "I'll teach you a secret technique you can cultivate that allows you to bind the purple Grand Mist Aura dragon to your godhead. Every time you cultivate, the purple Grand Mist Aura will slowly spread out, merging with your godhead and true divine dragon physique. This way, you will no longer need to worry about it." Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. This way, he really didn't need to worry about the purple dragon. Otherwise, the Grand Mist Aura dragon lingering inside him was akin to the divine retribution lightning. Huang Xiaolong was especially worried it would wreak havoc. Hence, as they traveled back to the Vientiane world, Huang Xiaolong learned the technique from the little cow. This secret technique was actually easy to cultivate, which was why he successfully bound the purple Grand Mist Aura dragon to his 3 supreme godheads a month later. As he cultivated, the purple Grand Mist Aura continuously flowed out from the purple dragon. Could be said that Huang Xiaolong's strength was rising on a daily basis. Once a person's cultivation reached late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, it was much harder to advance. Oftentimes some late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master's cultivation would only see a slight increase in 100 years. But Huang Xiaolong's effort in a single day was better than other late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators' 100 years of effort. While the two of them were rushing back to the Green Cloud Island, a group of esteemed guests reached the barbarian god sect. Lu Zhua was cultivating when he heard the servant boy report the Ouyang clan had come to visit. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling rushed out, leading a group of grand elders to welcome them. Amongst the dozens of neighboring islands, the Ouyang clan represented supreme authority. Their clan wasn't only the number one force, but also the big brother, a genuine hegemon existence. The giant tribe before was powerful, but compared to the Ouyang clan it was nothing but an infant beside an adult. The Ouyang clan patriarch and ancestor were both seventh-order ancient god realm masters. In the last hundreds of millennia, the Ouyang clan had nurtured numerous geniuses. Currently, 10 or so of their disciples had been accepted into the Fortune Gate and were extremely valued by the elders there. Leading the 5 guests from the Ouyang clan, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling invited them to sit. This sudden and unexpected visit from the Ouyang clan confounded Lu Zhua and Gu Ling inwardly. They tried to guess the purpose of this visit. Lu Zhua, Gu Ling will go straight to the point. We came for the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. After they were seated, the Ouyang clan Grand Elder Ouyang Sun did not go about in circles, stating their intention up front. The Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling's expression tightened immediately. Neither of them guessed that the Ouyang clan came to their barbarian god sect for that Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Grand Elder Ouyang Jiang added, "We heard that one of your female disciples has a Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast." Lu Zhua and Gu Ling didn't speak. The female disciple Ouyang Jiang mentioned was none other than Yao Qi. For Huang Xiaolong's sake, the barbarian god sect gave Yao Qi the identity of a core disciple. "We'd like to buy that Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Name your price," Ouyang Sun said. Lu Zhua and Gu Ling shouted "not good" in their hearts. Lu Zhua secretly took in a deep breath before shaking his head, saying, "My apologies. This matter, it isn't for me to agree." The sharpness in Ouyang Jiang's eyes gleamed hearing Lu Zhua's words. "Not for you to decide? That female disciple's name is Yao Qi. Am I right? Isn't she a core disciple of your barbarian god sect? As the barbarian god sect's ancestor, you're telling me it isn't for you to decide." In the eyes of these Ouyang clan guests, Lu Zhua was rejecting them. The Ouyang clan never expected a rejection, and judging from Lu Zhua's tone, there wasn't the slightest hesitation. Since when did others dare to reject their Ouyang clan in this manner? Gu Ling couldn't help saying, "If it was another matter, we would agree, but this is related to the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. We really are not the ones to decide." Ouyang Sun chuckled sinisterly, releasing a whelming pressure from his body, his tone icy. "Lu Zhua, Gu Ling, to tell you the truth, it is our young lord who wants the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast. Today, no matter what, I will take it away. I know your barbarian god sect, the Giant Tribe, Great Whale sect, and Elephant Genesis sect have already made a pact, but let me tell you, destroying these 4 forces is as easy as it gets for our Ouyang clan." Lu Zhua and Gu Ling felt hopeless. Who would have thought it was the Ouyang clan's young lord who wanted the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast? The Ouyang clan's young lord was equivalent to half a patriarch of the Ouyang clan. Still, Lu Zhua firmly shook his head. "My apologies. This matter is not for us to decide." Ouyang Jiang lost patience. His palm slammed onto the chair next to him into dust. Sneering, Ouyang Jiang said, "Since you cannot make a decision, we'll make it for you." Ouyang Sun and the other 3 Ouyang clan people also stood up. Ouyang Jiang's divine sense spread out, covering the entire barbarian god sect mountain range in the blink of an eye, immediately discovering the Black Flame Sea Emperor Beast's location. Inside the celestial immortal manor in the barbarian god city, Yao Qi was cultivating, absorbing the grade 5 spiritual vein that Huang Xiaolong had given her when, all of a sudden, 5 terrifying presences appeared above the manor. Under those 5 terrifying auras, the celestial immortal manor's defensive formation crackled as if it was going to shatter in the next moment. Yao Qi paled. Just the other party's auras were this terrible, what's more their strength. Despite the manor's defensive formation, Yao Qi discovered that she was unable to move a finger under those 5 people's pressure. In the next second, brilliant green light expanded behind her as cold crystal green ice covered the manor's surface. Left with no option, she could only summon Bing Xingying. With her help, the pressure Yao Qi felt was immediately reduced and she was able to stand up. Oh! A first-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil. Above the celestial immortal manor, Ouyang Jiang was slightly surprised. I didn't expect a first-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil to be protecting this female disciple. She really has some background. No wonder Lu Zhua and Gu Ling insisted it isn't their decision to make. Ouyang Sun's brows creased into furrows. The rest were also surprised when Yao Qi called out Bing Xingying. So what if she has some background? Ouyang Jiang scoffed. On the neighboring dozens of islands, regardless of which force it is, none of them would dare to offend our Ouyang clan, even fewer than those who dare to defy us. Death to those who dare to defy our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Sun subsequently reached out and pressed his palm down in the air. In this split second, the celestial immortal manor's defensive formation was torn open. Although the formation was strengthened by Huang Xiaolong in the past, under a mid-fifth order ancient god realm master's deliberate attack, that strengthening was meaningless. After tearing a hole through the defensive formation, Ouyang Sun's hand pulled the black flame sea emperor beast beside Yao Qi into the air. Bing Xingying bellowed in disagreement, causing frigid cold qi to surge out from her palms, attempting to stop Ouyang Sun from taking away the black flame sea emperor beast. A person who doesn't know her limits. Ouyang Sun snorted coldly, easily ignoring Bing Xingying's struggle, continuing to target the black flame sea emperor beast. Under Ouyang Sun's force, Bing Xingying was knocked towards the wall. Followed by Yao Qi, the two women were akin to withered leaves carried away by a hurricane. Helpless, Yao Qi and Bing Xingying crashed into several stone pillars inside the manor before crashing onto a street in the barbarian god city. The street cracked with a resounding boom. On the other side, the black flame sea emperor beast was firmly bound by Ouyang Sun's god force, unable to move. It was then easily caught. Ouyang Sun didn't spare a glance at Bing Xingying or Yao Qi, smiling as he looked at the black flame sea emperor beast in front of him. Just like the message we received said, a variant black flame sea emperor beast. Its grade is close to a chaos spiritual beast. With this black flame sea emperor beast's blood, our young lord will be able to step into the 7th stage of the immeasurable beast king scripture. Ouyang Jiang too was laughing heartily. In the upcoming All Islands Great War, there's a great chance he will enter the top 100. Based on our young lord's talent, after entering the fortune gate, he will definitely be valued by their elders and taken in as a personal disciple. The other 3 Ouyang clan elders laughed in agreement. That woman, how should we deal with her? Ouyang Sun asked Ouyang Jiang, pointing at Yao Qi. He only used some strength just now, hence Yao Qi was heavily injured but not dead. Leave it. It's fine since we've captured this black flame sea emperor beast for the young lord. Ouyang Jiang spoke in a solemn tone. Her background is probably quite strong. Ouyang Sun nodded. You're right. We'll spare her life for now. If the force behind her doesn't know what's good for them, coming to provoke our Ouyang clan, then we'll wipe them out completely. This woman's quite a beauty, moreover, she's still a virgin. It's a pity that her cultivation is too low, else we could bring her back to use as a cauldron and enhance my cultivation. Ouyang Mingji, one of the 5 grand elders present, said. He practiced an ancient plucking essence art and he frequently needed to find strong female cultivators to steal their essence for cultivation. However, Yao Qi's cultivation was too low, merely a peak late 6th order heavenly god realm, no use to him at all. Let's return and report to the young lord. Ouyang Jiang spoke. The other 4 nodded in agreement. The 5 of them tore space like a piece of fabric and disappeared into the void in a flicker. Not long after the 5 Ouyang clan grand elders left, 2 figures whistled through the air from the barbarian god sect's great hall. They were none other than Lu Zhua and Gu Ling. Earlier, Ouyang Jiang used a secret technique to temporarily restrict them in the Great Hall. When the 5 Ouyang clan grand elders left, the force holding them down disappeared, allowing them to come out. The instant the restriction disappeared, Lu Zhua and Gu Ling rushed to Yao Qi as if their lives depended on it. If any mishap happened to her, how were they to explain to Huang Xiaolong upon his return from the extraterritorial devil battlefield? In the blink of an eye, the two arrived above the celestial immortal manor. Looking at the shattered formation and the ruins of the manor, their hearts fell to their stomach. Their eyes swept over the surroundings and spotted an injured Xianxia lying on the street, hastening to her side. Detecting her breathing, although weak, they were relieved and elated. After some clumsy movements trying to heal her, Xianxia finally regained consciousness. Seeing this, Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling's finally let down their hanging hearts. Puffing out a long breath, cold sweat dampened their bodies. "Miss Xianxia, how do you feel?" Lu Zhuo asked Xianxia, extremely concerned. Xianxia shook her head, faintly answering, "I'm all right." She slowly stood up, then inquired from Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling about the 5 people who appeared earlier. When she heard that they were the grand elders of the Ouyang clan, her already white face went several shades paler. She had been in the divine world for several hundred years now. She naturally knew of the Ouyang clan and what they represented. "Miss Xianxia, do you think we should inform Xiaolong about this matter?" Gu Ling sought Xiaoqi's opinion. She pondered for a moment, but shook her head. "No, the All Islands Great War is more important. I do not wish to distract him from his cultivation. Moreover, Xiaolong is about to return. Let's talk about this after he returns." Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling exchanged a glance, then nodded at Xianxia. This was the best option at the moment. After capturing the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, the 5 people rushed back to the Ouyang clan without resting. However, their clan's wide Emperor Island was a far distance away from the Green Cloud Island, taking them 1 month to make it back. Seeing that the 5 Grand Elders successfully brought back the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, the young lord, Ouyang Yunfei, was overjoyed. Laughing excitedly, he said to Ouyang Jiang and the rest, "Excellent, excellent. I have troubled the several Grand Elders. With this beast, I'll definitely be able to reach the 7th stage of the immeasurable Beast King scripture, thus breaking through to the ancient God realm. At that time, snatching a spot within the top 100 in the All Islands Great War won't be a problem." Ouyang Jiang beamed. "This is what we should do." Ouyang Sun hurried to join in. "I dare say young lord could even enter the top 10 after breaking through to the ancient God realm." Ouyang Yunfei smiled confidently. "After my breakthrough to the ancient God realm, no disciples in the surrounding islands will be my rival. Only those elite geniuses from the Dragon Origin Island, Twin City Island, Luoshan Island, and other dozens of big islands could slightly threaten me." There were no less than 100 human-inhabited islands under the Fortune Gates territory, and the strength of some of them wasn't any lower than the top forces on the Fortune mainland. A few of those islands were precisely the Dragon Origin Island, Twin City Island, Luoshan Island, Anyang Island, New Boulder Island, Spirit Lake Island, Henggu Island, Peak Lake Island, and Heavenly Dan Island. Ouyang Yunfei had mentioned. They were known as the top 10 islands. Each of these islands' overall force could easily destroy 10,000 Green Cloud Islands. Not to mention that the genius disciples nurtured by the forces on those islands had outstanding talent. In fact, in every term of the All Islands Great War, the spots in the top 100 were monopolized by these islands' disciples. Other islands like Green Cloud Island, Dralian Island, or Perennial Temple Island only had a quota of 5 participants every term. Even the Ouyang clan was the same. However, the top 10 islands were different. Every term, those 10 islands had a quota of 15 spots each. "Right, young lord, there's a matter to report," Ouyang Jiang said, then briefly described the situation with Xianxia. Ouyang Yunfei was extremely interested when he heard about Ouyang Jiang's encounter. A mere core disciple of the barbarian god sect actually has a first-order ancient god realm green ice hail devil for protection? And a beauty at that? I'm very interested in this female disciple. Unfortunately, the All Islands Great War is more urgent and I need to prepare for it. It looks like I'm making a trip to the barbarian god sect after the All Islands Great War ends. As Ouyang Yunfei said that, he approached the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, fire dancing in his pupils. In the next second, a ball of bright red fire fell and wrapped around the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast from above. Ouyang Yunfei was examining the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast's body, but he did not detect the soul mark Huang Xiaolong left, for that soul mark had completely merged with the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast's godhead. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was hurrying back from the extraterritorial devil battlefield while killing ancient god realm magic beasts, absorbing their energy. Although he was hurrying, there was still some time before the All Islands Great War began, and he planned to raise his strength as much as possible. Hence, when he and the little cow reached the Green Cloud Island, a little over 3 months had passed. After they arrived on the island, Huang Xiaolong returned the black baboon and the golden gorb insects into the Shumi temple. The barbarian god sect was calm and peaceful when he arrived. Everything looked normal. However, when Huang Xiaolong saw Yao Qi, his face darkened. He then turned to Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling at his side, demanding, "Who was it?" Although Yao Qi's injuries had healed more than half in 3 months, without any traces left on the surface, Huang Xiaolong could tell at a glance that Yao Qi had recently suffered heavy injuries. Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling understood that Huang Xiaolong had realized that Yao Qi was previously injured. Neither of them dared to conceal the truth, immediately recounting in detail the matter about the Ouyang clan grand elders taking away the Black Flame Sea Emperor and injuring Yao Qi as well as Bing Xingying. Ouyang clan. A cold light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yao Qi persuaded him, "Xiaolong, forget it. I'm fine now. It's just a Black Flame Sea Emperor beast. We already have its blood after all. It's enough for us to refine the reverse incarnation pill. The Ouyang clan isn't the giant tribe. Don't go to the wide Emperor Island." In the past, Huang Xiaolong took 2 full bottles of blood from the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast as a precaution. This amount was sufficient to refine the reverse incarnation pill. Huang Xiaolong gently caressed Yao Qi's long hair for a moment, reassuring her, "Don't you worry. I know what to do. I've already said, no one can hit you." For a split second, Huang Xiaolong's killing intent soared to the peak. Everyone had their reverse scale, and Huang Xiaolong's reverse scales were Yao Qi, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and his family. Tears wet Yao Qi's eyes. "No one can hit you." She naturally remembered this sentence that Huang Xiaolong had said to her when rescuing her from the Chao family. Because of her, Huang Xiaolong killed Chao Yang and the others in anger. The scene was deeply imprinted in her mind. "Xiaolong, I understand that you don't want me to feel wronged, but I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. The Ouyang clan's patriarch and ancestor are both 7th-order ancient god realm masters. Moreover, the Ouyang clan has more than 10 ancient god realm cultivators." Yao Qi shook her head, looking somewhat powerless. "Although you have 2 5th-order ancient god realm cloud devouring divine beasts, you are still far from being their opponent." Huang Xiaolong chuckled, "Silly. Didn't I just tell you that I'm confident?" With that, he turned to Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling, asking them for information related to the Ouyang clan. Lu Zhuo and Gu Ling attentively replied to all of Huang Xiaolong's questions. "Oh, Ouyang Yunfei is already heading to the Fortune mainland?" Hearing Lu Zhuo say that the Ouyang clan's young lord, Ouyang Yunfei, had departed to the Fortune mainland half a month ago, Huang Xiaolong frowned. "That is so." Lu Zhuo nodded his head, adding, "From my information, that Ouyang Yunfei has broken through to the ancient god realm half a month ago. After Ouyang Jiang took away the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, Lu Zhuo made every effort to find out the latest news about the Ouyang clan's movements. The fact that Ouyang Yunfei had stepped into ancient god realm wasn't easy to come by. Although there are a few months left before the All Islands Great War begins, many participating disciples from other islands have already started to head over to the Fortune mainland. After arriving at the Fortune mainland by transmission array, the participants need time to make their way to the location determined by the Fortune Gate. Gu Ling went on, "Ouyang Yunfei possesses the Malapert beast physique and was born with strong god force, power, and defense. If you run into him during the All Islands Great War, you must be careful." Lu Zhuo agreed and said, "That's right, this Ouyang Yunfei also has a high-rank godhead. We do not know in detail, but I assumed it is likely to be the same rank as your godhead, a low-grade king-rank godhead. His current strength is enough to enter the top 100, so when you come across him, you must remember to be patient and accommodating. Do not get into a conflict with him. Based on your current strength, you will definitely be accepted into the Fortune Gate. Other things can be decided after that." Because Huang Xiaolong habitually concealed his cultivation, Luzhua and Guling weren't able to tell that he was already a late 10th Order Heavenly God realm. Listening to Luzhua and Guling's heartfelt advice, Huang Xiaolong merely nodded. Ancient God realm? Huang Xiaolong inwardly snickered with disdain. He was truly looking forward to meeting this Ouyang Yunfei in the All Islands Great War. Since Ouyang Yunfei possessed the Malapert beast physique, he should be able to withstand 1/10 of his strength, right? Inform the Great Whale Sect and Elephant Genesis Sect. 10 days later, we'll set off to the Fortune mainland, Huang Xiaolong said to Luzhua and Guling. Both men nodded in compliance. Before that, Huang Xiaolong was planning to go to the Blood Phoenix Forest's 100 Beast Summit and collect that ancestral dragon fruit. 3 days later, above the 100 Beasts Summit, bright light rippled. The black baboon, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow appeared. In a flicker, the three appeared above an open space on the mountain. The surroundings were just the same as 10 years ago, with almost no changes. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group of three arrived, a demonic beast appeared in front of them in a blur. This was the demonic beast that Huang Xiaolong had subjugated in the past and ordered to guard the ancestral dragon fruit, the Netherfire Sparrow. Master! The Netherfire Sparrow respectfully greeted. Huang Xiaolong gave a soft "N," then asked the Netherfire Sparrow if anything had happened in the area in the last decade. After confirming that no other person had wandered close to this place, Huang Xiaolong and the others moved to the center of the open space. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow retreated to the side, letting the black baboon start breaking the ground at full force. When its giant fist punched the ground with all its might, a resounding boom rang in the air as rays of bright light lit up the sky, followed by the noise of fissures opening on the ground. A few minutes later, a large area of the ground collapsed and sunk in. Alarmed, everyone swiftly flew into the air. Before their eyes, the pit grew larger, reaching 100 meters outside of the black baboon's attack area. It then spread to 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 1,000 meters. When the ground stopped crumbling, the pit covered the entire open space, raising a thick veil of dust. The dust settled roughly an hour later, after which the surroundings became calm and quiet. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow looked down where the crumbled ground revealed a buried palace. Even though the palace structure was smaller than other palaces Huang Xiaolong had seen, there was an astonishing fire element spiritual energy coming from below. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the entire palace was built from rare fire element divine wood and stones. This reminded him of the Immortal Phoenix God Palace within the Flaming Fir Primeval Forest in the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. Such a dense aura of the ancestral dragon. As expected, the ancestral dragon fruit is below, the little cow exclaimed with glee, its eyes shining brightly. There was excitement in Huang Xiaolong's voice as he shouted, "Come on, let's go down." He too was very familiar with the ancestral dragon's aura. Their group descended right in front of the palace doors. Blood Phoenix Divine Palace. Right above the large palace doors were 4 ancient characters written in demonic beast clan language. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were surprised. Could this Blood Phoenix Divine Palace have been left behind by the same Blood Phoenix that had long ago formed this forest? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as this thought flashed across his mind. Their group only stopped for a brief moment at the doors, then entered without hesitation, arriving at the front hall. Right at the center of the front hall stood a crimson furnace inscribed with a lifelike carving of a blood phoenix. Surrounding it were orderly placed herbs and other fire element ingredients between 30 to 40 million years old. Any of those medicinal herbs was enough to cause all ancient god realm masters to fight head-to-head for it in the outside world. But to Huang Xiaolong, these herbs could no longer play a vital role. Walking forward, he then entered the inner hall. This was where the source of the ancestral dragon fruit aura originated from. After taking a step into the inner hall, a powerful wave of flames rushed out. Startled, Huang Xiaolong quickly circulated his god force, creating an ice barrier in front of himself to block the dangerous flames. A lightning barrier also enveloped the little cow, successfully avoiding the wave of flames. At the center of the inner hall was actually a blood pool. The blood seemed to merge with the fire, exuding an ancient divine phoenix aura. Its surface was brilliant red, resembling a ruby, flowing as if there was a current underneath. Phoenix blood. Huang Xiaolong hastened towards the pool, reaching it in a few quick steps. A long time ago, he participated in the 3-sex joint training and won first place. One of the rewards was a drop of the ancient phoenix's blood. Hence he immediately recognized that the blood indeed belonged to the ancient blood phoenix. Standing beside the pool, waves of fire rose from its crimson surface, but Huang Xiaolong did not mind this heat, staring happily at the blood. Such a big pool of ancient phoenix blood. How many drops are there? After refining this pool of blood, his true divine dragon physique would definitely strengthen further, perhaps even evolve. This blood could greatly enhance Yao Qi's physique as well. The little cow was ecstatic looking at the big pool of ancient phoenix blood, smacking its lips several times. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong removed his gaze from the blood pool and looked up. Floating above the inner hall was a fruit as tall as a man. It was shaped like a spinning top about half a meter wide, translucent red. Flickering red light surrounded the fruit, and its core seemed to seal a primordial divine dragon. The ancestral dragon aura came precisely from this dragon within the fruit. Ancestral dragon fruit. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow cried out simultaneously. The ancestral dragon fruit was also known as the fruit of heaven and earth, one of the top 10 wondrous fruits of the universe. Right below the floating ancestral dragon fruit was a divine fire formation inscribed on the ground that consistently supplied fire spiritual energy to nurture the ancestral dragon fruit above. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong was standing in the air at the same level as the fruit, taking a sniff at the ancestral dragon aura coming from it. Instantly, his pores opened, causing a comfortable feeling to fill Huang Xiaolong. Merely breathing in the aura from the ancestral dragon fruit already had this effect. Huang Xiaolong couldn't even imagine the benefits he would get after refining the whole fruit. However, the fire element divine formation nurturing it couldn't be underestimated. Thus Huang Xiaolong ordered the black baboon to destroy it before he grabbed the fruit. Holding the ancestral dragon fruit in his hand, Huang Xiaolong, who had the true divine dragon physique and twin dragon martial spirits, felt a feeling of closeness. He then put the ancestral dragon fruit into his Azura ring before turning his attention back to the blood pool in contemplation. It was a little troublesome to take away the pool, for the fire element force within was too overbearing, melting most of the common storage artifacts in an instant. Huang Xiaolong took out various materials on the spot, using the fire element spirit stones available in the hall to forge an artifact that could store all the blood in the pool before putting it into his Azura ring. Stepping out from the inner hall, Huang Xiaolong picked up the blood phoenix furnace, as well as all the materials found on the floor, then circled the 2 halls looking for anything he might have left behind before leaving the palace. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong laid out a formation to shield the palace away from sight. This Blood Phoenix Divine Palace was a good place for cultivation. He planned to have the Barbarian God Sect, Great Whale Sect, and Elephant Genesis Sect select suitable disciples to cultivate here. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group was back in the Barbarian God Sect. However, Huang Xiaolong did not consume the ancestral dragon fruit right now, deciding to leave it until he reached peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm in order to use it to break through into the Ancient God Realm. A day after, the Great Whale Sect and Elephant Genesis Sect arrived at the Barbarian God Sect. The 3 sects held a brief discussion before setting off to the transmission array. The Green Cloud Island's 5 spots should be allocated through battle competitions between all the forces, the result of repeated advance and elimination, but Huang Xiaolong's identity was special. He was naturally exempted from such troublesome matters. As for the other 4 spots, they had been selected through a long process. Among these 4 disciples, 1 was from the Barbarian God Sect, 1 from the Great Whale Sect, and 2 from the Elephant Genesis Sect. For the journey to the Fortune Mainland, Huang Xiaolong did not plan on bringing too many people with him. Other than the 3 sects' ancestors and the 4 participating disciples, there were only Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and the little cow. 9 people and 1 cow in total. None of the 3 sects' chiefs and other experts were brought along, left behind to guard the sects. Although the last sea beast's attack was foiled by Huang Xiaolong and there hadn't been any other attacks since then, Precaution was necessary for unexpected situations. As for his ancient god realm subordinates, Huang Xiaolong only brought Xie Du, the two cloud-devouring divine beasts, the black baboon, and the swarm of golden gorb insects. The pair of green ice hail devils, Bing Jui and Bing Xingying, were left at the barbarian god sect. Bing Jiui and Bing Xingying's strengths were too low for the current Huang Xiaolong, only playing a limited role. Thus it was better to leave them at the barbarian god sect to defend against enemies. Arriving at the transmission array, the three sects' ancestors Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Ren Changhai obtained Huang Xiaolong nod and took out 1,000,000 divine stones each, placing them at the center of the array. The three of them then jointly formed seals to activate it. Dim lights shone from the transmission array, became glaringly bright. 6 light pillars shot out, forming a hexagonal shape. In the next second, loud blasts were heard as the 6 light pillars soared into the void, flying away from the green cloud island, approaching the Fortune mainland. The area inside the transmission array's light pillars was roughly 100 square meters. There were only 9 people and 1 cow in Huang Xiaolong's group. This much space was more than enough to accommodate them. Standing inside the space, Huang Xiaolong and the others could clearly see the light around them cut through the space currents like a high-speed flying ship, traversing thousands of li in the blink of an eye. This transmission array was akin to a super-fast spaceship, except there were no walls. What carried them was a bright hexagonal light pillar. However, the Fortune mainland was a long distance away, and they needed to cross countless li of the endless sea. With the transmission array's speed, it would take them 10 days to reach their destination. During these 10 days, Huang Xiaolong had Yao Qi consume 1 drop of phoenix blood every day as she cultivated. He also had the black baboon help Yao Qi raise her strength. Huang Xiaolong himself consumed 100 drops of phoenix blood before he started cultivating. His current true divine dragon physique could absolutely withstand such degree of energy. Watching Huang Xiaolong swallow 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood every day, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Ren Changhai were scared half to death. The other participating disciples were no better. Then again, Huang Xiaolong also distributed 10 drops each to Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Ren Changhai, while the 4 participating disciples were given 1 drop of phoenix blood each. The blood pool had millions of blood drops. Those 31 drops he gave away were trivial. During the 10 days' journey, everyone cultivated silently. 10 days later, lights spiraled around them and the scenery changed before their eyes. Huang Xiaolong's group landed on an enormous square. This square was so big that Huang Xiaolong couldn't see its edges. The sky was filled with numerous flying ships, flying mounts, and countless cultivators from various families and sects. It was an amazing sight. Huang Xiaolong and the others had a feeling that they were as small as an ant. South Hui City's flying ship dock was big, but compared to the square it was just too tiny. "This is the Fortune mainland's Hua provincial port?" Huang Xiaolong asked Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua recovered from his daze, answering, "Yes, this is precisely the Hua provincial port. We have arrived at the Fortune mainland, and not far away is the Hua provincial city, which is one of the big cities of the Fortune mainland." Hua provincial port. They were finally on Fortune mainland. A small feeling of excitement tugged at Huang Xiaolong's heart. The Fortune mainland, Fortune Gate. "Li Lu, I'm here," Huang Xiaolong inwardly screamed. The group only stopped briefly at the square and was soon heading to the Hua provincial city. Similar to Huang Xiaolong, the sky was dotted with experts from various islands and forces flocking towards the Hua provincial city like locusts. Some of these various islands' masters, judging from the auras exuding from their bodies, were as powerful as Huang Xiaolong's chaos spiritual beast, the black baboon. In other words, these people were 7th-order ancient god realm masters. Looking at the numerous masters high in the sky and on the ground, Huang Xiaolong lamented. Ancient god realm masters were hard to find on the Green Cloud Island and Dralian Island. One could count them with the fingers of one hand. However, due to the All-Islands Great War, this place had turned into a converging point for various islands' masters. An urge to become stronger rose in Huang Xiaolong's heart as he looked at the various cultivators flying in the air. He finally understood what the saying meant, that the ancient god realm was just the starting point. In the vast divine world, achieving ancient god realm cultivation was the first square. The Vientiane world they were in now was just a small world surface of the divine world. After an hour of flight, Huang Xiaolong's group finally left the square, taking another 3 hours to reach the Hua provincial city. Looking at the city in front of them, everyone in Huang Xiaolong's group sighed in amazement once more, including the 3 sects ancestors that had been here in the past. Every time they saw this city, they couldn't resist sighing in amazement. The Hua provincial city's walls stretched as high as the clouds, built from materials unbeknown to Huang Xiaolong. Even as far as 10,000 li, it seemed to exude a faint pressure to those looking at it. After paying more than 100,000 shinbi, Huang Xiaolong's group stepped into the Hua provincial city. Despite the large number of visitors flocking to this city, the streets were so wide that it didn't feel crowded at all. Xiaolong, let's find a place to stay for 2 days. We'll continue on after that, what say you? Lu Jue asked Huang Xiaolong. Sure. Huang Xiaolong nodded. This was the first time he and Yao Qi came to this Hua provincial city, and they could stroll around these 2 days. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong agreed, the other 4 participating disciples were inwardly cheering, happiness shining from their faces. It was obvious they too wanted to stay for some time in the city. Right at this time, other pedestrians on the street suddenly retreated to the sides, their eyes filled with awe looking at the other end of the street. Huang Xiaolong too looked over in doubt. At the other end of the street was a group clad in goldish-purple battle gear. On the chest of their battle gar was the emblem of an ancient azure dragon. The Dragon Origin Sect. Lu Jue, Zhu Huan, and Renchangpai's faces tightened, and the 4 disciples became ashen. The Dragon Origin Islands Dragon Origin Sect. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. The most powerful force under the Fortune Gate amongst 100,000 islands. The Dragon Origin Island. Dragon Origin Sect. Before departing, Lu Jue, Zhu Huan, and Renchangpai had mentioned to Huang Xiaolong about the top 10 islands. But his knowledge of these 10 islands was limited. The strongest of those 10 islands was precisely the Dragon Origin Island. The Dragon Origin Sect was that island's hegemon force. In the past terms of the All Islands Great War, the first-place winners mostly came from the Dragon Origin Sect. More than 100 terms had passed, yet no one was able to break this streak. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the middle-aged man walking at the front of the group, whose aura was boundless as the sea, firm like a mountain, like the earth itself, especially his eyes that seemed to hold an entire galaxy within. This person was the Dragon Origin Sect's chief. Looking at the middle-aged man of majestic bearing akin to the vast sky, Huang Xiaolong deduced in his mind. Another thought sprung into his mind. This Dragon Origin Sect chief should be. He then turned to the little cow for confirmation. The little cow nodded, saying, "You guessed right. That kid's an Ancestor God Realm Master. Ancestor God Realm Master. The realm above the Ancient God Realm." The Ancient God Realm was the supreme force on Green Cloud Island, but on the Fortune mainland, Ancient God Realm cultivators could only be considered a small force. On the Fortune mainland, only Ancestor God Realm Masters were recognized as people standing at the top of the power hierarchy. Ancestor God Realm Masters were said to be the ancestors of gods, their god force threading through heaven and earth. Moreover, once one broke through to the Ancestor God Realm, they would be able to perform greater space teleportation. On top of that, condense an avatar. For example, an ancient god realm cultivator traveling from the Green Cloud Island to the Fortune mainland could only rely on transmission arrays, but an Ancestor God Realm Master could reach the Fortune mainland through multiple great space teleportations. Furthermore, their teleportation speed was much faster than the transmission array Huang Xiaolong had used. Condensing avatar was even more of an enigma to others below the Ancestor God Realm. Having an avatar was akin to having a spare life. After all, the avatar could also increase its strength through cultivation just like the main body, even enhancing itself to surpass the main body. Everyone on that street had a reverent expression looking at the Dragon Origin Sect's group. That's Sect Chief Chun Ding of the Dragon Origin Sect. So strong. I heard that Sect Chief Chun Ding has broken through to the Ancestor God Realm 30,000 years ago. I'm curious how strong he is now. The young man behind sect chief Qinding. He should be the current top genius among the Dragon Origin Island's younger generation. Zhou Su. There was a rumor saying that he possesses the 1,000-dragon physique, giving him the strength of an ancient dragon, not to mention his outstanding talent. He is already a second-order ancient god realm master. The 1,000-dragon physique. It is said that only the Dragon Origin sect's first ancestor had the 1,000-dragon physique, right? I didn't expect him to have the same unique physique. Zhou Su broke through to second-order ancient god realm some years back. What would his cultivation be now? Looks like the All Islands Great War's first place will belong to none other than Zhou Su. Seems like no one can break the Dragon Origin Island's first place record yet. There's no guarantee to that. From what I've heard, the Twin Cities Island also has a monstrous genius rivaling Zhou Su, named Tan Lin. He also has one of the unique physiques, the Dawn Radiance physique that is no weaker than the 1,000 Dragons physique. On top of that, Tan Lin was already a peak late first-order ancient god realm many years ago. It is estimated that his current strength is comparable to Zhou Su's as well. There's also Luoshan Island's Tao Ming, and Yang Island's Guo Yuanhui, Heavenly Dan Island's Luo Yunjia, and the rest of the 10 islands' top geniuses. All of them are almost strong as Zhou Su and Tan Lin. I say, this term's All Islands Great War definitely will be more interesting than the last one. The pedestrians whispered amongst themselves. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the young man behind the Dragon Origin sect chief. This is the strongest genius disciple of the Dragon Origin Island? Zhou Su? 1,000 Dragons physique? Second-order ancient god realm? Interesting. An uncanny expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the last few terms of the All Islands Great War, there were only first-order ancient god realm disciples. The strongest was only peak late first-order. Who would have thought there would be a second-order ancient god realm cultivators in the competition this time? Not to mention the fact that Zhou Su might be not the only second-order ancient god realm participant. Tan Lin could be one as well. On the other side, as if sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze on him, Zhou Su glanced over. When he saw Huang Xiaolong late 10th order heavenly god realm cultivation, Zhou Su was surprised at first, then inwardly felt relief. Slightly shaking his head, Zhou Su chided himself for being too nervous. However, Yao Qi, who was standing beside Huang Xiaolong, made him take a second glance. He had seen his fair share of beauties, but compared to this woman, the others were slightly worse. Big brother Zhou Su is interested in that woman? At this point, a young man walking next to Zhou Su asked through voice transmission with laughter in his voice. This young man was one of the 15 Dragon Origin sect disciples participating in the All Islands Great War. Although his talent was far from Zhou Su's, he was still an elite, far stronger than some other islands' top geniuses. His name was Lu Lei. Zhou Su shook his head, not saying a word. Before the many gazes, the Dragon Origin sect's group disappeared from view on the other end of the street. After the Dragon Origin sect group was out of sight, the silent street exploded in an uproar. Almost everyone was talking with happiness and excitement about the upcoming All Islands Great War's monstrous geniuses. Huang Xiaolong, however, had no interest in listening to these repetitive topics and went ahead. Although there were numerous cultivators from every direction coming here to participate in the All Islands Great War, causing many inns to be full, Huang Xiaolong's group was able to find accommodations quickly. The courtyard may have been small, but there were several rooms, enough to accommodate their group. They only planned to stay here for 2 days, so Huang Xiaolong wasn't picky about it. A short while later, after finding a place to stay, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi rode on the little cow to the streets, leaving Lu Zhua and the others to arrange for themselves. Like most women, Yao Qi too liked to buy things. One round over the city, and Huang Xiaolong's spatial ring was several hundred million shinbi emptier. He could only smile wryly behind Yao Qi. Of course, this much was only a drop in the pool for Huang Xiaolong wealth, so he didn't mind spending these several hundred million. Following this, after returning to his room, Huang Xiaolong took out 100 drops of phoenix blood and swallowed them together before starting to cultivate. 100 drops of phoenix blood was akin to a thick flow of magma flowing through Huang Xiaolong's body, causing his temperature to soar at a rapid pace. He then swiftly circulated his god force, refining the energy contained within those drops of blood. While Huang Xiaolong absorbed the energy from the blood phoenix's blood, grand mist aura was flowing out from the purple dragon in his god sea, merging into his three supreme godheads and true divine dragon physique. By the time Huang Xiaolong stopped, the sky was beginning to brighten. Seeing this, he stood up and exited his room. Consuming the phoenix blood and the purple grand mist aura while cultivating had raised Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed so much that he was now close to stepping into peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. He believed that by the time he reached the fortune gate, his cultivation would be peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. After the All Islands Great War ended, he would refine the ancestral dragon fruit to break through into the ancient god realm. When Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his room, he saw Yao Qi walking towards him. Huang Xiaolong made a bitter expression, stressing, "I want to cultivate today." Yao Qi pouted her cherry lips, delicate but overbearing. "No, today you're mine." Without another word, she dragged Huang Xiaolong out by his arm, beginning another day of shopping adventures. Only now had it dawned on Huang Xiaolong that staying in the Hua provincial city might have been a mistake. 2 days finally passed and Huang Xiaolong's group continued to the fortune gate. Since there was a transmission array at the Hua provincial city, Huang Xiaolong opted to use it in order to save time, directly arriving at the Tiger Forest City. Heading to the fortune gate from the Tiger Forest City would save them half the time and effort, but the price for transferring was astounding. 100 million for each person. Even a rich man like Huang Xiaolong felt like the price was shocking. Thus it was understandable that most ancient god realm cultivators would rather fly than use the transmission array. Even the barbarian god sect's ancestor couldn't afford to splurge like this. After spending several 100 million, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at Tiger Forest City. This was one of the main cities of the Fortune mainland. Because Huang Xiaolong's group arrived through the transmission array, they were one step ahead of many other cultivators with the same destination. Thus, there were a lot less people in Tiger Forest City. Even so, this was a prosperous and bustling city. Before Huang Xiaolong could say anything, his expression froze as Yao Qi pulled his arm, requesting to stay in Tiger Forest City for 2 days. Sweat trickled down Huang Xiaolong's forehead, but as Yao Qi stared at him with her big eyes shining with anticipation, he woodenly nodded his head in agreement. During the day, he was dragged out to go shopping with Yao Qi, while at night Huang Xiaolong cultivated, swallowing 100 drops of phoenix blood. Ever since he returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield, every time Huang Xiaolong absorbed the purple grand mist aura, his comprehension deepened. Based on this manner of progress, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that he would soon be able to step into the first stage of the grand mist parasite medium. At that time, he would be the third person in this universe who succeeded in cultivating the grand mist parasite medium. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group traveled onward. Roughly 2 months later, they arrived at the Fortune City. In order to have more time to cultivate, Huang Xiaolong spent several billions on transmission arrays along the way to shorten the traveling time. The Fortune City was built on the centermost ancient plains of the Fortune mainland. Its city walls pierced through the clouds, exuding an immemorial aura and a solemnity that was hard to describe. Huang Xiaolong's group stood for a long time at a distance of 20,000 li outside of Fortune City. Quite some time had passed when they moved toward the city, following the wide road leading to the main city gates. On the road were various groups of cultivators heading in the same direction. After paying the required entry tax, Huang Xiaolong group walked through the city gates into the Fortune City, a little over a month before the All Islands Great War began. Thus, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to register, instead focusing on finding an accommodation. Although they had reached the Fortune City 1 month early, many of the restaurants were packed with guests. After a day of bitter searching, Huang Xiaolong's group finally rented a courtyard somewhere slightly far away from the main streets. By the time they settled down, the sky had completely darkened. Under the night sky, they familiarized themselves with the Fortune City as they planned to head to the registration location tomorrow. The Fortune City was just as bustling at night. Bright lights lit up the streets as if it was day. Sitting cross-legged inside his room, Huang Xiaolong took out 100 drops of phoenix blood, swallowing them all before beginning to cultivate. From the beginning until now, he had consumed over 10,000 drops of blood. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced to peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. The problem was, breaking through to the ancient god realm would cause a big scene and might last half a year, perhaps even more. The All Islands Great War was only a month away. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided to delay consuming the ancestral dragon fruit. After all, he was confident that his current strength was enough to grab the first place. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong thought of suppressing his own strength, continuously accumulating energy. As such, when he consumed the ancestral dragon fruit, he could directly advance to late first order or peak late first order ancient god realm. Perhaps even second order ancient god realm. Although knowing that the probability of advancing to second order heavenly god realm in one go was a daydream, it didn't mean it was impossible. Just like in the lower realm, where no one was able to break through from god realm to second order high god realm in one go. However, he who had the 4 divine fires managed to do it. Remembering the 4 divine fires, Huang Xiaolong was a little vexed. Ever since he had ascended to the divine world, the 4 divine fires had been slumbering in his body without any movement. Could it be they would only awaken after he broke through to the ancient god realm? In the lower realm, the 4 divine fires could absorb chaos energy. What about now? As he stepped closer toward the ancient god realm, Huang Xiaolong began to look forward with anticipation. When Huang Xiaolong left his room and arrived in the yard, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai and the others were already waiting for him. Yao Qi wasn't participating in the All Islands Great War, so it wasn't necessary for her follow Huang Xiaolong and the others to the registration and assessment point. But she was adamant in going along and Huang Xiaolong could only concede. The place they were staying at was a long distance from the registration square and they only arrived half a day later. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the registration square, a sea of heads filled their sights. Fortunately, other than the top 10 islands having a quota of 15 participants, the weaker islands were given 5 quotas each, limiting the total participating disciples under 600,000. If all islands' disciples were allowed to participate, forget this square, the entire Fortune City couldn't hold them all. A while after Huang Xiaolong arrived at the registration square, across them, a new group of people arrived as well. Lu Zhua and Yao Qi's faces changed visibly seeing them. Ouyang Clan. This group was none other than people from Ouyang Clan. Walking at the front of the group was the clan's young lord, Ouyang Yunfei, while accompanying him were Grand Elder Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Sun, as well as the other 4 participants. The Ouyang clan's ancestor, Ouyang Bin, and their patriarch Ouyang Shuguang were nowhere in sight. At the same time, Ouyang Jiang and Ouyang Sun also saw Lu Zhua and Yao Qi. Ouyang Jiang leaned toward Ouyang Yunfei, whispering, "Young Lord, the barbarian god sect group, that's the female disciple named Yao Qi." Oh, Ouyang Yunfei was surprised, but that did not stop his gaze from falling onto Yao Qi's body. His eyes lit up immediately and strode over towards Huang Xiaolong's group. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know how Ouyang Yunfei, or any of the Ouyang clan people looked like, the robes they were wearing told Huang Xiaolong enough. His gaze was fixed on these people's faces. At this time, Lu Zhua leaned closer to Huang Xiaolong, saying, "Those 2 are the Ouyang clan's grand elders, Ouyang Jiang and Ouyang Sun. That young man is likely to be their young lord Ouyang Yunfei." Ouyang Yunfei. A cold light flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Possessing Malapert beast physique, having already broken through to the ancient god realm, with a high chance of entering the top 100, Ouyang Yunfei. Ouyang Yunfei ignored Lu Zhua, Huang Xiaolong and the rest, going straight to Yao Qi with a smiling face saying, "I am Ouyang Yunfei, the Ouyang clan's young lord. I have heard from Grand Elder Ouyang Jiang about Miss Yao Qi's unparalleled beauty. Meeting you today, I have to say that you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Yao Qi glared icily at him, but did not speak, causing Ouyang Yunfei to merely chuckle. He looked around, finally noticing Lu Zhua and the others' presence, looking bemused when his gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. Peak late 10th order heavenly god realm? Wow, I didn't expect a small barbarian god sect to be able to nurture a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciple. In the past, among forces such as the barbarian god sect, disciples of 9th order and mid-10th order heavenly god realm were hard to come by. Ouyang Jiang snickered. Just a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm, in front of young lord, that's nothing at all. This young lord's pinky is more than enough to squash 100 such common disciples. Ouyang Yunfei chuckled, then said to Luzhua, don't worry. For the sake of that Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, I'll look after your barbarian god sect disciples in the All Islands Great War. At that time when Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Sun and other grand elders went to the barbarian god sect, stating their intention to buy the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast, Luzhua had refused. This made Ouyang Yunfei extremely displeased. Luzhua, Yao Qi and others present naturally understood what Ouyang Yunfei really meant by take care. Take care of me? You who just broke through to early First Order ancient god realm. Sorry to say this, but you aren't qualified. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice sounded. Ouyang Yunfei, Ouyang Jiang, and the rest of the Ouyang clan group was stunned as their gazes turned to Huang Xiaolong. Ouyang Yunfei did not expect a lowly barbarian god sect disciple to have the guts to refute him. Based on his status and identity, even someone like Luge would dare not raise an eyebrow in front of him. On the surface, Ouyang Yunfei did not seem to have been angered. Instead, he said to Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Sun, and the rest, did you all hear that? This barbarian god sect disciple says that I, who has just broken through to the ancient god realm, am not qualified to take care of him. The Ouyang clan's group laughed as if on cue. The smile on Ouyang Yunfei's face deepened, looking at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, when the All Islands Great War starts, I'll make you understand whether I'm qualified to guide you or not. Ouyang Yunfei's face darkened. A lowly peak late 10th order heavenly god realm acting overly arrogant. It doesn't matter if you didn't understand before this, but I'll soon teach you the unsurpassable gap between a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm and strength true ancient god realm master. Killing you would take nothing more than a single strike. We leave. Ouyang Yunfei sniggered. Before leaving, his gaze locked onto Yao Qi for an instant, chuckling softly. Watching the Ouyang clan group leave, Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered. The Ouyang clan ancestor Ouyang Bin and patriarch Ouyang Shuguang, did they come? Huang Xiaolong asked Luzhua. Luzhua promptly replied, both Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang are here. They probably have something to attend to that. They did not accompany Ouyang Yunfei over to register. Huang Xiaolong nodded. An unnoticeable cold light gleamed in his eyes. At the appropriate time, he would have all Ouyang clan's people remain here, including Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang. After the brief encounter passed, Huang Xiaolong had Yao Qi wait for them at the edge of the square, leaving Xiatu, and 2 cloud-devouring divine beasts with her, while he, Luzhua, and everyone else lined up to register their names and be assessed. Even though each island was given a quota of 5 participating disciples, these disciples were still required to register and have their age assessed. This was first to confirm their identity, and secondly to determine their bone age. All Islands Great War only allowed disciples below 300 years of age to participate. There was no stipulation or requirement about their strength. After 3 days of waiting, it was finally the turn of Huang Xiaolong and the other 4 disciples from Green Cloud Island. Huang Xiaolong was the first one to walk out for the registration assessment, and soon validated his Green Cloud Island's barbarian god sect identity before going on to test his bone age. Initially, he was fidgety, but soon relaxed when the disciple in charge of testing bone age announced that his bone age was qualified. During the bone age test, it didn't state a specific number, hence Huang Xiaolong still didn't know his actual age in the divine world. Shortly, the other 4 Green Cloud Islands disciples also smoothly registered, passing both the identity validation and bone age test. All 5 received the All Islands Great War participating token. Just as Huang Xiaolong found Yao Qi and prepared to leave, there was a fuss on another side of the square. Those on the square were looking at the other end of the square with rising fervor. That is the Fortune Gate young Lord Zhufeng. Young Lord Zhufeng is an exceptional genius with a low-grade emperor rank godhead. Similar conversations came from the crowd. Even Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai, and the 4 disciples turned red with excitement. The Green Cloud Island was one of thousands amongst the Fortune Gate's territories. Thus, the Fortune Gate's young Lord Zhufeng was half a master to people like Lu Zhua. In the lower realm, the two would be akin to an empire's crown prince and a common family's patriarch. Huang Xiaolong watched as a group of Fortune Gate elders and disciples followed behind Zhufeng, bathed in a glorious halo. Although Huang Xiaolong thought he was gallant and handsome, he had to admit this Zhufeng's looks were just as gallant and handsome as his. Thick sword-shaped eyebrows, bright eyes, stalwart, and proud. As Zhufeng strode to the square, there was an air about him that made people willing to submit. Zhufeng came to the registration disciples, asking them about the progress of registration and assessment, then left with the same group of followers. Based on Zhufeng's status, he need not ask about these things personally. Therefore his appearance at the registration square and inquire about the progress seemed to have other intention. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he watched Zhufeng leave. He didn't expect to meet the Fortune Gate young lord under these circumstances. Now that he had seen Zhufeng, what about the other Fortune Gate exceptional genius, Wang Wei? Huang Xiaolong thought of the Fortune Gate female disciple he saved from the Soul Tribe, Cheng Susu. At that time, she told him to look for her when he comes to participate in the All Islands Great War on the Fortune mainland. But after some pondering, Huang Xiaolong decided to delay contacting Cheng Susu. After the All Islands Great War ended and he entered the Fortune Gate, they would meet in the end. There was also Li Lu. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Xiaolong's group left the square. Afterwards, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others did not return to their courtyard. They instead found a big restaurant nearby and ordered 2 tables of food and wine, planning to relax for the day. But Huang Xiaolong barely warmed the chair he was sitting on when Ouyang Yunfei, Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Sun, and several Ouyang clan people walked into the same restaurant. Together with the Ouyang clan people were 5 young men clad in Fortune Gate inner sect disciple robes. Judging from their demeanor, these 5 Fortune Gate inner disciples were likely to have come out from the Ouyang clan and had entered the Fortune Gate after obtaining high ranking in previous terms of the All Islands Great War. As Ouyang Yunfei's group walked in, Ouyang Yunfei almost instantly spotted Yao Qi, who was sitting beside Huang Xiaolong. His eyes lit up. In a few quick steps, Ouyang Yunfei arrived in front of Yao Qi. "Hee, Miss Yao Qi, we meet again. It seems we're quite fated." Ouyang Yunfei greeted Yao Qi, self-righteously thinks there was a good relationship between them. Yao Qi did not utter a word, but Huang Xiaolong spat out a word indifferently. "Scram! Scram!" In an instant, heavy silence enveloped the restaurant. Ouyang Yunfei's face darkened. "Brat, what did you say?" Ouyang Jiang widened his eyes in anger, staring at Huang Xiaolong. A whelming aura burst out from his body as if he would kill Huang Xiaolong in the next second. But Ouyang Yunfei raised his palm, quieting Ouyang Jiang. He said to Huang Xiaolong, "I'll pinch this brat to dead myself in the All Islands Great War." This was the Fortune City after all. Causing too big a commotion here would bring the Fortune Gate law enforcement team, which would bring trouble to himself as well. There would be no such concern during the All Islands Great War. Ouyang Yunfei sneered coldly as he shifted his gaze to Lu Zhua. "Lu Zhua, this is your last chance. Tell this barbarian god sect disciple to kneel now and apologize to me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Lu Zhua's face was taut with anger. Only, at that moment, Lu Zhua relaxed and ignored Ouyang Yunfei. Ouyang Yunfei watched him calmly sit where he was without any intention to reprimand Huang Xiaolong, causing his face too become scarily gloomy. "Good, Lu Zhua, very good. I've decided. After the All Islands Great War ends, I'll slaughter your barbarian god sect from top to bottom. Not even a stray dog can escape." A cold, vindictive light gleamed in Ouyang Yunfei's eyes. He threw the threat in Lu Zhua's face and left with Ouyang Jiang, Ouyang Sun, and the others heading up to the first floor. Before leaving, the 5 Fortune Gate disciples grinned maliciously at Huang Xiaolong. After the Ouyang group disappeared up to the first floor, Lu Zhua anxiously turned to Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, do we need to?" No, Huang Xiaolong lightly shook his head, knowing that Lu Zhua was worried about Ouyang Yunfei acting against the barbarian god sect once the All-Islands Great War ended. Huang Xiaolong sneered at Ouyang Yunfei's threat, as he wouldn't live till then. Huang Xiaolong raised his wine cup, toasting everyone as if nothing happened. Lu Zhua at the side wanted to say a few words, but swallowed them into his stomach in the end. 2 hours later, they left the restaurant, returning to their rented courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong went to his room to cultivate, swallowing 100 drops of phoenix blood. The purple dragon in his godsi gradually released Grand Mist aura into his body. As Huang Xiaolong's comprehension of the Grand Mist aura deepened, he came to grasp the Grand Mist parasite medium. Unknowingly, 1 month came and went. In this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong had consumed close to 5,000 drops of Blood Phoenix's blood. Even though he did not break through to the ancient god realm, his god force was much purer than before, more concentrated and more powerful. Moreover, after this period of tempering by the phoenix blood and purple Grand Mist aura, his true divine dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads were many times steadier. Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others in the group also had a significant rise in strengths. Yao Qi had broken through to 7th order heavenly god realm and consolidated her new cultivation. The other barbarian god sect disciple present, named Zhang Danming, smoothly advanced to late 9th order heavenly god realm. The Great Whale sect and Elephant Genesis sect disciples' rise in strength was just as fast as Zhang Danming's. Knowing the importance of the All-Islands Great War, Yao Qi did not drag Huang Xiaolong out shopping during this period, even advising him to concentrate on cultivation. As the day to the All-Islands Great War grew closer, more and more cultivators from various islands arrived at the Fortune City. Other than cultivators from islands near and far, there were disciples from 1st and 2nd, even 3rd rank forces on the Fortune mainland itself. The All-Islands Great War that took place every 100 years was one of the biggest events on Fortune mainland, garnering tens of billions of spectators. Though Fortune City was seemingly boundless, with countless inns, all of them were fully occupied during this time. 3 days before the All-Islands Great War, Huang Xiaolong came out from his month-long seclusion, deciding to relax by strolling around the city. 3 more days of cultivation would make no difference. When Yao Qi heard Huang Xiaolong sat that he would be accompanying her around the city for the next 3 days, she trembled with glee, causing her voluptuous décolletage to be even more eye-catching. As Huang Xiaolong was out with Yao Qi, everywhere on the streets were cultivators talking about the All-Islands Great War, more specifically the outstanding geniuses participating in it. The most popular were the Dragon Origin sects Zhou Su with his 1,000 dragon physique and the Twin Cities sects Tan Lin who had the Dawn Radiance physique. Other than those two, the Luoshan Island, Anyang Island, and the other 6 islands' top geniuses were often mentioned. I heard there are over 200 ancient god realm disciples in this term's All-Islands Great War. Over 200. So many? In the past, there are very few ancient god realm disciples. Less than 100. But this time the number actually exceeded 200. That's why this term's All-Islands Great War is much more interesting and intense compared to previous ones. An early first-order ancient god realm won't necessarily enter the top 10. On top of that, there are more than 1,000 peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciples. Thus, those of late 10th order heavenly god realm cultivation and below barely have any chance of entering the top 1,000. Similar conversations entered Huang Xiaolong's ears throughout the day. In truth, he was a little surprised that there were over 200 ancient god realm disciples in this time's competition, not to mention more than 1,000 peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciples. Although surprised, Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed by the figures. He calmly walked down the street with Yao Qi, strolling idly. The Divine Fortune Palace wasn't located within the city, but in the Fortune Mountain Range 100,000 li from the city. At the back of the Fortune Mountain Range was an obscured independent space, a divine kingdom forged by previous generations of Fortune Gate ancestors, created with unimaginable force. This vast kingdom was as large as 1,000 green cloud islands, possessing such abundant spiritual energy that it condensed into white mist. This was a place where all Fortune Gate disciples dreamed of cultivating. However, only Grand Elders and above, as well as emperor-rank disciples, could enter and cultivate in this fortune divine kingdom. The location with the richest spiritual energy was the center, in a place called Mountain of Myriad Spirits. This mountain was saturated with God force from generations of ancestor God realm masters. Every piece of rock and stone on the mountain contained shocking amounts of God force and spiritual energy. In other words, this Mountain of Myriad Spirits could be said to be a giant pile of high-grade spiritual stones. On the mountain were various chaos spiritual herbs planted in special 5-element spiritual soil, suitable for chaos spiritual herbs, collected by generations of ancestors from various places in the divine world. On top of that, sealed under the mountain was a grade 6 spiritual vein. On the slope of the Mountain of Myriad Spirits was a small palace, inside of which a beautiful young woman was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. This young woman was Li Lu. Some time later, Li Lu opened her eyes and stood up. She then walked to the balcony, looking at the faraway distance. Recently, her heart had been unable to calm down, especially when a proud and domineering figure appeared in her mind. Has Xiaolong ascended to the divine world? Li Lu muttered to herself. 3 days later is the All-Islands Great War. Will he participate? Junior sister Li Lu, what are you thinking about that you're lost in thought? A bright, sonorous voice sounded. Li Lu turned around and saw a tall young man with an extraordinary aura walking in the air towards her. This young man was Wang Wei, the Fortune Gate's chief disciple. Li Lu slightly nodded, greeting, eldest senior brother Wang Wei. Stopping in front of Li Lu, Wang Wei wore a gentle smile. Junior sister Li Lu is truly befitting of a low emperor rank godhead. You've already advanced to second-order ancient god realm in such a short time. Li Lu inwardly shook her head. She understood that her cultivation rose so fast mainly due to her 2 masters willingly spending their god force to open her entire body's god meridians before giving her a portion of their god force. I want to make a trip out of the divine kingdom, Li Lu suddenly said. Go out. Wang Wei dazed for a second then laughed. Going out is also a good idea, a change of scenery. Then I shall accompany junior sister out for a trip. Li Lu shook her head saying, no need, eldest senior brother Wang Wei. I want to take a walk alone. Her intention going out was not for fun. Wang Wei did not insist. All right then. Li Lu excused herself from Wang Wei. In a flicker, she was already far away. Wang Wei looked until Li Lu's figure completely disappeared. Still looking in the direction Li Lu left, Wang Wei felt a sense of loss. In these decades, this junior sister Li Lu had always been nonchalant toward him. From time to time, Wang Wei felt as if there was already someone in her heart. Maybe I'm overthinking things. A second later, Wang Wei laughed at himself. He knew Li Lu was someone who ascended from the lower realm. Based on her peerless beauty and talent, how could she be interested in any man in the lower realm? Junior sister Li Lu, one day I will touch your heart. If a few decades cannot do it, then several hundred years, several thousand years, even several tens of millennia. Wang Wei vowed to himself, adding, I will not give up. Wang Wei's figure blurred, disappearing in the air. On another side, Li Lu, who left the Mountain of Myriad Spirits, had arrived at the Divine Kingdom's exit. In the blink of an eye, she passed through the exit, flying straight toward Fortune City. Upon arriving at the city, Li Lu contemplated where to start looking for that person before going to the registration square first. However, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, she did not appear on the square but went to the Fortune Gate branch near the registration square. Her arrival had alerted the person in charge of the registration, Elder Gong Fei. Shortly after, Li Lu sat in the main hall as Gong Fei had rushed from his place to her location. Miss Li Lu. Striding into the main hall in quick steps, Gong Fei greeted her with a bright smile. Although Li Lu was an inner disciple, her status and identity weren't any not lower than some of the Grand Elders. Li Lu rose from her seat, nodding at Gong Fei as she greeted, Elder Gong. Gong Fei was flattered, but also flustered at Li Lu's polite greeting. He hurried forward, inviting Li Lu to sit before taking a seat himself. May I know Miss Li Lu's purpose in coming to our branch? Gong Fei cautiously inquired from Li Lu. Li Lu spoke slowly in a neutral tone. I came here to inquire if there are any disciples with exceptional talent who came to register. Although Li Lu didn't know Huang Xiaolong's godhead rank, she was certain it was absolutely above hers. Gong Fei was dazed slightly by Li Lu's question. Various probabilities crossed his mind when he heard that she came here, but he didn't expect Li Lu would inquire about this. Even though Gong Fei didn't understand why she inquired about this matter, he smiled warmly, replying, I have to say that quite a few good seedlings appeared in this term's All Islands Great War. The dragon origin sex Zhou Su that has the 1,000-dragon physique has cultivated for 250 years. Yet he has already broken through to second-order ancient god realm. Another one is Tan Lin from the Twin Cities Island, who has the Dawn Radiance physique. His strength is on par with Zhou Su's. There is also Luoshan Island's Tao Ming, a peak late first-order ancient god realm, and Anyang Island's Guiyuan Hui. Gong Fei reported the top 10 islands' most popular genius disciples to Li Lu in detail. Lastly, Gong Fei added, though Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and the rest are outstanding, their talents are far from comparable to Miss Li Lu. Neither the Dragon Origin sect nor Twin Cities sect have announced Zhou Su and Tan Lin's godhead rank, but there were rumors and speculations that claims both of them have low-grade emperor rank godhead. Gong Fei supplemented. Low-grade emperor rank godhead. Li Lu was surprised. In the past All Islands Great War, the highest godhead rank that appeared was top-grade king rank. Yet this time there were disciples with low-grade emperor rank godheads. However, after her surprise receded, came disappointment. Could it be that Xiaolong is still in the lower realm? Or has he ascended to the divine world but did not participate in the All Islands Great War? Miss Li Lu. Watching Li Lu's dazed expression that lasted a good while, Gong Fei couldn't help calling out. Li Lu came back to her senses while sighing in her heart. A while later, she excused herself and left the branch. Gong Fei personally sent Li Lu out to the main entrance before returning to the main hall. After some thoughts, he took out the communication talisman and sent a message to the Fortune Gate's young Lord Zhufeng. As the Fortune Gate's young lord, many elders and grand elders supported him, and this Gong Fei was one of them. Zhu Feng's feelings toward Li Lu were no secret. Inside one of the Fortune Gate's residences, Zhu Feng was astounded when he received Gong Fei's message. Junior sister Li Lu is inquiring about the participants in this term's All Islands Great War? This was really unexpected to Zhu Feng. Is there anyone there worthy of junior sister Li Lu's attention? Zhu Feng mumbled under his breath. If so, then he really should pay attention to the upcoming All Islands Great War. Not long after Zhu Feng received Gong Fei's message, Wang Wei, who was still inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom, also came to know that Li Lu was inquiring about disciples participating in the All Islands Great War, and began to pay attention to it as well. In between, news spread and several grand elders and elders also started to pay attention in secret. 3 days passed quickly. The day of the All Islands Great War finally came. In the last 3 days, Huang Xiaolong had completely adjusted his mind and emotions, calm as water. At the first ray of light, he headed to All Islands Square together with the other 4 disciples from Green Cloud Island. When they arrived at the square, many other islands participating disciples had already gathered. Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others also went to All Islands Square, but they could only stand at the edge, for they were not participants. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaolong spotted Hu Dan, one of the twin dragons of the Golden Dragon Gate. She was accompanied by another Golden Dragon Gate male disciple and 3 Berserk Lion Sect male disciples. Judging from the 3 Berserk Lion Sect disciples' facial features, Huang Xiaolong could tell that one was the Black Lion Sword Sun Fu, strength at mid-10th order Heavenly God realm, while the other should be the Ice Lion Sword, Chun Haiqiang, a late 9th order Heavenly God realm disciple. Hu Dan's group of 5 was waiting not far from where Huang Xiaolong was. He guessed that the Golden Dragon Gate ancestor and sect chief, as well as the Berserk Lion sect chief, were all waiting outside the square. When Huang Xiaolong infiltrated the Golden Dragon Gate, he had changed his facial features to another disciple named Tang Hong. Therefore, Hu Dan's group didn't recognize him. Hu Dan revealed a disgusted expression, noticing that Huang Xiaolong had been staring at her for some time. Eldest senior sister, do you want me to teach that brat a lesson? The Golden Dragon Gate male disciple also noticed Huang Xiaolong staring at Hu Dan, and displeasure filled his heart, which was why he asked that question. Hu Dan shook her head. Don't make trouble, and that brat's strength is probably the same as mine. The Golden Dragon Gate disciple was taken aback, exclaiming, That brat is that strong? As one of the disciples heavily nurtured by the Golden Dragon sect, he was no stranger to Hu Dan's strength. Hu Dan merely nodded and did not say anything further. As time passed, more and more participants arrived at the square. The Dragon Origin sects Zhou Su and the Twin Cities sects Tan Lin. All of a sudden, the crowd was in a furor. Some distance away, two young men with extraordinary bearing were walking to the square side by side. These two were none other than Zhou Su and Tan Lin, the two genius disciples at the center of attention in this term's All Islands Great War. Hu Dan's eyes were shining brightly watching Zhou Su and Tan Lin's appearance. They were genius disciples of great talent. This point was enough to make the female participants worship them, Hu Dan included. After Zhou Su and Tan Lin arrived at the square, disciples from the remaining top 10 islands arrived consecutively, stirring the crowd's excitement again and again. An hour later, the elder in charge whistled through the air with a large group of Fortune Gate disciples following behind him. This elder was none other than Gong Fei, who Li Lu inquired information from a few days back. Gong Fei's gaze swept over the crowd of disciples, lingering slightly longer on Zhou Su and Tan Lin's bodies, before he announced the rules and rewards of this term's All Islands Great War. The All Islands Great War was divided into the preliminary round and the finals, and this time was no different. However, the preliminary round consisted of various tasks that differed every term, from sending the disciples to annihilate bandits to infiltrating to sea tribe cities and kill their soldiers, or hunting demonic beasts on islands uninhabited by humans. There was also a task that required disciples to clear devils and evil spirits in devil caves. Although the preliminary round tasks varied, more often than not at least 90% of the All Islands Great War participants were usually eliminated. The remaining 10% or so were the ones that would proceed to the final round. Among tens of thousands of participants, only 5,000 would make the cut every term. 5,000, this was the number set in stone. Only 5,000 disciples would advance to the final round. As the participating disciples waited, Elder Gong Fei did not reveal any details of the preliminary round, only saying that he and a group of Fortune Gate disciples would send Huang Xiaolong and other participating disciples to the relevant location. On the other hand, the final round of every All Islands Great War was the same stage battle. The 5,000 disciples that advanced to the final round would determine the top 1,000, top 100, top 10, top 3, and the first place rankings through stage battle. Lastly, Gong Fei announced the rewards. This term's rewards are the same as all previous terms except for first place rewards. This time, other than the usual rewards for the first place, there are also 10 blue flaming heart chaos spiritual fruits. 10 blue flaming heart fruits. The crowd broke into a furor of excitement. Although many participants heard of this blur flaming heart fruit for the first time, just the mention of chaos spiritual fruits was enough to cause these disciples' eagerness to soar. Even for big island forces like the Dragon Origin sect and Twin Cities sect, chaos spiritual fruits were extremely precious. Just like everyone else, Huang Xiaolong was feeling excited. One of the 5 chaos spiritual fruits he had been searching for to refine the reverse incarnation pill was exactly this blue flaming heart fruit. So far, Huang Xiaolong already found the 9-petal spiritual lightning lotus at the Golden Dragon Gate. Hence there were 4 more chaos spiritual fruits left to gather. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Ren Changhai, and the others had been searching for clues of their whereabouts. Who would have thought he'd find the blue flaming heart fruit in the Fortune Gate? It was even used as a reward for the All Islands Great War. Unconsciously, Huang Xiaolong's hands clenched into fists, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He must get those blue flaming heart fruits. All right, now, please be ready. I'm taking you all to the preliminary round location. Gong Fei's voice sounded in all the participants' ears, causing the furor caused by the blue flaming heart fruit to die down. In the next moment, resplendent 5-colored lights flew out from Gong Fei's palm, enveloping the entire square in the blink of an eye. Then, the transmission array concealed below the square rose to the surface. The transmission array emitted 5 brilliant colors, the energy vibrating from it akin to great waves in the sea, rushing to every corner of the square. "Start the transmission." Gong Fei's sonorous voice rang in the square. Simultaneously, the 1,000 Fortune Gate disciples behind him formed seals with their hands, circulating their god force to help Gong Fei activate the transmission array. The array on the square hummed louder and louder. In the next second, a bright light exploded in front of everyone's eyes, and they felt heaven and earth being flipped over as they disappeared from the Fortune City Square. A second later, Huang Xiaolong and other participants appeared in the boundless outer space. Huang Xiaolong looked down. Below them was still an enormous square, however, it was no longer the same square like the one in Fortune City. It was floating in space, and outside the square was land that was neither big nor small, resembling a nebula. Before Huang Xiaolong or any of the disciples understood anything, the transmission array under their feet activated again. There were 6 continuous transmissions before they finally stopped. When Huang Xiaolong saw the giant black shadow of roiling devil qi ahead of him, he and everyone else was dumbfounded. The black shadow was no stranger to Huang Xiaolong. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. The extraterritorial devil battlefield. The All Islands Great War preliminary round this time was set at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The other participants were just as surprised as Huang Xiaolong was. It is exactly as what you all are thinking now. The preliminary round for this term's All Islands Great War is held here, in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Gong Fei's voice sounded as if he saw through these disciples' thoughts. Gong Fei appeared before the group of participants accompanied by 1,000 Fortune Gate disciples. Hearing Gong Fei's confirmation, many faces became ashen. They were really conducting the All Islands preliminary round at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Even on the mainlands and planets on the farthest edge of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, the weakest magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits were at least at 10th order heavenly god realm. In short, disciples below 10th order heavenly god realm cultivation had a 90% chance of losing their lives here. Even 10th order heavenly god realm participants' chances of surviving didn't look too good. The ancient god realm participants were only a little better, but it didn't reduce the layers of various dangers here. Gong Fei continued indifferently. Similar to previous terms of All Islands Great War, the points are counted based on the number and strength of magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits you kill. Each creature below the ancient god realm is 1 point, first order ancient god realm is worth 100 points, and second order ancient god realm is 1,000 points. Disciples below the ancient god realm paled further. 1 kill below the ancient god realm was only worth 1 point. Even though magic beasts below ancient god realm were easier to kill compared to ancient god realm and above, the disparity between the two was simply overwhelming, clearly favoring the ancient god realm disciples. Considering the dangers present in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, the preliminary round duration is reduced to 3 months. Gong Fei added. In the past, preliminary rounds went on for half a year. The participants were slightly relieved hearing the duration was reduced by half. The longer they stayed at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, the higher the probability of them dying grew. Elder Gong, I want to ask, during the competition, it is considered as violating the rules if we kill other participants? A disciple asked. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was the dragon origin sex Zhou Su who asked the question. Seeing who it was, Gong Fei's face loosened, explaining, during the competition, you can kill other participants, but you won't obtain their points. Could we employ external help? For example, beast mount? Or corpse slaves? Tan Lin of the Twin Cities sect asked. Gong Fei solemnly answered, you can. However, the kills made by these external forces aren't counted. Only your own kills are worth points. Eyes were shining when Gong Fei answered that external help was allowed, but the words at the end shattered these participants' schemes. Some time later, when the participants had no further questions, Gong Fei waved his hand, making an opening leading to the extraterritorial devil battlefield from the square. The preliminary round had begun. Through the opening, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and others entered the extraterritorial devil battlefield, disappearing into the roiling black devil chi. So did Huang Xiaolong. The moment Huang Xiaolong was out of the square's perimeter, devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi rushed to submerge him. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath in. He never thought he would be back in the extraterritorial devil battlefield so soon, in less than a year. Feeling this familiar devil chi, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. To other participants, this place filled with unrestrained thick devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi was equivalent to endless peril. But to Huang Xiaolong it was a holy land for cultivation. However, just as he wanted to leave in a certain direction, a group of participants, about 20 of them, was flying straight at Huang Xiaolong from behind. The two disciples leading in front were early First Order Ancient God Realm. This brother, one of the early Ancient God Realm disciples, spoke. Here in this extraterritorial devil battlefield, there are dangers at every corner. Acting alone makes it hard to collect points. Why don't you join us? With more people, we can take care of each other. As that disciple spoke, he steadily approached Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over that person, indifferently replying, "Not interested. Take care of each other?" What nice words, however. These two Ancient God Realm disciples' intention was to use Huang Xiaolong and others below the Ancient God Realm as cannon fodder. How dare you? Behind the person who spoke to Huang Xiaolong, a young man carrying a large blade walked out, coldly reprimanding. Punk, do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother Sun Zhenyu is our Zhang family island's #1 genius. He had already entered the Ancient God Realm 20 years ago. The fact that our senior brother has invited you means that he appreciates you, yet you dare to refuse. Without a word, the group of disciples spreads out, encircling Huang Xiaolong. There was not a trace of panic or fear on Huang Xiaolong's face watching their actions. According to your words, I should be thanking this so-called senior brother Sun Zhenyu? Sun Zhenyu revealed a benign smile. No need for thanks. Trust that I'm doing this for brother's benefit. Although brother is a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm, such cultivation is still a little weak for surviving in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. If brother comes with me, I can protect you from time to time. Huang Xiaolong was impatient, not in the mood to deal with these people. Without a word, he swung a fist at Sun Zhenyu. Didn't this kid hear? Senior brother Sun Zhenyu is an early First Order Ancient God Realm cultivator. Sun Zhenyu was surprised, but only for a brief moment. The corner of his lips curved into a sneer. Since this brat didn't know what's good for him, he would seize this chance to show his own strength while teaching him a lesson, so that this brat would be obedient in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Zhenyu too punched out as well. Due to Huang Xiaolong's overly arrogant behavior, he decided to be a little heavy-handed, using 2/10 of his strength in his attack. In Sun Zhenyu's eyes, 2/10 of his strength was sufficient to tame this person. At the center of the encirclement, two fists collided. The confident smile on Sun Zhenyu's face collapsed as fear dilated his pupils. Just as he thought of channeling all of his god force into his fist, it was already too late. Powerful shockwaves swept outward. In the next instant, Sun Zhenyu's body shot backwards like a meteor, knocking back several people encircling him. He then crashed several thousand li away, drawing a straight path on the ground. The remaining disciples were dumbfounded, especially the young man carrying a large blade who reprimanded Huang Xiaolong earlier. The other early Ancient God Realm cultivator looked at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. No words coming from his mouth. The Zhang family island's #1 genius? He broke through to Ancient God Realm 20 years ago. Huang Xiaolong's derisive voice sounded. Looks like your meager strength cannot protect me. The surrounding disciples' faces warped in anger, but no one dared to utter a word. At this time, Sun Zhenyu climbed up from the ground. God force surged from his body, shaking away the sand on his clothes. He glared at Huang Xiaolong with hate and killing intent. Brat, not bad. Your strength exceeded my expectations, but do you really think you can fight me? Now, I'll use half of my full strength and let you know what true power is. Go to hell. Sun Zhenyu's god force surged around him in a frenzy, emitting bursts of golden light. This fella has a metal element godhead. Standing in the distance, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. A light flashed on Sun Zhenyu's right hand, turning into a large golden blade condensed from Godforce. Sun Zhenyu slashed down with his right hand, ignoring the distance. A golden blade cut through space, exuding a powerful blade qi. Although his target was Huang Xiaolong, the surrounding disciples felt as if the blade was aimed at them, causing them to retreat far away. Huang Xiaolong sneered watching this before he casually pointed a finger in the air. Almost in the same instant, space shook and the powerful blade qi slashing down on Huang Xiaolong cracked and shattered, whereas Sun Zhenyu was thrown backwards as if he was hit by a giant pillar, howling in pain. High in the air, Sun Zhenyu began vomiting blood, and when he fell on the ground this time he no longer moved. "Half of your strength?" Huang Xiaolong spoke in disdain as he glanced at Sun Zhenyu, motionless as he laid on the ground. He didn't even use 2/10 of his strength. Huang Xiaolong looked around him, inquiring, "Who else wants to protect me?" In the end, his gaze fell onto the other early ancient God Realm disciple. That disciple paled instantly, shaking his head frantically as he cautiously stepped back. Too lazy to delay here further, Huang Xiaolong walked away in space. In just a few steps he was already out of sight. A long time later, the remaining disciples finally dared to move their feet and went to Sun Zhenyu's side. When they reached him, lifting their senior brother Sun Zhenyu, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine armor he was wearing cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. The divine armor Sun Zhenyu wore was the Zhang family's ancient divine armor. With Sun Zhenyu's godforce flowing into it, the armor could withstand the attack of a late first-order ancient god realm. Yet a single point of a finger from that young man caused the divine armor to crack to this extent. Sun Zhenyu's condition was even worse, barely breathing, as if he was about to breathe his last in the next second. Everyone felt coldness spread through their limbs looking at Sun Zhenyu's condition. Blood drained from the face of the person carrying a large blade. Who is that black-haired young man? How could he? A peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. How could he have such terrifying strength? Another disciple stammered. Maybe he isn't a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm, but a peak late first order ancient god realm disciple. He concealed his strength. Another disciple deduced. A peak late first order ancient god realm? Is he one of the top 10 islands disciples? But we have seen Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and the others' faces. That black-haired young man's strength is probably on the same level as Zhou Su and Tan Lin. As they fed Sun Zhenyu a healing pellet, these disciples weren't idle, guessing the black-haired young man's identity. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was 10,000 li away from them. Suddenly, a peak late first-order ancient god realm magic beast that had been hiding in the void pounced on Huang Xiaolong. The magic beast resembled a blood wolf, a common creature in the extraterritorial devil battlefield called Roaring Sky Wolf. They had deadly speed and sharp claws that were tougher than divine weapons refined by ancient god realm cultivators, being able to easily cut through divine armors. The Roaring Sky Wolf had just pounced toward him when the blades of Azura appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hands. A dazzling sword light cut through dense devil qi in the blink of an eye, causing the Roaring Sky Wolf to freeze in midair before plummeting to the ground. Hitting the ground, its head rolled off its body. After killing that Roaring Sky Wolf, Huang Xiaolong's registration token emitted a faint glow as 100 points appeared. With a light pick of his mulberry sword, he dug out the Roaring Sky Wolf's godhead, threw it inside his Azura ring, then flew on ahead. Almost every few minutes in between, there would be magic beasts, evil spirits, or ghouls of varying strengths die in Huang Xiaolong's hands, from first order to second order ancient god realm, as well as weaker ones of 10th order heavenly god realm and below. When dealing with these magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits, Huang Xiaolong merely needed one strike. 3 hours later, he had accumulated over 5,500 points, and he hadn't even gotten serious yet. Moving along, Huang Xiaolong came across some rare herbs which he picked and ate on the spot. At the same time, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead continuously consumed the all-present devil qi of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. While Huang Xiaolong and other participants continued to kill, in the Fortune Gate Square, various cultivators were staring at the rapid changes on the crystal wall floating above the square. Names of participants within the top 5,000 would be shown on this crystal wall. Currently, the brightest and most dazzling name on the crystal wall was none other than the dragon origin sex Zhou Su, who had the 1,000-dragon physique, lighting up the entire square. Just a little over 3 hours passed. Yet Zhou Su's points reached an astonishing 7,453. Ranked below him was the Twin Cities sex Tan Lin, his points chasing closely behind Zhou Su's, with around 300 points less at 7,121. In the third place was the Heavenly Dan Islands genius, Luo Yunjia. Surprisingly, his accumulated points were also in the 7,000 range, just a dozen points behind Tan Lin. Further down was the Anyang Islands Gua Yuan Hui, with an accumulation of points above 6,700. The 5th to the 10th place were mainly occupied by the strongest genius disciples from the top 10 islands. Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Reincarnated were also at the square, staring fixedly at the 24th place on the ranking. The three sex ancestors were especially excited, their faces red looking at the name displayed in the 24th place. Green Cloud Island, Huang Xiaolong, 5,561 points. Huang Xiaolong was actually at the 24th place, a position none of the three ancestors had dared to dream about. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Reincarnated knew that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to peak late 10th order heavenly god realm and had extraordinary battle prowess, but on the other hand, this term's All Islands Great War had more than 200 ancient god realm participants. In these three ancestors' eyes, it was already a great achievement if Huang Xiaolong could enter the top 200. Neither Zhu Huan or Reincarnated, or even Lu Zhua had ever seen Huang Xiaolong's true strength. Hence, seeing his name on the 24th position was surreal for them. But Yao Qi, who understood more of Huang Xiaolong's strength, wasn't surprised nor excited at his ranking. In her opinion, only the top 10 islands' genius disciples could be stronger than Huang Xiaolong, therefore, she believed he could rise further into top 20. Not far from Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others was the Ouyang clan's group. They too were staring fixedly at the name on the 24th place, especially Ouyang Jiang and Ouyang Sun, looking sullen. That damned barbarian god sect disciple named Huang Xiaolong or whatever actually ranked higher than their young lord. How can this be? Although Ouyang Yunfei was within the top 100, he was more than an arm's length from Huang Xiaolong on the ranking. His points were around 2,240, currently ranked 92nd. Standing in front of Ouyang Jiang and Ouyang Sun were the Ouyang clan's ancestor, Ouyang Bin, and patriarch Ouyang Shuguang. Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang knew that Ouyang Yunfei had sent several grand elders to rob the Black Flame Sea Emperor beast from the barbarian god sect. The two of them were clear about the cause and reason between Ouyang Yunfei and the barbarian god sect's grudge. Ouyang Bin's gaze once again fell on the 24th place, his brows furrowed. That barbarian god sect disciple is ranked so high. Ouyang Jiang smiled and reassured him. Ancestor, that Huang Xiaolong brat is but a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. Him getting such a high ranking must be due to some dogshit luck as he managed to find and kill a group of injured magic beasts, which is why his point rose rapidly. Ouyang Sun chimed in. That's right. It has only been 3 hours so far, and the preliminary round lasts 3 months. He won't be able to maintain the 24th spot forever. Who knows, he might fall out of the top 100 before the day ends. If he can remain within the top 300 by the end, it would be considered an achievement. Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang nodded, and the frown between their brows disappeared. When Ouyang Jiang and Ouyang Sun spoke, they deliberately raised their voices slightly. Without any doubt, what they said reached Yao Qi's group clearly, every single word. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Reincarnated's faces distorted in anger, but they only dared to be angry inside and dared not rebuke the Ouyang clan group. I hope Xiaolong can stay within the top 100. Lu Zhua prayed inwardly. Soon the day passed. Within the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong looked at the roiling devil qi and darkened sky. He went and found a cave to rest for the night. Swallowing 100 drops of phoenix blood, he practiced the Grand Mist Parasite medium, while comprehending the purple grand mist aura. To Huang Xiaolong, the preliminary round ranking wasn't that important. For the All Islands Great War's final ranking depended on the battle stage next round. As long as he was one of the top 5,000 disciples, that was sufficient. In these 3 months, he planned to hunt magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits during the day and cultivate at night. The Grand Mist Parasite medium was essential to Huang Xiaolong cultivation path further down the road. This was also why he was so urgent in grasping the technique. Next day, when the roiling devil chi thinned, Huang Xiaolong came out from the cave. Taking out his token, in a quick sweep of his divine sense, he learned his ranking had fallen to the 62nd place in a single night. At the first place was still Zhou Su, breaking the 50,000 points threshold. His name shone brighter than the sun, as if announcing his sovereignty to the world. In the second place was no longer Tan Lin of the Twin Cities sect, but the Heavenly Dan Island's #1 genius, Luo Yunjie. His points had also broken past the 50,000 threshold, only several hundred points below Zhou Su. Tan Lin was relegated to third place in the 49,000 points range. Luo Yunjie, Huang Xiaolong muttered. This Luo Yunjie actually shot past Tan Lin, doggedly chasing Zhou Su. This was something out of Huang Xiaolong's expectation. It seems this Luo Yunjie's true strength was also second-order ancient god realm. At 85th, Huang Xiaolong spotted Ouyang Yunfei's name and couldn't help snickering at his result. In a flicker, his figure disappeared from the waves of devil chi. As experts from various forces kept a close watch on the crystal wall, the first month of the preliminary round went by. In this month, the names and rankings on the crystal wall had seen numerous changes and were still moving up and down. However, no matter how the ranking changed, the Dragon Origin Island's #1 genius Zhou Su stood firmly in the first place. From the beginning until now, Zhou Su's spot had never been shaken by anyone, including Luo Yunjie and Tan Lin, who were persistently chasing. As a result, Tan Lin and Luo Yunjie's positions kept alternating between second and third place. 1 hour ago, Tan Lin was in the second place, while in the next hour it was Luo Yunjie in the second place. On the Fortune City Square, Ancestor Ouyang Bin, Patriarch Ouyang Shuguang, as well as Grand Elder Ouyang Jiang and the rest did not look very happy as they stared at the crystal wall's 28th place. In the 28th place was Huang Xiaolong's name, emitting a radiant light. A month prior, they loudly claimed that Huang Xiaolong would be kicked out of the top 100 very soon. However, a month later, not only had Huang Xiaolong not fallen out of the top 100 ranking, he had also maintained his ranking in the top 30. In the early days, Huang Xiaolong's ranking rose and plummeted. The lowest was over 70, but very soon it rose back up to 20-something. On top of that, as the days passed, Huang Xiaolong's ranking seemingly stabilized within the top 30, whereas Ouyang Yunfei actually fell out of the top 100 the day before. 102. This was Ouyang Yunfei's current position on the ranking. At this instant, the Ouyang clan group felt that Huang Xiaolong's name was jarring to their eyes. If there was no grudge between them and the barbarian god sect, the Ouyang clan group couldn't care less about Huang Xiaolong's performance in the All Islands Great War. It would have nothing to do with them. But now, every time they thought of certain a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm brat that was in the 28th place, many times higher than their Ouyang clan's #1 genius, it was like thorns repeatedly stabbing into their hearts. It's been over a month. This damn brat. How could his ranking remain so high? How could it be so much higher than Yunfei's? The Ouyang clan's ancestor, Ouyang Bin, was extremely dissatisfied. Perhaps this Huang Xiaolong found some Buddhism scriptures and cultivated 1 or 2 Buddhism-related techniques. If this is the case, dealing with the magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits in the extraterritorial devil battlefield would be much easier. Ouyang clan patriarch Ouyang Shuguang made an assumption. That should be it. Ouyang Bin nodded in agreement to Ouyang Shuguang's conjecture. Buddhist techniques were the bane of all magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits. Saying this, Ouyang Bin suddenly frowned. Judging from this brat's strength, he can probably rank in the top 300 in the final round. Meaning to say, he could very well enter the Fortune Gate. The top 1,000 All Islands Great War participants were qualified to become Fortune Gate disciples. Participants below the ancient god realm would be received as outer disciples, while those in the ancient god realm would be inner disciples. Huang Xiaolong becoming a Fortune Gate disciple wasn't something Ouyang Bin was willing to see happen. Ancestor, rest assured, before the final round begins, I'll give Elder Gong Fei some benefits, arranging this Huang Xiaolong to be on the same battle stage as Yunfei, Ouyang Shuguang said, adding, even if this brat passes the preliminary round, he's bound to die in the final round. At that time, Yunfei can take this brat to practice and vent some anger. Although the final round stage battles were determined through drawing lots, a 5-time All Islands Great War overseeing elder like Gong Fei could easily change the name list of each battle stage. Arranging for Huang Xiaolong to fight Ouyang Yunfei was only a small matter. Ouyang Bin's eyes lit up hearing this, nodding in appreciation. This would be best. Contrary to the gloom and anger among the Ouyang clan group, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and the rest were ecstatic looking at Huang Xiaolong's ranking. Smiles etched on their faces. On the first day of preliminary round, Lu Zhua was worried that Huang Xiaolong would be kicked out of the top 100 before the end of the day. But now, he felt like his earlier worry was in vain. However, it was undeniable that danger lurked in every corner of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, with countless magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits roaming around. Every day there were deaths among the participating disciples. When a disciple in the top 5,000 died, their names would explode and disappeared into nothing. Thus Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and Ren Changhai's nerves were stretched taut. Yao Qi grew increasingly nervous as she watched the changes of Huang Xiaolong's ranking. Her small hands clenched into fists. In a particularly luxurious mansion within the Fortune City, the Fortune Gate's young Lord Zhu Feng listened to a subordinate disciple's report about the ranking of the preliminary round, nodding calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking. Young Lord, it seems this term's All Islands Great War's first ranker is none other than the dragon origin sex Zhou Su. According to the word on the street, this Zhou Su has a low-grade emperor rank godhead, just like young Lord. Elder Lu Tai said while looking up at Zhu Feng. If this is true, this Zhou Su is worth the effort of pulling him into young Lord's camp. Zhu Feng nodded, changing the subject when he spoke. Miss Li Lu is still in the Fortune City's Pure Snow Manor? The Pure Snow Manor was Li Lu's residence in Fortune City. Yes, after Miss Li Lu came out of the Fortune Divine Kingdom and went to inquire about this term's participants from Elder Gong Fei, she has remained inside the Pure Snow Manor. There is seemingly no intention of returning to the Fortune Divine Kingdom for the time being. Lu Tai answered. Could it be that Miss Li Lu is waiting for the All Islands Great War results, which is why she's staying in the city? Lu Tai speculated. Zhu Feng's eyes narrowed. A second later, he ordered, go find out if there are any participants that ascended from the lower realm. Lu Tai was momentarily stunned, but soon reacted, understood. At this time in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, a female disciple clad in the golden dragon gate robe was flying over a mountain at rapid speed. It was naturally Hu Dan. Compared to her neat appearance a month ago when she entered the extraterritorial devil battlefield, her golden-colored robes were now stained with magic beast blood in various places while her hair was messy. She was in quite a sorry state. Hu Dan's breathing was heavy and chaotic. Half an hour ago, she had just escaped from being the prey of an early ancient god realm magic beast. Although she was a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm and had almost no rival below the ancient god realm, at this point she could only run. Having managed to run away from an early first order ancient god realm magic beast was a feat she could feel proud of. Flying over the mountain, Hu Dan descended on another area when she smelled an intoxicating scent. This is. Her eyes looked around and immediately locked onto a white flower on the wall of a cliff not far from her. The flower was shaped like a cauldron with a thumb-sized purple-colored bead at the center, emitting a faint purple halo. 9 cauldron golden pearl flower, Hu Dan exclaimed in joy. This 9 cauldron golden pearl flower was a rare herb, and the one in front of her was at least 50 million years old. In a flicker, Hu Dan rushed to the cliff wall, picking the 9 cauldron golden pearl flower. However, just as she was about to leave, a crisp voice sounded, "Little beauty, don't be in a hurry to leave. This 9 cauldron golden pearl flower is something I have my eye on. You want to leave after stealing my treasure? A young man clad in golden-purple robes appeared in Hu Dan's line of sight, blocking her path. Looking at the emblem on the young man's robe, a lifelike ancient dragon, Hu Dan gasped, "Dragon origin sect. This lil beauty's got quite the good eye." Seeing that the female disciple knew he was from the dragon origin sect, Lu Lui flashed a grin and strode toward Hu Dan with complacence. Hu Dan's feet glided backward, panic rising in her eyes. It was clear to her that this dragon origin sect disciple in front of her was an ancient god realm master. Lu Lei flashed a radiant smile watching Hu Dan's little action. "I'm a man who knows how to treat the fairer sex with tenderness, especially a beauty like you." Hu Dan took a deep breath to calm her nerves, sullenly asking, "What do you want?" Lu Lei chuckled. "What do I want? Lil Beauty, you stole my herb? What do you think I want?" Deliberately pausing a moment longer than necessary, Lu Lei smiled, adding, "You might not know, but I'm actually very good-natured. Firstly, put down the 9-cauldron golden pearl flower. Secondly, I found an ancient cultivation technique that requires the coupling of a man and a woman. Practicing this technique with me also brings you benefits, even breaking through to ancient god realm in a decade's time. This is 100 times better than that 9-cauldron golden pearl flower." Lu Lei was full of smiles. His self-righteous words implied that Hu Dan had obtained a great bargain by dual cultivating with him. Hu Dan's delicate face was green with fury. She had seen many shameless people, but she has never encountered this degree of shamelessness. Thick-faced enough to claim that a herb in the extraterritorial devil battlefield was his, and sounding so righteous about it. "You!" Hu Dan pointed at Lu Lei's face, shouting in anger, "You're shameless!" In a split second, a long sword appeared in her hand, slashing at Lu Lei. Sword chi whistled out for several li, cutting a path through the surrounding devil chi. The whelming sword chi reached Lu Lei in an instant. Lu Lei exclaimed softly in interest. This 10th order heavenly god realm female disciple was many times stronger than he had anticipated. Despite Hu Dan's shocking sword chi, he didn't even give it a second glance. Raising 2 fingers, Lu Lei restrained the sword chi between his fingers, seemingly pinned in place by a giant hand. Lu Lei slightly turned his fingers to the side, and Hu Dan's sword chi snapped into countless fragments, crumbling to nothing. Whereas Hu Dan, after a slash of her sword, she did not attack again. Instead, she arrived several hundred li away in a flicker, fleeing at her fastest speed. As she fled, the scattered devil chi regrouped again, veiling her from Lu Lei's sight. Watching this, Lu Lei sneered. With a single greater space teleportation, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was blocking in front of Hu Dan, pointing a finger at her. Purple lightning god force slithered out, turning into a purple dragon halfway, rushing toward Hu Dan. Crackling lightning drummed in her ears as space shook. Purple dragon meteoric finger. The purple dragon meteoric finger was one of the dragon origin sect's more powerful offensive techniques, but it was limited to the scarce few highly talented disciples. Hu Dan was shocked, but with a twist of her body she swam back like a golden dragon, faintly discernible. However, the purple dragon from Lu Lei's purple dragon meteoric finger had locked onto her. No matter how Hu Dan changed her direction or if she turned almost invisible, she was unable to shake off the attack. This was the frightening point of the purple dragon meteoric finger. Regardless of how one fled or hid, they wouldn't be able to dodge its attack. The purple dragon caught up to Hu Dan, but just when she thought she wouldn't be able to escape from injury, the purple dragon circled around her body like a rope, binding her. Hu Dan violently struggled, attempting to break free, only to realize that her surrounding space froze, completely restricting her movements. Lu Lei arrived in front of Hu Dan with the same radiant smile on his face. "I already said that I'm quite good-natured. Had you obediently agreed to my 2 conditions and put down the 9-cauldron golden pearl flower, then dual cultivate with me for a few years, I would have set you free once you advanced to the ancient god realm. Aren't these excellent conditions?" Then Lu Lei shook his head looking disappointed. "But you did not appreciate my kindness, so now I can only suck your essence dry." Hu Dan was bloodlessly white in an instant. Losing all Yin essence meant that 9/10 of Hu Dan's life was gone, her cultivation greatly damaged. To a woman, especially a female cultivator, having their Yin essence sucked away was worse than death. Not to mention she was in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Death was certain. Despair rose to Hu Dan's face. If she knew this earlier, she would have rather died under the jaws of that ancient god realm magic beast. Lu Lei chuckled as his hand grabbed Hu Dan's shoulder, lifted her up and flew away rapidly. What he had to do now was search for a cave as soon as possible. At one point when Lu Lei flew carrying Hu Dan, they heard the sound of whistling winds. A black-haired young man was flying towards them from the opposite direction. Hearing the sound of wind, the despair on Hu Dan's face receded, shouting as loud as she can, "Help!" Huang Xiaolong heard a cry for help and recognized it was one of the twin golden dragons, Hu Dan's voice. His gaze fell onto Lu Lei, who was holding Hu Dan captive. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased, then relaxed, recognizing the dragon origin sect emblem on Lu Lei's robe. Under most circumstances, other participating disciples preferred not to provoke the dragon origin sect's disciples. The first reason was that all of dragon origin sect's participating disciples were strong, and the second reason was the sect's overall power. Right at this time, Lu Lei tapped his finger in the air in Huang Xiaolong's direction, aiming for his forehead. In a rapid flicker, Lu Lei's finger attack fell on empty space, passing through Huang Xiaolong's afterimage, piercing a hole through a mountain in the distance. Huang Xiaolong stood calmly some distance away. Eh? Lu Lei was surprised. He didn't expect his sudden finger attack to be avoided by the person in front of him. Initially, seeing that Huang Xiaolong was just a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm, Lu Lei thought this annoyance could be dealt with in one move and then he could continue looking for a cave. "It's you." Hu Dan finally recognized Huang Xiaolong a moment later. Wasn't this the disciple who had been looking at her lasciviously at the Fortune City Square? That black-haired young disciple? Lu Lei's expression darkened, seeing that Hu Dan knew this black-haired young man. He coldly told Huang Xiaolong off, "Brat, don't be nosy. Scram now and I'll spare your life. My patience is limited, you have 3 seconds." Li Lei was confident that Huang Xiaolong could tell he was a Dragon Origin sect disciple. Moreover, with this person's peak late 10th order heavenly god realm strength, Lu Lei was also confident Huang Xiaolong could see he was an ancient god realm master. Huang Xiaolong's expression was just as indifferent. "Put the person down, you have 2 seconds. Scram or die." Both Lu Lei and Hu Dan were dumbfounded. Lu Lei laughed despite his boiling anger. "You're giving me 2 seconds to scram or die? Brat, are you sure?" Right in this tense atmosphere, a dazzling sword chi shot through space. Lu Lei felt a swift coldness across his neck, and in the next second, he saw his head separated from his body. Huang Xiaolong looked at Lu Lei's head that fell off his shoulders, icily answering, "I am sure." For 2 seconds had passed. He had seen Lu Lei once in the Fortune City. At that time, he was walking beside Zhou Su, seemingly close. Hu Dan's beautiful eyes were wide with shock as she watched Lu Lei's head being separated from his body. Her brain went blank. With Lu Lei's death, the restriction on her body disappeared. Hu Dan's mind was still blank when the tip of the mulberry sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand slightly tilted, picking out Lu Lei's godhead from his head before putting both the godhead and Lu Lei's spatial ring into his Azura ring. A moment later, Hu Dan came to her senses. She turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief. "Why you killed him." Previously at the square in the Fortune Gate City, Hu Dan felt that this black-haired young man's strength was on par with hers. Never had she imagined that his strength would actually be so terrifying. Killing a Dragon Origin sect early First Order ancient god realm with just one slash of the sword? What concept of strength was this? Not to mention the fact that this black-haired person had the guts to kill a Dragon Origin sect disciple. Perhaps he couldn't tell that Lu Lei was a Dragon Origin sect disciple? No, that was impossible. She would never believe he couldn't tell Lu Lei's Dragon Origin sect disciple identity. The buzzing noise in Hu Dan's head didn't seem to stop. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to answer a silly Hu Dan asking if he killed a Dragon Origin sect disciple. The question was literally stupid. A sliver of flame flew out from Huang Xiaolong's finger, burning Lu Lei's corpse until nothing remained. Then he walked away. Hey wait. Realizing Huang Xiaolong was leaving, she called out in panic. Huang Xiaolong stopped and turned around, looking at Hu Dan. Huang Xiaolong really stopped and turned around, but Hu Dan didn't know what to say. Stammering nervously, she asked, You're not afraid of the dragon origin sect? Huang Xiaolong joked. If I'm not telling and you're not telling, then the dragon origin sect won't know. You won't go out and tell the dragon origin sect, right? No. Hu Dan shook her head and waved her hands. Huang Xiaolong continued half-jokingly. If you dare to leak a word about this, I'll have Song Qingli and Lu Zhuo to banish you from the Golden Dragon Gate. Hu Dan, dazed for a second, blurted out, You know our ancestor and gate chief? Huang Xiaolong smiled, neither admitting nor denying. Not only did he know them, after he obtained the Golden Dragon heritage, Song Qingli and Lu Zhuo had to call him ancestor. Then what should Hu Dan call him? Great-great-ancestor? In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong sped away. Hu Dan looked lost as she stared in the direction where Huang Xiaolong's figure sped away, contemplating how this black-haired young man knew their Golden Dragon sect's ancestor and gate chief. Once the preliminary round ends, I'll go ask the ancestor and gate chief, Hu Dan decided. Her gaze then fell onto the place Lu Lei was killed. Even now, she had a surreal feeling. A moment later, Hu Dan sped away. At this point of time at the Fortune City Square, the Dragon Origin Sect Chief Qinding and other Dragon Origin Sect experts saw, on the crystal wall, their 83rd ranked disciple Lu Lei's name exploding in a shower of light after the glaring light dissipated. The names on the ranking shifted. Qinding and the present Dragon Origin Sect experts were dumbfounded. The spectators on the square also noticed Lu Lei's demise. After a while, more and more people noticed, causing the square to be in an uproar. The Dragon Origin Sect was the head of the top 10 islands. Thus their disciples were the subject of attention during the All Islands Great War. In fact, disciples in the top 100 attracted the most attention. No one had ever expected the 83rd ranked Lu Lei to actually die. It seems this Lu Lei's luck wasn't good. Did he die in the hands of a magic beast, ghoul, or evil spirit? If Lu Lei didn't die, in the end, he could have definitely stayed in the top 100. People in the crowd shook their heads at Lu Lei's unexpected death. The general opinion was that Lu Lei's death in the extraterritorial devil battlefield was most likely due to a magic beast, ghoul, or evil spirit, for none of them thought that other participants would dare to kill a Dragon Origin Sect disciple. Qinding sullenly ordered, After the preliminary round ends, find out Lu Lei's cause of death. Each of the Dragon Origin Sect's disciples participating in the All Islands Great War had been nurtured by numerous herbs and other resources. Each of their deaths was a great loss to the Dragon Origin Sect. Not to mention that Lu Lei wasn't just a Dragon Origin Sect disciple but also the nephew of Qinding's distant relative, and he had always appreciated Lu Lei's talent. Yes, Sect Chief. The group of Dragon Origin Sect Grand Elders respectfully complied. A cold light glinted in Qinding's eyes, exuding an overwhelming pressure from his body. If Lu Lei's death was related to the nature of the extraterritorial devil battlefield, nothing could be said. But if other disciples dared to kill their Dragon Origin Sect's people, they were seeking death. Huang Xiaolong continued flying toward the deeper part of the extraterritorial devil battlefield after killing Lu Lei. Even though the preliminary round duration was limited to 3 months, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to make it back in time. The token given to each participant had a small transmission array inscribed within. Once 3 months' time was up, Gong Fei would activate the transmission array on the token, transferring all disciples back to the starting place. As the sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand slashed and cut on the way, magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits were turned into points, rising at a rapid pace that, by the end of the day, Huang Xiaolong's position had risen to 26th. This was his current position. The surroundings slowly darkened. Just as Huang Xiaolong decided to look for a safe cave and cultivate for the night, he suddenly sensed 2 strange energy fluctuations ahead of him. This wasn't the same type of energy fluctuations coming from magic beasts, ghouls, or evil spirits. Yet these 2 energy fluctuations felt familiar to Huang Xiaolong. Azura. This was a Hell Shura's energy fluctuation. When Huang Xiaolong was still in the lower realm, he cultivated the Asura tactics and had, at one time, refined an Asura, obtaining the Asura bloodline. There were Asuras in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. This was unexpected news for Huang Xiaolong. Could it be? A second later, he remembered. A few years back, the Soul Tribe's young Lord Hun Dishan came to the extraterritorial devil battlefield precisely for these two Asura kings. Huang Xiaolong immediately flew in the direction of the two Asura kings' energy fluctuations. Soon, he spotted two burly monsters with a thick horn at the center of their heads and bodies covered with scales. Indeed, they were two Hell Asuras. But these two Asuras in front of him were several times bigger than the Asura he had refined in the lower realm, not to mention the alarming pressure from their bodies. Huang Xiaolong could feel their frightening Asura force. The two Asura kings that were feasting on raw magic beast's flesh when they sensed Huang Xiaolong approaching them. Raising their heads, their scarlet eyes were looking straight at him, a ferocious light gleaming inside. In the next instant, they lunged at Huang Xiaolong. These two late Fourth Order Ancient God Realm Asura King's strength was comparable to the regular early Fifth Order Ancient God Realm Cultivator. Their movements were too fast for Huang Xiaolong to see clearly. Fortunately, he had prepared himself in advance. The moment the two Asura Kings moved, Huang Xiaolong had summoned out the Black Baboon. A second later, the two Asura Kings were slapped away by the giant chaos spiritual beast, crashing into the mountain in the far distance. The earth shook as rocks and pebbles rolled down. In a few breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong was standing in the air, observing the two Asura Kings. The Black Baboon's attack did not kill these two Asura Kings, merely rendering them unable to resist. Huang Xiaolong believed that after refining these two Asura Kings' blood, his strength would rise once more, as well as strengthening his true divine dragon physique. Pulling the two Asura Kings out, Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. He was curious to know how these two Asura Kings arrived in the divine world from hell. Of course, he also wanted to know their purpose in coming to the divine world. Huang Xiaolong quickly began searching through their memories. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong had finished scouring through the two Asura Kings' memories. He didn't expect these two Asura Kings to have arrived at the extraterritorial devil battlefield after accidentally running into a black hole in the Asura world. The two Asura Kings coming to the extraterritorial devil battlefield was an accident. There was no purpose at all. Asura Gate. Huang Xiaolong muttered the name under his breath. Even though the appearance of the two Asura Kings in the extraterritorial devil battlefield was an accident, he got to know there was a force called Asura Gate in hell. Moreover, this Asura Gate was one of the hegemon forces in hell with numerous experts, ruling one direction of hell. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. The Asura Gate in hell and the Asura Gate in the lower realm. Was there a connection between them? Although it was common for similar sect names to appear in the vast universe, Huang Xiaolong felt there were only so many coincidences in the world. For one, the Asura tactics that his first master Renwuquang had left behind enabled him to absorb the frigid cold chi from hell, and upon reaching the 10th stage, he could also summon the Gate of Hell. Another reason was, Huang Xiaolong had always believed that his master Renwuquang wasn't dead, and had actually entered the Asura world. Looks like the trip to hell is inevitable, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The first reason why he was planning to go to the Asura world was to cultivate, and secondly, he had to clarify the relationship between hell's Asura Gate and the lower realm's Asura Gate. His strength was too low to go now, hence Huang Xiaolong decided to consider it again after he stepped into the ancient god realm. Remembering how he recklessly stepped through the gate of hell back when he had just broken through to the god realm, Huang Xiaolong had a sense of delayed trepidation. At that time, he was truly a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. Fortunately, he did not come across any danger. Otherwise he would now be deader than dead, without a single piece of him remain. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts returned to the present. He then ordered the Black Baboon to carry the two Asura Kings and went to the nearby mountains, opening a cave for himself. Inside the cave, Huang Xiaolong began refining the two Asura Kings' bloodline. When he completed the refinement, half a month had gone by. Standing in his self-made cave, Huang Xiaolong punched at the wall. From the belly of the mountain, his fist force made a hole all the way to the side and pierced through another nearby mountain, traveling through a dozen mountains before dissipating. Huang Xiaolong once again compressed his strength. Even though he had yet to break through to the ancient god realm, his power and physical defense had almost doubled, especially his true divine dragon physique that had improved even further. Even Huang Xiaolong himself did not know to what degree his true divine dragon physique has changed. By a rough estimation, he guessed that even a third-order ancient god realm cultivator's physical body wasn't as strong as his. After he finally broke through to the next realm, his true divine dragon physique would strengthen to an unimaginable level. Initially, Huang Xiaolong only had half the confidence to break through to the ancient god realm after the end of the All Islands Great War. Now that he had refined two Azura King's bloodline, however, his confidence soared sky high. Taking out his competition token, in a quick sweep of his divine sense, Huang Xiaolong saw that his ranking had fallen all the way down to the 96th place. Then again, after spending half a month to refine the two Azura King's bloodline, this was within his estimation. I'll have to use a little bit of effort now. In a blur, Huang Xiaolong was already flying out from the hole that his punch had made earlier. Although he wasn't overly concerned about the preliminary round ranking, it was better to maintain a position within the top 100. A short distance from the mountain Huang Xiaolong just left was a swamp area. Right at this moment, a barbarian god sect disciple named Zhang Danming was standing in front of an inconspicuous hill with an ecstatic expression. He was just passing by when he noticed a glimmer on this hill. Thinking it was strange, he came closer to take a look. At first, Zhang Danming wasn't really expecting anything. But when he moved the weeds away, there was a steel door that seemed to lead to a cultivation dwelling. The door was about 3 to 4 meters in height, wide enough to accommodate 3 people passing through at the same time. Ghost Buddha Depository. Ghost Buddha. Could it the same Lord Guifu from 1,000,000 years ago? 1,000,000 years ago, there was a super force on the Fortune mainland called Ghost Buddha sect. At that time, the sect chief was named Guifu, possessing unfathomable strength that caused even the Fortune Gate ancestor and chief of that time to be wary. However, for unknown reasons, the unfathomably powerful Guifu went missing not long after. At that time, there were a lot of rumors going around in the Vientiane world. Some said that Lord Guifu went to the extraterritorial devil battlefield and died there. Another rumor claimed that Lord Guifu went to the Ghost Abyss. Some said that something went wrong when Lord Guifu was cultivating, causing him to succumb to heart devils and die. There were various rumors regarding Lord Guifu's disappearance that spread over the years. From then on, Lord Guifu had never appeared again. The disappearance of Lord Guifu left the Ghost Buddha sect without a support pillar. At the same time, the sect had to withstand the pressure and attacks of various other sects of the Fortune mainland. Its strength began to decline, reducing the once grand Ghost Buddha sect to an unremarkable small sect 1,000,000 years later. Recalling this 1,000,000-year-old legend, Zhang Danming could barely suppress his excitement. Some time later, he finally managed to calm himself a little and began studying the Ghost Buddha Depository's steel door. The surface of the steel door depicted a great Buddha sitting cross-legged. There was a large circle of golden light behind it, and outside the golden circle were layers of ghosts. Looking at this carving on the steel door, Zhang Danming was even more certain that this Ghost Buddha Depository had been left behind by that Lord Guifu 1,000,000 years back. For he was born with a Buddha physique yet cultivated a strange ancient technique involving ghosts. In the end, Zhang Danming's gaze returned to the great Buddha. On the surface of its raised palm, Zhang Danming could see some barely noticeable shining lines. An idea flashed through his mind and he raised his right palm, pressing it against the great Buddha's palm. Seeing that his palm fit perfectly, Zhang Danming circulated his god force. However, to his disappointment, no matter how much god force he sent into the steel door, there was no reaction at all, except for making the golden circle behind the great Buddha brighter. Half an hour later, Zhang Danming was completely disappointed. He understood that it was because his strength wasn't high enough to open this Ghost Buddha Depository's steel door. Or perhaps only Buddhism force could open it. Haha! Brother Chan is right. There really is an ancient cultivation dwelling here. At this time, 4 figures came whistling through the air, one of them laughing happily. Zhang Danming's face tightened. It seems when he circulated his god force, attempting to open this steel door, the bright golden circle behind the great Buddha had attracted the nearby disciples' attention. Spirit Lake Cult. Zhang Danming's mind screamed when he saw the emblems on these 4 young men's robes. They were from the Spirit Lake Island, one of the top 10 islands. Even though the Spirit Lake cult's strength was far from the Dragon Origin sect, it was still acknowledged as being one of the top 10 islands. The strength of their disciples was much higher than the Green Cloud Islands' disciples. Most of the cultivators coming from the top 10 islands to participate in the All Islands Great War were of ancient god realm strength. Descending to the ground, the 4 Spirit Lake cult disciples directly ignored Zhang Danming. Greed burned in their eyes as they stared at the steel door. Ghost Buddha Depository, the 4 exclaimed simultaneously. The cultivation dwelling of that Lord Gui Fu from 1,000,000 years ago, the thin-faced Spirit Lake cult disciple exclaimed as the thought crossed his mind. Lord Gui Fu's cultivation dwelling. Hearing that, the other 3 Spirit Lake cult disciples' eyes brightened, shivers of excitement coursing through their bodies. Ha ha! The cultivation dwelling of Lord Gui Fu. Our luck is really good This is heaven's blessing. Spirit Lake cult stout disciple Sun Fangliang laughed heartily. Ha ha! Really the biggest dog shit luck. If it wasn't so, how could we ever discover Lord Gui Fu's cultivation dwelling? The first thin-faced disciple Wang Haiyao echoed, laughing loudly. The others also laughed loudly to express the elation in their hearts. Zhang Danming felt unprecedented coldness spread through his limbs as he watched the 4 people. His face was white as a sheet. The earlier joy in finding the ghost Buddha depository vanished, taken over by despair. Since it was related to the ghost Buddha depository, the 4 Spirit Lake cult disciples would absolutely kill to silence him. There was no chance they would ever let him leave here alive. Not to mention, Zhang Danming had already given up all thoughts of running. Run? Maybe his death would be twice as tragic. How could he, a late 9th Order Heavenly God Realm disciple, outrun several ancient God Realm masters? At this time, Sun Fangliang, Wang Haiyao, and the other 2 finally looked at Zhang Danming. Looking at Zhang Danming's face filled with fear and despair, Sun Fangliang smiled playfully. Kid, which sect do you belong to? Zhang Danming swallowed nervously, his voice strained. Green Cloud Island, Barbarian God Sect. Green Cloud Island's Barbarian God Sect? Zhao Jinyu was bemused. I think I've heard of this Barbarian God Sect. Sun Fangliang, Wang Haiyao, and another disciple turned to look at Zhou Jinyu. Right, there's a Barbarian God Sect disciple named Huang Xiaolong, currently ranked 96th. Zhao Jinyu blurted out as he remembered. No wonder. That's why I felt this name to be so familiar. Zhao Jinyu was currently ranked at 95th, 1 place above Huang Xiaolong. He had seen the Barbarian God Sect and Huang Xiaolong's name when he checked his token earlier, which was why he felt it sounded familiar. Sun Fangliang and the other 2 quickly took out their token and checked. Indeed, at the 96th place was a Barbarian God Sect disciple named Huang Xiaolong. He's merely ranked 96th. He should be a peak early First Order Ancient God Realm at most. Sun Fangliang spoke with nonchalance. Even if he's really nearby and rushed over here, the 4 of us could easily take his life at any time. Sun Fangliang was a peak mid-First Order Ancient God Realm cultivator, currently in the 45th position on the ranking, while Wang Haiyao was also a peak mid-First Order Ancient God Realm cultivator ranked 47th at the moment. Zhao Jinyu and the other disciple were slightly weaker, but their cultivation still reached peak early First Order Ancient God Realm. The 4 of them naturally wouldn't put a person ranked 96th in their eyes. Sun Fangliang's gaze fell on Zhang Danming, once again saying, seeing that you've helped us find this ghost Buddha depository, I'll give you a quick death. Finished saying that, Sun Fangling pointed his index finger at Zhang Danming. In a split second, a piercing finger force rushed out, piercing through Zhang Danming's head. Zhang Danming crumbled to the ground. However, before the finger force penetrated his head, Zhang Danming managed to crush his Barbarian God Sect rescue talisman. This rescue talisman could alert other Barbarian God Sect disciples within a certain distance. Of course, if other disciples were too far, Then, Sun Fangliang's group of 4 did notice that Zhang Danming crushed a rescue talisman, but no one stopped him. All right now, let's not waste more time and quickly open this steel door, Wang Haiyao urged his companions. This ghost Buddha depository was too important and precious. They had to hurry inside and collect all the treasures before other disciples found this place. Sun Fangliang and others nodded in agreement. Wang Haiyao approached and stood in front of the steel door, looking at the great Buddha's palm. A moment later, he pressed his palm onto it and subsequently circulated his God force. In the next instant, the golden circle behind the great Buddha emitted a bright golden light. Spreading to the surrounding hill, however, there was no other reaction from the steel door. Wang Haiyao's expression was slightly ugly, but he could only retrieve his palm. What's wrong? Is our strength insufficient to open this door to the ghost Buddha depository? Wang Haiyao's voice was extremely sullen. Sun Fangliang and others frowned watching this. Let me try. Sun Fangliang stepped forward, placing his palm on the same spot as Wang Haiyao. But no matter how much God force he sent into the steel door, the result was the same. The door did not budge an inch. Lord Guifu had an innate Buddha physique. In order to activate the great Buddha and open this steel door, perhaps we require Buddhism energy? Zhao Jinyu spoke in a solemn tone. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Zhao Jinyu. In the past, I found a piece of bone from a high-level ancient God realm art hat. Let's cooperate and see if we can force out the remnant Buddhism force within. If we are successful, we can use it to open this steel door, Wang Haiyao proposed. A golden light flashed in his palm as a piece of bone appeared. Its surface was a pure golden color, as if it was painted with a layer of gold. This was the Arhat bone he spoke of. However, a portion of the bone was chipped, rendering it incomplete, but even so, the 4 of them could feel the remnant Buddhism force inside the bone. Without delay, the group of 4 joined hands to extract the remnant Buddhism force from the bone. While they were trying to open the door, Huang Xiaolong had received Zhang Danming's rescue signal earlier and was rushing over. He was traveling at a rapid speed, crossing 10,000 li in a flicker, akin to a streak of light traversing over the dark extraterritorial devil battlefield. Soon, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the inconspicuous hill just as Sun Fangliang, Wang Haiyao, and the 2 others were extracting the Buddhism force from the bone, channeling it into the great Buddha's palm. Almost immediately, the lines on the great Buddha's palm began to rotate, emitting a brilliant light. The great Buddha seemed to come alive as the steel door slightly shook. Watching this scene, Sun Fangliang and the rest felt triumphant. As expected, opening the steel door required Buddhism force. Just when the 4 thought the door was going to open, the shaking gradually stopped and the door grew quiet. There was no longer any reaction from the great Buddha. Sun Fangliang and the others were flabbergasted. The Buddhism energy from the Arhat bone was exhausted. I know senior brother Chun Weiping has a few pieces of Arhat bone. How about we invite him over? Zhao Jinyu suggested. Sun Fangliang and Wang Haiyao frowned, but they nodded their heads in the end. They had no other option. Chun Weiping was the Spirit Lake cult's #1 genius, his cultivation having reached peak late First Order ancient god realm. He was close to breaking through to the Second Order. Moreover, his battle prowess was even higher than the average Second Order ancient god realm cultivators. Chun Weiping was currently ranked 8th. However, if they invited Chun Weiping, even if they could open the door to the Ghost Buddha depository, their harvest would only be a small portion of what was inside. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Subsequently, with all 4 people's agreement, Zhao Jinyu crushed a sect talisman that sends their message to Chun Weiping. Huang Xiaolong watched this coldly. In the next second, he descended to the ground. Sun Fangliang and the rest were alarmed, noticing Huang Xiaolong only after they looked up. When they noticed the barbarian god sect robe he was wearing, all 4 breathed out in relief. Hee, you're that barbarian god sect disciple. Huang Xiaolong, ranked 96th? Sun Fangliang chuckled. You've come at the right time. Being unable to open the Ghost Buddha depository caused Sun Fangliang to be both frustrated and angry. A straw bag to vent his anger was what precisely he wanted right now. Huang Xiaolong's attention was not on Sun Fangliang's group of four, instead falling on the corpse lying on the ground in the distance that was wearing the same barbarian god sect robe as him, Zhang Danming's body. Sun Fangling's group was in a hurry to open the Ghost Buddha Depository's steel door, ignoring Zhang Danming's body, leaving it on the ground. Who killed him? Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze was directed at Sun Fangliang's group of four. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong not only ignored them but also questioned them in return about Zhang Danming's death, Sun Fangliang, Wang Haiyao, and the other two chuckled in anger. Especially Sun Fangliang, his chuckles were the loudest of all. Punk, I killed him, so what? You want to avenge him? Sun Fangliang grinned. Relying on your measly peak late 10th order heavenly god realm strength? He further taunted Huang Xiaolong. I really don't understand what kind of dog shit luck you ran into to reach the 96th position. Just as Sun Fangliang finished, a figure blurred and Huang Xiaolong reached where he stood. Huang Xiaolong's right hand reached out, clutching Sun Fangliang's neck, lifting him into the air as if he was holding a tortoise. Sun Fangliang's eyes bulged out from his sockets, gasping at Huang Xiaolong. By reflex, he raised his hands attempting to counter, but just as he did so, Huang Xiaolong exerted force in his right hand, crushing his. Sun Fangliang's hands and feet went limp, his eyes filled with disbelief. He got so far into the preliminary round, currently ranked 45th strength at peak mid-first order ancient god realm, yet he died. His throat was crushed by a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciple in just one move. He died. Before Sun Fangliang completely sank into oblivion, he heard three angry roars. Three figures lunged at Huang Xiaolong, violent god force surging from their bodies, attacking Huang Xiaolong from behind. Huang Xiaolong ignored them, letting their attacks land on his back, causing a rumbling noise to reverberate in the hill area. The other three Spirit Lake cult disciples' attacks struck accurately onto Huang Xiaolong. Watching this, their eyes shone with madness and excitement. In the next second, however, all three were dumbfounded, looking unbelievably at Huang Xiaolong. Despite their attacks, he remained standing like an immovable mountain. How is this possible? Even their senior brother Chen Weiping would suffer heavy injuries taking their combined attack. Even the current first ranker, the Dragon Origin Sect's #1 genius, Zhou Su, couldn't withstand their earlier attack and not budge an inch. This barbarian god sect disciple was stronger than Zhou Su. No, absolutely impossible. Zhou Su possessed the 1,000-dragon physique and a low-grade emperor rank godhead. How was it possible for this barbarian god sect disciple to be stronger than him? Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder, directing a contemptuous gaze at Wang Haiyao's group of three. He was about to deal with three of them when, all of a sudden, sounds of whistling wind came from the distance as a group of people clad in blue robes appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the group of people arrived at the hill where Huang Xiaolong, Wang Haiyao, and the others were. Senior Brother Chun. Wang Haiyao and the other two terrified disciples had found hope once more when they saw this group of people and hurried towards them. This group was led by Chen Weiping, who Wang Haiyao's group contacted earlier, the Spirit Lake cult's #1 genius. Arriving with Chen Weiping were four other Spirit Lake cult geniuses, all four being ancient god realm experts. Chen Weiping immediately saw Sun Fangliang's corpse not far away as he descended. His eyes narrowed, exuding sharpness as his gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong. In a heavy tone, he questioned, "What is going on here?" Wang Haiyao stepped up, hurriedly explaining, "Senior Brother Chun, we discovered the Ghost Buddha Depository and we're going to open the steel door, but we didn't see this barbarian god sect disciple sneaking up on us. Before we could react, he ambushed us and killed Senior Brother Sun Fangliang. He was going to kill all of us to rob the treasures inside the Ghost Buddha Depository." From Wang Haiyao's description, the Ghost Buddha Depository was discovered by them, whereas Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Danming become despicable robbers. Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly and did not say a word. Hearing Wang Haiyao's story, Chen Weiping's group glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong, but even more obvious were their burning gazes directed at the steel door. Ghost Buddha Depository. Chun Weiping's eyes gleamed with desire. Lord Gui Fu's cultivation dwelling? Earlier, when Zhao Jinyu contacted him, he had merely mentioned that they discovered an ancient cultivation dwelling and required Buddhism force to open it, not mentioning anything about the ghost Buddha depository. Suppressing the burning desire in his chest, Chun Weiping looked at Huang Xiaolong again, sneering, "Peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm? Since your sneak attack managed to kill junior brother Sun Fangliang, it seems your strength is not bad." Although Chun Weiping was inwardly shocked that Huang Xiaolong, a Heavenly God Realm kid, was capable of killing Sun Fangliang, he didn't really put him in his eyes. After all, Wang Haiyao emphasized on the fact that it was an ambush. Wang Haiyao noticed Chun Weiping's nonchalant attitude toward Huang Xiaolong and couldn't help cautioning, "Senior brother Chun, be careful. That punk is quite strong. The three of us together are probably not his match." The 4 Spirit Lake cult disciples who came with Chun Weiping were astounded and were doubtful of Wang Haiyao's claim. Wang Haiyao's group of 3 wasn't not this punk's match? How could that be? Wang Haiyao was a peak late First Order Ancient God Realm, while Zhao Jinyu and the other disciple were peak early First Order Ancient God Realm. These 3 people together could not deal with a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm disciple. "Senior brother Wang, are you mistaken?" One of the Spirit Lake cult disciples couldn't resist asking. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong walked toward Chun Weiping. In a single stride, he was already within an arm's length from Chun Weiping, before his fist punched out. Chun Weiping was truly deserving of his Spirit Lake Cult No. 1 Genius Disciple title. He reacted almost immediately as Huang Xiaolong attacked, pushing his God Force to the limit. Imperial Ice Tactic, Spirit Deity Fist. Chun Weiping bellowed, his fist striking out at Huang Xiaolong. Ice Element God Force rushed out howling madly. At the same time, a giant ice fist struck out at Huang Xiaolong, causing waves of cold energy to surge forth, condensing into the figure of an ancient deity, freezing Huang Xiaolong's surroundings. This attack, however, had no effect. Under Huang Xiaolong's fist force, all coldness dissipated and the ancient deity condensed by waves of cold energy disintegrated. Huang Xiaolong's fist force flew forth, landing on Chun Weiping's body. Crack! The ancient divine armor on he was wearing cracked and shattered like fried crispy skin. Chun Weiping's chest caved in, causing flowers of blood to bloom on his blue robe. Chun Weiping stood dazedly without moving, looking at Huang Xiaolong's right fist sinking into his chest with disbelief. Although he did not possess any of the unique physiques, he had consumed various precious herbs, tempering his body to a terrifying degree. The average second-order ancient god realm cultivators were incapable of injuring him at all. However, right now there was a fist stuck in his chest. His body's defense was broken by a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. "You? Who are you?" Chun Weiping's hoarse voice sounded in everyone's ears, weakly protesting. "How could you be stronger than Zhou Su? Stronger than the Dragon Origin Sect's No. 1 Genius, Zhou Su." Chun Weiping said this because not even Zhou Su could do what Huang Xiaolong just did, easily breaking his body's toughness as well as his divine armor. Barbarian God Sect, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong introduced himself. He exerted more strength in his first, rapidly corroding Chun Weiping's vitality. In a split second, Chun Weiping's body was thrown into the air. Chun Weiping was still in the air when he heard miserable screams from his fellow disciples below. At this time, he noticed that the extraterritorial devil battlefield sky was so dark. At this moment, Chun Weiping actually thought of the first time he had killed after entering the Spirit Lake cult. The scene flickered in his mind repeated, but a heavy crash jarred him. He had crashed to the ground, feeling his consciousness slipping further away. His numb body didn't feel anything, but he heard screams and shouting. Wang Haiyao's voice, Zhao Jinyu's voice, and the others as well. Wang Haiyao, Zhao Jinyu, and the others arrived at Chun Weiping's side. Everyone was sucking in cold air, horrified by the large fist hole in Chun Weiping's chest. These Spirit Lake cult disciples looked deathly pale. Huang Xiaolong's terrifying fist force rendered them fearful, and forgot to immediately rescue Chun Weiping. With an indifferent expression, Huang Xiaolong slowly walked to Wang Haiyao's group. In truth, he barely used 5/10 of his strength. Purely half of his true divine dragon physique's physical strength. He had yet to use even a shred of god force. In a way, it was fortunate that Chun Weiping was not the average peak late First Order ancient god realm disciple. Otherwise, that punch earlier would have reaped his life in a split second. Even though Chun Weiping's vitality was slowly leaving his body, he had yet to die. At the end of the day, he was the Spirit Lake cult's #1 genius disciple, an exceptional talent. Killing Chun Weiping without employing any god force was difficult to do. Detecting Huang Xiaolong approaching them, Wang Haiyao, Zhao Jinayu, and the others backed away in fear. Especially the 4 Spirit Lake cult disciples who arrived with Chun Weiping. They looked at Huang Xiaolong as if he was some ferocious beast. Wang Haiyao previously reminded Chun Weiping to be careful of Huang Xiaolong, that he was quite strong, but no one believed him. Now, however, they realized that Huang Xiaolong was not only quite strong, he was simply heaven-defying. The Dragon Origin sect's #1 genius disciple Zhou Su, with his 1,000-dragon physique and low-grade emperor-rank godhead, was admired by all talented participants, but compared to this black-haired young man, Zhou Su was akin to wet paper, no different than garbage. Wang Haiyao and the rest fell to their knees, begging for mercy. At this time at the Fortune City Square, the Spirit Lake cult head Qinfangzhen was extremely gloomy. Moments ago, their Spirit Lake cult disciple ranked 45th, Sun Fangliang, had fallen. The Spirit Lake cult experts standing behind Qinfangzhen looked just as bad. According to the All Islands Great War rules, disciples within the top 100 would be accepted as personal disciples by elders of the Fortune Gate, whereas the top 10 disciples would be accepted as personal disciples by the Grand Elders. Chun Fangzhen believed, based on Sun Fangliang's talent and strength, that he absolutely could maintain a position within the top 50. At that time, he would become the personal disciple of a Fortune Gate elder. But now, Sun Fangliang was dead. Right at this time, the Spirit Lake cult group saw Wang Haiyao's name at 47th on the ranking crystal wall suddenly burst like a star. The crystal wall shook from the impact. Che Fangzhen and the Spirit Lake cult experts were momentarily dumbstruck. Fury filled their hearts. Wang Haiyao is a genius disciple of the Spirit Lake cult. They actually lost such a talented disciple. Sun Fangliang had just died. Now it's Wang Haiyao. What's happening there? The surrounding crowd at the square was in a commotion. 2 disciples ranked in the top 100 died at the same time. On top of that, both of them belonged to the Spirit Lake cult. This was definitely a rare occurrence in the All Islands Great War. In the past term's preliminary rounds, very rarely would there be deaths amongst the top 10 islands disciples. The crowd's discussions turned to the Dragon Origin sect disciple Lu Lei, who died 10 days ago. Counting him, 3 of the top 10 islands' genius disciples had met their ends. Following this, a bright burst of light attracted everyone's attention, and the rankings changed once more. All eyes were focused on the crystal wall. Zhao Jianyu's name at the 95th place burst apart, causing sparkling lights to spread over the square. Everyone in the crowd was dazed. Yet another Spirit Lake cult disciple had died. Another disciple in the top 100. A palpitating killing intent surged out crazily from Spirit Lake cult head Qinfangzhen, almost corporeal, scaring other cultivators nearby to retreat far away in shock. Find out immediately, Chun Fangzhen roared. Find out what exactly happened. The group of Spirit Lake cult experts behind Qinfangzhen was shivering in answer. Before they left, a burst of light came from the crystal wall again. Chun Fangzhen and all Spirit Lake cult experts' hearts trembled as they looked at the crystal wall and saw that it was another disciple of their sect, ranked below 110. The crowd was startled seeing Spirit Lake cult disciples dying consecutively. This scene was simply too strange. This was already the 4th dead Spirit Lake cult disciple. In less than a second, a burst of light came from the crystal wall again. Another Spirit Lake cult disciple had died. Subsequently, almost every second, there was a Spirit Lake cult disciple's name disappeared from the ranking. Watching one disciple after another dying, pain threatened to tear out the hearts of the Spirit Lake cult's group. Even if Chun Fangzhen was an ancestor god realm master, he had a feeling that his heart was about to stop beating in the next moment. When the 8th Spirit Lake cult's disciple died, the crystal wall stopped emitting bright lights. Just as everyone thought things had calmed down, the entire crystal wall shook violently as if it was attacked. Ranked 8th. The Spirit Lake cult's #1 genius disciple Chen Weiping's name burst into a bright glaring light akin to thousands of stars exploding at the same time. All the cultivators in the crowd were stunned by the glaring light. Chun Fangzhen was dazed. All Spirit Lake cult experts were dazed. Everyone, including Fortune Gate disciples at the square, were dazed. Chun Weiping was dead. Someone likely to be accepted as a personal disciple by a Fortune Gate Grand Elder actually died in the preliminary round. Everyone's mind was buzzing, finding it hard to believe. The Ouyang clan's ancestor and patriarch, Ouyang Bin and Ouyang Shuguang, were stunned agape looking at the ranking on the crystal wall. Briefly, after Chun Weiping's name disappeared from the ranking, inside a luxurious manor in Fortune City, the Fortune Gate's young Lord Zhufeng was enjoyably sipping tea when Elder Lu Tai walked into the room, reporting, "Young Lord, just now, the Spirit Lake cult's Chun Weiping died." Zhufeng was dazed for a good while before asking, "Did you just say Chun Weiping?" Although this term's All Islands Great War preliminary round was set at the extraterritorial Devil battlefield, being slightly more dangerous than previous terms, before the preliminary round began, the Fortune Gate's ancestor god realm cultivators had swept the mainland where the disciples were supposed to appear and even the several mainlands nearby. Therefore it was impossible for magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits above third-order ancient god realm to appear. This was a form of protection for Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Chun Weiping, and other genius disciples. For top geniuses like Chun Weiping, the Fortune Gate did not allow any accidents to occur. "Yes, it's Chun Weiping." Lu Tai nodded, looking solemn. "Other than Chen Weiping, Sun Fangliang, Wang Haiyao, and 6 other Spirit Lake cult disciples have also died. It didn't matter that Sun Fangliang and other Spirit Lake cult disciples were dead. Chun Weiping, on the other hand, was the Spirit Lake cult's #1 genius of this generation. His death showed there was a problem. Have Gong Fei investigate this matter," Zhu Feng said solemnly, his fingers tapping on the table surface. Lu Tai nodded and went out. In the extraterritorial Devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong looked at the Spirit Lake cult's now dead Chen Weiping, Sun Fangliang, and several others without any emotion. With a light flick of his finger, he collected all their godheads and spatial rings into his Azura ring, and with another flick of his finger, 9 fireballs fell on the Spirit Lake cult disciples, erasing all traces of them from the world. Chun Weiping's death would definitely raise an alarm. However, Huang Xiaolong was not afraid of others finding anything. He then turned around and approached the Ghost Buddha Depository's steel door. Raising palm, he pressed it onto the Great Buddha's palm on the steel door surface, sending out endless pure Buddhism God force from his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead. Immediately, the Great Buddha emitted a dazzling golden light, causing the entire door to shake violently. This continued for more than 15 minutes when, all of a sudden, the steel door opened, revealing the Ghost Buddha Depository within. The moment the steel door opened, overwhelming waves of Buddhism energy and divine pellet aura rushed out. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help taking a step back, but his eyes lit up with joy. Judging from this, it was certain there were high-grade divine pellets inside. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was certain they had been refined by that famous Lord Gue Fu, the Ghost Buddha sect's chief from 1,000,000 years ago. Huang Xiaolong's body flickered into a blur, passing through the steel door. The door then closed by itself before the Great Buddha glimmered in bright golden light and the entire hill disappeared. Looking in from outside, there was only darkness, but once Huang Xiaolong passed through the door, he arrived at a bright natural valley that was filled with rare herbs and divine trees. Merely counting the divine trees, there were almost 100 of them. These divine trees were laden with various spiritual fruits that emitted a golden halo. Even with Huang Xiaolong's knowledge, he could only recognize a few of them, not to mention the 1,000 kinds of herbs growing and covering the valley ground. A large portion of them was at least 50 million years old. That is, A chaos spiritual herb? Sun-moon essence thistle? Huang Xiaolong suddenly shivered with excitement. His feet stopped moving as he looked at a corner where inconspicuous small thistles grew. For small thistles, each with 5 petal-like prickles. They were deep blue, yet gave off a glimmer resembling sunlight and moonlight. Huang Xiaolong merged 3 steps into 2, hurrying to the corner where the sun-moon essence thistles grew. With great care and tenderness, he picked the 4 small thistles and kept them away inside his azure ring. Just these 4 sun-moon essence thistles were a good reason for countless experts to fight until blood would flow into a river. After putting away the thistles, Huang Xiaolong started harvesting the 50-million-year-old herbs on the ground, transferring them all into his azure ring. As for those numerous spiritual fruits hanging on the trees, although he couldn't recognize most of them, just by the thick spiritual energy coming from them, it wasn't hard to discern that they were all rare and precious spiritual fruits. Hence, Huang Xiaolong took some of every kind. After all, once he entered the Fortune Gate, he would be able to check their library for any information about these spiritual fruits. The valley was surrounded by mountains, their peaks reaching into the clouds. It seems the small hill outside was just an illusion, but Huang Xiaolong had to praise the cleverness of the technique. Even he did not see through the illusion before he entered. On the 4 sides of the mountain walls were 4 caves. After pondering, Huang Xiaolong first flew toward the cave on the eastern mountain wall. The startling waves of divine pill aura had come from the northern mountain cave. The cave's stone door was opened. Thus Huang Xiaolong was able to enter without any hindrance. Inside the cave was a space similar to a hall about 100 square meters. Placed inside was an odd-shaped cauldron. Its right half was golden and the left half was black. On the golden side, Buddha luminance surged, whereas the black side of the cauldron had thick ghost qi roiling about. There was also a jade drawer in the hall, a mix of scattered jade bottles seemingly casually thrown on it, from which the startling Buddhism energy originated. Huang Xiaolong walked to the jade drawer and picked up one of the bottles. His divine swept over it and discovered that inside was not a pill, but a Buddha, a golden Buddha in a cross-legged posture, a real flesh and blood Buddha that emitted Buddhism energy. Detecting Huang Xiaolong's divine sense passing through his body, the little golden Buddha inside opened his eyes. 2 glaring golden lights shot out from his eyes. A sharp pain jolted Huang Xiaolong's mind. Shocked, he swiftly retrieved his divine sense. In this split second, cold sweat dampened his back. The golden Buddha inside the jade bottle had no doubt been refined by Lord Guifu. In a short period of 1,000,000 years, these Buddhism element divine pellets had developed their own consciousness and their high cultivation had enabled them to take human shape. At least 7th order ancient god realm? If it wasn't for the restrictions placed over the jade bottle that blocked most of the golden Buddha's attack, Huang Xiaolong would have suffered heavy injuries. A while later, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention to the other jade bottles on the drawer. Inside every one of them was a small golden Buddha. Each of their cultivation varied, some more powerful than others, but Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover that one of the golden Buddha's cultivation was close to the ancestor god realm. Huang Xiaolong pressed down the excitement in his heart as he swept all the jade bottles into his azure ring, including that ghost Buddha divine cauldron. There were over 30 bottles, and Huang Xiaolong's cultivation could rise significantly with them. However, he planned to consume them after breaking through to the ancient god realm once the All Islands Great War ended instead of right now. These Buddhism divine pellets' energy was too shocking. It would be safer for him to consume them after his breakthrough. Huang Xiaolong came out from the eastern mountain cave, arriving at the southern cave. Inside was the body of a middle-aged man in a sitting position. Buddhism energy flowed from his body, yet it contained layers of cold ghost qi. Without the need to guess, Huang Xiaolong confirmed that this middle-aged was the ghost Buddha sect's long-lost patriarch, Guifu. He then noticed a ring on Guifu's left-hand finger, its surface carved with intertwined Buddhas and devils. Huang Xiaolong bent down and saluted Guifu's body. Then a force from his hand sucked that ring into his palm. On Huang Xiaolong's palm, the ring felt warm one moment, then cold the next. Faint Buddhism energy and ghost qi penetrated his skin from the ring. This ghost Buddha ring was similar to the ghost Buddha cauldron, forged with materials from the Buddha world and ghost world, which was why both of them could possess Buddhism energy and ghost chi at the same time. Other disciples might not be able to withstand the Buddhism energy and ghost chi entering their body at the same time. But Huang Xiaolong, with his 3 supreme godheads, has nothing to be afraid of. Huang Xiaolong peeked into the ghost Buddha ring. There was a tally inside, and judging from the inscriptions on it, it should be the ghost Buddha sect chief's belonging. Huang Xiaolong looked at Gui Fu, and after some contemplation, he moved the corpse into the ghost Buddha ring. However, the ghost Buddha sect chief Gui Fu was an ancestor god realm master before his death. Huang Xiaolong's plan of refining his body into a puppet would require him to break through to the ancestor god realm as well. Coming out from the southern mountain cave, Huang Xiaolong took another look at the northern and western caves. These 2 caves contained some ancient techniques as well as some rare items collected by the ghost Buddha sect chief. These rare items ranged from divine world iron and ores, ancient divine beasts' bones, and Buddha pearls to Buddhism weapons. Huang Xiaolong took everything with him. Taking another look around and determining that there was nothing else, he left the ghost Buddha depository. Coming out from the ghost Buddha depository, Huang Xiaolong found out that his positai 0n in the ranking had fallen to the 97th place upon checking his token. He then disappeared into the mountain range in a flicker, his archdevil supreme godhead spinning at high speed. An enormous cloud of darkness appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head, spiraling and absorbing the devil chi in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, as well as nefarious chi and death chi. In an instant, the dark cloud above Huang Xiaolong's head expanded, covering 100 li radius. As he moved forward, all the magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits below third-order ancient god realm were sucked into the spiral of darkness, shredded into fragments, and finally, had their remaining energy devoured by Huang Xiaolong. The points on his token soared at a crazy speed. In just a day, Huang Xiaolong had climbed up to the 89th position. During the day, Huang Xiaolong exerted his full effort in hunting magic beasts, ghouls, and evil spirits, while at night he continued to cultivate, swallowing 100 drops of phoenix blood and comprehending the purple grand mist aura at the same time. Huang Xiaolong clearly felt himself becoming a little bit stronger every day. Half a month had passed and Huang Xiaolong's position had bounced back into the top 30. Barely 2 weeks remained until the end of the preliminary round. On the square, the Ouyang clan group watched as Huang Xiaolong's name was on the verge of falling out of the top 100 when, all of a sudden, his name shot up the rankings continuously until now, entering the top 30, whereas Ouyang Yunfei continued to hover outside the top 100, unable to advance at all. Ouyang Bin and the rest looked as if they had just swallowed a fly. That Huang Xiaolong was about to fall out of the top 100. How could he rise back again so fast? Ouyang Bin's tone was extremely upset. Ancestor, do you think this Huang Xiaolong's strength could be? Patriarch Ouyang Shuguang began to doubt their earlier impression of Huang Xiaolong. Ouyang Bin's eyes glimmered with doubt, but nodded in the end. It seems this Huang Xiaolong is not as simple as we thought. In the final round, if Yunfei comes across him, he might not be able to handle this Huang Xiaolong. Ouyang Shuguang solemnly said, if that is so, then we should have Elder Gong Fei arrange it so that Huang Xiaolong will battle Zhou Su. With Zhou Su's strength, killing Huang Xiaolong is as simple as drinking water. Ouyang Bin nodded in agreement. Geniuses from the top 10 islands like Zhou Su receive more attention from the Fortune Gate. Zhou Su's battles on the stage in the final round aren't something Elder Gong Fei could change as he like. What should we do then? Deep creases appeared between Ouyang Shuguang's brows. Based on this kid's preliminary round performance, he's very likely to gain a spot in the top 100 in the final round. At that time, things won't be good once he's accepted as a personal disciple of some elder. Ouyang Bin maliciously stated, rest assured, in this lifetime, he'll never take a single step into the Fortune Gate. Ancestor's meaning is? Ouyang Shuguang was confused. We can't make Gong Fei arrange this kid to battle Zhou Su, but we can give him some benefits to arrange this kid to battle other top 10 islands geniuses. Ouyang Bin sneered. Having other disciples from the top 10 islands kill him is the same. Ouyang Shuguang's face lit up, laughing as he praised, Ancestor is wise. As everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation, the preliminary round's 3 months duration came to an end. In the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Huang Xiaolong and the other participating disciples were transferred back to the starting point. Huang Xiaolong's final ranking was the 24th place. 24th, this was the result of Huang Xiaolong's deliberate control of his points. He preferred not to attract too much attention in the preliminary round. As a mere barbarian god sect disciple, attracting too much attention at this point wasn't a good thing. On top of that, he had killed the Spirit Lake cult's Chen Weiping and several others and carried the secret of the Ghost Buddha depository. Following this, Huang Xiaolong and the remaining disciples were transferred back to the square in Fortune City. The various sects experts who had been waiting for results at the square revealed different emotions. Some sighed heavily in disappointment, while others were cheering happily. Angry roars came from different corners, interwoven with elated mad laughter. Naturally, Luju's group belonged to the latter. Huang Xiaolong actually entered the top 100 in the preliminary round. Moreover, it was at 24th place. Luju was suspected there was auspicious smoke coming out from their barbarian god sect's ancestral graves. Yao Qi smiled sweetly, saying, "I knew your rank would be among the top 100. Huang Xiaolong reassured her, "Don't worry, I will definitely get those blue flaming heart fruits." Huang Xiaolong's had just said that when a disdainful voice came from a distance. "You really don't know where one stands. A mere peak late 10th order heavenly god realm dreams of getting first place in the final round?" Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and saw the person who spoke was a young man clad in a gray brocade robe. On his chest was the emblem of Twin Cities. The Twin Cities sect. Luju's smile disappeared. He cautiously pulled Huang Xiaolong's arm, indicating he shouldn't provoke the other party. The Twin Cities sect wasn't an enemy they could afford to make. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Twin Cities sect with indifference. "What, you're unconvinced?" Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, that disciple scoffed. "I'm the Twin Cities sect's Yang Liming, ranked 11 in the preliminary round, cultivation at peak late first order ancient god realm. If you're lucky to meet me on the battle stage in the final round, I'll have you kneel so that you understand the blue flaming heart fruits aren't something a small sect disciple like you should have excessive expectations for." Finished saying that, Yang Liming turned and left. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered. He turned around and saw Yao Qi, Luju, and others' worried expressions before he smiled. "It's nothing. Let's go back and celebrate." Although there was nothing worth celebrating, Huang Xiaolong wanted to thoroughly relax. The final round stage battle would be held 10 days after the preliminary round. Nearby, Ouyang Yunfei was standing with the Ouyang clan members, all of them looking at Huang Xiaolong's group with hostility, especially Ouyang Yunfei. His face was slightly warped with anger and hatred. He couldn't accept the fact that an insignificant barbarian god sect disciple that was lower than dogshit was actually ranked 24th, while he failed to even enter the top 100. "Yunfei, don't worry about that kid. He will never become a Fortune Gate disciple." Ouyang clan ancestor Ouyang bin added, "Initially, I wanted to bribe some disciples from the top 10 islands to handle him, but it seems that won't be necessary now." Ouyang Yunfei, Ouyang bin, and others had heard the small argument between the Huang Xiaolong and the Twin Cities sect's Yang Liming. Ouyang Shuguang laughed. "That kid is ranked 24th in the preliminary round, causing his arrogance to soar. He's actually dreaming of winning the All Islands Great War." Coincidentally, Yang Liming heard what he said. "That's really seeking death. Come on, let's return and celebrate." At this time, the Ouyang clan's 5 disciples had successfully entered the final round, reaching the top 5,000. At the center of Fortune City stood a luxurious mansion that was entirely built with icy snow stones. Regardless of the changing seasons, snowflakes would drift from the air throughout the year, exuding a cold, proud, and holy aura. This was Li Lu's pure snow mansion. In the mansion's hall, Li Lu asked her maidservant Qing Qin, "Has the All Islands Great War preliminary round ended?" "It has, Mississippi," Qing Qin answered. "Let me see the ranking." Li Lu extended her palm. Maidservant Qing Qin gave Li Lu the top 5,000 participants' name list respectfully. Li Lu took a deep breath and opened to the first page. Her gaze quickly fell onto the first name on the list. First place, Dragon Origin Sect, Zhou Su. In the second place, the Heavenly Dan Islands Luo Yunjia, while the Twin Cities sect's Tanlin was ranked third. The fourth place was occupied by the Anyang Islands Gua Yuan Hui, and at fifth place was Luoshan Islands Tao Ming. After reading the top 10 names, Li Lu was disappointed, but she continued reading. All of a sudden, her body stiffened, but her eyes kept staring at one name at the 24th place, unwilling to blink. Written there was, Green Cloud Island, Barbarian God Sect, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu's beautiful eyes stared fixedly on the three characters. Her small cherry lips uncontrollably quivered, calling out the name repeatedly in her heart. Her eyes were red-rimmed, tears swimming in her eyes. Is it you? Is it really you? In a voice others couldn't hear, Li Lu muttered to herself more than once. As if she was afraid the three words would disappear from her eyes, Li Lu's gaze fell on the name at the 24th place again. There was no mistake. Written there was, Green Cloud Island, Barbarian God Sect, Huang Xiaolong. It really was Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu breathed in deeply and wrinkled her nose. All of a sudden, joy and happiness filled her. He really ascended to the divine world. Furthermore, he really came to participate in this term's All Islands Great War. Although there was a possibility of it being a coincidence and this Huang Xiaolong may not be the same Huang Xiaolong she knew in the lower realm, she was almost obsessed in believing that this Huang Xiaolong was the same person from the lower realm. The images of the young Huang Xiaolong flashed past in Li Lu's mind. Her aloof but elegant features suddenly softened into a smile that could even fascinate flowers. Standing at the side, maidservant Qing Qin silently watched. Tears suddenly filled Li Lu's eyes as she looked at the name list, but soon revealed an enchanting smile. In truth, great waves of shock hit her heart. In her impression, she had never seen Li Li either cry or laugh. A short while later, the Fortune Gate's young Lord Zhu Feng received a report saying that Li Lu had suddenly cried and laughed while looking at the preliminary round's name list. When Zhu Feng heard this, he was dazed for a moment. Ever since Li Lu had appeared at the Fortune Gate, no one had ever seen her cry or laugh, including himself. There were times when he imagined how beautiful she would be when she laughed. Now, Li Lu actually cried and laughed while looking at the name list. Looks like Miss Li Lu staying in the Pure Snow Mansion instead of returning to the Divine Kingdom is indeed for the All Islands Great War. Fortune Gate Elder Lu Tai stated solemnly with certainty. Zhu Feng gave no response to Lu Tai's words, his face expressionless. No one could guess what was going through his mind. Although Zhu Feng didn't know which name on the list moved Li Lu's heart, he still felt uncomfortable and shrouded by a dark shadow. How is the investigation on Chen Weiping's incident coming along? Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Zhu Feng suddenly asked Lu Tai. Lu Tai shook his head. There is no result as of yet. However, it is estimated that he died in the hands of some magic beasts in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Continue to check. Zhu Feng asked another question. I had you check if any of the participating disciples have ascended from the lower realm. How about it? I have already checked, but there is no such person. Lu Tai replied. None. A trace of doubt flashed across Zhu Feng's face. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had the barbarian god sect alter his background, becoming a disciple of a family surnamed Huang from Green Cloud Island. Moreover, he had arranged everything related to the Huang patriarch and the family's elders. Thus, when Lu Tai investigated the matter, he wouldn't be able to find out that Huang Xiaolong had ascended from the lower realm. Zhu Feng and Lu Tai discussed other things for a while. In the blink of an eye, the day came to an end. In the next 9 days, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi spent their days walking around the city, continuing to cultivate at night, consuming 100 drops of phoenix blood. His strength had reached the limit of peak late 10th order heavenly god realm for quite a while. Compared to the time he had arrived in Fortune City, his strength had more than doubled. The energy in his 3 supreme godheads surged with vitality. The 9 days passed peacefully. During this period, the preliminary round's top 5,000 ranking was talked about in every corner of the city. Of course, the most talked about were the top 10 disciples, and the most popular one amongst them was naturally Dragon Origin Sex Zhou Su. I bet on Zhou Su getting first place, 10 million Shinbi. I bet on Tan Lin winning second place, and third for Luo Yunjie. When Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi passed by a gambling house, the clamoring noises of people placing bets could be heard from the streets. Big and small gambling houses in Fortune City had opened bets for the top 10 in this term's All Islands Great War. Almost everyone bet on Zhou Su winning first place, whereas second place was a battle between Tan Lin and Luo Yunjie. This scene reminded Huang Xiaolong of the time in the lower realm before his battle with the Azure Dragon Institute's Xiang Mingji. At that time, almost everyone placed their bets on Xiang Mingji. When passing by a big-scale gambling house, Huang Xiaolong felt an impulse. He then turned to Yao Qi and said, "Let's go in and have a look." Yao Qi dazed for a second, but quickly followed behind Huang Xiaolong. Inside the gambling house were mostly men. The moment Yao Qi stepped into the hall, she became the sole center of attention, eyes glowing green. Standing in front of the main counter, Huang Xiaolong said to the young man in charge of bet placement, "I want to bet that first place won't belong to Zhou Su. What are the odds?" "Any limit." 9.5 people out of 10 were stupefied by Huang Xiaolong's words, and everyone quieted down. This black-haired young man is betting that the first ranked won't be Zhou Su? The young man at the main counter was stupefied as well. Most of the people who came over in the last few days bet that Zhou Su would win first place. This was truly his first time encountering someone who wanted to bet the opposite. 5 times higher. Recovering from his shock, the young man honestly replied, adding, "No limit." "Good. I bet 300 billion. Huang Xiaolong nodded and flicked a spatial ring onto the countertop. 300 billion. The entire gambling house became so silent that a pin drop would be akin to thunder in their ears. Huang Xiaolong decided to purchase a residence in Fortune City. However, the residences in Fortune City did not come cheap. The most common residences easily cost 1 trillion and above. So, when a chance of earning easy appeared in front of him, Huang Xiaolong naturally went all in. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong walked out of the gambling house with Yao Qi, holding a 300 billion promissory note in his hand. Such an enormous bet had naturally alerted the gambling house's higher echelon. When they arrived and confirmed that the 300 billion were genuine, they quickly processed the bet for Huang Xiaolong. In a short while, many forces received news of Huang Xiaolong's bet, including the Dragon Origin sect. The Dragon Origin sects who Qi teased, Senior Brother Zhou? This Huang Xiaolong actually bet that you cannot win the first place. Does this brat thinks Luo Yunjie or Tan Lin have a better chance than Senior Brother Zhou? Another disciple chimed in. The present Dragon Origin sect disciples chuckled, including Zhou Su. To them, it was very obvious that it was impossible. I have briefly investigated. This Huang Xiaolong's preliminary ranking is quite high, at the 24th place. The strange thing is, his cultivation is only at peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. Wuxia revealed. Zhou Su and the others looked amazed. A peak late 10th order heavenly god realm actually reached the 24th place. Senior Brother Zhou, do you want me to teach this brat a lesson? Wuxia offered. Wuxia's ranking in the preliminary round was 16. Amongst the Dragon Origin sect's participating disciples, his strength was only below Zhou Su and a disciple named Chen Kai. Zhou Su solemnly said, "That's a good idea. If any of you meet that brat on the battle stage, teach him a good lesson." The much-anticipated final round had finally arrived. The venue was set at the same square where the participants had previously registered. Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, and the others arrived early at the square. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the square, many participants and various sex experts were already there. Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others weren't allowed on the square, so they stood outside to spectate, just like other sex experts. Among the Green Cloud Island's 5 participating disciples, Huang Xiaolong was the only one who had entered the top 5,000 in the preliminary round, which was why he walked in the square alone. However, just as he stepped inside, he felt a sinister gaze following him. Looking toward the source, Huang Xiaolong saw Ouyang Yunfei in the distance. Ouyang Yunfei and the other 4 participants from the Ouyang clan were standing beside the Twin Cities sex group. Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed by this sight, musing to himself, "Looks like Ouyang clan managed to hook onto the Twin Cities sect." On the other side, Ouyang Yunfei sent a provoking gaze when he saw Huang Xiaolong looking over. The corner of his lips curved into a cold sneer as he walked over to the Twin Cities sect's Tan Lin before his cold sneer turned into a flattering smile. "Senior brother Tan Lin? That's Huang Xiaolong, the one who bet 300 billion on Zhou Su not winning the first place." Tan Lin and the present Twin Cities sect disciples followed Ouyang Yunfei's gaze and looked at Huang Xiaolong. The Twin Cities sect's Yang Liming looked at Huang Xiaolong and mocked. "So, it was this punk." Tan Lin directed a confused look at Yang Liming asking, "Junior brother Yang knows this kid?" Yang Liming shook his head. "I can't say I know him." On the day the preliminary round ended, this punk told his woman not to worry, as he would get the blue flaming heart fruit. That time, I was nearby and heard what he said. All the Twin Cities sect disciples let out a whoop of laughter. This punk bet 300 billion on Zhou Su not winning first place. Does he think the first place is already his? A Twin Cities sect disciple mocked. Tan Lin shook his head. "I didn't expect him to be a delusional fool, overestimating himself." Other than this, he could not think of a more apt description. However, where did a mere barbarian god sect disciple get 300 billion? Yang Liming's eyes glimmered with doubt. Did this punk get some ancient treasures? Speaking of this, his eyes shone brightly. Tan Lin and the others had a look of anticipation as well. Yang Liming decisively approached Huang Xiaolong and came to a stop right in front of him, showing a cold smile. "Punk, I didn't imagine you were so rich. It seems you found an ancient treasure. As long as you hand over the treasure, we'll consider being merciful when you meet me or any Twin Cities sect disciples." Huang Xiaolong looked at Yang Liming like he was looking at a fool, throwing out one word, "Idiot." "What?" Yang Liming's face warped in anger and Godforce burst out madly from his body. The atmosphere around the Twin Cities sect disciples in the distance turned palpitating cold in an instant. Huang Xiaolong directly ignored Yang Liming, looking away. "Good. Punk, you're dead now." Yang Liming forcefully suppressed his anger and spat out the words one by one. Participants were not allowed to fight on the square. Otherwise, their competition qualification would be revoked. Therefore, he could only endure for now, wait until the stage battle began. He was going to make sure this Huang Xiaolong will die miserably. Yang Liming returned to the Twin Cities sect group. The other participants who watched the whole exchange both consciously and subconsciously moved away from Huang Xiaolong, afraid that the Twin Cities sect would think they were close to Huang Xiaolong. Noticing this behavior, Huang Xiaolong snickered. This suited him just fine, his ears would have some peace. "It's you!" All of a sudden, a surprise exclamation rang in the square. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder. Hu Dan, one of the Golden Dragon Gate's twin golden dragons, was walking toward him with a happy smile. Seeing it was Hu Dan, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head at her with a faint smile. After the preliminary round ended, Huang Xiaolong took a glance at the ranking list, finding Hu Dan's name in the top 500. Hence, he wasn't surprised to meet her here. Standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, Hu Dan smiled brightly. "Hello. My name is Hu Dan. Thank you for saving me. You left too quickly. I didn't have the time to thank you." Saying this, Hu Dan's eyes glimmered with goodwill toward Huang Xiaolong. After returning from the preliminary round, she especially asked her Holden Dragon Gate ancestor and gate chief about Huang Xiaolong's identity. After she described his features to them, Hu Dan didn't expect both elders to clam their mouths tight, unwilling to disclose the black-haired young man's identity. This caused her curiosity toward Huang Xiaolong to soar. In short, this black-haired young man was overly mysterious in her eyes. Huang Xiaolong smiled at her. "A simple helping hand. No need to be polite. I'm familiar with your gate chief and ancestor. Helping you is something I should do. I am Huang Xiaolong." When the final round would begin, Hu Dan would know his name. Huang Xiaolong saw no point in hiding it. "You are that Huang Xiaolong?" Hu Dan's mouth was agape hearing Huang Xiaolong's name, obviously not expecting it. A barbarian god sect named Huang Xiaolong placed a 300 billion bet. She had also heard about this. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly and said, "It seems I'm quite famous." Hu Dan realized that her question seemed a bit rude and smiled to cover her embarrassment. A while later, all 5,000 participants arrived at the square, followed by the appearance of Elder Gong Fei. Standing on the stage, Gong Fei first congratulated the top 5,000 disciples who successfully entered the final round, then went on to state the final round's stage battle rules. The final round was divided into 3 days. On the first day, 4,000 out of 5,000 participants would be eliminated, while the remaining 1,000 participants would be accepted into the sect, officially becoming Fortune Gate disciples. The second part of the battle stage would take place the next day, and the top 100 would be accepted as Fortune Gate Elders' personal disciples. The status and benefits of these personal disciples were like heaven and earth compared to the common disciples. The stage battles on the third day were the most important, as the final round's top 10 participants would be accepted as personal disciples by the Grand Elders. The first day of the battle was conducted on 1,000 stages simultaneously. 5 participants went up on the stage at the same time, and the last one standing would enter the top 1,000. "Now, all participants please grab your token." After explaining the rules, Gong Fei shouted. His right hand waved, causing 5,000 competition tokens to fall to the ground from above the square. These 5,000 tokens had restrictions placed on them so that no one could tell the stage number inscribed on it. The crowd of participants leaped into the air to grab a competition token, whereas Huang Xiaolong raised his arm and a competition token fell onto his palm. Opening the restriction, inscribed on the token was the number 56, indicating Huang Xiaolong's battle stage was the 56th battle stage. Seeing that all the participants were holding a token, Gong Fei's hands danced in the air. 1,000 battle stages rose from the ground, each of them merely 20 square meters. Huang Xiaolong flew up, descending on battle stage number 56. The other 4 disciples on the same battle stage descended one after another. Huang Xiaolong observed the 4 disciples one by one. Lastly, his gaze fell onto a short and fat young man, a Twin Cities sect disciple. What a coincidence! The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips tilted up in a faint smile. On stage number 56, when other participants saw that the short and fat young man was a Twin Cities sect disciple, their faces paled, especially when they felt the pressure of an ancient God Realm master coming from him. The 3 participants' faces became ashen with despair. When that Twin Cities sect disciple named Xiongdong saw Huang Xiaolong, his eyes lit up, chuckling despite his fierce expression. Earlier, their senior brother Tanlin had specifically reminded them, regardless which one of their disciples met this barbarian god sect disciple on the battle stage, there was no need to be merciful. They could abuse the little punk to death. Xiongdong strode toward Huang Xiaolong with a fierce expression, sneering as he came close. "Brat, you didn't expect to run into a Twin Cities sect disciple in the first battle, am I right?" Even though he was ranked 76th in the preliminary round, more than a mile away from Huang Xiaolong's 24th place, Xiongdong believed that with his almost peak early First Order Ancient God Realm strength, abusing a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm to death was an easy task. Just before he was about to make his move, one of the other 3 participating disciples suddenly stood out with a flattering smile, saying, "Senior, you want to teach this brat a lesson? There's no need for Senior to act personally. I will teach this brat a lesson on Senior's behalf." Xiongdong was piqued by the idea, thus nodded at that person. "Very good. Attack with all your strength. No need to hold back. Aim to kill this brat." This participant had the same cultivation level as Huang Xiaolong, peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. To Xiongdong, this was a good chance, using this disciple to test Huang Xiaolong's real strength. Being granted permission by Xiongdong, that disciple looked extremely flattered. "Please rest assured, Senior. I will definitely make Senior satisfied." With this said, that disciple strode over to Huang Xiaolong. Mad Dragon Howling Sea Fist. Without a word, that disciple lunged forth, his fist attacking Huang Xiaolong. An enormous water dragon flew out, accompanied by shocking fist force. The water element spiritual energy in the environment surged like a giant tsunami. The stage wasn't very big, and that disciple attacked all of a sudden. In general, cultivators of the same level would be hard-pressed to dodge the attack. Huang Xiaolong, on the other hand, appeared unusually calm. He simply raised his palm and lightly slapped forward, causing the water dragon as well as shocking first force to turn back to the attacker at an even faster speed, with increased power. That participating disciple never imagined there would be such a chance. By the time he thought of dodging, it was already too late. A loud boom shook the air, and that disciple was sent flying by the enormous water dragon. He then flew out of the battle stage area, crashing down on the square, causing spider web-like cracks to spread out on the ground. Xiongdong and the other two participants were standing woodenly on the spot. This black-haired young man could actually reflect an attack back to the assailant. Changing a person's attack wasn't difficult, many people could do this, but redirecting that attack back to them was extremely difficult. This required absolute control over their own force and space. Xiongdong, who previously did not put Huang Xiaolong in his eyes, now looked gloomy. The other two disciples who wanted to please Xiongdong by targeting Huang Xiaolong immediately nipped that intention in the bud. Although they wanted to please Xiongdong, that didn't mean they were willing to put their lives on the line to do so. That disciple who attacked just now was lying on his back, gasping for air, very likely already crippled. You are indeed strong, completely exceeding my estimations. Xiongdong coldly looked at Huang Xiaolong. But it's a pity that your opponent in this match is me. Thus, it is destined that you won't be among the top 1,000. Thus never become a Fortune Gate disciple. With that, a radiant earth yellow god force burst out from his body. His god force flowed incessantly, forming a wide earth element boundary around Xiongdong, looking like a golden circle that made people uneasy. This was one of the Twin Cities sect's divine arts named Divine Soul of the Earth World. It was a protective barrier that also attacked the foe's soul at the same time. Very few cultivators of the same strength could break this golden halo. Die! Xiongdong lunged straight at Huang Xiaolong with his fist out, so fast that only a few people could capture his movements. As one of the Twin Cities sect's genius disciples, Xiongdong's battle prowess was naturally much higher than the average early First Order Ancient God Realm cultivators. At this time, on another stage, the Twin Cities sect's Yang Liming had just kicked the other four participants off the stage and looked over, happening to see the scene of Xiongdong attacking Huang Xiaolong. He muttered under his breath, "Originally, I wanted to kill you myself, but it seems I won't have that chance." In his opinion, Huang Xiaolong would have no other end than being defeated. Therefore, he had no chance of being on the same battle stage as Huang Xiaolong on the second day. Xiongdong's fist landed accurately on Huang Xiaolong's body. Xiongdong was first surprised, then a triumphant smile bloomed on his face. This kid is nothing more than a good-looking yet fragile spearhead. Even a First-Order Ancient God Realm cultivator would suffer injuries after being hit by his great earth heart-shattering fist. What's more, a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. In the next second, however, Xiongdong's eyes were full disbelief staring at Huang Xiaolong. "You!" Huang Xiaolong was still standing there, uninjured. "Now it's my turn to attack," Huang Xiaolong stated in an emotionless tone. His palm struck, instantly shattering the earth element boundary around Xiongdong, then went forward, slapping Xiongdong's left cheek. Xiongdong let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as if streaks of lightning were whipping his consciousness. His head twisted at an odd angle from Huang Xiaolong's slap as he fell at the edge of the stage. "Eh?" Yang Liming was taken aback by what he saw. His eyes bulged out looking at his junior brother Xiongdong lying at the edge of the stage. Xiongdong's lips cracked until they were unrecognizable, his eyeballs protruding out from their sockets. He had completely lost his human features. Lying close to the edge of the stage, only wheezing noises could be heard. Spectators outside the square were gasping with shock at this sight. On stage number 56, the Twin Cities sect's Xiongdong, ranked 76th, was sent flying with a slap by a black-haired young man, swelling his face into a pig head. "Who is that black-haired young man? He looks like that kid who made a 300 billion bet. What's his name again? Oh right, it should be Huang Xiaolong." The crowd became noisier. The Twin Cities sect chief Zhou Xiantong, who had only been concerned with Tan Lin's battle, dazedly turned to look at stage 56. Seeing Xiongdong's miserable state, a sharp glint flickered across his eyes. Yang Liming's battle stage wasn't far. Retrieving his gaze from his junior brother Xiongdong's body, his icy sharp gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, you will soon know how foolish your actions are today." Huang Xiaolong reached Xiongdong in a few steps as if he did not hear Yang Liming's threat. One of his feet stepped on to Xiongdong's head, causing the stage to shake and Xiongdong's head to smash a hole into the floor. Various sex experts sucked in a breath of cold air. The stage was made of an extremely hard iron, yet Huang Xiaolong shattered it in a single step. Watching Huang Xiaolong not only ignoring him but adding another kick to his junior brother Xiongdong, Yang Liming's face was green from anger. If he could, he wished for nothing more than to kill Huang Xiaolong this instant. Some distance away, Zhou Su was calmly observing. Barbarian god sex Huang Xiaolong? A bit interesting. Of course, only a little bit. A peak late 10th order heavenly god realm wasn't worth more attention from him. With a light push of his foot, Huang Xiaolong sent Xiongdong rolling off the stage. He then turned to look at the two remaining participants. The other two participants' faces became ashen when Huang Xiaolong sent Xiongdong flying. Seeing him look in their direction, the two of them shook their heads and hands frantically, quickly admitting defeat before walking off the battle stage. On stage number 56, only Huang Xiaolong remained. Looking neither happy nor anxious, Huang Xiaolong glanced at stage number 69. On that stage, Ouyang Yunfei had kicked the other four participants out. However, at this moment, there was no hint of elation on his face. He had witnessed the scene of Huang Xiaolong dealing with Xiongdong. Although he was confident in his strength, compared to the 76th-ranked Twin Cities sex Xiongdong, he was still a little bit weaker. Didn't this mean that Huang Xiaolong, who he previously thought he could slaughter at any time, could actually easily slaughter him in return? Moreover, he would only need a single palm strike. Watching Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze falling on him, Ouyang Yunfei's heart trembled inexplicably. He wanted to show a nonchalant smile, but he couldn't. Huang Xiaolong merely glanced at Ouyang Yunfei, then he looked at Elder Gongfei. Generally speaking, the chances of two disciples within the top 100 appearing on the same battle stage was extremely slim. Although each disciple's battle stage was determined by the token they grabbed, this was too much of a coincidence. What happened was also unexpected for Gongfei. The Twin Cities sex Xiongdong actually failed to deal with Huang Xiaolong, a mere peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciple. Gongfei met his gaze with coldness and superiority. Although Huang Xiaolong had now entered the top 1,000 and would be accepted by the Fortune Gate as a disciple, it didn't matter to Gongfei. He was an elder with adequate power. Suppressing a common Fortune Gate disciple was similar to teasing a cat. After the brief exchange with Elder Gongfei, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the battle stage Hu Dan was on. From Gongfei's eyes, Huang Xiaolong already got the answer he was looking for. He had always been a person who draws a clear line between gratitude and grievance, and he had always paid back what he received. Therefore, this matter would not end here. Hu Dan was on stage number 68. Although there was no ancient god realm on her stage, there was a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm disciple. At this moment, Hu Dan was fighting that disciple. Based on Huang Xiaolong's judgment, she could very well defeat him. As expected, after an arduous battle, Hu Dan forced the other party out of the stage, successfully entering the top 1,000. A short while later, the battles on all stages came to an end. Gongfei had all the top 1,000 disciples take out the token they received during registration, then tabulated the first day's ranking. After the result was announced, He spoke some perfunctory congratulatory words, then had the disciples disperse and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Huang Xiaolong was about to leave, but his path was blocked by Tan Lin, Yang Liming, and other Twin Cities sect disciples. Xiongdong was standing limply, leaning onto two disciples. After Tan Lin and others' quick rescue effort, his face had regained some human features. "Brat, you've got some guts to injure our Twin Cities sect's disciple." Tan Lin icily glared at Huang Xiaolong. Anything else? Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to entertain these people. The group of Twin Cities sect disciples was instantly enraged by Huang Xiaolong's attitude. But Tan Lin raised an arm, stopping them from doing anything reckless. I hope you can be this arrogant until then end. Tan Lin's emotions calmed down all of a sudden. Don't think no one will dare to do anything to you just because you entered the top 1,000, becoming a Fortune Gate disciple. Even if you become an outer disciple, our Twin Cities sect can make you kneel before us, begging to die. Huang Xiaolong retorted without fear, I'll be waiting, and walked away from Tan Lin's side. When Huang Xiaolong became a Fortune Gate disciple, he definitely wouldn't be the most common outer disciple. Tan Lin watched Huang Xiaolong walk away, passing beside him without any trepidation, almost losing control of the killing intent in his heart. In the end, like Yang Liming and the others, he could only watch as Huang Xiaolong walked away. All of you, don't underestimate that brat. At this time, Twin Cities Sect Chief Zhou Shentong came over with several experts behind him. Sect Chief, Tan Lin, Yang Liming, and other disciples solemnly saluted. Zhou Shentong nodded at them before looking at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure as he said, with that brat's strength, only Tan Lin and Liming could win over him amongst you all. What? Tan Lin, Yang Liming, and everyone else exclaimed in disbelief. Tan Lin was the Twin Cities sect's #1 genius, a second-order ancient god realm disciple. In this term's All Islands Great War, it was predicted he could enter the top 3, whereas Yang Liming could probably be ranked 11th, but there was also a chance he could enter the top 10. According to what their sect chief said, didn't this mean that Huang Xiaolong could be in the top 20, his strength only below the monstrous geniuses in the top 10? A Twin Cities sect disciple named Du Liqiang, ranked 18 in the preliminary round, refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong might be stronger than him. Sect chief, if it is as you said, then could that brat catch the eye of a Fortune Gate elder and be accepted as their personal disciple? Another Twin Cities sect's participating disciple asked. Zhou Shentong answered, in principle that is so, but if that brat is crippled, do you all think a Fortune Gate elder would accept some waste as a personal disciple? Therefore, Tan Lin, Liming, if you two come across him on the battle stage, you absolutely must cripple that little bastard. Yes, sect chief. Tan Lin and Liming both respectfully complied. Tan Lin even added, sect chief, please rest assured. Zhou Shentong chuckled in agreement. With your strength, I'm not worried. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the rest had left the square. In a certain building, Li Lu's eyes followed Huang Xiaolong's figure the entire time until he disappeared from view. In Tan Lin, Yang Liming, and others' eyes, Huang Xiaolong was conceited, but in Li Lu's eyes, he was just as proud, domineering, and confident as before. It was the same familiar face, that pair of familiar eyes. He's still the same. Li Lu muttered under her breath. Peak late 10th order heavenly god realm, but he should be able to enter the top 10. Li Lu was quite confident that Huang Xiaolong could enter the top 10. However, the first place would be somewhat difficult. After all, there was a Zhou Su this time. Huang Xiaolong's group returned to the courtyard they rented and celebrated until late at night. Then Huang Xiaolong returned to his room to cultivate. On this night, he did not consume 100 drops of phoenix blood as he usually did, but refined some of the 50-million-year-old herbs he found in the Ghost Buddha depository. He still had over 10,000 drops of phoenix blood, but he decided to leave them until he broke through to the ancient god realm. Using the blood phoenix's blood to refine chaos spiritual pills, he'd be able to enhance its effects. I should repair that pill blending tower as soon as possible, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. It was unprecedented for ancient god realm masters to refine chaos spiritual pills. Only after repairing that pill blending tower would there be a successful chance of refining them. During this period, the little cow Xianxia had been staying in the courtyard, cultivating, seemingly about to break through to ancient god realm. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not disturb it. The night's darkness slowly receded. Faint rays of light shone over Fortune City. The second day's stage battle had arrived. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the square on the second day, There were more Fortune Gate disciples standing around the battle stages compared to the day before. Of course, there was a sea of spectators crowding outside the square as well. The second day's stage battle was much more important than the first day. Hence, the number of spectators more than doubled. Similar to yesterday, Huang Xiaolong displayed his registration token and walked in, whereas Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the others waited outside, as did various sects experts. After a few steps, Huang Xiaolong saw the Twin Cities sects Tan Lin, Yang Liming, as well as Ouyang Yunfei and the rest. Tan Lin and Yang Liming's eyes were filled with piercing coldness seeing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong ignored this group of people. Turning his head away, he looked in another direction, but did not find the Golden Dragon Gates Hudan. Seemingly, she had yet to arrive. Almost all the disciples on the square were furtively looking at Huang Xiaolong, whispering with their companions. After the battle yesterday, his reputation had risen significantly, and almost all of the participants in the top 1,000 had come to know there was a barbarian god sect disciple named Huang Xiaolong. There were participants from close to 100,000 islands present, from numerous families and sections. Before this term's All Islands Great War, not many knew of the Green Cloud Island, and even less had knowledge of the barbarian god sect. Now, however, the barbarian god sect's reputation rang louder than the Ouyang clans. That Huang Xiaolong, do you think he could enter the top 100 in the second day's battle? Not even the Twin Cities sect's Xiongdong is his match. He sent him flying into the air with one slap. Judging from this Huang Xiaolong's strength, he could definitely enter the top 100. How his battle prowess can be so high even though he's just a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm is a little inexplicable. The crux of the matter is, he offended the Twin Cities sect, and that means he won't end well. What a pity! Some disciples' low whispers entered Huang Xiaolong's ears, but despite what he heard, his expression was calm. No ripples of emotions could be seen. Elder brother Huang. At this time, someone called out to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong turned around. It was the Golden Dragon Gates Hudan, walking towards him with a radiant smile. Huang Xiaolong returned a faint smile, half-jokingly said, "My 300 billion bet makes me a thorn in the Dragon Origin sect's eye, and on top of that, I offended the Twin Cities sect. Everyone is avoiding me, but you still dare to greet me? Are you not afraid of the Dragon Origin sect and Twin Cities sect?" Hudan's red lips curved into a smile. "What's there to be afraid of? Are they going to tear me into 8 pieces and eat me? Even if they really do that, it's all right. After all, you saved my life, so my life is now yours. Take it as me returning it to you." Hudan's smile was pure and bright. Then she added, "But I have no hope of entering today's top 100 ranking battle." She went on shaking her head, her smile dimmed. "If I lose, I'll come to Elder Brother Huang's stage and cheer for you." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help laughing at her words. "It's fine as long as you've done your best. After entering the Fortune Gate, your progress won't necessarily be any slower than the top 100 disciples." Hudan nodded hardly. In the distance, Tan Lin watched Hudan and Huang Xiaolong talking and laughing. Looking at Hudan's bright, pure smile, he commented, "That girl is not bad." Ouyang Yunfei smiled flatteringly. "That girl's name is Hudan, a disciple of the Golden Dragon Gate on Dralian Island. It seems like Huang Xiaolong saved her one time in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. But how can he be compared to senior brother Tan Lin? If senior brother Tan Lin is interested in her, you only need to say one word, and she will obediently crawl over to senior brother Tan Lin's feet." Tan Lin chuckled. "Ouyang Yunfei, although I detest brown-nosing little villains, I like what you've just said." Ouyang Yunfei's smile widened. "In truth, Huang Xiaolong has a woman named Yao Qi that is much more alluring than Hudan." He pointed at Yao Qi, who was standing among the crowd of spectators. Tan Lin nodded. "That Yao Qi, she is indeed a peerless beauty. But I've heard that Dragon Origin sect's Zhou Su is interested in her. I wonder if it's true." "Zhou Su!" Ouyang Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. Yang Liming, who was standing beside Tan Lin, interjected. "We heard it from some of the Dragon Origin sect disciples. There should be some truth in it. Most likely this Yao Qi possesses a unique physique, and she is still a virgin." Dual cultivating with her after she breaks through to the ancient god realm will bring heaps of benefits. It is normal for Zhou Su to be interested in her. Tan Lin snickered. Because of Huang Xiaolong's 300 billion bet that Zhou Su won't win the first place, the Dragon Origin sect disciples will act against him even if we don't do anything. Right at this time, Elder Gong Fei was seen flying to the square from the distance. But he wasn't alone, being accompanied by 3 other Fortune Gate elders. It seems like today's stage battle would be presided by 4 elders. Gong Fei's group of 4 descended on the main stage. After sweeping the situation on the square, the 4 elders took turns explaining the rules of the second day's battles that would be conducted simultaneously on 100 stages. It was more or less similar to yesterday's rules. 100 battle stages, 10 participants on every battle stage, and the last person standing one each stage would enter the top 100. On the previous day, 5 disciples battled on the same stage, but today was slightly different. 10 disciples would draw a lot, then they would go on stage 2 by 2 until the last winner. When Huang Xiaolong drew a lot, he got stage number 52. Arriving at the stage, he immediately spotted 2 disciples from the top 10 islands. One of the 2 was from the Spirit Lake cult. Spirit Lake cult disciples were no strangers to Huang Xiaolong. In fact, he knew them quite well. Among the Spirit Lake cult's 15 participating disciples, 9 of them died in his hands. The remaining 6 Spirit Lake cult disciples were quite talented and powerful, successfully entering the top 1,000. The other disciple hailed from the Dragon Origin sect. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the Dragon Origin sect disciple. This person was powerful, ranked 16th in the preliminary round, named Wuxia. Among the Dragon Origin sect's 15 disciples, there were 3 who had a big reputation. One was the preliminary round's first-place holder Zhou Su, the 9th-ranked Chen Kai, and the third was none other than the disciple standing in front of him, Wuxia. No one expected Huang Xiaolong to be on the same stage as Wuxia on the second day. Huang Xiaolong sneered. There was no need to ask. It must be that Gong Fei's underhanded actions. On the first and second day of stage battles, disciples within the top 100 shouldn't appear on the same stage. However, yesterday he was on the same stage as Xiongdong, while today it was an even stronger Wuxia. Did Gong Fei, the Dragon Origin sect, and Twin Cities sect assume this could stop him from entering the top 100? Seeing Huang Xiaolong walked over, Wuxia flashed him a radiant smile. His teeth were particularly white, but Huang Xiaolong noticed that Wuxia's teeth were jagged and sharp, reflecting a cold light, akin to an ancient fierce beast's teeth. Wuxia. Did he also have a unique physique? Every stage had a Fortune Gate core disciple as a judge. In charge of Huang Xiaolong's stage number 52 was a disciple named Di Fei. Di Fei collected everyone's registration token, and upon checking, he immediately noticed that both Huang Xiaolong and Wuxia were ranked in the top 100 in the preliminary round. Di Fei's brows wrinkled and he looked over at the main stage, but he didn't say anything in the end. He went on, taking out a crystal box and had the 10 disciples draw a lot to determine their opponents. On the crystal box's surface was a formation that prevented divine sense from checking the contents. Huang Xiaolong and other 9 participants stepped up to draw a lot one by one. Huang Xiaolong drew a 3, indicating he was in the 3rd match to fight, and the other 3 went to a Spirit Lake cult disciple named Luyu. When Luyu found out he was in the 3rd match, same as Huang Xiaolong, his face became slightly ashen. He already heard that Huang Xiaolong sent Xiongdong flying with a slap during the stage battle yesterday. Although his strength was also at early First Order Ancient God Realm, in the preliminary round he was ranked in the 120s, slightly weaker than Xiongdong. The first to fight was Dragon Origin sect's Wuxia. His opponent was a disciple from a sect called Primate Cult, whose strength was at late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Participants who were in the top 1,000 had both talent and strength, but even so, this Primate Cult disciple was an ant compared to Wuxia. With Wuxia's late First Order Ancient God Realm Cultivation, there was not a chance in the world this person could win. On the battle stage, the Primate Cult disciple strongly suppressed the trepidation in his heart, cupped his fists and greeted Wuxia. "Senior brother Wuxia, please enlighten me." A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. his sharp teeth reflecting a palpitating glint. In the next second, he disappeared into a blur. Then the primate cult disciple was sent flying off the stage with a loud cry, crashing onto the ground. On the ground, the primate cult disciple was twitching uncontrollably, his chest sunk in. From the looks of it, all of his ribs were broken. Seeing this result, several other participants on stage 52 sucked in a breath of cold air, apprehension shrouding their faces. Wuxia turned around and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a smile that fully showed his sharp teeth. Wuxia had an average height, looking harmless when he smiled. If it wasn't for what happened just now, no one could tell that Wuxia was actually a ruthless person. Facing Wuxia's provocative look, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. Rules for the second-day stage battle were extremely simple. Participants were not allowed to kill on stage. Regardless of the heavy injuries, it was fine as long as the opponent was still alive. Participants can admit defeat, but at times when the gap in strength was too high, they wouldn't even have the time to admit defeat. One example was that primate cult disciple. Next, the two disciples for the second match went onto the stage. These two disciples seemed equal in strength, both at peak mid-10th order heavenly god realm. Their battle was intense and no one could guess who the winner would be. After an hour of fierce battle, one of the participants won and ended the match. As the third match began, Huang Xiaolong and the Spirit Lake cult disciple leaped onto the battle stage. On the stage, Lu Yu observed Huang Xiaolong opposite him. There was obvious hesitation in his expression, knowing that he couldn't win against Huang Xiaolong, but he was extremely unwilling to give up at this point. "This one is Spirit Lake cult's Lu Yu. Please enlighten me." Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said Huang Xiaolong, finding his determination. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had killed 9 of Spirit Lake cult participants, including their number genius Chun Weiping, creating a blood feud between them unknown to others. But this Lu Yu, despite knowing he was weaker than the opponent, firmly rose to the challenge. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, Lu Yu's heart towards the Tao wasn't bad. Therefore, he did not make things difficult for Lu Yu, merely sending him out from the stage area with a palm strike. The fourth match ended. Then the fifth match, soon the first round of matches ended. The remaining 5 participants continued to draw lots. This time, Huang Xiaolong drew a 1, and his opponent was Dragon Origin Sect's Wuxia. Fortune Gate disciple Di Fei took a glance at Huang Xiaolong and Wuxia before his voice rang from the stage. Barbarian God Sect Huang Xiaolong battling Dragon Origin Sect's Wuxia. Please come to the stage. Almost simultaneously, Huang Xiaolong and Wuxia both leaped onto the stage. Wuxia broke into a smile that showed his teeth, teasing, "Your speed is not slow, ah. Your speed is not fast." Huang Xiaolong calmly retorted. Wuxia was stunned for a moment, grinning as he said, "You bet 300 billion that our senior brother Zhou Su won't win first place, so I'm morbidly curious who you think is stronger than our senior brother Zhou Su. Is it Luo Yunjia? Or is it Tan Lin will win first place?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head as he replied, "It definitely won't be you." Wuxia chuckled. The glint from his teeth looked even more menacing. "That I know, but it won't be you either. In a short while, you'll be miserably beaten by me." With that said, a bright gold metallic light flickered, and Wuxia's skin seemed to be painted with a layer of golden liquid. On top of that, his body doubled in size. Following that, bestial patterns appeared on his face and body. Wuxia's eyes turned scarlet at this moment, and his sharp teeth grew long, passing his lips, resembling cold, sharp daggers. Even his hair changed, becoming pointed and spiky. From afar, Wuxia looked like an ancient fierce beast reborn. Golden copper beast physique. Huang Xiaolong lightly named out Wuxia's unique physique. The golden copper beast physique, one of the 3,000 unique physiques. It had passable strength, ranked below 100. Even though there were numerous geniuses in the vast divine world, people who possessed unique physiques were considered rare. Di Fei and the other 3 participants below the stage were shocked. None of them imagined that Wuxia was someone with the golden copper beast physique, and there were no rumors about it. This Wuxia has hid too deeply. Wuxia licked his lips and smiled at Huang Xiaolong. Correct, golden copper beast physique. In front of others, I very rarely show my golden copper beast physique, and even amongst our dragon origin sect brothers, only a few know about this. You should feel honored being able to see it. Although Wuxia was smiling, his beastly appearance made him look menacing and sinister. Due to Huang Xiaolong and Wuxia's presence on stage 52, a large number of spectators outside the square were watching that stage. In the distance out of the square area, the Twin Cities sect chief Zhou Shentong, as well as the many experts behind him, were also watching the battle on stage 52. Truly unexpected. The dragon origin sect's Wuxia actually possesses the golden copper beast physique. That means that his strength isn't any weaker than our Yang Liming, a Twin Cities sect expert side. Sect chief, based on Wuxia's strength, that Huang Xiaolong is sure to be defeated, right? A Twin Cities sect grand elder inquired. Zhou Shentong solemnly said, Wuxia should be a little bit stronger than Huang Xiaolong, but in order to win, there will be a bitter battle. All present Twin Cities sect experts were astonished by Zhou Xuantong's reply. Wuxia, whose cultivation was at late First Order Ancient God Realm, possessing the golden copper beast physique, actually needed to fight through a bitter battle to win against a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. The Twin Cities sect's experts were bemused. Huang Xiaolong's strength was really as high as their sect chief said? Right at this time on the stage, Wuxia flew into the air, bellowing as his fists punched at Huang Xiaolong. As his fists moved through space, ear-splitting blasts rang out, exuding a faint dragon chi. That is the dragon origin sect's Earth Dragon divine art. Wuxia can already condense dragon chi. Adding on his golden copper beast physique, he should have no rival in the same cultivation realm. As everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Wuxia's fists were a few meters away from Huang Xiaolong. Wuxia's gaze was locked onto Huang Xiaolong in front of him, his eyes ferocious. The reason he had exposed his golden copper beast physique so early and resorted to the dragon origin sect's divine dragon art was to send Huang Xiaolong off the battle stage with the heaviest injuries possible. In yesterday's battle stage, Huang Xiaolong had defeated the Twin Cities sect's Xiongdong with a single palm. Because of this, a lot of people claimed that high strength almost rivaled the top 10 islands' genius disciples. He wanted these people to open their eyes wide. This Huang Xiaolong in front of him, this softshell turtle was nothing before Wuxia. As Wuxia's fists were about to hit him, Huang Xiaolong raised his fists, clashing head-on with Wuxia's fists. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's action, Wuxia snickered in disdain. This kid's seeking death? His golden copper beast physique could be considered terrifying both in terms of defense and attack, as the average peak late First Order Ancient God Realm cultivator dares not meet his fists in a head-on clash. This Huang Xiaolong actually dares to take Wuxia's attack head-on? Ignorant. Stupid. The spectating masters in the crowd shook their heads. Bang! A thunderous explosion shook the stage, and before the spectators' eyes, fists collided. However, in the next moment, Wuxia tumbled backward like a withered leaf carried away by strong winds, finally falling on the stage with another loud thump. Huang Xiaolong remained standing on the same spot. The exclamations and gasps of wonder regarding Wuxia's golden copper beast physique came to an abrupt stop. Those who loudly called Huang Xiaolong ignorant and stupid were stunned agape. The noises on the square died down almost instantly. The Twin Cities sect experts' eyes widened watching the situation on stage 52. Even the Twin Cities sect chief Zhou Xuantong's expression froze momentarily in disbelief. Earlier, he had said that Huang Xiaolong's strength was more than what it seemed on the surface. Although Huang Xiaolong was only a peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, his strength was probably comparable to an average late First Order Ancient God Realm. Now, a peak late First Order Ancient God Realm, Wuxia, who possessed the golden copper beast physique and succeeded in condensing dragon chi, was sent tumbling back in the air by Huang Xiaolong's fists. On the main stage, Gong Fei and the other 3 Fortune Gate elders were also astonished by what happened on stage 52. One of the Fortune Gate elders beside Gong Fei, named Chun Renfei, was looking at Huang Xiaolong with amazement while asking, "A peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm? Which sect is this kid from?" A female elder named Chang Yen interjected, "His name is Huang Xiaolong." I've heard some disciples below me say that he bet 300 billion that the first place won't belong to Zhou Su. On the battle stage yesterday, he defeated an early First Order Ancient God Realm Twin Cities sect disciple in a single strike. His opponent's name was Xiong Dong, ranked in the top 100 in the preliminary round. What was that kid's ranking in the preliminary? Chen Renfei asked. Elder Chang Yen was the one who answered Chen Renfei. 24th. Saying this, she glanced at Gong Fei, sneering, Elder Gong. Huang Xiaolong was ranked 24th in the preliminary round, while Hu Qi was ranked 16th. As the elder in charge, aren't you aware of the All Islands Great War's rules? You've actually arranged for the two of them to meet on the battle stage. What is your explanation? Gong Fei's expression turned ugly. He intended to let Hu Qi deal with Huang Xiaolong in order to prevent him from entering top 100. But never did he expect Hu Qi to be the one at the other end of the stick. In one strike. Not to mention this matter had attracted various experts, as well as elders' notice. He and Chang Yen had never seen eye to eye. When this matter was reported back, Gong Fei knew he would be unable to escape punishment. Thinking of this, he icily looked at Huang Xiaolong, a piercing gleam in his eyes. This brat has continuously made trouble for me. Judging from his talent and strength, if he doesn't die, he'll cause even more troubles in the future. Outside the square, Dragon Origin Sect Chief Chinding and his sect members also looked over to the 52nd stage. The Dragon Origin Sect's experts were obviously upset right now. Chun Ding, on the other hand, was calmer than the rest, asking, He's Barbarian God's sect disciple? What's his name? Yes, sect chief. He's that disciple called Huang Xiaolong. A Dragon Origin Sect Grand Elder answered. Send someone to check. I want to know this Huang Xiaolong's godhead rank and other details. Chen Ding ordered. The present Dragon Origin Sect experts were astonished by this order. This Huang Xiaolong, a heavenly god realm disciple, was worth this much attention from their sect chief? The experts were astonished because he had barely even asked a word about the second and third disciples in the preliminary ranking, Luo Yunjie and Tan Lin. Still, no one dared to dally on Chen Ding's order. With a respectful sound of compliance, the order was carried out. While the crowd was still in shock and disbelief, Hu Qi, who was sent tumbling back by Huang Xiaolong, struggled to his feet. Looking at the crowd's shocked expressions, his gaze finally fell on Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, a peculiar aura rushed out from Hu Qi's body like never-ending waves. Everyone stopped what they were doing after sensing this aura, their gazes falling on Hu Qi with astonishment. This is, a heavenly Dao Island expert exclaimed, but the voice slightly hesitated. It feels like an ancient god realm divine beast's aura. Hu Qi was cloaked in a greenish azure glow. With a shake of his body, the armor covering his arms shattered, revealing muscular arms with protruding blood vessels extending under the skin, as if they were hiding a terrifying, ferocious beast that was about to break out. Finally, when the blood vessels had completely covered Hu Qi's arms, the greenish azure glow around him became glaring. Two twisted diagrams of ancient divine beasts appeared on his skin. The two diagrams looked like they were burned into Hu Qi's flesh. Both diagrams had the head of a dragon, eyes of a lion, waist of a bear, and tail of a cow, exuding majestic divine might. That's a Qilin, someone in the crowd exclaimed. His words stirred the crowd. Hu Qi sneered. That's right. Divine beast Qilin. I was lucky to survive a calamity in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. And in a dangerous place I obtained a Qilin's egg. I swallowed and refined it, and succeeded in cultivating my Dragon Origin Sect's ancient technique, the Divine Qilin Arms. The Dragon Origin Sect's ancient technique, Divine Qilin Arms. The crowd clamored. Divine Qilin Arms. The Dragon Origin Sect's heritage technique. I didn't expect this Hu Qi to have succeeded in cultivating it. It is said that once a person successfully cultivates this Divine Qilin Arms, they can destroy heaven and earth. They would be filled with inexhaustible strength. Nothing could stop them. Now it seems that Huang Xiaolong has little chances of winning. Hu Qi's Divine Qilin Arms are good enough to bring him into the top 10. Similarly, like the crowd, The dragon origin sex experts were also amazed. Not even Chun Ding knew about Hu Qi successfully cultivating the divine Qilin arms. Every disciple had his own secret. It was normal the sex higher echelon was extremely common. Hu Qi glared fixedly on Huang Xiaolong. His voice sounded as if it heritage from a ferocious beast hell. Go die for me! His arms attacking Huang Xiaolong, Godforce surged like crazy. Light circulated the two divine beast Qilin diagrams on his arms, giving them a lifelike appearance, spewing golden flames. This was Qilin fire, one of the more powerful divine beast fire. Before Hu Qi came close to Huang Xiaolong, great waves of scorching heat first arrived. Elder brother Huang, fight! At this point, a cheer came from below the stage. The Golden Dragon Gates Hu Dan was already standing near the 52nd stage. Her two small fists were clenched, cheering Huang Xiaolong on. Huang Xiaolong smiled at her, and he still used his two fists to meet Hu Qi's divine Qilin arms. Dragon origin sex ancient technique? Then let him completely cripple this dragon origin sex ancient technique. Hu Qi watched as Huang Xiaolong used the same move again, raising his two fists to meet his attack head-on. Seeing this, indignant cruel laughter escaped his lips. This time, I'm going to repay it with interest. Only he knew how terrifying his divine Qilin arms were. The power of his arms before and after he used the divine Qilin arms, comparing both defense and explosive power, was akin to heaven and earth. There was a time at the extraterritorial devil battlefield when he fought a late First Order ancient god realm magic beast. Before resorting to his divine Qilin arms, simply relying on his golden copper beast physique, he could not break the magic beast's rough skin at all. But after he used the divine Qilin arms technique, that magic beast's defenses were akin to thin paper. At that time, his fist instantly penetrated the magic beast's body, turning its internal organs into a bloody gore. Hu Qi could already imagine Huang Xiaolong ending up like that magic beast, blood and flesh flying into the air like arrows. Bang! For fists collided with great force, akin to an exploding star. The stage whined in protest as frightening wind blades flew out from the point of impact, crashing onto the protective barrier, causing lights to ripple over it as it shook. The noises from other stages seemed to be drowned in the bang when Huang Xiaolong and Hu Qi's fists collided. All eyes were glued to stage number 52. Outside the square area, Yao Qi's heart tightened with anxiety. She didn't notice that her hands were clenched tightly. The world seemingly stopped for a second or two, stopping precisely when Huang Xiaolong and Hu Qi's fists collided, followed by a heart-gripping shriek. It was Hu Qi's voice. His body was sent tumbling back for a second time at an even faster speed. He then crashed onto the stage, blood spurting high into the air. Hu Qi's body rolled uncontrollably until the edge of the stage. When his body stopped, blood bubbled up his mouth like an endless spring, his body twitching and quivering. At this point, the skin on his arms was ruptured and bloody, with the white of bone peeking through his mangled flesh. The two Qilin diagrams were nowhere to be seen. Hu Qi's divine Qilin arms were incapacitated? The faces in the crowd showed similar expressions of shock. Was this really the fabled, indestructible, and unstoppable divine Qilin arms that could destroy everything in their path? Weren't they no different than a chicken claw now? Zhou Xiantong and the experts behind him gulped as if they ate a bunch of chilies. Their throat burned so much they couldn't get a word out. On the other battle stages, the few Twin Cities sect disciples who had yet to go up for the second battle were deathly pale, including Yang Liming, who had previously vowed to make Huang Xiaolong kneel on the stage, begging for mercy, as well as Tan Lin. Tan Lin could barely maintain a calm appearance, but Yang Liming couldn't hide the astonishment from his face. Although he was ranked 11 in the preliminary round and was a peak late First Order ancient god realm, if he was to fight with Hu Qi's divine Qilin arms, he and Hu Qi would probably be equally matched. Yang Liming's thoughts went further. If the one on cold 52nd stage was him, then right now wouldn't he be? Farther away, Ouyang Yunfei and the Ouyang clan members' faces looked distorted from early on. Ouyang Yunfei felt like he was about to control of his bladder. The enormous square was pin-drop silent. Almost all spectators' gazes fell onto the 52nd stage, on Huang Xiaolong's body. Those who had only been watching Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and other disciples in the preliminary round top 10 were now looking Huang Xiaolong as well. With indifference on his face, Huang Xiaolong walked towards Hu Qi. In truth, he had only used 50% of his true divine dragon physique's physical force. He hadn't even employed his god force. Just like the time he killed that Spirit Lake cult genius disciple, Chen Weiping, using only half of his physical strength. Outside the square, Chen Ding ordered the group of people behind him, "Tell Hu Qi to admit defeat." The group of Dragon Origin sect experts was dumbfounded, but they were quick to comply respectfully. One of the rules of the stage battle was, if any participant was too injured to admit defeat, elders of the same sect were allowed to admit defeat on their behalf. Stage 52, Hu Qi admits defeat. A Dragon Origin sect expert could do nothing but shout to the judging disciple Di Fei. His voice reverberated like thunder in the silent square, sounding especially harsh to the ears. In this term's All Islands Great War, a Dragon Origin sect disciple was the first to admit defeat. Moreover, he hadn't even done it personally, as an elder from the sect threw in the towel on the disciple's behalf. On stage 1, Zhou Su had already dealt with his opponent. At this moment, his fists were clenched. A scary blue glow flashed in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong. On stage 4, a young man in crimson robes was watching Huang Xiaolong with interest. On the chest of his crimson robe was an obvious emblem of a furnace. This young man was none other than the person ranked second in the preliminary round. The Heavenly Dan Island's #1 genius, Luo Yunjie. 1,000 dragon physique? Doesn't seem like it. Luo Yunjie muttered to himself, a contemplating look on his face. He could see that Huang Xiaolong's body's defense and strength were quite high, which pointed to one of the unique physiques and bore resemblances to Zhou Su's 1,000 dragon physique. After the Dragon Origin sect's expert admitted defeat on Hu Qi's behalf, Huang Xiaolong was naturally counted as the winner of the battle. However, when the judging disciple Di Fei announced Huang Xiaolong's win, there was no noise whatsoever. Various sect experts were still in a daze from the scene before. On the main stage, the 4 elders had a different expression as they watched Huang Xiaolong walk down the stage. Truly unexpected. There is such a monstrous disciple outside of the top 10 islands. Elder Chun Renfei praised. This Huang Xiaolong's godhead and talent must be outstanding for him to be able to defeat a late First Order ancient god realm, Hu Qi, while being just a peak late 10th Order, heavenly god realm disciple. That's right. Elder Chong Yen chuckled, adding, this Huang Xiaolong can definitely enter the top 5 in this term's All Islands Great War. His talent and godhead might be slightly higher than Zhou Su's, but it's a pity, his cultivation realm is too low. If his cultivation reached Second Order ancient god realm as well, first place was sure to be his. Hearing their words, Gong Fei sneered coldly. It's too early to say that. This Huang Xiaolong's talent and godhead may not necessarily be high. His physical body is just a bit stronger, but no matter how strong his body is, there's a limit to it. Chun Renfei frowned but could only reply, that is true. Send someone to investigate this Huang Xiaolong in detail. We'll know soon. In a certain building outside the square, Li Lu was looking at Huang Xiaolong's proud figure, her dainty mouth forming a smile. Still a show-off as before. When Huang Xiaolong defeated Dragon Origin sect's Hu Qi, she was happy for him. But this guy's strength was higher than she estimated. Inside a certain manor in Fortune City, Elder Lu Tai also came to report to Zhu Feng about the situation on stage 52. What? A peak late 10th Order, heavenly god realm crippled Dragon Origin sect's Hu Qi who possesses the golden copper beast physique and succeeded in cultivating Dragon Qi. Zhu Feng was genuinely shocked. That is so. Lu Tai nodded. On top of that, Hu Qi resorted to his divine Killian arms in the end, but he was still sent flying in one move. Zhu Feng dazed momentarily. What is this disciple's name? Huang Xiaolong. Lu Tai answered. During the preliminary round, he ranked 24th. No one suspected he would be this powerful. Zhu Feng jumped up to his feet all of a sudden, pacing back and forth in the hall for some time before he barked out an order to Lu Tai. Investigate this Huang Xiaolong in detail for me. Lu Tai solemnly complied. He understood his young lord had the intention of pulling Huang Xiaolong into his camp. He was someone who defeated a late First Order Ancient God Realm disciple with his cultivation of peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Moreover, it was an Ancient God Realm disciple who possessed the Golden Copper Beast physique and succeeded in cultivating the Divine Qilin Beast divine arts. Such a talent was worthy of their young lord's invite. This Huang Xiaolong's talent might even be higher than Zhou Su's. At this time, on the square, after Huang Xiaolong defeated Hu Qi, the following disciples admitted defeat even before Huang Xiaolong made a move. Hence, he smoothly entered the top 100 on the second day. The other stages' battles went on. Half a day later, the second day's stage battles ended, and this term's top 100 name list came out. What Huang Xiaolong didn't expect was that Ouyang Yunfei also defeated all the opponents on the same stage, thus successfully entering the top 100 as well. Looking at Ouyang Yunfei's complacent smile, Huang Xiaolong sneered. On the main stage where the four Fortune Gate elders were, Gong Fei, Chen Renfei, Chang Yan, and Li Wei took turns to speak, congratulating Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and other disciples who succeeded in entering the top 100 before advising the disciples to rest well in preparation for the third day's match. After the top 10 match, only the top 3 were eligible to fight for the first place. Tomorrow was undoubtedly the most dazzling battle in the All Islands Great War. This was also the Fortune Gate's most spectated battle in 100 years. After some reminders, Gong Fei's group of 4 had the disciples disperse. However, before leaving the square, Huang Xiaolong walked over to the Ouyang clan's group, stopping in front of Ouyang Yunfei. Different from previous encounters, when the Ouyang clan group saw Huang Xiaolong approaching, they all wore smiles on their faces, as if their smiles were as genuine as they imagined. Ouyang Yunfei was fidgeting with apprehension while forcing a smile as he called out, "Big Brother Huang." "Big Brother Huang?" Huang Xiaolong repeated aloofly. "I remember you once said you would enlighten me well during the All Islands Great War, and that you want to destroy the barbarian god sect once the All Islands Great War ends." Ouyang Yunfei and the others' smiles turned ugly almost immediately. Ouyang Bin's arm suddenly swung out, striking Ouyang Yunfei's right cheek so hard that the swelling was almost 2 meters high before giving Huang Xiaolong a benign smile, saying, "Brother Huang." Those were merely Yunfei's vexed words. He didn't mean it. "Don't you worry, when I return, I will absolutely punish him according to our clan's rules." He then barked at Ouyang Yunfei, "Quickly apologize to Brother Huang." Ouyang Yunfei clutched his swollen right cheek, his head lowered so that no one could see the venomous light flickering past his eyes. However, he obediently took a step forward and was about to apologize when Huang Xiaolong spoke. "No need." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "I have always been a person who holds grudges for a long time. Tomorrow, if you meet me on the battle stage, I too will enlighten you well." With that said, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and the rest left the square. Ouyang Yunfei was about to bow, but his actions halted after hearing Huang Xiaolong words. His expression, as well as other Ouyang clan members, looked worse than before. Watching Huang Xiaolong's figure disappear, Ouyang Yunfei's anger exploded. "This dog! We give him face, but he doesn't want it. Does he think our Ouyang clan is really afraid of him?" Ouyang Yunfei's words just finished when the left side of his face was struck hard. "Foolish thing." Ouyang Bin angrily glared at him. Based on the talent and strength he has shown so far, he's likely to rush into the top 10 and be accepted as a personal disciple by a Grand Elder. If he wants to deal with our Ouyang clan at that time, it would only be a matter of moving his lips. A Fortune Gate Grand Elder. Only the top 10 islands hegemon such as the Dragon Origin sect were qualified to speak to them. A small force like the Ouyang clan was nothing at all before a Fortune Gate Grand Elder. If a Grand Elder really wanted to take Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple, he only needed to mention their Ouyang clan. That was sufficient to bring calamity upon them. Ouyang Yunfei argued, "Ancestor, our Ouyang clan is now subordinate to the Twin Cities sect. I say that Huang Xiaolong won't dare do anything to us." "That's also true," Ouyang Shuguang agreed. "Moreover, no one can predict the situation in tomorrow's battle. Who knows? Maybe Huang Xiaolong will be pummeled into a cripple by Zhou Su." Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group returned to the rented courtyard, a piece of news spread over Fortune City. Huang Xiaolong has a high-grade king-rank godhead ranked 1009, the Blue Shadow Godhead. He also possesses the True Dragon physique ranked 3rd amongst unique physiques. I also heard that his True Dragon physique can continuously evolve. True Dragon physique. A unique physique that can continuously evolve. No wonder that Wuxia, who possessed the golden copper beast physique and his divine Qilin arms, was only a waste in front of Huang Xiaolong. The 3rd unique physique, how many years has it been the last time such a physique appeared in our Vientiane world? Long ago a person who possessed the 9th ranked unique physique appeared, right? How long has it been? 3 to 4 million years. The entire Fortune City was talking about this, excitement and laments in the atmosphere. When Zhou Su heard this news, he breathed out in relief. Before this, he was a little wary of Huang Xiaolong, but now he was completely at ease. Although the fact that Huang Xiaolong had the True Dragon physique did surprise him, as long as his godhead wasn't emperor rank, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be a threat to him. Whether it was on the battle stage tomorrow or after they entered the Fortune Gate as disciples, Huang Xiaolong wasn't a threat to him. That was because he had an emperor rank godhead, and Huang Xiaolong's high-grade king rank godhead wasn't even on the same level. Zhou Su looked over his shoulder, his gaze falling onto the half-dead Wuxia lying on the cold jade bed, muttering under his breath. Junior brother Wuxia, tomorrow, I will make sure Huang Xiaolong feels 1,000 times, 10,000 times more pain and misery. Zhu Feng was stunned for a second after hearing the news. He then shook his head at Elder Lu Tai. He has the True Dragon physique, but his godhead is only a high-grade king rank. A pity. With a high-grade king rank Blue Shadow Godhead and a True Dragon physique that could continuously evolve, Huang Xiaolong's talent could be described as astonishing, but compared to Zhu Feng's expectations, it was greatly lacking. Only disciples with an emperor rank godhead were worthy of being on his side. Elder Lu Yai also shook his head in irony. Indeed a pity. Then, young lord, do we still need to show goodwill to this Huang Xiaolong? Zhu Feng shook his head. No need for that now. After knowing Huang Xiaolong's godhead rank, Zhu Feng has completely lost interest in Huang Xiaolong. Oh right. How's the investigation of Chun Weiping's death coming? Zhu Feng changed the subject all of a sudden, asking Lu Tai. Lu Tai once again shook his head. There is no news as of yet. You can leave and also help me prepare a big gift to Zhou Su, wishing him to win the first place tomorrow. After he wins, I will set a banquet to celebrate. Zhu Feng said. Lu Tai nodded with a smile. Zhou Su will definitely be happy. As the news of Huang Xiaolong's high-grade king-rank godhead spread throughout Fortune City, another news about Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin came. All 3 had emperor-rank godheads. Dragon Origin Sect Zhou Su's godhead is actually the low-grade emperor-rank Violent Dragon godhead. It is ranked 862. Absolutely an ideal companion to his 1,000 dragon physique. Also, I heard that Zhou Su has already advanced to peak mid-second order Ancient God Realm. Peak mid-second order Ancient God Realm, Violent Dragon Godhead. This Zhou Su's talent is too outstanding. In this terms All Island's Great War, the first place is his for sure. Several of Fortune Gate's ancestors will definitely be alerted. I agree. That's the Emperor rank Violent Dragon Godhead There'll surely be a Fortune Gate ancestor wanting to take him in as a disciple, and that Heavenly Dan Island's genius Luo Yunjie. He also has an Emperor rank Godhead, the Treasure Fire Godhead ranked 921. This is truly unexpected for everyone. Tan Lin's Godhead ranks at 996, the Illusionary Godhead. Although Tan Lin's Godhead ranks last among the Emperor rank, it is still a genuine Emperor rank Godhead. 3 Emperor rank Godhead monstrous geniuses have appeared in this term's All Island's Great War. The 4 mainland's new disciples battle is just around the corner. This time, the Fortune mainland will become the champion. Talks and whispers could be heard at every corner of Fortune City. Excitement was boiling in the atmosphere. As the enchanting moonlight fell over the city, Huang Xiaolong and Yao Qi, accompanied by Lu Zhua and the rest, were strolling in the streets. Listening to the high and low exclaiming voices, none of them were affected. Violent Dragon Godhead ranked 862? When Huang Xiaolong was still in the lower realm, that devil son Mo Su that he killed, as well as the ghost refining sect's young lord, sect chief, Fortune Gates Fang Chu. Any of these people had a godhead that was ranked many times higher than Zhou Su. As for Luo Yunjie and Tan Lin, Huang Xiaolong did not put them in his eyes at all. However, hearing about the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle, his interest piqued. Hence he asked Lu Zhua, that Four Mainland's new disciples' battle? What is it about? He had yet to hear about this. Lu Zhua explained, our Vientiane world has four mainlands: the Fortune Mainland, Eternal Mainland, Dark Elf Mainland, and Primal Chaos Mainland. Every time the All-Island Great War ends, the Four Mainland's top 10 disciples will assemble to have another competition. The top 10's rewards are even more luxurious than the Fortune Mainland's All-Islands Great War. Previously, I thought you could only enter the top 300 at most, thus won't be able to participate in the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle. That's why I didn't tell you about this. Lu Zhua's face revealed of embarrassment. Huang Xiaolong asked, the Eternal Mainland, Dark Elf Mainland, and Primal Chaos Mainland also have an All-Islands Great War? Lu Zhua nodded. Yes, just like our Fortune Mainland. The other three mainlands also rule over the islands below them. Every 100 years, they also organize an All-Islands Great War, which takes place simultaneously with ours. Then when will the new disciples' battle take place? Huang Xiaolong asked again. 3 years after the All-Islands Great War ends, Lu Zhua replied, adding, at the 10,000 Elephant Mountain. The 10,000 Elephant Mountain. Huang Xiaolong had heard of the 10,000 Elephant Mountain, the tallest peak and largest mountain in the Vientiane world, known as the First Divine Mountain. The 10,000 Elephant Mountain was located above a blood sea between the Fortune Mainland and Eternal Mainland. 3 years. Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself. He had decided to go into seclusion to break through after this term's All-Islands Great War, and him breaking through to the ancient god realm required a longer time than others. He had been worried that the Four Mainland's new disciples' battle would commence immediately after the All-Islands Great War, giving him no time to proceed with his breakthrough as planned. But now he had sufficient time. Do you know what the rewards for the new disciples' battle are? Huang Xiaolong asked Lu Zhua. Lu Zhua shook his head. This, I'm not clear. But from word of mouth, it seems like the rewards are much more luxurious than the Fortune Mainland's All-Island Great War. After idly strolling around the streets for an hour or so, their group returned to the rented courtyard. Huang Xiaolong began to readjust his condition, preparing for tomorrow's stage battle. The night's darkness gradually faded away as everyone looked forward to the morning light with great anticipation. Before the sky brightened, the entire Fortune City was already waking up. Noises could be heard in the street. Experts from directions swarmed toward the square. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry, so they walked slowly to the square. By the time they arrived, not even a fly could make its way through the crowd. However, when Huang Xiaolong arrived, the crowd naturally opened up a small path for him to pass. This time, he didn't even display his registration token. The Fortune Gate disciples guarding at the entrance were smiling warmly at Huang Xiaolong, inviting him. There were only 100 participants in today's battle, making the enormous square seem even bigger. Huang Xiaolong almost immediately spotted Zhou Su. Standing around him were 11 other Dragon Origin sect participants, deserving of their reputation as the #1 sect under the Fortune Gate. Counting Zhou Su, the Dragon Origin sect had 12 disciples who made it into the top 100. Not long after Huang Xiaolong arrived, Tan Lin, Yang Liming, and 9 other Twin Cities sect participants entered the battle stage area. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, Tan Lin walked up to him with Yang Liming and the rest. Standing in front of him, Tan Lin shook his head, a disdainful sneer on his face. Huang Xiaolong, before this I thought you had an emperor-rank godhead, but who knew that it was only a high-grade king-rank godhead? Pity, ah, pity. Yang Liming snickered. Huang Xiaolong. So what if you have the true dragon physique? Before out senior brother Tan Lin, you're still just a waste. Huang Xiaolong replied with a stoic expression. Later on the stage, this waste will make you kneel. Tan Lin and Yang Liming were stunned for a second, then thought of how loud their voices were, causing their expressions to become extremely ugly. Coldness crept up Tan Lin's eyes. Good. I'll wait and see how you make me kneel on the stage. The group left, and the battle stage area quieted. As they waited, Gong Fei, Chun Renfei, Chang Yen, and Li Wen arrived at the square. They were still the main judges for the third day's stage battle. However, Huang Xiaolong was aware that many of the Fortune Gate's Grand Elders, and even several ancestors, were hiding in the void to watch the match. 3 Emperor-rank Godhead disciples appeared in this term's All Islands Great War: Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin. This was enough to attract several Fortune Gate old monsters. I wonder if Li Lu is watching. The thought suddenly appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind. On the third day, participants were divided into 10 groups, similar to the second day battle. 10 disciples to each battle stage, and the final one standing would enter the top 10. Following that was the top 10 battle to determine each disciple's position in the ranking. Huang Xiaolong drew stage number 6. On stage 6, 2 out of 9 disciples belonged to the Spirit Lake cult, 3 from Luoshan Island, 1 from Anyang Island, 2 from Dragon Origin Island, and the last of the 9 was the Twin Cities sex Yang Liming. Seeing Yang Liming, Huang Xiaolong smacked his lips, his expression bloodthirsty. The person judging Huang Xiaolong's stage number 6 was a core disciple named Zhang Yang. Standing on the stage, he said, Barbarian God sex Huang Xiaolong and Twin Cities sex Yang Liming, to the stage. Immediately after Zhang Yang's order, the spectating experts in the crowd stirred with excitement, all looking toward stage 6. On the other several stages, it wasn't Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, or Tan Lin's turn to battle yet, so they too were watching. Huang Xiaolong went up to the stage in one leap. However, Yang Liming was still standing below the stage, seemingly unwilling to move. Yang Liming's head was lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps he didn't hear Zhang Yang's voice? Watching this, Zhang Yang had no choice but to once again shout, Twin Cities sect, Yang Liming, please come to the stage. Yang Liming's head suddenly jerked up, coming to his senses. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with strange gazes, the feeling of wanting to crawl into a hole came over him. After a brief hesitation, he leaped onto the stage. Yang Liming spoke the instant his feet landed on the stage. However, just as he was about to admit defeat, a figure flickered. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong was above his head, his right fist swinging down at Yang Liming. A resounding boom shook the air. Yang Liming's face was ashen. At this time, he didn't have the luxury of admitting defeat. His entire body's god force surged madly as he attempted to block Huang Xiaolong's attack with both fists. Heaven and earth seemed to flip over as their fists collided. The air currents flowed in reverse and yellow crepuscular rays shot to the sky. That's the Twin Cities sect's secret technique, Mountain Tumbling Fist. It is said that one punch can flip a primordial divine mountain upside down. The victim's internal organs, god veins, even their soul would be turned upside down. The crowd was astonished. There was coldness on Huang Xiaolong's face as his right fist went in without hesitation. Rumble. Yang Liming's fist force was dispersed instantly. All yellow rays of light shattered into fragments, and the reversed airflow returned to normal. At the same time, the flesh on Yang Liming's arms exploded, causing a blood-curdling scream to pierce the air. Yang Liming's body was embedded into the stage. He was originally standing, but now his legs were almost all the way into the ground, his knees on the stage. However, this wasn't the end. Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Devil Qi was invading Yang Liming, making him scream until his voice was hoarse from the excruciating pain. Everyone's faces tightened as they watched. A chilling coldness spread through their limbs. Again, just one strike. Even Yang Liming, who was ranked 11 in the preliminary round, wasn't Huang Xiaolong's match. Exactly how powerful was Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique? This scene surprised the Fortune Gate Grand Elders and old monsters who were watching. In a hidden space somewhere above the battle stage area stood 5 figures, enshrouded in a bright light that obscures their faces and bodies. These 5 were several of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. An old man with a stalwart figure enshrouded in a fiery light praised, "What a strong, true dragon physique. I dare say that not even a third-order ancient god realm cultivator's body is as strong as this kid's." This old man was the Myriad Flame's ancestor, one of Li Li's masters. True, a pity though that he only has a high-grade king-rank godhead. The old woman beside him, enshrouded in a cold azure light, shook her head. "We cannot violate the Fortune Gate's rules." This was Li Li's other master, the Black Ice ancestor. According to the Fortune Gate rules, only Emperor-rank Godhead disciples were allowed to enter and cultivate in the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Therefore, many ancestors did not accept disciples who didn't have an Emperor-rank Godhead. On the stage at this time, Huang Xiaolong attacked again. His fist struck Yang Liming. In the first attack, Huang Xiaolong used 60% of his true divine dragon physique, but now it was 70%. Rumble. Huang Xiaolong's fist buried Yang Liming deeper under the stage, leaving only his neck and head. Blood spewed out from various places on his body. Yang Liming screamed, wailed, roared as he struggled, his face distorted with mixed emotions and pain. His screams echoed in the square, stimulating all Twin Cities sect disciples' nerves, their faces bloodlessly pale. At this point, they understood what Huang Xiaolong's words earlier meant. Yang Liming's screams raised goosebumps down the spectator's neck. "Stop!" Yang Liming admits defeat. Almost at the same time, Twin Cities sect experts bellowed in anger. Huang Xiaolong's actions were too fast, so that Twin Cities sect experts were too late to admit defeat on Yang Liming's behalf. Moreover, no one expected Yang Liming, a peak late first-order ancient god realm, ranked 11th in the preliminary round, to be so fragile before Huang Xiaolong. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes, Yang Liming was abused to such a state. Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly, watching the Twin Cities sect experts anxiously shouting in defeat. Only then did he stop. After all, he should adhere to the stage battle rules, right? Seeing that the battle ended, Tan Lin and other Twin Cities sect disciples rushed to Yang Liming's side, carrying him off the stage. Looking at his body that was full of blood and injuries, Tan Lin and everyone felt their hearts palpitate. Ruthless. Huang Xiaolong was too ruthless. Was there hope for Yang Liming to recover? The Twin Cities sect's Grand Elder's eyes turned red watching Huang Xiaolong and killing intent whirled in Zhou Xuantong's eyes. Huang Xiaolong walked down the stage as if nothing happened. Those who bullied others must prepare to be bullied in return. Until now, everyone was unable to erase that shocking scene from their minds. In the void, Black Ice ancestor frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. "This kid is too ruthless." Myriad Flame's ancestor chuckled instead. "I like this kid's style. Towards an enemy, you must be ruthless in attack. That's right, if you're not ruthless enough, your enemy will be even more ruthless than you. It is a given that you must more ruthless than your enemy." Ancestor Sky Sword chuckled softly in agreement. In the stage battle area, on the main stage where the 4 presiding elders were sitting, Gong Fei silently looked at Huang Xiaolong with complicated emotions. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Gong Fei, then looked away. The battles went on. The following battles were much more simple. On stage number 6, the moment an opponent saw Huang Xiaolong, they would shout out, admitting defeat, afraid they would be the next Yang Liming. Just like this, Huang Xiaolong became the final winner of stage 6, entering the top 10. On top of that, he was the fastest one to enter the top 10, while other 9 stages were still battling. Standing on the stage, Huang Xiaolong watched the battles on stage 1 where Zhou Su was battling a disciple from Zhejiang Island. As if sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Zhou Su looked over. A sneer rose up his face. With a punch, his fist penetrated the Zhejiang Island disciple's chest. Zhou Su removed his bloodied fist from the disciple's chest and stood in a condescending manner, clearly provoking Huang Xiaolong. As time passed, winners appeared on the other stages, and the top 10 ranking list finally came out. On the main stage, Gong Fei stood up, announcing the top 10 ranking disciples: Dragon Origin Sect Zhou Su, Heavenly Dan Sect Luo Yunjia, Twin Cities Sect Tan Lin, Luoshan Cult Tao Ming, Dragon Origin Sect Chun Kai, Zhejiang sect Sunchong, Hengwu cult Zhanggua, and barbarian god sect Huang Xiaolong. Not knowing if it was deliberate or otherwise, Gong Fei placed Huang Xiaolong last. Next, the top 10 disciples, please draw lots to determine your opponent. Gong Fei spoke loudly. Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and the rest stepped up to draw a token each. After drawing a token, Huang Xiaolong turned it over and saw a number 2 written on it. Others also did the same. Zhou Su's token was the number 1, and the other person who drew the number 2 token was the Twin Cities sect's Tan Lin. Tan Lin. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed for a second. He didn't expect the first battle for the top 10 positions would be against Tan Lin, who had an emperor-rank godhead. Tan Lin, a peak early second-order ancient god realm, possessing a unique physique and the illusionary godhead? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Huang Xiaolong had been looking forward to battles for the top 10 ranks. Tan Lin was watching Huang Xiaolong with ferocity, even chuckling as he drew his thumb across his own neck. After all 10 disciples had drawn their lots, Gong Fei declared the first match. Dragon Origin sect's Zhou Su, Lo Shan cult's Tao Ming, please come up to the stage. The disciple who drew number 1 token was the Luoshan cult's Tao Ming. Zhou Su and Tao Ming both leaped onto the stage, landing at the center. At this point, compared to Zhou Su's calm, Tao Ming wasn't looking very good. Everyone knew that Zhou Su's strength was at peak early second-order ancient god realm and that he had the 1,000-dragon physique, not to mention his violent dragon godhead. Battling Zhou Su would surely lead to a loss. Although Tao Ming was ranked 5th in the preliminary round, he was greatly lacking compared to Zhou Su. Senior brother Zhou Su, please be lenient, Tao Ming said, cupping his hands at Zhou Su. Zhou Su calmly said, looking at the relation between our sects, I shall allow you 3 moves first. Among the top 10 islands, there were both rivalries and alliances. Dragon Origin sect and Luoshan cult had almost been on good terms. Allow you 3 moves. Tao Ming looked a little uncomfortable having Zhou Su give him a 3-move handicap. Please, Tao Ming said, and his figure was already in midair, leaving a stretch of blurred images behind him, but each seemingly real. This is the true body. In the Luoshan cult, only their ancestor succeeded in cultivating this technique. I didn't expect this Tao Ming to have also succeeded. True body was the Luoshan cult's highest level of movement technique. After executing it, the area would be filled with images of the user, and just like its name, each image was a true body. However, cultivating this movement techniques required a high comprehension of the space law. Not only that, it also required a unique godhead that could produce light element god force. Bright sword cannon, someone shouted. As the crowd exclaimed in surprise, Tao Ming arrived in front of Zhou Su in an instant. At some point, a long sword appeared in his hand, extremely thin and almost transparent as if it had become one with space. The sword in Tao Ming's hand slashed out like a sun whose bright radiance spread over 10,000 zhang, harsh to the eyes. The bright sword cannon was originally not the Luoshan cult's technique, but the highest sword technique belonging to a powerful ancient sect named Bright Sword Sect. It seems like, through one of Tao Ming's fortuitous encounters, he had obtained this bright sword cannon technique. Tao Ming's sword light reached Zhou Su's chest in the blink of an eye, then went on to pierce him. However, the instant the tip of the sword light was about to pierce into Zhou Su's chest, Tao Ming was stunned. For that was only Zhou Su's afterimage. When did he leave behind an afterimage? He hadn't even noticed. Not only him, even Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and others were narrowing their eyes. A light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes looking at Zhou Su. This Zhou Su used a movement technique similar to an ancestor god realm's greater space teleportation, and teleported to another point on the stage. It's just that his action was too fast and others were unable to perceive it. Merely a moment later, Tao Ming recovered his senses and determined Zhou Su's position. Thus his sword thrust out, attacking once more. This time, Tao Ming's sword burst out in brilliant light, his god force condensing into terrifying sword chi that exploded like torrential rain from the sky, covering the stage. This is the Void Sword Gate's Heavenly Rain sword technique. Another ancient sword technique. In the void above, Sky Sword Ancestor nodded with appreciation. This Tao Ming is a good talent for practicing the sword, but similar to that Huang Xiaolong, it's a pity he only has a high-grade king rank godhead. Otherwise, he could inherit my sky sword. Another blood knife ancestor smiled, adding, you still aren't able to find a suitable talent to inherit your sky sword, but aren't I the same? Isn't my lightning hammer the same? An old man inside a lightning blue sphere complained. I have been searching for so many years, yet I can't find a lightning element emperor rank godhead disciple. This time on the stage, Zhou Su, who was submerged in the rain of sword lights, suddenly burst out a dark glow from his body. When Tao Ming's sword light formed from light element godforce fell into the dark glow, the sword lights were actually swallowed. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What technique was this? Huang Xiaolong was surprised as well. Zhou Su's violent dragon godhead also had a devouring power? It seems Zhou Su's godhead might be a kind of variant that birthed a devouring power. However, unlike Huang Xiaolong, he couldn't turn the devoured power into energy that he could use. Huang Xiaolong was able to sense the surging light element godforce below Zhou Su's feet. After swallowing Tao Ming's light element godforce, he had probably channeled it out from his body through his feet into the ground below. Of course, this was sufficient to shock everyone watching. Soon, Tao Ming had used up his 3 moves. All of a sudden, Zhou Su attacked. A dazzling azure light burst out from his body as his right fist punched out. Dragon Qi roared as an azure dragon flew out from his fist, bathing the stage in azure light, rushing towards Tao Ming. Tao Ming's expression tightened and his body backed away at rapid speed while swinging his sword forward. A curtain of sword qi covered his retreat, but the whirl of the azure dragon tempest easily broke through, crashing straight at Tao Ming. Tao Ming was sent flying off the stage. He lost. Everyone was in a flabbergasted state. Was this Zhou Su's real strength? The 5th in the preliminary round, Tao Ming, Luoshan Island's number genius, was defeated in 1 strike. Zhou Su walked down the stage. When he was passing by Huang Xiaolong, he said, "Did you see? Your first match is against Tan Lin, whose real strength is much stronger than you imagine. I hope you can withstand 10 moves from him." Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. Twin Cities sect Tan Lin and Barbarian God sect Huang Xiaolong, please come up the stage. Gong Fei's voice was icy as he announced the second match. Everyone's gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong and Tan Lin in a whoosh. Compared to Zhou Su and Tao Ming's battle, they were more looking forward to see the result of this match. Huang Xiaolong and Tan Lin landed on the stage simultaneously. Outside the square, Yao Qi's small hands were tightly clenched, her breathing heavier. "Miss Yao Qi, don't you worry, Xiaolong will win." Noticing her anxiety, Lu Zhua comforted solemnly. However, truth be told, even he did not hold much confidence. Could Huang Xiaolong win this time? His opponent was one of 3 emperor-rank godhead geniuses, Tan Lin. Although Tan Lin ranked was 2nd in the preliminary, it was no secret that Tan Lin and Luo Yunjia's were on par, only weaker than Zhou Su. The noisy square suddenly quieted down a lot. Both Huang Xiaolong and Tan Lin stood on the stage, neither of them in a hurry to move first. Tan Lin shook his head, sneering Huang Xiaolong. "Your luck is really bad, encountering me in your first match. In fact, based on your strength, you could enter top 10, but now you won't have this chance anymore. In a little while, you will end up 100 times more miserable than junior brother Yang." Huang Xiaolong looked as calm as always. "I don't think you have the strength." The moment Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, the square abruptly quieted down. Tan Lin suddenly laughed out loud. "You say that I, Tan Lin, a peak early 2nd order ancient god realm possessing both the Dawn Radiance unique physique and illusionary godhead, cannot win against a mere peak late 10th order heavenly god realm? Even an ancestor god realm master would die laughing from this joke?" At the end, Tan Lin's last laughter was even louder. The Twin Cities sect disciples in the distance joined in the laughter. In the midst of their laughter, Huang Xiaolong spoke again. "I will give you 3 moves." Tan Lin's eyes were icy cold. The Twin Cities sect disciples were stunned. and so was everyone else before they burst into laughter. Oh, my mother! This punk nearly made me piss my pants from laughing. Does he think he's Zhou? He actually dares to give our senior brother Tan Lin 3 moves. Even if it were Zhou, he still wouldn't dare to say this kind of thing. This punk went too far bluffing, damn. Senior Tan Lin, abuse him to death. Abuse him to death. Several Twin Cities sect disciples excitedly clamored. The experts around the square area were shaking their heads at Huang Xiaolong's bluff. All thought Huang Xiaolong was arrogant and ignorant. Earlier, when Zhou gave Tao Ming a 3-move handicap, it was because he had the strength, yet this Huang Xiaolong was stealing Zhou's trick. Was he trying to attract the public's attention with a claptrap? Did he even have Zhou's strength? That Huang Xiaolong definitely did not possess Zhou's strength. Even the 5 Fortune Gate ancestors watching from the void were slightly frowning, thinking that Huang Xiaolong was being arrogant. This brat probably can't withstand 10 strikes from Tan Lin. Yet he dares to give him 3 moves first. Black Ice ancestor harumphed sharply. A person with this kind of attitude will have a limited future. Lightning Hammer ancestor laughed instead. This brat is similarly as arrogant as I was when I just entered the Fortune Gate. He resembles the past me. Sky Sword ancestor chimed in, all of us have emperor rank godheads. A little arrogance is granted. But this brat who only has a high-grade king rank godhead is overly rampant, too ignorant. On the stage, Tan Lin wasn't laughing at all. He was enduring so much that he looked uncomfortable to say the least, until he exploded in laughter together with the other Twin Cities sect disciples. After laughing for a while, Tan Lin was the first to stop. A cold, cruel light was reflected in his eyes. Seeing your ignorance, I won't go all out. Both of Tan Lin's arms extended to his side as he rose into the air, hovering above the stage. Streams of white light flocked toward Tan Lin from the surroundings, gathering around him. First from around the square, then from outside the square, then the entire Fortune City area. All the light element force that existed in Fortune City was gathered around him. People at the square immediately felt a kind of pressure. A very strong dawn radiance physique. His physique's abilities have completely awakened, right? They must have, to be able to display such a strong light-gathering ability. It shouldn't be, right? A completely awakened dawn radiance physique could gather the entire Vientiane world's light element energy. That is what I've heard. Then again, even if Tan Lin's dawn radiance physique hasn't fully awakened, it's enough to defeat Huang Xiaolong. Some experts were talked excitedly. In the distance, ecstasy was shining from Ouyang Yunfei's eyes as he spoke. Senior brother Tan Lin is so strong. Huang Xiaolong, you're dead for sure. Ouyang Bin, Ouyang Shuguang, and the rest of Ouyang clan's group were ecstatic. Light element speckles continued to gather around Tan Lin's body from all over the place, causing the stage to become brighter and brighter. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have lost his brilliance now that all eyes were on Tan Lin. A long time later, the bright speckles gathering around Tan Lin finally stopped. Like a giant radiant sun, he looked at Huang Xiaolong below with a hint of contempt. All of a sudden, Tan Lin attacked. His body suddenly turned surreal before disappeared from space. He had truly disappeared as if he was completely non-existent. This is the illusionary godhead's power. I didn't think Tan Lin had already comprehended his illusionary godhead's power. No wonder he's the Twin Cities sect's #1 genius. Everyone was astonished. Tan Lin, who employed his illusionary godhead's power, reached Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye, without a shadow or ripple or energy. Looking at Huang Xiaolong in front of him, brutality filled his eyes, thinking, "You can go to hell, punk!" His 2 fists struck accurately on Huang Xiaolong with a boom. The stage shook, causing the air to continuously burst. Rays of dazzling god force condensed into a terrifying fist force, slamming toward Huang Xiaolong akin to 2 ancient great mountains. He too wanted to defeat Huang Xiaolong in one strike, to make him understand that what he said about 3 moves was a ridiculous joke. Tan Lin didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would be able to withstand these 2 fists that condensed a peak early second-order ancient god realm's light element god force. Those spectating crowd outside the square was heavily shaking their heads when they saw Tan Lin suddenly appear so close to Huang Xiaolong. Gasps of nervousness sounded from the crowd. Some second-order and even late second-order ancient god realm cultivators were shocked. Tan Lin's attack showed his unfathomable strength. Even they would suffer heavy injuries if hit. When Tan Lin's fists were moments away from reaching their target, Huang Xiaolong suddenly raised his arms, reaching out and grabbing Tan Lin's fists that were akin to ancient great mountainess in his palms. The tempestuous light element god force from moments ago was gone like water doused over fire, vanishing entirely. Everyone watching was dumbstruck. The Twin Cities sex experts and disciple were agape like idiots as Tan Lin's fists were fixed in the air. Following that, as if he was throwing out rubbish, Huang Xiaolong flung him away. Tan Lin rolled head down and butt up until the edge of the stage. Not a sound could be heard around the square. Hidden in the void above, none of the 5 Fortune Gate ancestors spoke, each of them having a complicated and strange expression on their faces. Zhou Su's eyes widened all of a sudden at the sight, his eyelids twitching for a second. On the stage, Huang Xiaolong looked at Tan Lin, who he had thrown away, saying, "I said I'll give you 3 moves, so you still have 2 more moves. Please, at least take out the strength you used to drink milk. Take out the strength you used to drink milk." However, no one was laughing after hearing this. No one could believe what they had witnessed earlier. Just now, one of the 3 Emperor-rank Godhead disciples, Tan Lin, was thrown away by a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm like he was throwing rubbish. Tan Lin got back up on his feet. Although he was thrown away, Huang Xiaolong had controlled his strength, hence Tan Lin wasn't injured. Sensing the strange gazes from every corner staring at him with disbelief, Tan Lin suddenly roared toward the sky. When he stopped, his eyes had completely turned white, and his entire body emitted dazzling white light. From afar, he could be described as a cracked human-shaped sun. Tan Lin's aura rose continuously, becoming many times more powerful than earlier. In the crowd's eyes, there was a ball of light in each of Tan Lin's palms that expanded rapidly as earth yellow light rippled within. This is the Twin Cities sect's Great Earth Divine Arts that reached the 9th level, the Great Earth Soil Light, an expert exclaimed. The Great Earth Soil Light spinning in Tan Lin's palms caused the surrounding square to quake, as if there was a giant beast underneath that wished to break free. Resounding blasts came from the earth as speckles of golden light rose from the ground, gathering around Tan Lin's hands. The light speckles then turned into 2 huge balls of light, expanding at a crazy speed. Those small golden speckles were threads of earth element energy from the depths of earth. Earth element energy condensed to the limit and the 2 yellow energy spheres threatened to explode. The 2 spheres on Tan Lin's palms soon became 10 meters in diameter, several times larger than him. The terrifying energy coming from them made Luo Yunjie, Tao Ming, Huang Yuanhui, Chun Kai, and many others show astounded expressions, causing them to back away. A burst of light shrouded Zhou Su as if protecting him. "Die!" Tan Lin shouted with all his might, his loud voice reverberating high into the air. Affected by the 2 spheres of earth energy, Huang Xiaolong retreated swiftly. The 2 light spheres seemed slow as they rolled toward Huang Xiaolong, but in fact they were as fast as lightning, reaching Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Not to mention the fact that the stage wasn't big to begin with, 2 light spheres had already occupied almost all space. In everyone's eyes, Huang Xiaolong had no place to hide and could only meet it head-on. The 2 earth energy spheres rolled toward Huang Xiaolong, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The 2 light spheres were too quick, engulfing Huang Xiaolong within. Between intermingling white and yellow lights, his figure soon disappeared from sight. Then 2 light spheres expanded, looking like 2 huge stars before colliding. A great explosion ensued, causing violent energy to sweep out in all directions. The barrier placed over the stage cracked after being hammered by this violent energy, looking like it was close to shattering. Many retreated far away, frightened by the violent energy. Glaring lights from the explosion caused all other things on the stage to lose their presence. No one could tell the situation on the stage, not to mention that Huang Xiaolong's aura vanished during the explosion. Xiaolong. Outside the square, Yao Qi cried out desperately watching this scene. Lu Zhua and the others looked particularly pale. He's dead, being smashed by two giant earth energy spheres before taking the terrifying destructive power head-on. Even a late second-order ancient god realm cultivator would be hard-pressed to survive. Unable to sense Huang Xiaolong's aura, Tan Lin couldn't help laughing out loud, filled with satisfaction. Huang Xiaolong, this time you're finally dead. It's good that you're dead. It's good. 3 moves? I've killed you in 2. People in the crowd exchanged glances while Zhou Su, Luo Yunjia, and the others were still in a daze. Huang Xiaolong had died just like this? Who said I'm dead? Out of nowhere, an aloof voice rang in the square. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Tan Lin's laughter came to an abrupt stop. The smile on his face stiffened as his gaze fell onto the stage below where the glaring lights began to disperse, revealing a figure. When all rays of light disappeared, everyone saw Huang Xiaolong looking calm and natural as he stood on the stage. This sight felt like déjà vu, just like how they saw Huang Xiaolong earlier. There wasn't a hole or even a dirt stain on his robe. Huang Xiaolong patted away some dust on his robe, then looked at Tan Lin, saying, "You have one last move. One last move." Tan Lin's face became fierce, denying madly, "Impossible! Impossible! How come it turned like this? How could you be alive?" In the void above, Blood Knife Ancestor asked, "Did any of you see how that kid avoided the explosion?" Lightning Hammer guessed, "It should be a kind of innate ability." Just now, Huang Xiaolong had used his space concealment ability and successfully avoided any damage from the explosion. "Even we have misjudged this kid," Myriad Flame's Ancestor sighed. "I wonder what kind of secrets he has on him." Sky Sword Ancestor suddenly said, "Say, do you guys think Kid's Godhead is really just a high-grade king rank?" Myriad Flame's Ancestor and several other ancestors were taken aback by this question. When they heard that Huang Xiaolong had a high-grade king rank godhead, none of them had suspected otherwise. Now, however, after hearing Sky Sword Ancestor mentioning this, the other 4 ancestors suddenly realized that this youth probably didn't have a mere high-grade king rank godhead. Sky Sword? You mean this kid could have an emperor rank godhead? Finished saying that Lightning Hammer Ancestor felt his tone might sound heavier than intended. Emperor rank godhead. If this Huang Xiaolong had an emperor rank godhead, adding his true dragon physique, then, thinking of this, Lightning Hammer Ancestor became excited, his eyes shining. Blood Knife Ancestor's gaze turned hot as he watched Huang Xiaolong on the stage. Seeing Lightning Hammer and Blood Knife's hot gazes, Sky Sword couldn't resist saying, "You two won't be thinking of fighting over a disciple with me, right? Just now I was only guessing whether Huang Xiaolong really has an emperor rank godhead or not cannot be checked now. Regardless of that, looking at his strength afar, he can indeed fight for the first place." First place. Black Ice Ancestor shook his head. "Not necessarily. That Zhou Su isn't so simple. There's definitely a big secret on his body. Huang Xiaolong might not be able to win." On the stage, a yellow light surged madly from Tan Lin's body. His entire person grew big. Moreover, the yellow light formed a bear-like protective armor around him. The body of the Firmament Bear? It was the Twin Cities sex body of the Firmament Bear, a divine art that hadn't been successfully cultivated for millennia. No one expected Tan Lin to show this here. Successfully cultivating the body of the Firmament Bear allows one to forcefully raise one's god force and physical power. Now, this Tan Lin definitely has the battle power of a late second-order ancient god realm cultivator. Someone in the crowd praised. By this time, Tan Lin was completely covered by the bear-like armor, looking like an ancient firmament bear from afar. He then threw his head back and let out a roar before his fists suddenly struck out at Huang Xiaolong. Fury of the Firmament Bear. Both fists punching out, flames danced and blasts rang again and again in the air. Watching Tan Lin rushing towards him like a small mountain, a bright light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and everyone could see the airflow forming a primordial divine dragon around him. Rumble. Tan Lin's fists landed, Yet Huang Xiaolong stood there, fully bearing the attack. The lights turned glaring and the stage was shaking all over. However, Huang Xiaolong remained on the same spot, but it was Tan Lin who staggered back again and again from the impact. Everyone dumbly looked at Tan Lin, the firmament bear armor on his two fists cracked. Third move. Huang Xiaolong's aloof voice sounded. 3 moves had passed. Then Huang Xiaolong moved. In a flickered, he arrived above Tan Lin in the air. Bright light was circulating around his body, exuding a majestic dragon might as if a primordial divine dragon had awakened inside his body at this moment. Huang Xiaolong's right arm swung out a punch, just like how he punched Yang Liming earlier. He used 70% strength when dealing with Yang Liming, whereas now, Huang Xiaolong used 100% of his true divine dragon physique's physical strength. Tan Lin raised his arms, fear in his eyes that reflected Huang Xiaolong swinging his fist down. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's right fist falling down, Tan Lin revealed a manic expression all of a sudden. He let out a blood-curdling scream as golden-colored blood flowed out from his body. Ancient devil arts, savage blood. Tan Lin's gone crazy. Looking at Tan Lin's situation, some experts in the crowd exclaimed. Even the Twin Cities sex experts showed solemn expressions. Although this technique could stimulate the power hidden deep in one's bloodline for a short time, the side effects were nothing to sneeze at. Twin Cities sect chief Zhou Shentong frowned, but inwardly he sighed. At this time, Tan Lin's fists punched at Huang Xiaolong. Bang! Resounding booms shook the air akin to continuous lightning strikes. Everyone noticed Tan Lin's quivering body, then the firmament bear armor covering him fragmented, quickly disappearing, revealing Tan Lin's body within. Unable to withstand Huang Xiaolong's attack, Tan Lin's legs buckled, kneeling on the stage like Yang Liming did before. The entire stage shook and cracks began to appear. Tan Lin's legs gave out and he was now kneeling on the stage. He already suddenly howled, a painful expression on his face as if he was suffering some inhumane torture. Tan Lin had an emperor-rank godhead. Cultivating until now, he has reached second-order ancient god realm and his temperament had been grinded to such a degree that most pain would not even make him frown. Yet B was now howling and screaming. One could imagine his pain. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to attack again, Twin Cities sex experts quickly shouted, Tan Lin admits defeat. Having learned the lesson before with Yang Liming, the Twin Cities sex experts decisively admitted defeat without a trace of hesitation. For Twin Cities sex experts understood very well that if they had acted a second late, Tan Lin would end up as miserable as Yang Liming in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Then again, Tan Lin's current situation was miserable enough. Hearing multiple shouts of defeat from Twin Cities sex experts, Huang Xiaolong could only stop. In truth, he didn't plan to abuse Tan Lin like he did Yang Liming. After all, Tan Lin was an emperor-rank godhead disciple. If he was crippled, Twin Cities sect might not be in a hurry to settle with him, but Fortune Gate definitely wouldn't let this matter slide. An emperor-rank godhead disciple was a darling hard to come by in tens of thousands of years to the Fortune Gate. If crippled, one could imagine the consequences. Although Huang Xiaolong and Tan Lin's match had ended, everyone was finding it hard to calm down. Watching Tan Lin being carried down by others, some Dragon Origin sect and Twin Cities sect's disciples felt their hearts jerked. All of them were inwardly glad that they did not meet Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage. In the distance, the Ouyang clan group looked like they fell into a bottomless abyss, especially Ouyang Yunfei. His hands and feet were shaking. Earlier, Yao Qi cried when she saw the 2 light spheres explode, thinking that Huang Xiaolong would die in that terrifying explosion. Now that she saw he was okay, she was smiling like a rose that bloomed after the rain, showing her allure. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huang, and the others were smiling with heartfelt gladness. Won. He actually won. Lu Zhua was shouting frenziedly in his heart. Inside a building, Li Lu too patted her chest looking through the crystal wall. Delight could be seen in her eyes even as she grumbled, making people worry in vain. Earlier, when she saw Huang Xiaolong being swallowed by the 2 light spheres, it felt as if her heart was sliced by a knife. That feeling was no different than the end of the world. For a moment, her mind was taken over by an overwhelming desire to kill. However, everything was in the past now. On the Elder stage, Gong Fei announced, "Second match, Barbarian God Sect Huang Xiaolong wins." Gong Fei was entangled to announce Huang Xiaolong as the winner, but he was powerless to do otherwise. This punk actual won. Inside a mansion, the Fortune Gate's young lord was astonished and filled with disbelief when he heard Elder Lu Tai's report. What? Tan Lin lost. He lost to that Huang Xiaolong. Tan Lin, one of 3 emperor-rank disciples, actually lost to Huang Xiaolong, a mere peak late 10th order heavenly god realm brat who was praxiacally unknown before the All Islands Great War. Lu Tai smiled wryly. No one expected that Tan Lin will lose to Huang Xiaolong. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong gave Tan Lin a 3-move handicap, and after 3 moves, Huang Xiaolong defeated Tan Lin in a single move. Lu Tai also went to watch the top 10 matches. Seeing the scene of Huang Xiaolong punching a hole through the stage, even he felt his heart miss a beat. Zhu Feng was stunned again. He had given 3 moves to his opponent, yet still defeated Tan Lin in 1 move. If Tan Lin isn't this Huang Xiaolong's match, then Luo Yunjie isn't either. Lu Tai went on. In this term's All Islands Great War, only Zhou Su can probably defeat him. Huang Xiaolong is definitely second place. Speaking of this, various emotions filled Lu Tai. In the All-Island Great War held since ancient times until now, numerous terms passed. Yet there had never been a disciple below the ancient god realm in the top 10. This time, one had actually appeared, ranked second. Zhu Feng nodded his head. This Huang Xiaolong has exceeded everyone's assumptions, possessing such astonishing battle prowess. As strong as his true dragon physique is, no one thought it would be so heaven-defying. But even so, he's no match for Zhou Su. I learned a secret. In the extraterritorial devil battlefield, Zhou Su had easily killed a peak late second order ancient god realm magic beast. Zhou Su having a peak late second order ancient god realm magic beast was amazing enough, but he was able to do it easily, which was proof of his strength. At times, not even an early third order ancient god realm master could kill a peak late second order ancient god realm magic beast. While everybody was still shocked, watching Huang Xiaolong leaving the stage with complex thoughts in their hearts, they heard Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice. Tan Lin's luck is quite bad meeting me in his first match. Prior to Huang Xiaolong and Tan Lin's match, Zhou Su had said Huang Xiaolong's luck was in the dumps to fight Tan Lin in his first match, even wondering if Huang Xiaolong could withstand 10 strikes. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Zhou Su frowned, then sneered. You won against Tan Lin, so you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. However, you're only qualified, that's all. You will know when the time comes. I'll be waiting, Huang Xiaolong retorted indifferently. The next match, Dragon Origin Sect's Chun Kai and New Stone Gate's Wu Qian'er. Amongst the top 10 disciples, Wu Qian'er was the only female disciple. Hence, the men were more interested in this battle. The moment Wu Qian'er landed on the stage, she raised a myriad of male admirers' supportive cheers. Hearing the loud cheers, Wu Qian'er flashed them a smile. Soon, the match started. Although Chun Kai's cultivation was quite high, he was a little weaker compared to Wu Qian'er. In the end, after a while of battle, she won and entered the top 5. After that came the 4th match, followed by the 5th. Soon, the top 5 disciples were determined. Dragon Origin Sect Zhou Su, New Stone Sect Wu Qian'er, Heavenly Dan Sect Luo Yunjie, Anyang Gate Gui Yuan Hui, and Barbarian God Sect Huang Xiaolong. Among the 3 Emperor-rank Godhead disciples, only Tan Lin had failed to enter the top 5, for he met Huang Xiaolong on the stage. The next matches were to determine the top 3. Gong Fei had Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and the other 3 draw a token. A while later, the results were out. Huang Xiaolong drew a 1, and Zhou Su a 2 token. The other person who drew the 1 token was the New Stone Sect's Wu Qian'er. When Wu Qian'er saw that Huang Xiaolong drew the same token number as her delicate face tightened. He was the person she wanted to fight against the least. Anyone who saw Huang Xiaolong's method of dealing with Yang Liming and Tan Lin would rather avoid battling him. Wu Qian'er had never thought Huang Xiaolong would be lenient just because she was a woman. Even before getting up onto the stage, her palms were wet with sweat. Barbarian God Sect Huang Xiaolong and New Stone Gate Wu Qian'er, please come up to the stage. Elder Gong Fei waited until all 5 disciples drew a token, then called out. Huang Xiaolong and Wu Qian'er leaped up, but Huang Xiaolong was a few seconds slower. When Wu Qian'er was due to battle Qin Kai, many male disciples below were cheering for her as they had eaten poison. But now, none of them found the courage to open their mouths. Wu Qian'er was New Stone Sect's number genius disciple, and her beauty made her a favorite both among the disciples and higher echelon. The number of men trying to woo her could form a river. Even though she had always been proud and arrogant, facing Huang Xiaolong, she could barely feel any pride. Senior brother Huang, please enlighten me. Wu Qian'er greeted Huang Xiaolong with a small nod. Her voice was music to the ears, like an oriole chirping. Despite knowing she was no match for Huang Xiaolong, she was unwilling to admit defeat directly in front of so many people. She couldn't do it. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wu Qian'er, who was so nervous there were beads of sweat on her nose, and couldn't help feeling that it was funny. Was he so terrifying? The reason he treated Tan Lin and Yang Liming so was because there were grudges between them. It wasn't like he abused everyone he saw. Huang Xiaolong was certain he wasn't a sadist who liked to abuse others. Huang Xiaolong tried to sound as amiable as possible. Please. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's amiable attitude, Wu Qian'er's racing heart calmed a little. She took out a flute that was entirely white as snow. On its surface was inscribed the image of a snow phoenix. The moment Wu Qian'er took out the flute, snow began to drift down around the stage. The ancient chaos spiritual weapon, Snow Phoenix Flute. It used to be the Snow Phoenix ancestor's spiritual weapon in the past, but it had disappeared together with Snow Phoenix ancestor for many millennia. The flute actually fell in Wu Qian'er's hands. There was a saying, when the Snow Phoenix flute appears, frozen in a dream for eternity. Many experts below the stage exclaimed, sounding envious. Huang Xiaolong's interest rose. He didn't expect this Wu Qian'er to have a chaos spiritual weapon, a famous flute with a big background. Snow Phoenix ancestor? When he went through the libraries of both Barbarian God Sect and Golden Dragon Gate, he had indeed read a few descriptions of the Snow Phoenix ancestor. More than 10 millennia ago, Snow Phoenix ancestor's reputation reached far and wide in the Vientiane world as one of the masters who held themselves in high standard, not to mention the fact that Snow Phoenix ancestor truly had an ancient Snow Phoenix as a mount. However, there wasn't much information from the descriptions Huang Xiaolong read. He knew only so much. Earlier, when Wu Qian'er battled Qin Kai, she hadn't taken out the Snow Phoenix flute. It seemed she had kept some moves hidden. Feng'er, come out. After taking out the Snow Phoenix flute and imbuing her god force into it, a holy white Snow Phoenix flew out from the flute, issuing a melodic cry that rang throughout the Fortune City. As a chaos spiritual weapon, the Snow Phoenix flute had a separate space inside, where that Snow Phoenix had been staying to cultivate. The ancient Snow Phoenix hovered above the stage, behind Wu Qian'er. Its wings spread out, reaching over 30 meters in length, causing an overwhelming suppressive might to spread out. There was no rule prohibiting participants from summoning war pets. Thus Wu Qian'er summoning it did not count as violating the rules. The crowd was astounded, including Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and others. There was even a trace of envy in their eyes. Ancient divine beasts were extremely hard to tame. Some Fortune Gate elders, and even Grand Elders, did not necessarily have the qualifications to use one as a mount. Yet Wu Qian'er, an ancient God Realm Junior, actually had one. Moreover, this Snow Phoenix already reached peak late Second Order Ancient God Realm. Huang Xiaolong looked unperturbed despite seeing Wu Qian'er summon a peak late Second Order Ancient God Realm Snow Phoenix. He didn't mind it at all. Huang Xiaolong gently rubbed the Ghost Buddha ring on his finger, where his own chaos spiritual beast, the Black Baboon, was currently cultivating. The Ghost Buddha sect chief, Gue Fu, had traveled throughout the Ghost world and Buddha world searching for precious materials to forge this Ghost Buddha ring. The rich spiritual energy inside was the reason why Huang Xiaolong had the Black Baboon cultivate there. Wu Qian'er suddenly shouted and leaped into the air, sending the Snow Phoenix flute in her hand swinging down on Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the flute seemed to fill the sky, interweaving with the white flakes of drifting snow. At the same time, the snow phoenix flapped its wings, diving toward Huang Xiaolong as well. The feathers on its wings were like unsheathed sharp swords, reaching Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye, locking all escape paths. Watching this, New Stone Gate disciples found their courage and cheered. Senior Sister Wu, defeat Huang Xiaolong. Defeat Huang Xiaolong. From the perspective of individual strength, Wu Qian'er was far weaker than Tan Lin. However, she had the Snow Phoenix flute and also a peak late Second Order Ancient God Realm Snow Phoenix. Therefore, her battle power was much higher than Tan Lin's. Several Twin Cities sects disciples were deliberately shouting, "Abuse Huang Xiaolong. Cripple him." Toward the Twin Cities sect disciples' attitude, Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly, his body shaking slightly. Everyone could see abundant frigid cold qi surging out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Under that frigid black qi, all of the snow phoenixes attacking snow swords came to an abrupt stop. In the blink of an eye, the pure white snow world turned black. Wu Qian'er's face was ashen at this sight, backing away several times until the edge of the stage. Even so, the snow phoenix flute in her hand was covered by a layer of black ice. The black ice appeared eerie, as if it originated from hell. The horrifying frigid coldness even seeped through the barrier around the stage, causing black ice to spread out in all directions. Those slight weaker disciples swiftly backed away in fear. By now, Wu Qian'er was pale as a white sheet, her reason hovering over a cliff. What kind of cold qi is this? So terrible. She even suspected that her soul hidden inside her godhead would be frozen if she retreat a little slower. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat," Wu Qian'er anxiously shouted, as if afraid that Huang Xiaolong would attack again. The crowd was staring at Huang Xiaolong with amazement. Wu Qian'er, with Chaos spiritual weapon in her hand, as well as a peak late Second Order Ancient God Realm Snow Phoenix, admitted defeat so decisively. Hidden in the void, the 5 Fortune Gate ancestors also showed shock. Could this be Hell's Black Xian frigid qi? Black Ice ancestor muttered. She was more astonished than anyone else. No, this is not Black Xian frigid qi, but the much more terrifying extreme frigid qi, Myriad Flames ancestor stated with a solemn expression. Extreme frigid qi. The other 4 ancestors were shaken. Extreme frigid qi was the common name for the universe's most terrifying and startling frigid cold qi. Huang Xiaolong's godhead is definitely not just high-grade king rank, Sky Sword ancestor stated with certainty. Earlier he was only guessing, but now he was certain. Blood Knife ancestor suppressed his surprise, laughing loudly. Huang Xiaolong's godhead is definitely an extremely cold element godhead, suitable to practice my blood knife. This disciple, I want him. The blood knife technique could only be cultivated by those possessing a cold element godhead. Only that could bring out its real power. Which was why Blood Knife ancestor was so excited at Huang Xiaolong's cold element emperor rank godhead. He was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. He even felt an impulse to rush out, hug, and kiss Huang Xiaolong, the disciple he had been searching high and low for almost 20,000 years. A person with a cold element emperor rank godhead to inherit his blood knife technique. Now he had finally found one. His heart was jumping with joy. The other 4 ancestors merely exchanged glances but said nothing to object. Although Sky Sword ancestor and Lightning Hammer ancestor also wanted to take Huang Xiaolong as a disciple after finding out he had a cold element emperor rank godhead, they were all aware that he was more suited to learn Blood Knife ancestor's technique. Lightning Hammer ancestor lamented. His mother, when and where will I find a disciple with a lightning element emperor rank godhead? Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin all had emperor rank godheads, but Zhou Su's violent dragon godhead was of the wind element, while Luo Yunjie's was the treasure fire godhead of the fire element. Lastly, Tan Lin's illusionary godhead belonged to the light element. Among these 3 emperor rank godhead disciples, none of them were the ideal candidate to inherit his lightning hammer technique. Sky Sword ancestor was calmer in comparison. After all, Zhou Su and Tan Lin could inherit his Sky Sword technique. although they weren't the best successors. A sword at its utmost speed had an unfathomable power that deterred gods and demons. In this aspect, Zhou Su, who had the violent dragon godhead, and Tan Lin with his illusionary godhead were more apt to comprehend that realm of speed more than others. At this time on the battle stage below, Huang Xiaolong and Wu Chen'er's battle ended. The next match was Zhou Su against Anyang Gate's Gui Yuan Hui, who threw in the towel the moment he stepped on the stage. Hence, Zhou Su won without any suspense. As for Luo Yunjie, due to the lack of an opponent in this round, he directly entered the top 3. With that, the top 3 ranking of this term's All Islands Great War were determined: Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and Luo Yunjie. Once again, Gongfei had Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, and Luo Yunjie draw tokens to proceed with the battle for the first place and second place. A short while later, the battle order came out. Both Huang Xiaolong and Luo Yunjie drew tokens with a 1 on them, while Zhou Su got a pass, directly entering the second round. On the stage, there was a wry smile on Luo Yunjie's face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, saying, "When you defeated Yang Liming, I wanted to battle you. However, when you defeated Tan Lin, I no longer had this intention. Therefore, in this battle, it's better I throw in the towel now. There's no need to fight. Directly throw in the towel." Before this point in the All Islands Great War, Luo Yunjie had never thought he would directly surrender. But Huang Xiaolong was just too strong that even Tan Lin had lost miserably in just 1 strike. Luo Yunjie was confident that his strength was about the same as Tan Lin's. Maybe, if he used some of his trump cards, he might be a tad stronger than him, but even so, Luo Yunjie felt he would still lose to Huang Xiaolong in the end. If the result was the same, cleanly admitting defeat was the better option. Seeing Luo Yunjie admit defeat, sounds of disappointment came from all around. Luo Yunjie's calm expression showed that he was unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Huang Xiaolong again, vowing, "However, 3 years later in the Four Mainlands New Disciples battle, I will definitely defeat you." A strong desire for battle surged from his body. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, not replying. 3 years later, Luo Yunjie's chances of being his opponent were even less, for he would have broken through to the ancient god realm. Luo Yunjie walked down from the stage with determined steps. No one dared to say another word. "Now, Dragon Origin Sex Zhou Su, please, come to the stage to battle the barbarian god Sex Huang Xiaolong for the first place." Gong Fei's voice reverberated in the square. A soft breeze blew and Zhou Su was already standing on the stage. Everyone retrieved their gazes from Luo Yunjie's body, directing them to the stage where Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Su were standing, as if afraid they would miss something. This term's All Islands Great War battle for first place would be the most dazzling one. It was the battle everyone was focused on. The first place battle had to be more brilliant and exciting. Who would take this term's All Islands Great War first place? Huang Xiaolong or Zhou Su? Everyone's heart tightened in anticipation. The crowd standing on the square was quiet and still. Even the Dragon Origin Sex group watched with bated breaths. Before, everyone thought the first place would surely belong to Zhou Su's, but now no one dared to have this thought, including the present Dragon Origin Sect members. The Dragon Origin Sect's chief, Chun Ding, had a serious expression at this moment. Yao Qi's hands were tightly clenched, her eyes following Huang Xiaolong without blinking. Compared to those below the stage, Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Su looked unperturbed, as if they weren't about to fight a big battle. Zhou Su was the one who broke the silence. "I really hadn't expected you to reach this step. A mere peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm could reach this step, taking the All Islands Great War's second place. The underlying meaning, the first place was his. Second place." Huang Xiaolong calmly retorted, "You think you've already won?" Zhou Su smiled confidently. "Ever since the All Islands Great War started until now, I have always thought the first place will be mine. Counting Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, and even you are no threat to me. I've already told you, being able to defeat Tan Lin merely gives you the qualifications to be my opponent." At the end of his words, Zhou Su's aura was completely released, surfing out from his body like a great tsunami. Explosions rang in the air and strong winds howled as if the world was coming to an end. The sunlight shining over the square suddenly dimmed, covered by a giant azure cyclone that appeared around the stage. Third Order Ancient God Realm. Zhou Su has already advanced to Third Order Ancient God Realm. Amazing! This Zhou Su is really terrifying. No wonder he has always thought he is this term's number one. Feeling Zhou Su's god force that was as boundless as the sea, the surrounding experts' faces finally changed. No one had imagined that Zhou Su had already broken through to Third Order Ancient God Realm. This was simply unexpected. These experts could not imagine how powerful a Zhou Su, who possessed the Emperor rank Violent Dragon Godhead, Thousand Dragon unique physique, and Third Order Ancient God Realm cultivation was. While the crowd was sighing and exclaiming in amazement, Zhou Su's aura continued to rise. He was enjoying this moment. He had been concealing his strength for too long. He needed an opportunity to let go as he pleased, to vent without restraint. Huang Xiaolong, you are very shocked, aren't you? Feeling that this wasn't part of your estimation, that I broke through to Third Order Ancient God Realm. Zhou Su threw his head back, laughing loudly as his feet slowly left the stage, hovering in midair. The azure winds spun around his body, expanding in size. But this is only the beginning. Zhou Su's wanton laughter continued. Next, I will shock you even more, make you even more terrified. A stunning azure light shone from Zhou Su's body, followed by a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Everyone saw a giant azure dragon flying out from Zhou Su's body. Divine dragon. An ancient divine dragon. This wasn't some kind of technique or an ethereal dragon condensed by dragon chi, but a true, flesh and blood dragon. The astonishment in everyone's heart couldn't be described. There was actually a divine dragon living inside Zhou Su's body. Zhou Su condescendingly looked at Huang Xiaolong as if he was a ruling divine dragon from the ninth heaven. That's right, an ancient divine dragon. I once came across a great fortuitous encounter and successfully merged with an ancient azure dragon. In this heaven and earth, I'm the ultimate existence. Huang Xiaolong, why haven't you admitted defeat yet? Zhou Su's voice reverberated above the stage. Why haven't you admitted defeat yet? Zhou Su's question made everyone's attention turn to Huang Xiaolong. Zhou Su, who had a Third Order Ancient God Realm strength, together with his unique physique and Emperor rank Violent Dragon Godhead, was already a terror. Now, on top of everything, he had actually merged with an ancient azure dragon. No one knew how to describe Zhou Su's strength anymore. Was Huang Xiaolong qualified to be Zhou Su's opponent? Huang Xiaolong, quickly admit defeat to senior brother Zhou Su. At this time, a Dragon Origin sect disciple below the stage shouted. Quickly kowtow to senior brother Zhou Su. Another Dragon Origin sect disciple clamored. Kowtow and admit defeat? He wasted senior brother Hu Chi's divine Qilin arms. He cannot be spared so easily. Senior brother Zhou Su. Cripple Huang Xiaolong. That's right, senior brother Zhou Su. Waste this Huang Xiaolong. Make him beg for death. Make his life more miserable than dying. The present Dragon Origin sect disciples shouted louder and louder, their faces filled with excitement and hatred. Below the stage, Luo Yunjie was looking at the stage with a wry smile. Initially, he had thought the gap between him and Zhou Su was minuscule, but reality showed him how big it really was. In the void above, the 5 Fortune Gate ancestors too were filled with praise when Zhou Su summoned the ancient azure divine dragon. As expected of a genius favored by the heavens, to actually merge with an ancient azure divine dragon. Not to mention this Zhou Su already has the violent dragon godhead as well as the thousand dragon physique. Adding the wind element ancient azure dragon. Zhou Su is absolutely a monstrous genius. Sky Sword Ancestor's eyes were shining bright as he stared fixedly at Zhou Su. Although Huang Xiaolong can also be considered a monstrous genius, at this moment his cultivation realm is too low, merely a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. Looks like this all-island's great war first place will land in Zhou Su's hands. Myriad Flame's ancestor commented. The other ancestors nodded, agreeing with what Myriad Flame's ancestor said. After all, peak late 10th order heavenly god realm wasn't even on the same measuring scale as a 3rd order ancient god realm. No one would think that Huang Xiaolong had a chance against Zhou Su, who had merged with an ancient azure dragon. Even Blood Knife Ancestor, who wanted to side with Huang Xiaolong, couldn't do so. No one could dispute the truth. On the stage, Huang Xiaolong looked at the azure dragon summoned by Zhou Su and let out a laugh. Admit defeat? Zhou Su, just because you have advanced to third-order ancient god realm and merged with an ancient azure divine dragon, you really think you're number one? I didn't expect you to be as much of an idiot as Tan Lin. An idiot like Tan Lin? Huang Xiaolong's words instantly silenced the square. No one thought at this point in time that Huang Xiaolong would still be as arrogant as he was in the beginning. Did he think defeating Tan Lin was equivalent to defeating Zhou Su? Is Huang Xiaolong's blind? Can't he tell that senior brother Zhou Su's cultivation reached third-order ancient god realm? Didn't he see that senior brother Zhou Su has merged with an ancient azure dragon? The Dragon Origins sect disciples couldn't help sneering. He's the idiot here. How dare he blaspheme senior brother Zhou Su? On the stage, Zhou Su laughed instead of being angered. Huang Xiaolong, as long as you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I will admit defeat instead. Before his last word sounded, he had already disappeared in a flash of green light, causing wind to howl in everyone's ears. Everyone lost sight of Zhou Su's figure. Disappearing together with him was the ancient azure dragon. In fact, Zhou Su did not disappear. His speed has just reached the extreme. He had the violent dragon godhead, thousand dragon unique physique, and had merged with a wind element ancient azure dragon. His speed was comparable to some late third-order ancient god realm cultivators. Moreover, Zhou Su also executed a teleportation technique comparable to an ancestor god realm master's greater space teleportation, causing his speed to become even more unimaginable. Die! In the next moment, Zhou Su was meters away from Huang Xiaolong, his hands bent like claws, slamming down. His attack caused terrifying waves of dragon chi to whirl out. At the same time, the small mountain-sized ancient azure dragon behind him also spread out its claws at Huang Xiaolong. Even before Zhou Su and the ancient azure dragon's attack reached him, terrifying winds locked all of Huang Xiaolong's escape paths. He was akin to a fragile branch caught inside a cyclone. It could break into pieces at any time. Looking at Zhou Su's claw hands coming towards him, Huang Xiaolong acted. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead spun, sending Supreme Dark Element God Force flooding out. Black frigid chi that was much stronger than what Wuxia experienced, as well as inky purple frigid chi wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's body. His hands also formed claws, striking out 2 Azura demon claws simultaneously. In an instant, numerous howling ghosts flew out, as if hell descended on the stage, bringing with them the destruction of 10,000 worlds. Zhou Su's ferocious face and the killing intent in his eyes shrank for a second, sensing the frigid chi coming from Huang Xiaolong. His attack halted for a moment. Rumble. 2 people's claws came in contact. See-thee. Similar noises sounded from the stage as it shook vigorously. Huang Xiaolong's body lightly floated backward just as the ancient azure dragon's claws slammed down. Part of the stage cracked, akin to withered wood splitting apart. Zhou Su was repelled by Huang Xiaolong, staggering back several times until the edge of the stage before regaining his balance. He was shocked as he looked at his hands where a layer of black ice was spreading up his arms, quickly reaching his chest. Astounded, Zhou Su swiftly circulated his god force to counter the black frigid chi. This result gave the crowd a great shock. The third-order ancient god realm Zhou Su, who merged with an ancient azure dragon, collided head-on with a peak late 10th-order heavenly god realm. Yet it was Huang Xiaolong who had gained the upper hand. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. The Dragon Origins sect disciples who were clamoring for Zhou Su to waste Huang Xiaolong were completely quiet, as if something was clutching their necks. The Fortune Gate's 5 ancestors looked slightly dumbfounded. If the frigid cold chi used against Huang Xiaolong was extreme frigid chi, then what was this inky purple frigid chi? Super extreme frigid chi? On the stage, Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhou Su indifferently. Now, it's my turn to attack. Then, an aura far stronger than Zhou Su's spread out in all directions. Let me show you the real power of extreme wind element force. Frightening swirling winds appeared around Huang Xiaolong's body one after another. Wind element force that was much stronger than what Zhou Su's violent dragon godhead could create condensed around Huang Xiaolong. The stage was seemingly unable to withstand the force of Huang Xiaolong's wind element, beginning to sway madly. Hearts tightened as the crowd watched. How is this possible? This wind element god force that is even more powerful than Zhou Su's. Sky Sword Ancestor shrieked. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong has another wind element emperor rank godhead? Blood Knife Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Black Ice Ancestor were genuinely astounded at this moment. The swirling wind around Huang Xiaolong was growing stronger still, expanding without end. Suddenly, crisp cracking noises rang above the stage as cracks appeared on the barrier. On the main judge stage, the four elders were flustered for a second before quickly circulating their god force to reinforce the barrier. Zhou Su too was in a state of shock at the thought of Huang Xiaolong having a wind element godhead besides a cold element godhead. All of a sudden, a giant dragon spear appeared in Zhou Su's hand. A light flick of the dragon spear caused the surrounding space to crack. Chaos spiritual weapon, giant dragon spear? It's the giant dragon spear. Undulating clamors came from below the stage. There was a manic gleam in Zhou Su's eyes as he channeled his god force into the giant dragon spear in his hand. In the next moment, he leaped forward with the spear tip aimed at Huang Xiaolong, bellowing, "I won't lose. I, Zhou Su, am number one. Huang Xiaolong, go die for me." SSSS. Zhou Su's giant dragon spear pierced through the swirling winds around Huang Xiaolong. Seeing the giant dragon spear that was close to sinking into his flesh, Huang Xiaolong clenched his right fist and punched. What? He actually wants to counter the giant dragon spear with bare fist. Some experts in the crowd gasped. Wasn't this seeking death? Although they knew that Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was freakishly strong, that giant dragon spear was a mid-grade chaos spiritual weapon. Forget Huang Xiaolong, who was just a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. Even a 5th or 6th order ancient god realm cultivator's body could easily be pierced through by that spear. Watching Huang Xiaolong's action, the killing intent in Zhou Su's eyes intensified. Die, die, die. Go die for me. Right at this time, a dazzling golden metallic light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's right fist, colliding with the giant dragon spear. Bang! Dang! It was as if the giant dragon spear had struck a primordial mountain, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The great impact threw Zhou Su staggering backwards. Pain snaked up his hand holding the weapon, and the giant dragon spear in his hand actually wanted to break free from his grasp, infuriating him. Zhou Su's blood flowed in reverse, causing warm liquid to rush up his throat. Wah! Blood spurted out from his mouth, splattering all over the stage. Below the stage were various dumbfounded expressions. Metal element god force. Blood Knife Ancestor exclaimed in surprise. Myriad Flames Ancestor was staring in disbelief at the golden metallic light shrouding Huang Xiaolong's right fist, as were the other 3 Fortune Gate Ancestors. It was truly metal element god force. Other than that dark frigid element and wind element god force earlier, Huang Xiaolong actually had a third kind, metal element god force. For a moment, Myriad Flames Ancestor and the others felt their minds go blank. At this moment, the azure wind cyclones suddenly spun toward Zhou Su, startling him. The giant dragon spear in his hand quivered and thrust forth, its power like surging violent thunderclaps meeting the azure wind cyclones. This violent violent thunder spear technique. Someone recognized the technique Zhou Su used. The violent thunder sect didn't belong to the Fortune mainland. It was instead a superforce of the primal chaos mainland. Who would have thought Zhou Su would know their violent thunder spear art? Just when Zhou Su's violent thunder spear collided with the azure cyclone, Huang Xiaolong punched out with both fists, causing pure dragon chi to surge out. 2 giant fire dragons flew out, their roars reverberating through the sky. Zhou Su dodged in a hurry, performing a teleportation technique to successfully dodge one of the fire dragons, but was hit by the other one, sending him flying through the air. One could see that the divine armor on Zhou Su's chest had an enormous singed hole, the scent of burnt flesh coming out from it. Fire element god force. Blood knife ancestor stammered. Sky sword ancestor, myriad flames ancestor, and others too were agape with shock. Before Zhou Su's body crash onto the stage, Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flickered, arriving above him. His foot came kicking down. We admit defeat. Dragon Origin sect experts anxiously shouted, but they were a step too late. Zhou Su was kicked by Huang Xiaolong, smashing straight onto the stage, creating a big human-shaped hole. Not a sound could be heard around the square. Rocks and dust continued to fall on the person inside that human-shaped pit. You! Dragon Origin sect's experts were glaring hatefully at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, we've loudly admitted defeat, yet you still attacked Zhou Su. You violated the competition rules. One of Dragon Origin sect's experts shouted angrily. Elder Gong Fei, according to the rules, Huang Xiaolong's participation qualification should be revoked. That's right. Revoke Huang Xiaolong's qualification. Our senior brother Zhou Su is the real number one. Some Dragon Origin sect disciples clamored. Huang Xiaolong sneered and kept silent. Even though the Dragon Origin sect's people did cry out, throwing in the towel, he had already kicked Zhou Su before that. Therefore, he did not violate the rules. Thus, Huang Xiaolong believed that the Dragon Origin sect's experts as well as Gong Fei were well aware of this. They were just causing trouble. However, Huang Xiaolong was waiting to see how Gong Fei would handle this matter. On the main stage, Gong Fei's brows wrinkled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, two figures were seen flying toward the square with the wind whistling behind them in the distance. The two figures were actually walking casually in the air, but in the next moment, they had already arrived above the stage. Seeing who the two figures were, Gong Fei, Chang Yan, and the others were greatly surprised, but they were quick to salute. Greetings, Gate Chief. Greetings, Golden Brow Ancestor. The Fortune Gate disciples in the vicinity all knelt down in salute. Dragon Origin Sect Chief Qinding, Twin Cities Sect Chief Zhou Xiantong, and the others were taken aback by their appearance. All quickly saluted. Greetings, Gate Chief. Greetings, Golden Brow Ancestor. The two figures were none other than the Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi and Golden Brow Ancestor. The Fortune Gate had 7 ancestors in total, and Golden Brow Ancestor was the strongest amongst them. His status was also the highest. He also had another identity as the previous Fortune Gate Chief. Dragon Origin Sect, Twin City Sect, and many other forces were under Fortune Gate's governance. Thus Qinding, Zhou Xiantong, and all other islands' experts were required to salute to Zhu Yi in his presence. Of course, Qinding, Zhou Xiantong, and other top 10 islands' rulers and ancient god realm masters weren't required to kneel like the others, merely bending their bodies slightly. Come on, let's go out. In the void, the 5 ancestors were surprised by the sudden appearance of Zhu Yi and Golden Brow Ancestor. The 5 of them tore through space barrier and stepped out. Subsequently, the Grand Elders who were hidden in the void also flew out. Greetings to all ancestors and Grand Elders. Seeing this, Gong Fei and 3 other elders quickly greeted. I didn't expect several ancestors to also be here. Zhu Yi grinned. Myriad Flames Ancestor laughed. So many Emperor rank Godhead Genius disciples appeared in this term's All Islands Great War. It's difficult not to alert us old bones. Laughter rang. Then Myriad Flames Ancestor greeted Golden Brow Ancestor. Senior Brother Golden Brow. Golden Brow Ancestor nodded, laughter in his eyes. He then said to Gong Fei and the rest, Everyone stand. Only then did everyone dare to stand up. Golden Brow Ancestor shifted his gaze to Zhou Su, who was still lying in the human-shaped pit. No one saw what he did, but Zhou Su floated out. A golden light flickered in Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes, and a ball of golden misty fog enveloped Zhou Su, causing his injuries to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, Golden Brow Ancestor's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. The Fortune Gate was a super force in the Vientiane world, a hegemon of Fortune mainland. Facing the Fortune Gate chief and so many ancestors, Huang Xiaolong was feeling a little nervous. Your name is Huang Xiaolong? Golden Brow Ancestor asked with the hint of a smile in his eyes. Yes, Huang Xiaolong honestly answered. Put out your hand. Golden Brow Ancestor then said. Huang Xiaolong knew this Golden Brow Ancestor wanted to inspect his godhead. Without a word, he extended his arm out. Golden Brow Ancestor lightly clutched Huang Xiaolong's arm, sending a small golden bead into Huang Xiaolong's body through his hand. Everyone watched nervously. Dragon Origin Sect Chief Qinding and Twin Cities Sect Chief Zhou Xiantong were more nervous than others. Both of them naturally hoped that Huang Xiaolong did not have an emperor-rank godhead. Yao Qi was looking without blinking from outside the stage area. The brilliance in Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes increased as he looked at Huang Xiaolong with excitement, letting out a hearty laughter. Watching Golden Brow Ancestor's reaction, Qinding and Zhou Xiantong felt their hearts plummet to an endless abyss. Excellent, 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 ha ha ha. Golden Brow Ancestor couldn't stop laughing out loud. It's actually high-grade Emperor rank Godhead, the 5 Elements Godhead. High-grade Emperor rank Godhead. Like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, the square erupted in a furor of shock, disbelief, admiration, envy, and also hate. Huang Xiaolong actually possessed the high-grade Emperor rank 5 Elements Godhead. 5 Elements Godhead. The Twin Cities Sect Chief Zhou Xuantong's mind turned into paste. Even the Dragon Origin Sect Chief Qinding was visibly astonished, his expression slightly ugly. He had thought Huang Xiaolong would maybe have a low-grade Emperor rank Godhead, even a mid-grade one that was ranked slightly higher than Zhou Su's, but it never occurred to him that Huang Xiaolong would actually have a high-grade Emperor rank Godhead. The 5 Elements Godhead, ranked 458th, whereas Zhou Su's Violent Dragon Godhead was ranked 862. Even though both were Emperor rank Godheads, the gap between them was like night and day. Myriad Flames Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the rest were amazed. 5 Elements Godhead. However, how could the 5 Elements Godhead have Wind Element Godforce within? As if knowing their doubts, Golden Brow Ancestor chuckled. Huang Xiaolong's 5 Elements Godhead is a little special. You all can come and take a look. Blood Knife Ancestor was the first to step forward and inspect Huang Xiaolong's godhead. He soon saw 5 enormous godheads floating in Huang Xiaolong's mind. The 5 godheads were divided into the 5 elements, each of them emitting a brilliant color. However, Blood Knife Ancestor quickly discovered some peculiarities in Huang Xiaolong's 5 Elements Godhead. For instance, the Water Element Godhead contained a startling frigid qi, and also a trace of Darkness Element Force. Also, in his Wood Element Godhead was a strong Wind Element Force. This kind of situations could only be attributed to Huang Xiaolong's heaven-defying fortuitous encounters that added Wind and Darkness Element Force in his 5 Elements Godhead. Myriad Flames Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and the Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi couldn't wait to inspect Huang Xiaolong's godhead. Myriad Flames Ancestor laughed heartily. A variant 5 Elements Godhead. Good. Good. Really good From now on, our Fortune Gate has added a genius disciple with a high-grade Emperor rank Godhead to our ranks. Zhu Yi and others were also in a good mood, filled with smiles. This is truly unexpected for Emperor rank Godhead genius disciples appeared in our Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War this time, and Huang Xiaolong actually has high-grade Emperor rank 5 Elements Godhead. Zhu Yi laughed, adding, "Pass down my order. The entire Fortune Mainland will celebrate for 1 month. The entire Fortune Mainland would celebrate for a whole month." This was unprecedented. Anyone could see how happy Zhu Yi was. At this point, Golden Brow Ancestor turned to Huang Xiaolong with an amiable smile, asking, "Xiaolong have you worshipped any master?" At this question, eyes were focused on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "No." The smile on Golden Brow Ancestor's face deepened and said, "You come from the barbarian god sect? Where is the elder that accompanied you here?" His eyes swept over the square as he asked. Huang Xiaolong looked at Lu Zhua in the crowd and nodded at him. With his heart racing madly, Luge was stepped out from the crowd and walked up to the stage. His legs felt so weak that they were probably swaying left and right as he walked, quivering almost uncontrollably. With much effort, Luge finally went up the stage and knelt in salute to Golden Brow Ancestor, Fortune Gate Chief, and the others' ancestors on the stage. His voice was shaking so badly that it was almost intelligible. Be Barbarian God Sect Luge G greets Fortune Gate Chief, and present ancestors. Golden Brow Ancestor lightly lifted Luge up with both hands, full of smiles as he looked at him. No need to kneel, your Barbarian God Sect nurtured genius like Huang Xiaolong with a high-grade Emperor rank godhead. Our entire Fortune Gate should be thanking you. Luge kept shaking his head, not daring to take any credit. For he knew very well that Huang Xiaolong's abilities hadn't been nurtured by their Barbarian God Sect. At this moment, various forces experts were looking enviously at Lu Jue, Chun Ding, and Zhou Shentong. Golden Brow Ancestor was the head of the Fortune Gate's 7 ancestors. Since when did he smile so amiably at anyone? This time, Huang Xiaolong won the first place. Our Fortune Gate will heavily reward the Barbarian God Sect. These words were said politely by Zhu Yi to Lu Jue. Heavily reward. Lu Jue's heart was jumping with joy and he knelt down in thanks. Zhu Yi nodded, a faint smile on his face as he had Lu Jue rise. Following this, Golden Brow Ancestor and Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi left with the Whistling Winds. Before leaving, Zhu Yi specifically ordered Gong Fei to take good care of Huang Xiaolong. Gong Fei hurried to comply, inwardly feeling flustered. In truth, even if Zhu Yi did not order it, he would have still arranged everything accordingly for Huang Xiaolong. Now, even if you gave him 100 guts, he did not even dare to feel that Huang Xiaolong was unpleasant to the eyes. After the two had left, Gong Fei, Chang Yan, and 2 other elders immediately announced the top 10 ranking to the public. Huang Xiaolong was ranked first. Second was Dragon Origin Sex Zhou Su, while third was Heavenly Dan Sex Luo Yunjie. At 4th place was Wu Qianer of New Stone Gate, 5th place was Anyang Gate's Gui Yuan Hui, and in the 6th place was Twin Cities Sex Tan Lin. Luoshan Cultist Tao Ming was ranked 7th. In the 8th place was Dragon Origin Sex Chen Kai, then Sun Chong from Zhejiang Sect, and lastly at 10th place was Henggu Cult's Zhang Guo. After the top 10 ranking results were announced, the crowd gasped and lamented. Their gazes were all on Huang Xiaolong. The All-Islands Great War had taken place over 100 times before this. More often than not, the first place was dominated by Dragon Origin Sex disciples, causing this to become an unwritten rule. But this time, Huang Xiaolong broke this unwritten rule. At this time, everyone remembered the 300 billion bet Huang Xiaolong placed, and everyone's emotions became complicated. At that time, all of them thought he was a fool. But now, the top 1,000 disciples, please assemble here tomorrow. I will lead everyone to the Fortune Gate's Great Hall to worship the ancestors and receive your rewards. Gong Fei instructed. Let's go. Seeing there was nothing else, Huang Xiaolong said to Lu Jue and Yao Qi, then turned to leave. Young warrior Huang. Noticing that Huang Xiaolong turned to leave, Gong Fei hurried to chase up, showing Huang Xiaolong a pure and bright smile, as sunny as it could be. But Huang Xiaolong didn't spare him even a glance, directly leaving with Luo Jue, Yao Qi, and the others. Gong Fei anxiously quickened his steps, calling out, Young warrior Huang, young warrior Huang. He dared not block Huang Xiaolong's path, however. In the end, he could only watch Huang Xiaolong leave with a bitter face. The cultivators present on the square excitedly gave birth to Huang Xiaolong. Many of them showed reverent smiles with obvious flattering intentions. Leaving the square, Huang Xiaolong brought everyone to the gambling house where he previously placed the bet. Tomorrow he was going to enter the Fortune Gate. Thus, Huang Xiaolong decided to take his winnings now and buy a residence so that Yao Qi and the others could settle down. Through the crystal wall, Li Lu watched Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure, softly breathing out in relief. Her eyes were filled with joy, but she inwardly grumbled. This guy, he always makes others worry for him. High-grade Emperor rank? 5 elements Godhead? Li Lu muttered. She knew that Huang Xiaolong's Godhead was definitely higher than high-grade Emperor rank. She was curious how it managed to escape Golden Brow Ancestor and others' inspection. At the same time, inside a luxurious residence in Fortune City, Zhu Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at Elder Lu Tai with disbelief. First place is Huang Xiaolong, not Zhou Su. Elder Lu Tai had a wry smile on his face. Yes, that Huang Xiaolong has a high-grade Emperor rank 5 elements godhead, not high-grade king rank. High-grade Emperor rank 5 elements godhead. Zhu Feng jumped to his feet in surprise. You mean the 5 elements godhead ranked 458th? Zhu Feng didn't look so good. Lu Tai nodded heavily. It was normal for Zhu Feng to react this way. Wasn't he the same when he first heard about it? That was a high-grade Emperor rank godhead, not merely a low-grade one. Although Zhu Feng, as the Fortune Gate's young lord, also had an Emperor rank godhead, his was a low-grade Emperor rank Firmament Sea godhead ranked 821. It was higher than Zhou Su, but the gap was too big compared to Huang Xiaolong. Zhu Feng was the Fortune Gate's young lord, but that did not mean the gate chief position would be his to inherit. According to long-established Fortune Gate rules, if there was a disciple who had higher talent than Zhu Feng, they were naturally qualified to compete with him for the gate chief position. Hence, even though getting a high-grade Emperor rank Godhead disciple was good news, to Zhu Feng it was nothing good. Gate Chief, Golden Brow, Myriad Flames, Black Ice, Sky Sword, Blood Knife, and Lightning Hammer ancestors had personally inspected it. There should be no mistake. Lu Tai went on. Although this Huang Xiaolong's Godhead isn't like Li Lu's or Wang Wei's, Golden Brow Ancestor particularly likes him due to the nature of his Godhead and values him quite a bit. Speaking of this, Lu Tai described Golden Brow Ancestor's happy reaction after inspecting Huang Xiaolong's Godhead to Zhu Feng. Though Li Lu and Wang Wei's Godheads were ranked higher than Huang Xiaolong's, neither of them had metal element force. Huang Xiaolong's 5 elements Godhead had it, which meant that it was suited to inherit Golden Brow Ancestor's technique. Hearing this, Zhu Feng's face darkened even more. In any case, young lord needs not worry. In another 100 years is the election for the next gate chief. Lu Tai reminded. As high as Huang Xiaolong's talent is, his cultivation cannot reach the ancestor god realm before then. Therefore, he is no threat to young lord. In fact, subordinate thinks it would be more beneficial to young lord in winning that position if we could bring Huang Xiaolong to our side. The Fortune Gate chief changed every 300,000 years, however, according to the rules, only Ancestor God Realm cultivators with an Emperor rank Godhead could be the next Fortune Gate chief. Zhu Feng's expression finally relaxed a little, a smile on his face. You're right, Huang Xiaolong is no threat to me at all. He's still just a peak late 10th order Heavenly God Realm, isn't he? In 100 years or so, no matter how fast his cultivation will rise, he cannot break through to the ancient God Realm. Lu Tai laughed. That is so. Young should Lord first bring Huang Xiaolong to your side, then obtain Li Lu's favor. If you dual cultivate with her and absorb her in essence, young Lord can definitely advance to the Ancestor God Realm in 100 years. At that time, Myriad Flames Ancestor and Black Ice Ancestor will naturally choose to support young Lord. Adding the sect chief support, young Lord rising to that position is only right and proper. Wang Wei definitely cannot compete with young Lord. Zhu Feng nodded, a smile on his face. He then changed the subject. Miss Li Lu is still in the Pure Snow Manor? Amen. She's at the Pure Snow Manor right now. Lu Tai nodded. Good. Zhu Feng said. Have someone prepare some snowflake jelly? I'll be making a trip. He knew that Li Lu liked snowflake jelly. In another place inside the city, Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and others were standing in front of a residence on the south side of Fortune City. This residence had just been bought with Huang Xiaolong's winnings from his 300 billion bet. The gambling house was operated by several super trading houses, but facing Huang Xiaolong, the gambling house dared not play any tricks, giving Huang Xiaolong his winnings of 1.5 trillion. The gambling house's higher echelon even walked Huang Xiaolong out to the entrance. Golden Yang Divine Manor. This was the manor's original name. However, after a second thought, Huang Xiaolong raised an arm, erasing 2 characters and changing it to Myriad God's Manor. The Myriad Gods Manor was the name of the residence where his family lived in the lower realm. Let's go in. Huang Xiaolong led Yao Qi, Lu Zhua, and others inside as his hands pushed open the main entrance doors. The manor grounds were planted with spiritual flowers and divine trees, even having a spiritual pond. There was also a cold jade bed in each room. The full set of furniture was made of divine wood, creating an atmosphere of old charm. The residence was quite large, with about 30 rooms. Yao Qi happily selected a large room, smiling from ear to ear as she said, "This manor is wonderful. Compared to the barbarian god sect's celestial immortal manor, this place was definitely much better. Not just the spiritual energy, but also the quality of the decorations was much higher." Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. "Of course it's good. This place cost me more than I won from the bet." His winnings were just 1.5 trillion, and he topped up several hundred million to purchase this residence. Although it wasn't on par with the better manors inside Fortune City, Huang Xiaolong was satisfied. He then grinned and said, "As long as you like it, later in the afternoon, we'll go to some of the nearby markets and see if there's anything you want to add." Yao Qi was delighted, nodding and answering affirmatively. She then dragged Huang Xiaolong through all the nearby markets. In a single afternoon, the things inside his ghost Buddha ring were piled up high. Although the All Islands Great had ended, Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, and the rest need not hurry back to Green Cloud Island. So Huang Xiaolong had them stay a bit longer in Fortune City. Lu Zhua, Zhu Huan, Ren Shanghai naturally complied. The sky gradually darkened. Fortune City's night sky was extremely clear. Huang Xiaolong stood in the yard, pondering about the future. Now that the All Islands Great War had ended, his immediate plan was to break through to the ancient god realm. After that, he would be making a trip back to Green Cloud Island with Lu Zhua and the rest, then head to the nefarious Devil Island for their ancestral burial ground. After he subjugated the nefarious Devil tribe, he would annihilate the Ouyang clan along the way. At that time, he also needed to go to the Soul Tribe Islands to see what was being sealed under the Shredding Wind Mountain if he could. Despite not knowing what was sealed there, Huang Xiaolong guessed it must be a certain chaos spiritual artifact of the Soul Tribe, and there might be more than one. The little cow was still in seclusion to break through, but Huang Xiaolong was sure the little cow would have succeeded as well by the time he himself broke through. At that time, the little cow would be able to break the Shredding Wind Mountain's formation. After getting that spiritual artifact, he would hurry back to the Fortune Gate. His timing would be just right to participate in the Four Mainland's new disciples battle. The search for the remaining few chaos spiritual herbs needed for the reverse incarnation pill must continue. Other than that, the pill blending tower must be repaired as soon as possible. However, in order to repair it, I must find the Chaos Grade 5-colored Heaven Refining Stone, as well as the dozen kinds of chaos spiritual liquids. Thinking of all this, a frown wrinkled Huang Xiaolong's forehead. One of the rewards for winning first place in the All Islands Great War were 10 blue flaming heart fruits. Then, other than that were 3 kinds of chaos spiritual herbs, the golden radiant needle mushroom, deep sea crystal, and enigmatic yang thistle. Forget it. I can only take things one step at a time. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. With the little cow's secret art, Yao Qi had been able to suppress the heart devil blood curse's backlash these years. The sky gradually brightened as the sun gradually rose. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the stage battle square, more than half of the top 1,000 disciples were already there. Dragon Origin sects and Twin Cities sects disciples arrived consecutively. When both sects disciples saw Huang Xiaolong, their eyes were filled with hatred as well as a hint of fear. Zhou Su and Tan Lin were standing in the midst of Dragon Origin sect and Twin Cities sects groups of disciples, glaring venomously at Huang Xiaolong. After some effort, their sects experts, Zhou Su and Tan Lin's injuries seemed to have healed, judging merely from their appearance. As for their internal injuries, only the two of them knew whether they had healed or not. Other forces' disciples looked at Huang Xiaolong with different expressions, but most of them were flattering, envy, and hateful looks. Then again, even if these disciples were envious, none of them dared to show it in front of Huang Xiaolong. Senior Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang. Big Brother Huang. Unfamiliar disciples greeted Huang Xiaolong with flattering smiles, including disciples from Luoshan Island, Anyang Island, Heavenly Dan Island, and other top 10 islands. Huang Xiaolong nodded to them without any loftiness. "Elder brother Huang," a familiar lilting voice called out. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and saw the golden dragon gates Hu Dan walking toward him full of smiles. Seeing it was Hu Dan, Huang Xiaolong smiled in return. "Elder brother Huang, I was shocked. You really won the first place." Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, Hu Dan said, happiness shining from her eyes. "You're so amazing. After we enter the fortune gate, can I come find you if someone's causing trouble for me?" Huang Xiaolong half-jokingly replied, "I'll cover you in the future. Who dares to trouble you?" Hu Dan laughed happily. "That's a deal. Where are Song Chengli and Lu Zhua?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "They went back." "No." Hu Dan shook her head, adding, "Ancestor and Gate Chief are still in Fortune City. They said they wanted to meet with you, but are afraid to trouble you." She looked curiously at Huang Xiaolong, trying to guess the relationship between him and her ancestor and sect chief. I know. You tell them to find Lu Zhua's group. Have them stay at the Myriad Gods Manor for the time being. After I break through to the ancient god realm, I will return to Green Cloud Island with Lu Zhua and the others. We can go back together at that time." Huang Xiaolong seriously said. "Good." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's suggestion, Hu Dan was overjoyed and nodded. A while later, Gong Fei, Chang Yan, and 2 other elders arrived. Gong Fei purposely passed in front of Huang Xiaolong, flashing a bright smile at him, greeting, "Young warrior Huang." Regardless, Gong Fei was still a Fortune Gate elder that held power. It wouldn't be good for Huang Xiaolong to make him lose too much face in public. Thus he lightly nodded at Gong Fei. Watching Huang Xiaolong nod at him, Gong Fei felt flattered, and at the same time he inwardly breathed in relief. The 4 elders did not dally. A moment later, they led Huang Xiaolong and other top 1,000 disciples to the Fortune Range Mountains through a transmission array. After stepping out from the transmission array, the group flew for a little over 2 hours just to reach the Fortune Gate's front hall. Upon arriving at the front hall, Gong Fei and the other elders led the top 1,000 disciples to collect their Fortune Gate robes and identity tokens. After all the disciples had changed into the new robes, the Fortune Gate ancestor worship ceremony took place. After half an hour of complicated worship, the ceremony ended. At this time, Huang Xiaolong and the rest were officially recognized as Fortune Gate disciples. Next was to hand out the rewards for this term's All Islands Great War. According to ranking, rewards for the first place would be given out first. First place disciple, Barbarian God Sect's Huang Xiaolong, please step up. Gong Fei spoke loudly. Before the large crowd of disciples' envious gazes, Huang Xiaolong stepped forward. Gong Fei removed a spatial ring from a jade tray, then turned to Huang Xiaolong with a big smile, saying, "Young warrior Huang." Inside the spatial ring, other than 10 chaos spiritual blue flaming heart fruits, there is 1 trillion shinbi, 100 stalks of 50-million-year-old medicinal herbs, 1 grade 5 spiritual vein, and a set of ancient divine dragon battle armor. Gong Fei explained all the reward items inside the spatial ring to Huang Xiaolong. In fact, Gong Fei was not required to inform Huang Xiaolong in details the first-place rewards. He was only seizing the chance to show some goodwill to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then received the spatial ring from Gong Fei and put it away. He had finally gotten the blue flaming heart fruits. Following that, the 4 Fortune Gate elders called Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, Tan Lin, Wu Qianer, and the other top 10 disciples, then the top 100, and distributed all the rewards. As for disciples ranked after 100, Gong Fei instructed them to collect their rewards from the Fortune Range Mountains Deity Terrace Summit. When these tasks were done, Gong Fei smiled and said, "Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin, the 4 of you please come with me to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Sect Chief and several ancestors are waiting for you all." The Fortune Gate's Chief Zhu Yi and several ancestors wanted to see them, their intentions clear. Wu Qianer, Guo Yuanhui, Tao Ming, and others looked at the 4 people with envy. Soon, the 4 of them left the front hall with Gong Fei, flying toward the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Although the Fortune Divine Kingdom was hidden somewhere in the Fortune Range Mountains, with Huang Xiaolong's group speed, they still took half a day of flying before reaching the entrance. From afar, they could see a tall and fat old man waiting for Huang Xiaolong's group at the entrance. When Gong Fei saw the fat old man, he quickened his pace forward and saluted. "Greetings, Grand Elder Li Chaoxing." Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin were surprised and quickly stepped up to salute. Li Chaoxing smiled amiably at the four disciples. "The four of you need not stand on ceremony. After the ancestors accept you all as disciples, we would be brothers of the same generation. In the future, you can address me as Big Brother Li, or simply use my name. If Huang Xiaolong and the rest successfully become an ancestor's disciple, their status would be very high. According to Fortune Gate rules, Huang Xiaolong and the others would be equivalent to a Grand Elder." Some exchange of words later, Li Chaoxing opened the restrictions over the entrance and led their group of four into the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Only then did Gong Fei leave. Although he was a Fortune Gate Elder, he did not have the qualification to enter the Divine Kingdom. The moment Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin stepped into the Fortune Divine Kingdom, they were bathed in pure spiritual energy, a comfortable sensation filling their hearts, all the way to their souls. No wonder this Fortune Divine Kingdom is the cultivation holy land that all the experts on the Fortune mainland dream of. Huang Xiaolong sighed inwardly. With the pure and rich spiritual energy in this place, even a pig could become a godly pig after staying here for 1,000 years. Leading in front, Li Chaoxing flew toward the center of the Divine Kingdom. Along the way, he told the four disciples some rules they need to adhere to while cultivating here. For instance, he told them about the restricted lands they couldn't enter without permission. After a day of flying through layers of mountain landscape, they finally arrived at the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Looking at the mountain in front of them, Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin were amazed. Above the Thousand Spirit Mountain, rich spiritual energy condensed into layers of spiritual clouds. The springs on the mountain were akin to the Milky Way, weaving across the land. Various herbs were overgrown, emitting colorful soft halo. They could see palaces here and there, and spiritual beasts galloping in herds. "This is the Thousand Spirit Mountain. All of you will be cultivating in one of the palaces on this Thousand Spirit Mountain," Li Chaoxing said with a trace of envy. Although he was a Grand Elder, he did not have the qualification to cultivate here. "Let's go in. Sect Chief and several ancestors are waiting for us." Seeing Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su and the rest stood in a daze, Li Chaoxing spoke and descended the Thousand Spirit Mountain. The four disciples came to their senses, hurrying to catch up. A while later, Li Chaoxing and Huang Xiaolong's group of four descended on the square at the slope of an enormous mountain. Li Chaoxing pointed at one of the magnificent palaces in front, explaining, "This is our Fortune Divine Kingdom's assembly shrine. It was built over 100 years ago using melting dragon stone and over 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the shrine's divine formation has been enhanced by generations of ancestors, becoming so powerful that a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm wouldn't be able to break its defenses." Speaking of this, there was complacence and proudness on Li Chaoxing's face. He then brought Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie and Tan Lin up the stairs step by step. This assembly shrine was the Fortune Gate Chief and several ancestors' living quarters. Once they reached the front hall, they had to proceed on foot. After more than 100 sets of stairs, they finally reached the entrance. On the right side of the entrance was a small balcony where a stone stele twice the height of a person stood. It was completely matte black without any luster. On top of that, there was a kind of devilish force that made one unable to look away, feeling an impulse to explore its secrets. "This is the Sans Devil Stele," Li Chaoxing introduced. "It is a divine artifact that our Blue Lion ancestor found in a devil land 200 million years ago. However, regardless of what method he used, he was unable to refine the Sans Devil Stele. Even the best top-grade chaos spiritual weapon is unable to cut through it." Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin were astonished. Not even top-grade chaos spiritual weapons could cut this steel in two. Later on, before Blue Lion Ancestor died, he placed this Sans Devil steel here and left word that whoever can refine this Sans Devil steel will own it. But Li Chaoxing shook his head saying this. In 200 million years, no one managed to refine it, including the many generations of our Fortune Gate chiefs. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered hearing Li Chaoxing's words. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know what exactly the Sans Devil steel was, he had a feeling that it wasn't so simple. It might even be a Grand Mist Aura artifact. If he could refine the steel, Huang Xiaolong believed it would greatly benefit him. Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tanlin too were looking at the Sans Devil steel with feverish gazes. Clearly, they had the same thought as Huang Xiaolong. The four disciples' expression did not escape Li Chaoxing's eyes. He chuckled and said, "You'll have a lot of time in the future to study this Sans Devil steel." With that, he stepped through the assembly shrine's main entrance. In the early days, hadn't he also harbored the same thoughts as these four disciples? But as the years passed, after countless times trying to comprehend the Sans Devil steel and countless failures, he had completely given up. Li Chaoxing believed that Huang Xiaolong and the others would soon be like him, completely losing interest in it. After stepping through the assembly shrine's entrance, the group finally arrived at the Great Hall. The ceiling here was foggy and mysterious, as if it was the end of the universe. In the four corners of the Great Hall, statues of divine beasts of different shapes were placed. These divine beasts probably belonged to the primordial or chaos era, and Huang Xiaolong could not recognize them. Reaching the center of the Great Hall, Huang Xiaolong sensed the boundless energy coming from the depths of it. This boundless energy was no stranger to Huang Xiaolong. It was fortune energy. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong killed the lower realm fortune gate's Feng Chu, he had summoned the Gate of Fortune. This was precisely the same energy that flowed out from that door. However, the amount of fortune energy that flowed out from the Gate Feng Chu had summoned was dregs compared to the fortune energy coming from the depths of this Great Hall. Huang Xiaolong's group of four had just stepped into the Great Hall when Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor Myriad Flames, Black Ice, Blood Knife Lightning Hammer, and Sky Sword walked out from the inner hall. "Greetings, Gate Chief and several ancestors." Li Chaoxing, Huang Xiaolong, and the rest saluted. Zhu Yi, Golden Brow, and the other ancestors nodded. "No need to stand on ceremony," Zhu Yi said, then sat down at the main seat in the Great Hall while Myriad Flames, Black Ice and others sat on the left and right. When Zhu Yi sat down, he looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Xiaolong, we decided after some discussion. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor will accept you as a disciple. What do you think?" Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Disciple is willing." A short pause later, Huang Xiaolong stepped forward and said, "Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor smiled until their eyes were lines of seam. "Zhou Su, Tanlin, Sky Sword Ancestor intends to accept you two as disciples. What do both of you think?" Zhu Yi then turned to Zhou Su and Tanlin. Zhou Su and Tanlin were stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, saying they were willing. Lastly, Luo Yunjie was accepted as a disciple by Myriad Flames Ancestor. Li Chaoxing congratulated the ancestors who accepted disciples. Laughter echoed in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi adjusted his expression before solemnly warning, "I know the four of you have grudges between you, but now that all of you have entered our fortune gate, you are now brethren. I hope you all will cooperate well, advance and retreat together, putting the fortune gate's well-being as your top priority. Killing among fellow disciples is not allowed. If found out, you won't escape punishment." A whelming pressure surged out from Zhu Yi's body, enveloping Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tanlin. The four disciples lowered their heads, claiming they dared not. Only then did Zhu Yi retrieve his pressure. Golden Brow Ancestor spoke. 3 days later is the apprenticeship ceremony. At that time, various forces under Fortune Gate's ancestors and chiefs will come to congratulate us. In these 2 days, you can follow Grand Elder Li Chaoxing around to familiarize yourselves with the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Huang Xiaolong and everyone else complied. "There is another matter," related to the four mainlands new disciples battle 3 years later. Yesterday, the Eternal Mainland, Dark Elf Mainland, and Primal Chaos Mainland's All Islands Great War also concluded. Zhu Yi went on solemnly. This time, Emperor rank genius disciples also appeared on the 3 other mainlands. Moreover, on the Eternal Mainland there is one disciple named Wanguzi who has a high-grade Emperor Godhead. The Soul Jade Godhead. Soul Jade Godhead! Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin exclaimed in shock. The Soul Jade Godhead was ranked 168th. There was a serious expression on Golden Brow Ancestor's face. Yes, the Soul Jade Godhead ranked 168th. Furthermore, this Wanguzi's strength is unfathomable. During the Eternal Mainland's All Islands Great War, from beginning until the end, he had only used one move to defeat his opponents. No one knows his real strength, but our deduction from the news we heard is that his cultivation has reached late 4th Order Ancient God Realm at the very least. Late 4th Order Ancient God Realm. Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin felt their throats go dry. Subsequently, Myriad Flame's ancestor added, other than the Eternal Mainland's Wanguzi, there's one on the Dark Elf Mainland named Yu Wuxin, also having a high-grade Emperor rank Godhead. The Black Underworld Godhead ranked 393rd. His strength is also above 4th Order Ancient God Realm. Yu Wuxin, Black Underworld Godhead, above 4th Order Ancient God Realm Cultivation. People in the Great Hall were a little astonished. Huang Xiaolong, on the other hand, was calmer than anyone as he recalled Wangu Yengue and Yu Wuya he met in the lower realm. Golden Brow Ancestor said to Huang Xiaolong, "But Xiaolong, you don't need to feel any pressure. 3 years later, with your strength, other than this Wanguzi and Yu Wuxin, others won't be your match. You can definitely enter the top 3. Although the rewards for the 3rd place can't compare to 1st place's rewards, they are still better than our All Islands Great War's 1st place rewards." 3rd place. Huang Xiaolong asked, "Master, may I ask what the rewards for the new disciples' battle will be?" Golden Brow Ancestor answered, "Every term's rewards are slightly different. This time, the 1st place rewards are 10 trillion Shinbi, 1 high-rank grade 5 spiritual vein, and more than 10 chaos spiritual herbs as well as a chaos spiritual liquid called metal essence. Most important is the mid-grade chaos spiritual weapon, 3 King's Blade. Mid-grade chaos spiritual weapon." Hearing that, the 3 people, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin's breathing became heavy. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The 4 mainlands' new disciples' battle reward was so plentiful. 10 trillion Shinbi. High-rank grade 5 spiritual vein. More than 10 chaos spiritual herbs. A chaos spirit liquid called metal essence, and mid-grade chaos spiritual weapon, 3 King's Blade. Any single item was enough to stir the entire Vientiane world's genius disciples into a frenzied competition. Especially that chaos spiritual liquid. In order to repair the pill-blending tower, one of the materials he needed was precisely this metal essence. Huang Xiaolong's hands tightened into fists. 1st place. In his opinion, the Dark Elf Mainland's Yu Wuxin was no threat to him. It was the Eternal Mainland's Wanguzi who was a little troublesome. Based on his current strength, counting his primordial divine dragon, he could only defeat the average early 4th Order Ancient God Realm cultivators. While Wanguzi was estimated to be a late 4th Order Ancient God Realm or above. Even though he was not Wanguzi's match now, he had time. He had a whole 3 years. Sensing the battle intent from Huang Xiaolong's body, Zhu Yi, Golden Brow, and Blood Knife exchanged a glance. All 3 shook their heads and faintly smiled. Huang Xiaolong's talent and battle prowess were indeed high, but compared with that Wanguzi, he was greatly lacking. Zhu Yi and Golden Brow Ancestor went on to inform the 4 disciples about certain matters of the Fortune Gate. Then had Li Chaoxing bring them to select a palace to live in. Li Chaoxing and the 4 disciples respectfully took their leave. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's back, Zhu Yi sighed. "I thought our Fortune Gate would surely win 1st place in the new disciples' battle when Huang Xiaolong appeared. Who would have thought there would be disciples like Wanguzi and Yu Wuxin? Looks like we won't be winning 1st place this time either. Fate. Fate. It had been a dozen terms since the Fortune Gate had taken first place in the Four Mainlands' New Disciples battle. The last dozen terms' first ranker was either from the Eternal Mainland or the Dark Elf Mainland. Lightning Hammer Ancestor was a little down. If things go down this way, 10,000 years later, the Eternal Clan and Dark Elf tribe's strength will surpass our Fortune Gate. Black Ice Ancestor retorted. That may not be the case, we still have Li Lu. At the mention of Li Lu, everyone smiled. Golden Brow Ancestor laughed. This child's talent is really hard to come by in 100 million years. A pity she doesn't have metal element force. Golden Brow Ancestor Zhui and the others' discussion Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin naturally couldn't hear. At this time, Li Chaoxing was leading their group of 4 to choose their living and cultivating palace. On the Thousand Spirit Mountain were several hundred empty palaces, and each of them was huge, about 200 li from one end to another. From the alchemy room to main cultivation room, as well as a spiritual energy pond, whatever one could think of, it was there. As the All Islands Great War first-place winner, Huang Xiaolong was naturally the first one to select. What surprised Li Chaoxing was that the Cosmos Palace he chose was slightly at the edge. Although the Thousand Spirit Mountain was rich in spiritual energy and all the palaces had more or less the same arrangements, most people would try to choose a cultivation palace as close to the assembly shrine as possible. This way, going to the assembly shrine to see Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor for guidance would be much more convenient. For someone with qualifications like Huang Xiaolong, Li Chaoxing was surprised that he chose a place near the edge. But this was Huang Xiaolong's choice, so he did not say anything. A while later, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin also decided on their cultivation palaces. In the following 3 days, Li Chaoxing would bring the 4 of them around the Thousand Spirit Mountain during the day, allowing Huang Xiaolong and others to get familiarized with the Thousand Spirit Mountain, while at night, Huang Xiaolong refined the 50-million-year-old herbs he had received to cultivate. On the 3rd day, when Li Chaoxing was bringing the 4 of them to familiarize with the Thousand Spirit Mountain, they saw on the mountain slope a palace with snow drifting down. Luo Yunjie was astonished. Whose cultivation palace is this? Such a thick cold chi. Li Chaoxing used a peculiar tone saying, This is the brimming snow palace. Our Fortune Gate's number 1 genius Li Lu's cultivation palace. Li Lu, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin quivered with excitement, their gazes turning hot. Li Lu's name had already spread throughout the Fortune mainland. The 3 of them, as genius disciples of the top 10 islands, knew of her long ago. Huang Xiaolong too was staring at the brimming snow palace in the distance. He took a deep breath, inwardly asking, Is this your palace? Would she appear in tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony? Looking at Zhou Su and others' expression, Li Chaoxing laughed, saying, Li Lu is our Fortune Gate's number 1 genius, and she is also our number 1 beauty. There are many admirers from top to bottom, including our young lord and Wang Wei. However, no one has ever seen her laugh before. Luo Yunjie asked, Is senior sister Li Lu as beautiful as rumored? Li Chaoxing teased. Why? Are you moved? Whether she is as beautiful as rumored. Won't you know tomorrow when you see her in the apprenticeship ceremony? Night gradually took over the sky. Huang Xiaolong was sitting inside his Cosmos Palace, thinking of what Li Chaoxing had said during the day about Li Lu. He wondered what it would be like when he and Li Lu would meet tomorrow during the apprenticeship ceremony. Since she would be attending, then that Wang Wei would definitely show up as well. The night sky above the Thousand Spirit Mountain was littered with sparkling stars like an enormous blue sapphire. Looking at the sky, Huang Xiaolong's thoughts wandered off. When the first light of daybreak appeared, Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin arrived at the assembly shrine. Under Zhu Yi and Golden Brow Ancestor's lead, they flew out of the Fortune Divine Kingdom toward the Fortune Mountain Range's front hall. Before they even arrived, streams of people hurrying up the mountain and covering the land could already be seen. The Fortune Gate Ancestors accepting new disciples was a large event in the whole Fortune mainland. As most of the mainland's experts were still in Fortune City, the number of people that came reached 1 trillion at the very least. When Zhu Yi's group arrived, it immediately attracts the attention of people below. All looked to the air. Greetings, Fortune Gate Chief, and several ancestors. Immediately, rows of people knelt on the ground, their voices overtaking the sky like a giant tsunami, echoing in the air. Good. Everyone, rise. Zhu, Golden Brow Ancestor, and the others laughed happily. The people below stood up, yet still lowered their bodies, not daring to move much. Huang Xiaolong and the others descended on the square in front of Fortune Hall. Only after they entered the hall did the cultivators outside dare to stand up straight. After entering, Zhu, Golden Brow, Myriad Flames, and others sat at the center of the main hall. Just as Zhu and all the ancestors sat down, 3 people walked into the main hall. It's senior brother Wang Wei, senior sister Li Lu, young lord. In an instant, all heads turned, looking at the entrance where the 3 people were walking in. Huang Xiaolong and all male disciples' gazes fell on Li Lu. She wore a snow-white dress, just like she used to in the past, walking in elegantly like a fairy of the cold maid. That alluring face of hers makes others fall into a spell. Huang Xiaolong's gaze then shifted to the stalwart young man at her side, with thick brows like swords and bright eyes, walking with majestic gait and an extraordinary air. No doubt, this was the current Fortune Gate's chief disciple, Wang Wei. As if sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Wang Wei looked over in his direction. Despite Wang Wei's calm gaze, Huang Xiaolong could feel the hostility in the depths of his eyes. Huang Xiaolong found this strange. He didn't remember having any grudge with this person. Greetings, Gate Chief. Greetings, several ancestors. Wang Wei, Li Lu, and Zhu Feng stood in front of the elders, then bowed slightly and saluted. All right, Zhu smiled. Wang Wei and Zhu Feng retreated to the side, opposite of Huang Xiaolong, whereas Li Lu walked to Myriad Flame's ancestor and Black Ice ancestor. Greeting, Li Lu's greets Big Master and Second Master. Myriad Flames and Black Ice had her rise as they smiled widely. Li Lu straightened her back and walked away, but she did not go to Wang Wei and Zhu Feng's side. Instead, she walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Their gazes met in the air. Out of everyone's expectations, Li Lu, who had never smiled before, suddenly blinked playfully at Huang Xiaolong. Then her face slowly bloomed into a smile. You're here. Li Lu's tone was extremely gentle. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then he thought of one very important question. With a serious contemplative expression, in the future, will I have to call you senior sister Li Lu? Li Lu was stunned for a second as she looked at the deadly serious expression on Huang Xiaolong's face before bursting out laughing. A moment later, she said with a seriousness that matched Huang Xiaolong's. Of course, you are to call me senior sister Li Lu. Everyone in the hall was dazed looking at Li Lu's laughing face. My ice goddess Li Lu has actually laughed. A grand elder's personal disciple muttered dazedly. Wang Wei and Zhu Feng too were dazed looking at her face before their expressions changed. Remembering something, their gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong almost simultaneously. Zhu Feng's face was slightly warped. He didn't understand before why Li Lu left the Fortune Divine Kingdom to personally watch the All Islands Great War from beginning until the end. Now, however, he finally understood. It was him, Huang Xiaolong. Obviously, Wang Wei also came to the same conclusion. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, he was even more hostile. At this time, Golden Brow Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and others exchanged a glance. Golden Brow Ancestor looked at Huang Xiaolong, asking, Xiaolong, you and Li Lu know each other? Huang Xiaolong nodded and answered, Yes, Master. Li Lu and I both ascended from the lower realm, and when we were there, our families were old friends. The two of us know each other from childhood. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. What? Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu had both ascended from the lower realm? Also, their families were old friends and they knew each other since childhood? Then, these two people's relationship? Wang Wei and Zhu Feng both thought of the same thing, childhood sweethearts. Initially, seeing that Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu knew each other, Wang Wei and Zhu Feng thought they were only good friends. Who would have thought these two were closer than that? Wang Wei's and Zhu Feng's expression turned even uglier. Zhu, Golden Brow Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and the others were astonished. Golden Brow Ancestor laughed. Unexpected. Ah. You two actually know each other since you were young. This is a good thing. Good thing? What exactly was good about it, Golden Brow Ancestor did not specify. Myriad Flames Ancestor also joined in the laughter. This indeed is a good thing. Blood Knife Ancestor and the others also laughed happily. Only Black Ice Ancestor was frowning. Zhu Yi's laugh was slightly forceful. Anyone could see that Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu's relationship was extremely good, most likely having already crossed the line of friendship. However, it was no secret that his son Zhu Feng liked Li Lu. Not to mention the fact that he, Zhu Yi, also wished for her to be his daughter-in-law in the future. Although laughter still echoed in the hall, Wang Wei and Zhu Feng didn't feel like laughing. Earlier, Zhu Feng was still thinking of sending Huang Xiaolong a big gift after the apprenticeship ceremony ended. But now, he wanted nothing more than to crush that gift into dist. Soon, the apprenticeship ceremony began. Even though today's ceremony was held for all four as they became disciples of the Fortune Gate ancestors, Huang Xiaolong was the first-place winner of the All Islands Great War, and he also possessed a high-grade emperor-rank godhead. Thus, his apprenticeship ceremony was conducted first. After Huang Xiaolong worshipped Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor as masters, it was Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin's turn. Following that, it was the turn of the Grand Elders and the Fortune Mainland's various forces chiefs and ancestors to convey their congratulations, presenting their gifts. Dragon Origin Sect Chief Qinding and Twin Cities Sect Chief Zhou Xiantong also came bearing gifts for Huang Xiaolong, and they were all rare deep-sea spiritual items, as well as 5 elements spiritual items. Looking at Qinding and Zhou Xuantong's gifts, Huang Xiaolong didn't even cusp his hands in thanks, for he knew these two were merely acting for the sake of his masters, Golden Brow and Blood Knife. Huang Xiaolong knew that, in their hearts, they were tearing him into 100 pieces. Surrounding the presence were banquet tables. Although the front hall was big, the space inside could only accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 seats. Therefore, only the Fortune Gate's Grand Elders and the top 10 islands' rulers and ancestors were qualified to sit in the inner hall. The outermost square was where various sects' outstanding disciples sat. The aromatic scent of wine filled the air and laughter sounded endlessly. Even Golden Brow Ancestor and Black Ice Ancestor, who usually didn't touch alcohol, raised their cups again and again. The banquet lasted until late at night before people began to disperse. Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu, Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Zhou Su, Luo Yunjie, and Tan Lin, the 7 of them, followed Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, and the other ancestors back to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Back at the Thousand Spirit Mountain, Huang Xiaolong's gaze followed Li Lu as she returned to the brimming snow palace. Still looking? Your soul's about to fly away. Blood Knife Ancestor teased Huang Xiaolong. Second Master. Huang Xiaolong was slightly embarrassed. Golden Brow chuckled. Li Lu, this girl has always been proud and cold. Even Wang Wei and Zhu Feng never roused her interest. Now we know it was you kid she was keen on. You can rest assured your big master and second master will support you. Even though your current strength cannot compare to Wang Wei or Zhu Feng, you must work hard in your cultivation. Strive to break through to the Ancestor God realm as soon as possible. Yes, big master, Huang Xiaolong said, adding, I plan to enter seclusion to break through to the ancient God realm tomorrow. Both Golden Brow and Blood Knife were happy at Huang Xiaolong's words. How confident are you in breaking through to ancient God realm? Golden Brow asked. 90%. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Although he was 100% sure, he answered 90% instead. Hearing Huang Xiaolong confidently say he had a 90% chance of success, both Golden Brow and Blood Knife were ecstatic. Blood Knife laughed and said, Good, how about this? Tomorrow, come to Master's spiritual blood pool. Your second master collected countless divine beasts' blood essence and various chaos spiritual herbs to build this spiritual blood pool. It can enhance your chances of breaking through to the ancient God realm. Although he didn't need some kind of spiritual blood pool to increase his chances of breaking through, it was the goodwill of Blood Knife Ancestor after all. So Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and complied. It was the middle of the night. Huang Xiaolong stood on the roof of his Cosmos Palace, facing the wind. Recalling the way Wang Wei and Zhu Feng looked at him during the day, that murderous look, Huang Xiaolong snorted with disdain. Now he understood why Wang Wei was hostile to him. Before he entered the Fortune Gate, Wang Wei was a disciple of the Twin Cities sect. In the past, he had also gotten first place in the All Islands Great War. The Fortune Gate had 7 ancestors, but Wang Wei's master, Blue Empyrean ancestor, wasn't currently present at the Fortune Gate. According to his 2 masters, this Blue Empyrean went to the extraterritorial Devil battlefield in search of something. Next morning, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Assembly Shrine. When he was passing by the Sans Devil Steel, Huang Xiaolong stopped for a dozen seconds, looking at it. He decided to come to this steel after he broke through to the ancient god realm, to see whether he could refine it or not. Since this Sans Devil Steel was found by Blue Lion ancestor 200 million years ago in a devil land, then it was most likely a devil world treasure. Huang Xiaolong, who possessed the Archdevil Supreme Godhead, might just be able to refine this Sans Devil Steel. A while later, Huang Xiaolong reached Blood Knife Ancestor's Cultivation Palace in the Assembly Shrine. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, Golden Brow Ancestor was also there. "You're here. Come, we'll bring you to the spiritual blood pool now." Blood Knife Ancestor wasn't one to dally. Standing up, he and Golden Brow Ancestor led Huang Xiaolong to the spiritual blood pool. Blood Knife Ancestor's cultivation dwelling was quite big. The 3 of them turned through the corridors for half an hour before reaching a particular palace. At the top of the palace were 3 big characters. Spiritual blood pool. The 3 words contained shockingly sharp knife chi that seemed as if it would fly out and split a person in 2. Blood Knife Ancestor grinned at Huang Xiaolong. "How is it? Second Master's handwriting is not bad, right?" And Golden Brow Ancestor chuckled at Huang Xiaolong, saying, "No matter who comes, your Second Master will show off these 3 characters." Pausing slightly, he added, "But this spiritual blood pool is your Second Master's precious treasure. Before, even when that girl Li Lu wanted to break through to the ancient god realm, your Second Master wasn't willing to let her cultivate in the spiritual blood pool." Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong thanked Blood Knife Ancestor. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed happily and waved his hand, saying, It's fine. What can I do since you're my disciple?" With that said, he took a few steps forward. Blood-red light shone from Blood Knife Ancestor's palms as the force of darkness shot out, flowing into the doors. Slowly, the palace doors opened. A peculiar fragrance floated out from the palace. Huang Xiaolong entered, following behind Golden Brow and Blood Knife. In the main hall was a blood pool 200 meters in diameter, glimmering like rubies. There wasn't a hint of blood in the air. Instead, it gave one a pleasant feeling. Above the blood pool were streams of spiritual energy flowing up without dispersing. "All right, you can enter the spiritual blood pool now. You can break through to the ancient god realm without worry. No one will disturb you here," Blood Knife Ancestor added. "How much of the spiritual blood pool's energy you can absorb will depend on yourself." Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a second, then said, "Second Master, if I absorbed all the spiritual energy in the spiritual blood pool, then?" When Golden Brow and Blood Knife heard that, they both laughed. Golden Brow Ancestor laughed and said, "You kid, just concentrate on absorbing this blood pool's spiritual energy. Your Second Master worked hard, collecting countless ancient divine beasts' blood essence and chaos spiritual herbs to condense the energy within that is enough to support an ancient god realm cultivator for 10,000 years. And you wish to absorb all the spiritual energy inside." Blood Knife Ancestor laughed generously. "If you can absorb all the spiritual energy in the blood pool, Second Master won't blame you. I will even reward you heavily." Huang Xiaolong half-jokingly replied, "Then I'm relieved." This way he could absorb without worries. Enough for an average ancient god realm cultivator to practice for 10,000 years? Huang Xiaolong inwardly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Both Golden Brow and Blood Knife told Huang Xiaolong some things he needs to pay attention to during his breakthrough, then left the spiritual pool, closing the doors to the spiritual blood pool palace. The doors would only be opened after Huang Xiaolong broke through to the ancient god realm. After Golden Brow and Blood Knife went out, the inner hall regained its quiet. Huang Xiaolong stayed at the ruby-red spiritual blood pool. He slowly moved towards it, finally sitting cross-legged in the air above the pool. After contemplating, Huang Xiaolong took out the ancestral dragon fruit. The moment the ancestral dragon fruit appeared, an ancestral dragon aura spread out. Fortunately, this place had restrictive formations arranged by blood knife, which is why the ancestral dragon aura did not alert anyone. Although there were many herbs inside his spatial rings that could help him break through, Huang Xiaolong decided on the ancestral dragon fruit. His innate martial spirits were the twin dragons, and his physique was the true divine dragon physique. Refining the ancestral dragon fruit to breakthrough would surely have the best effect. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads began to spin. Instantly, the dragon qi inside the ancestral dragon fruit started flowing into his body. Huang Xiaolong's body shook all of a sudden. By this time, Blood Knife and Golden Brow had returned to Blood Knife's cultivation palace. When Blood Knife remembered Huang Xiaolong saying he wanted to refine all the spiritual energy in the spiritual blood pool, Ji couldn't help feeling amused. Chuckling, he said to Golden Brow Ancestor, "Senior brother Golden Brow, what do you think? Can that kid really swallow all the spiritual energy in the blood pool?" Golden Brow laughed. "If he could swallow 1/10,000th of it, that's already not bad. After all, an average 10th order ancient god realm master cultivating for 1 month inside the spiritual blood pool could only refine a 10,000th. This was already a high opinion of Huang Xiaolong. Blood Knife Ancestor shook his head. "In my opinion, he will only be able to refine a 20,000th. A few days after Blood Knife Ancestor opened the spiritual blood pool palace for Huang Xiaolong, the news spread out from the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Not far from the spiritual blood pool palace stood an awe-inspiring palace surrounded by towering green trees. This was Wang Wei's cultivation dwelling, the Nine Nether Palace. Tan Lin and Wang Wei were sitting in the main hall of this Nine Nether Palace. "Senior brother Wang, I heard that spiritual blood pool can increase one's chances of breaking through to the ancient god realm." Tan Lin's eyes were a little dim. "If that Huang Xiaolong breaks through, I'm afraid his momentum will rise further during the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle." Wang Wei looked indifferent. "You need not worry about this. After his advancement, he will only be able to reach mid-first order ancient god realm. He's far from being on par with that Wanguzi." Hearing that, Tan Lin's expression loosened a little. "I didn't expect that punk to have also ascended from the lower realm like Senior Sister Li Lu. Moreover, Senior Sister Li Lu seems to be..." Tan Lin stopped abruptly. Wang Wei's indifferent expression turned frosty. "He will never have this chance. Never have this chance?" Tan Lin took a quick glance at Wang Wei, but did not ask any further questions. "During these 3 years, you must work hard and successfully cultivate Sky Sword Ancestors technique. It would be best if you can break through to the 3rd stage of the Sky Sword Canon and condense a Heart Sword. At that time, during the New Disciples battle, it won't be impossible for you to enter the top 10. "Yes," Tan Lin answered. Determination shone on his eyes. The humiliation he received during the All Islands Great War, he would one day pay it back to Huang Xiaolong 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times. Time flowed and the days passed one after another. In order to prepare for the Four Mainland's New Disciples battle 3 years later, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie were diligently cultivating at Sky Sword Ancestor and Myriad Flames Ancestor's side. With Sky Sword Ancestor and Myriad Flames Ancestor's guidance, coupled with the startling spiritual energy on Thousand Spirit Mountain, as well as the nurturing of Chaos Spiritual Pills, these 3 people's strength rose at a shocking rate. Each month passed with visible changes in the 3 of them. Inside the spiritual blood pool palace, Huang Xiaolong was still sitting cross-legged above the spiritual blood pool. At this time, counting the days, more than 2 months had passed since he entered the spiritual blood pool. During this time, Huang Xiaolong's surroundings were completely dominated by a golden-red color as startling dragon qi came from his body. On his back, black and blue twin dragons appeared, emitting pulses of dragon might. The ancestral dragon fruit was hovering above Huang Xiaolong, causing boundless golden-red spiritual energy and ancestral dragon qi to enter his body through his head. At the same time, numerous speckles of light resembling rubies were flowing up from the spiritual blood pool, entering Huang Xiaolong's body from below. The golden-red spiritual energy blended and merged with the ancestral dragon qi. In his consciousness, his three supreme godheads were emitting a brilliant light. Purple grand mist aura flowed out continuously from the purple grand mist dragon, merging with them. Within his three supreme godheads, his godseas roiled high. Earth, metal, wood, water, fire, wind, lightning, darkness, and light elements were intermingling and glimmering inside his three supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong had entered an ethereal state. Compared to 2 months ago, his strength had increased even further, reaching the very limit of peak late 10th order heavenly god realm. However, Huang Xiaolong had yet to break through. He felt that his three supreme godheads could withstand more heaven and earth energy, and he wanted his breakthrough to come only when they could no longer take in any more energy. His two masters were both sitting in Blood Knife's cultivation palace, discussing the path of cultivation. It's already been more than 2 months. Xiaolong should be coming out soon, Blood Knife suddenly said. Goldenbrow nodded. He should be coming out after a few days. The average genius disciples breaking through to the ancient god realm took about 2 months' time to do so. In Goldenbrow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's opinion, Huang Xiaolong would probably take about 3 months. Soon, another half a month went by. More than 3 months had passed since Huang Xiaolong entered the spiritual blood pool. Blood Knife Ancestor frowned. Strange. It's been more than 3 months. How come there is no movement at all? Goldenbrow laughed. Isn't it better if there is no movement? The longer he stays inside, the greater his strength will rise. Don't tell me you're reluctant about the spiritual blood pool's spiritual energy. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed loudly, saying, This spiritual blood pool has been created through my efforts over tens of thousands of years, gathering countless divine beasts' blood essence and chaos spiritual herbs. I am indeed a bit reluctant, but this kid is only using it to break through to the ancient god realm. That's barely anything. The two ancestors continued discussing things related to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Goldenbrow and Blood Knife were still calm initially, but now that 4 months had passed without movement on Huang Xiaolong's part, they could stay still no longer. Xiaolong, you're fine, right? Goldenbrow suddenly jumped to his feet. His brows furrowed deep. Blood Knife Ancestor shook his head. There shouldn't be any problems. The spiritual energy in my spiritual blood pool can not only raise his strength, it will also nurture his soul. There won't be any accidents. However, both ancestors still decided to go check in on Huang Xiaolong. Thus, with a greater space teleportation, they arrived at the spiritual blood pool palace. However, they were afraid they would disturb Huang Xiaolong at a crucial point of breaking through. Opening the door and entering all of a sudden might alarm Huang Xiaolong. Thus, when the two ancestors arrived at the spiritual blood pool palace, they hesitated. Let me have a look with my knife eye, Blood Knife Ancestor solemnly said. Following that, a knife-shaped blood hole opened between his brows, from which rays of light shot out, entering the void above spiritual blood pool palace. However, Blood Knife Ancestor was agape. Then shock rose to his face. Goldenbrow Ancestor was curious watching Blood Knife Ancestor's changing expressions. Hence he too used a secret technique to investigate the situation inside the spiritual blood pool. His expression became the same as Blood Knife Ancestor's, he was just as shocked. Inside the spiritual blood pool, Huang Xiaolong's figure had completely disappeared, leaving behind balls of glaring light. From them, pulses of dragon qi could be felt, roiling inside the hall like great waves. The most startling thing was, they felt a terrifying dragon qi belonging to a primordial dragon clan master. This is Ancestral Dragon, the Lord of the Dragon Clan. This is the Lord of the Dragon Clan's aura. They still wanted to look deeper into the light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong to check his situation, yet their vision was hindered by a mysterious force. In the end, Goldenbrow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's vision wasn't able to look in further. They could only retrieve their gazes. That ancestral dragon's aura, is it the ancestral dragon fruit? Blood Knife Ancestor muttered in a daze. Goldenbrow Ancestor chuckled. It seems there's no mistake. I never expected this kid to have such fortune. To obtain the ancestral dragon fruit and borrow its power to break through to the ancient god realm. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed joyously. It seems I was overly concerned. Since he has the ancestral dragon fruit, whether he has my spiritual blood pool or not, he will still be able to break through into the ancient god realm. But this kid, what is that force coming out from his body? Golden Brow Ancestor was doubtful. The mysterious force coming from Huang Xiaolong's body could block his vision from gazing within. Blood Knife Ancestor shook his head. He couldn't figure it out either. In fact, the force hindering Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's vision was none other than the purple Grand Mist Aura Dragon. If it wasn't for this, Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads and his other secrets would have been thoroughly seen by both of them. But now they only found out that Huang Xiaolong was refining the ancestral dragon fruit. All of a sudden, at this time, an overwhelming force burst out from the spiritual blood pool palace like a great flood followed by a resounding dragon roar that shook the sky. Every corner of the Thousand Spirit Mountain could hear it. Both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were startled. Multiple figures flickered in the air as Myriad Flames Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, and Sky Sword Ancestor appeared one after another. Clearly, they were alerted by the resounding dragon roar. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor also flew into the air. Brother Golden Brow, this is? Myriad Flames Ancestor asked in astonishment. Golden Brow Ancestor waved his hand, casually saying, "It's nothing. Just Xiaolong, that kid attempting to break through to the ancient god realm at the spiritual blood pool. I just didn't expect the movement to be a bit big." When Myriad Flames Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, and the others heard that the big movements were due to Huang Xiaolong breaking through to the ancient god realm, everyone was shocked. Sky Sword Ancestor exclaimed in shock, "I heard that Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion the day after the apprenticeship ceremony. Does that mean this kid has been in seclusion for 4 months? For months. The usual Fortune Gate genius disciples took about 2 months to break through. Even Li Lu only took a bit over 3 months. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded with a smiling face. Isn't that so? At first, Senior Brother Golden Brow and I thought something happened. Who would have thought this kid still wouldn't come out after 4 months? The fact that he needs so much time may be related to his true dragon physique. At this time, Zhu Yi, Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Li Lu, Zhou Su, Tan Lin, and Luo Yunjie also came. They too were astonished. They could see the rays of blinding light piercing the sky from the spiritual blood pool palace, growing more powerful as they covered the surroundings. The dragon might became more robust. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Watching the movements growing bigger still as Huang Xiaolong attempted to break through, Zhu Feng, Wang Wei, Zhou Su, and Tan Lin didn't look so happy. Lightning Hammer Ancestor looked at the light that was still growing brighter above them and couldn't help sighing. Looking at this situation, Huang Xiaolong can probably advance directly to late First Order Ancient God Realm. Late First Order Ancient God Realm? Even Li Lu only reached mid-First Order when she broke through. Everyone was inwardly shocked, but no one said anything. A second passed before Black Ice Ancestor spoke. With Blood Knife Ancestor's spirit blood pool and that ancestral dragon fruit, if he couldn't break through to late First Order Ancient God Realm, it would be really strange. Adding, "I didn't expect Junior Brother Blood Knife to be so generous, even willing to take out that ancestral dragon fruit to help your disciple break through." Obviously, Black Ice Ancestor thought the ancestral dragon fruit was taken out by Blood Knife Ancestor. Hearing Black Ice Ancestor's word, Blood Knife Ancestor snorted, "I am generous, but aren't you the same? When Li Lu, that girl, wanted to break through to the ancient god realm, I heard you even took out the divine snow jade purifying mind fruit you've kept on you for ages." Black Ice Ancestor's actions were understandable. At that time, when Li Lu wanted to break through, Blood Knife Ancestor did not allow her to enter the spiritual blood pool, and Black Ice Ancestor was still holding a grudge due to this. Black Ice Ancestor wanted to argue, but the bright sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked at the sky in a daze. They saw dark clouds swirling in the depths of the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds spread over several li and were still expanding at a frightening rate. Flickering streaks of lightning snaked through the dark clouds. This, Huang Xiaolong's ancient god realm's tribulation cloud is so big, Myriad Flame's ancestor exclaimed. The clouds have already exceeded 20 li in diameter. Over 20 li, Sky Sword and Lightning Hammer both exclaimed. When Li broke through, her tribulation clouds only reached 20 li. Huang Xiaolong's ancient god realm tribulation clouds expanded to over 60 li in diameter before their eyes finally stopped expanding, slowly roiling in the sky. Golden Brow and Blood Knife Ancestor were astounded. Although the dark clouds stopped expanding, the streaks of lightning continued to condense, stronger and more powerful. Earlier, the lightning streaks were just string thick, but soon grew to arm-size thick and were still growing. Seeing this, Li Lu's heart tightened with worry. Even Huang Xiaolong's tribulation lightning was double the size of the average cultivator. If the streaks of lightning continued to become more powerful, could Huang Xiaolong withstand this ancient god realm tribulation? If the first breakthrough attempt failed, the second time would be harder, and the chances of it happening the third time were even smaller. Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Zhou Su, Tan Lin. These four people's initially ugly expressions began to relax, inwardly feeling schadenfreude. Within the palace, Huang Xiaolong was still sitting cross-legged above the spiritual blood pool, and shrouded within a cocoon on bright light. The ancestral dragon fruit was now only half its original size. Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads were still frenziedly absorbing the ancestral dragon fruit, the purple grand mist aura dragon, as well as the spiritual blood pool's energy. 5 months passed. Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads shone brighter than ever. Every ray of light was akin to sharp chaos blades that would even cut the average first-order ancient god realm cultivators into pieces were they to approach. High in the air, Golden Brow and Blood Knife's frown deepened. Still hasn't broken through? The rolling dark tribulation clouds above had reached 80 li in diameter. Moreover, the streaks of lightning were now 4 meters thick. Myriad Flame's ancestor, Sky Sword ancestor, Lightning Hammer ancestor, Fortune Gate Chief Zhu Yi and others couldn't hide the astonishment from their eyes. This kind of ancient god realm tribulation lightning had already exceeded their scope of understanding. What the damnation is that kid doing? Blood Knife ancestor was anxious and irritated at the same time. Did Huang Xiaolong have any chance of successfully breaking through under such tribulation lightning? Black Ice ancestor sighed. What a pity! Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique attracted such heaven-defying ancient god realm tribulation lightning. Such a genius, yet he cannot even break through to the ancient god realm. If this matter spread out, others will laugh at our fortune gate. Blood Knife ancestor's face sank. Black Ice old hag. If Huang Xiaolong succeeds in breaking through, what will you do? Black Ice ancestor laughed and said, among the treasures in my Black Ice treasure, you can pick one as you like. Then again, if Huang Xiaolong fails to advance, I don't want anything else. Just your spiritual blood pool will do. Blood Knife ancestor gritted his teeth and shouted, deal! When the other ancestors saw this, a few of them shook their heads, yet there was nothing they could say. Golden lights flickered across Golden Brow ancestor's eyes. Time slowly passed and soon 6 months had gone by. The dark tribulation clouds had expanded to 100 li in, whereas the lightning streaks were now 5 meters thick. However, if Myriad Flame's ancestor and others paid slightly more attention, they would notice the dark tribulation clouds were 499,999 li. Tribulation clouds rolled, covering the sky above the spiritual blood pool palace. Lightning streaks occasionally broke the darkness as they continued to gather their strength. Even Zhou Su, Tan Lin, Luo Yunjie, and Li Lu, who were standing several hundred li away, felt apprehensive. Li Lu was extremely anxious. Watching the terrifying streaks of lightning dancing within the dark clouds, Black Ice ancestor's lips curved into a smile. Another 10 days passed when, all of a sudden, the tribulation lightning that had been brewing inside the clouds flashed. Numerous streaks of tribulation lightning howled, striking madly at the spiritual blood pool palace where Huang Xiaolong was. The sky above the spiritual blood pool palace seemed to have lost its brightness for a moment. leaving only a destructive flash of lightning. One could only rely on oneself when facing ancient god realm tribulation lightning. That was also why Golden Brow and Blood Knife couldn't interfere. Their eyes stared fixedly at the destructive streaks of lightning falling onto Huang Xiaolong like a galaxy river from the ninth heaven. Rumble. Horrifying booms continuously rang with the spiritual blood pool palace before spreading out. The entire Thousand-Spirit Mountain shook slightly. The tribulation lightning seemed endless, falling down from the dark clouds to the ground, causing the shaking of the Thousand-Spirit Mountain to grow increasingly powerful.